Busted. 1. Sweetbriar was closed until 5 p.m., at which time Rose planned to offer a light supper, mostly leftovers. She was making potato salad and keeping an eye on the TV over the counter when the knocking on the door started. It was Jackie Whittington, Ernie Calvert, and Julia Shumway. Rose crossed the empty restaurant, wiping her hands on her apron, and unlocked the door. Horace the corgi trotted at Julia's heels, ears up, grinning companionably. Rose made sure the close sign was still in place, then relocked the door behind them. "Thanks," Jackie said. "Not at all," Rose replied. "I wanted to see you anyway." "We came for that," Jackie said and pointed to the TV. "I was at Ernie's and we met Julia on her way here. She was sitting across the street from her place, mooning at the wreckage." "I was not mooning," Julia said. "Horace and I were trying to figure out how we're going to get a paper out after the town meeting. It'll have to be small, probably just 2 pages, but there will be a paper. My heart is set on it." Rose glanced back at the TV. On it, a pretty young woman was doing a stand-up. Beneath her was a banner reading, "Earlier today, courtesy ABC." All at once there was a bang and a fireball bloomed in the sky. The reporter flinched, cried out, wheeled around. By that point, her cameraman was already zooming her out of the picture, homing in on the earthbound fragments of the Aer Lingus jet. "There's nothing but reruns of the plane crash footage," Rose said. "If you haven't seen it before, be my guest." "Jackie, I saw Barbie late this morning. I took him some sandwiches and they let me go downstairs to where the cells are. I had Melvin Searles as my chaperone." "Lucky you," Jackie said. "How is he?" Julia asked. "Is he okay?" "He looks like the wrath of God, but I think so, yes." He said, "Maybe I should tell you privately, Jackie." "Whatever it is, I think you can say it in front of Ernie and Julia." Rose considered this, but only for a moment. If Ernie Calvert and Julia Shumway weren't all right, nobody was. "He said I was supposed to talk to you, make up with you, as if we'd had a fight. He said to tell you that I'm all right." Jackie turned to Ernie and Julia. It seemed to Rose that a question was asked and answered. "If Barbie says you are, then you are," Jackie said, and Ernie nodded emphatically. "Hun, we're putting together a little meeting tonight at the Congo parsonage. It's kind of a secret." "Not kind of, it is," Julia said. "And given the way things are in town right now, the secret better not get out." "If it's about what I think it's about, I'm in." Then Rose lowered her voice. "But not Anson. He's wearing one of those goddamn armbands." Just then the CNN breaking news logo came on the TV screen, accompanied by the annoying minor key disaster music the network was now playing with each new dome story. Rose expected either Anderson Cooper or her beloved Wolfie. Both were now based in Castle Rock. But it was Barbara Starr, the network's Pentagon correspondent. She was standing outside the tent and trailer village serving as the Army's forward base in Harlow. "Dawn, Kyra, Colonel James O. Cox, the Pentagon's point man since the mammoth mystery known as the Dome came into being last Saturday, is about to speak to the press for only the second time since this crisis began. The subject was announced to reporters just moments ago, and it's sure to galvanize the tens of thousands of Americans with loved ones in the beleaguered town of Chester's Mill. We were told—" She listened to something in her earpiece. "Here's Colonel Cox." The four in the restaurant sat on stools at the counter, watching as the picture switched to the inside of the large tent. There were perhaps 40 reporters seated in folding chairs, and more standing in the back. They were murmuring among themselves. A makeshift stage had been set up at one end of the tent. On it was a podium festooned with microphones and flanked by American flags. There was a white screen behind it. "Pretty professional for an on-the-fly operation," Ernie said. "Oh, I think this has been in the works," Jackie said. She was recalling her conversation with Cox. "We're going to do our level best to make Rennie's life uncomfortable," he'd said. A flap opened to the left side of the tent, and a short, fit-looking man with graying hair strode briskly to the makeshift stage. No one had thought to put down a couple of stairs or even a box to stand on, but this presented no problem to the featured speaker. He hopped up easily, not even breaking stride. He was dressed in plain khaki BDUs. If he had medals, they weren't in evidence. There was nothing on his shirt but a strip reading Colonel J. Cox. He held no notes. The reporters quieted immediately, and Cox gave them a little smile. "This guy should have been holding press conferences all along," Julia said. "He looks good." "Hush, Julia," Rose said. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming," Cox said. "I'll be brief, and then I'll take a few questions. The situation as regards Chester's Mill and what we're all now calling the Dome is as it was. The town continues to be cut off. We still have no idea about what is causing this situation or what brought it about. And we have as yet had no success in breaching the barrier. You would know, of course, if we had. The best scientists in America, the best in the entire world, are on the case, however, and we're considering a number of options. Do not ask me about these because you'll get no answers at this time. The reporters murmured discontentedly. Cox let them. Below him, the CNN super switched to no answers at this time. When the murmuring died, Cox went on. As you're aware, we have established a no-go zone around the Dome, initially of a mile, expanded to 2 on Sunday, and 4 on Tuesday. There were a number of reasons for this, the most important being that the Dome is dangerous to people with certain implants, such as pacemakers. The second reason is that we were concerned the field generating the Dome might have other harmful effects, which would be less clearly recognized. "Are you talking about radiation, Colonel?" someone called. Cox froze him with a glance, and when he seemed to consider the reporter properly chastised, not Wolfie, Rose was pleased to see, but that half-bald, no-spin yapper from Fox News, he went on. "We now believe that there are no harmful effects, at least in the short term, and so we have designated Friday, October 27th, the day after tomorrow, as Visitors' Day at the Dome." A perfect fury of thrown questions went up at this. Cox waited it out, and when the audience had quieted down, he took a remote from the shelf under the podium and pressed a button. A high-resolution photograph, much too good to have been downloaded from Google Earth in Julia's estimation, popped up on the white screen. It showed the mill, and both towns to the south, Moughton and Castle Rock. Cox put down the controller and produced a laser pointer. The super at the bottom of the screen now read Friday, designated Visitors' Day at the Dome. Julia smiled. Colonel Cox had caught CNN with its spell checker down. "We believe we can process and accommodate 1,200 visitors," Cox said crisply. "These will be limited to close relatives at least this time, and all of us hope and pray there will never have to be a next time. Rally points will be here at the Castle Rock Fairgrounds and here at Oxford Plains Speedway." He highlighted both locations. "We will lay on 24 buses, 12 at each location. These will be provided by 6 surrounding school districts, which are canceling classes that day to help in this effort, and we offer them our greatest thanks. A 25th bus will be available for press at Shiner's Bait and Tackle in Moughton." Dryly. "Since Shiner's is also an agency liquor store, I'm sure most of you know it, there will also be one video truck allowed on this trip. You'll arrange pool coverage, ladies and gentlemen, the coverage provider to be chosen by lottery." A groan went up at this, but it was perfunctory. "There are 48 seats on the press bus, and obviously there are hundreds of press representatives here from all over the world." "Thousands!" a gray-haired man shouted, and there was general laughter. "Boy, I'm glad someone's having fun," Ernie Calvert said bitterly. Cox allowed himself a smile. "I stand corrected, Mr. Gregory. Seats will be allocated according to your news organization. TV networks, Reuters, TASS, AP, and so on. And it's up to those organizations to pick their representatives." "Better be Wolfie from CNN, that's all I can say," Rose announced. The reporters were babbling excitedly. "May I go on?" Cox asked. "And those of you sending text messages, kindly stop." "Ooh," Jackie said. "I love a forceful man." "Surely you folks recall that you're not the story here. Would you behave this way if it was a mine cave-in or people trapped under collapsed buildings after an earthquake?" Silence greeted this, the kind that falls over a 4th-grade class after the teacher finally loses his temper. He really was forceful, Julia thought, and for a moment wished with all her heart that Cox were here under the dome and in charge. But, of course, if pigs had wings, bacon would be airborne. "Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is twofold: to help us get the word out, and to make sure that things go smoothly on Visitors' Day once it does." The CNN super became "Press to aid visitors on Friday." "The last thing we want to do is start a stampede of relations from all over the country to western Maine. We've already got close to 10,000 relatives of those trapped under the dome in this immediate area. The hotels, motels, and camping areas are full to bursting. The message to relatives in other parts of the country is, if you're not here, don't come. Not only will you not be granted a visitor's pass, you will be turned around at checkpoints here, 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 and here." He highlighted Lewiston, Auburn, North Windham, and Conway, New Hampshire. "Relatives currently in the area should proceed to registration officers, who are already standing by at the fairgrounds and the speedway. If you're planning to jump into your car right this minute, don't. This isn't the Filene's White Sale, and being first in line guarantees you nothing. Visitors will be chosen by lottery, and you must register to get in. Those applying to visit will need 2 photo IDs. We'll attempt to give priority to visitors with 2 or more relatives in the mill, but no promises on that. And a warning, people, if you show up on Friday to board one of the buses and you have no pass or a counterfeit pass, if you clog up our operation, in other words, you'll find yourself in jail. Do not test us on this. Embarkation on Friday morning will commence at 0800 hours. If this goes smoothly, you'll have at least 4 hours with your loved ones, maybe longer. Gum up the works and everyone's time, dome side goes down. Buses will depart the dome at 1700 hours. What's the visitor's site? A woman shouted. I was just getting to that, Andrea. Cox picked up his controller and zoomed in on Route 119. Jackie knew the area well. She had damn near broken her nose on the dome out there. She could see the roofs of the Dinsmore farmhouse, outbuildings, and dairy barns. There's a flea market site on the Mountain side of the dome. Cox binged it with his pointer. The buses will park there. Visitors will debark and walk to the dome. There's plenty of field on both sides where people can gather. All the wreckage out there has been removed. Will the visitors be allowed to go all the way up to the dome? A reporter asked. Cox once more faced the camera, addressing the potential visitors directly. Rose could just imagine the hope and fear those people, watching in bars and motel TVs, listening on their car radios, must be feeling right now. She felt plenty of both herself. Visitors will be allowed within 2 yards of the dome, Cox said. We consider that a safe distance, although we make no guarantees. This isn't an amusement park ride that's been safety tested. People with electronic implants must stay away. You're on your own with that. We can't check each and every chest for a pacemaker scar. Visitors will also leave all electronic devices, including, but not limited to, iPods, cell phones, and BlackBerries on the buses. Reporters with mics and cameras will be kept at a distance. The close-up space is for the visitors, and what goes on between them and their loved ones is no one's business but their own. People, this will work if you help us make it work. If I can put it in Star Trek terms, help us make it so. He put the pointer down. Now, I'll take a few questions. A very few. Mr. Blitzer? Rose's face lit up. She raised a fresh cup of coffee and toasted the TV screen with it. Looking good, Wolfie. You can eat crackers in my bed anytime you want. Colonel Cox, are there any plans to add a press conference with the town officials? We understand that Second Selectman James Rennie is the actual man in charge. What's going on with that? We are trying to make a press conference happen with Mr. Rennie and any other town officials who might be in attendance. That would be at noon, if things run to the schedule we have in mind. A round of spontaneous applause from the reporters greeted this. There was nothing they liked better than a press conference, unless it was a high-priced politician caught in bed with a high-priced whore. Cox said, ideally the presser will take place right there on the road with the town spokespersons, whoever they might be, on their side, and you, ladies and gentlemen, on this one. Excited gabble. They liked the visual possibilities. Cox pointed. Mr. Holt. Lester Holt from NBC shot to his feet. How sure are you that Mr. Rennie will attend? I ask because there have been reports of financial mismanagement on his part, and some sort of criminal investigation into his affairs by the state of Maine Attorney General. I've heard those reports, Cox said. I am not prepared to comment on them, although Mr. Rennie may want to. He paused, not quite smiling. I'd certainly want to.
Rita Braver, Colonel Cox, CBS. Is it true that Dale Barbara, the man you tapped as emergency administrator in Chester's Mill, has been arrested for murder? That the Chester's Mill police, in fact, believe him to be a serial killer?
Total silence from the press. Nothing but attentive eyes. The same was true of the 4 people seated at the counter in Sweetbriar Rows. It's true, Cox said. A muted mutter went up from the assembled reporters. But we have no way of verifying the charges or vetting whatever evidence there may be. What we have is the same telephone and internet chatter you ladies and gentlemen are no doubt getting. Dale Barbara is a decorated officer. He's never been arrested. I have known him for many years and vouched for him to the President of the United States. I have no reason to say I made a mistake based on what I know at this time. Ray Suarez, Colonel, PBS. Do you believe the charges against Lieutenant Barbara, now Colonel Barbara may have been politically motivated, that James Rennie may have had him jailed to keep him from taking control, as the president ordered. And that's what the second half of this dog and pony show is all about, Julia realized. Cox has turned the news media into the voice of America, and we're the people behind the Berlin Wall. She was all admiration. If you have a chance to question Selectman Rennie on Friday, Mr. Suarez, you be sure to ask him that. Cox spoke with a kind of stony calm. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I have. He strode off as briskly as he'd entered, and before the assembled reporters could even begin shouting more questions, he was gone. Holy wow, Ernie murmured. Yeah, Jackie said. Rose killed the TV. She looked glowing, energized. What time is this meeting? I don't regret a thing that Colonel Cox said, but this could make Barbie's life more difficult. 2. Barbie found out about Cox's press conference when a red-faced Manuel Ortega came downstairs and told him. Ortega, formerly Alden Dinsmore's hired man, was now wearing a blue work shirt, a tin badge that looked homemade, and a .45 hung on a second belt that had been buckled low on his hips, gunslinger style. Barbie knew him as a mild fellow with thinning hair and perpetually sunburned skin, who liked to order breakfast for dinner, pancakes, bacon, eggs over easy, and talk about cows, his favorite being the belted Galloways that he could never persuade Mr. Dinsmore to buy. He was Yankee to the core in spite of his name, and had a dry Yankee sense of humor. Barbie had always liked him. But this was a different Manuel. A stranger, with all the good humor boiled dry. He brought news of the latest development, most of it shouted through the bars and accompanied by a considerable dose of flying spit. His face was nearly radioactive with rage. Not a word about how they found your dog tags in that poor girl's hand. Not one fucking one about that. And then the tin pants bastard went and took after Jim Rennie, who's held this town together by himself since this happened. By himself! With spit and baling wire. Take it easy, Manuel, Barbie said. That's Officer Ortega to you, motherfucker. Fine, Officer Ortega. Barbie was sitting on the bunk and thinking about just how easy it would be for Ortega to unholster the elderly .45 Schofield on his belt and start shooting. I'm in here, Rennie's out there. As far as he's concerned, I'm sure it's all good. Shut up! Manuel screamed. We're all in here. All under the fucking dome. Alden don't do nothing but drink. The boy that's left won't eat, and Ms. Dinsmore never stops crying over Rory. Jack Evans blew his brains out. Do you know that? And those military pukes out there can't think of anything better to do than sling mud. A lot of lies and trumped-up stories while you start supermarket riots, and then burn down our newspaper, probably so Ms. Shumway couldn't publish what you are. Barbie kept silent. He thought that one word spoken in his own defense would get him shot for sure. This is how they get any politician they don't like, Manuel said. They want a serial killer and a rapist, one who rapes the dead, in charge instead of a Christian. That's a new low. Manuel drew his gun, lifted it, pointed it through the bars. To Barbie, the hole at the end looked as big as a tunnel entrance. If the dome comes down before you've been stood up against the nearest wall and ventilated, Manuel continued, I'll take a minute to do the job myself. I'm head of the line, and right now in the mill, the line waiting to do you is a long one. Barbie kept silent and waited to die, or keep on drawing breath. Rose Twitchell's BLTs were trying to crowd back up his throat and choke him. We're trying to survive, and all they can do is dirty up the man who's keeping this town out of chaos. He abruptly shoved the oversized pistol back into its holster. Fuck you. You're not worth it. He turned and strode back toward the stairs, head down and shoulders hunched. Barbie leaned back against the wall and let out a breath. There was sweat on his forehead. The hand he lifted to wipe it off was shaking. 3. When Romeo Burpee's van turned into the McClatchy driveway, Claire rushed out of the house. She was weeping. Mom, Joe shouted, and was out even before Romy could come to a complete stop. The others piled out after. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing, Claire sobbed, grabbing him and hugging him. There's going to be a visitor's day. On Friday. Joey, I think we might get to see your dad. Joe let out a cheer and danced around her. Benny hugged Norrie and took the opportunity to steal a quick kiss, Rusty observed. Cheeky little devil. Take me to the hospital, Romy, Rusty said. He waved to Claire and the kids as they backed down the driveway. He was glad to get away from Mrs. McClatchy without having to talk to her. Mom Vision might work on PAs as well. And could you do me a favor and talk English instead of that comic book on Parle shit while you do it? Some people have no cultural heritage to fall back on, Romy said, and are thus jealous of those who do. Yeah, and your mother wears galoshes, Rusty said. That's true, but only when it rains, huh? Rusty's cell phone chimed once, a text message. He flipped it open and read, meeting at 21:30. Congo Parsonage. Be there or be square. J.W. Romy, he said, closing his phone. Assuming I survive the Rennies, would you consider attending a meeting with me tonight? 4. At the hospital, Ginny met him in the lobby. It's Rennie Day at Kathy Russell, she announced, looking as if this did not exactly displease her. Thurst Marshall has been in to see them both. Rusty, that man, is a gift from God. He clearly doesn't like Junior. He and Frankie were the ones who roughed him up out of the pond, but he was totally professional. The guy's wasted in some college English department. He should be doing this. She lowered her voice. He's better than me, and way better than Twitch. Where is he now? Went back to where he's living to see that young girlfriend of his and the 2 children they took on. He seems to genuinely care about the kids, too. Oh, my goodness, Ginny's in love, Rusty said, grinning. Don't be juvenile, she glared at him. What rooms are the Rennies in? Junior in 7, Senior in 19. Senior came in with that guy, Thibodeau, but must have sent him off to run errands, because he was on his own when he went down to see his kid. She smiled cynically. He didn't visit long. Mostly he's been on that cell phone of his. The kid just sits. Although he's rational again. He wasn't when Henry Morrison brought him in. Big Jim's arrhythmia, how are we with that? Thurston got it quieted down. For the time being, Rusty thought, and not without satisfaction. When the Valium wears off, he'll recommence the old cardiac jitterbug. Go see the kid first, Ginny said. They were alone in the lobby, but she kept her voice low-pitched. I don't like him. I've never liked him, but I feel sorry for him now. I don't think he's got long. Did Thurston say anything about Junior's condition to Rennie? Yes, that the problem was potentially serious, but apparently not as serious as all those calls he's making. Probably someone told him about Visitor's Day on Friday. Rennie's pissed about it. Rusty thought of the box on Black Ridge. Just a thin rectangle, with an area of less than 50 square inches. And still, he hadn't been able to lift it, or even budge it. He also thought of the laughing leatherheads he'd briefly glimpsed. Some people just don't approve of visitors, he said. 5. How are you feeling, Junior? Okay. Better. He sounded listless. He was wearing a hospital johnny and sitting by the window. The light was merciless on his haggard face. He looked like a road-hard 40-year-old. Tell me what happened before you passed out. I was going to school, then I went to Angie's house instead. I wanted to tell her to make it up with Frank. He's been majorly bumming. Rusty considered asking if Junior knew Frank and Angie were both dead. Then didn't. What was the point? Instead, he asked, You were going to school? What about the dome? Oh, right. The same listless, affectless voice. I forgot about that. How old are you, son? 21? What was your mother's name? Junior considered this. Jason Gamby, he said at last, then laughed shrilly. But the listless, haggard expression on his face never changed. When did the dome drop down? Saturday. And how long ago was that? Junior frowned. A week? He said at last. Then 2 weeks. It's been a while, for sure. He turned at last to Rusty. His eyes were shining with the Valium Thurst Marshall had injected. Did Barbie put you up to all these questions? He killed them. You know. He nodded. We found his gog bags. A pause. Dog tags. Barbie didn't put me up to anything, Rusty said. He's in jail. Pretty soon he'll be in hell, Junior said with dry matter-of-factness. We're going to try him and execute him. My dad said so. There's no death penalty in Maine, but he says these are wartime conditions. Egg salad has too many calories. That's true, Rusty said. He had brought a stethoscope, a blood pressure cuff, and an ophthalmoscope. Now he wrapped the cuff around Junior's arm. Can you name the last 3 presidents in order, Junior? Sure. Bush, push, and tush. He laughed wildly, but still with no facial expression. Junior's BP was 147 over 120. Rusty had been prepared for worse. Do you remember who came in to see you before I did? Yeah, the old guy me and Frankie found at the pond just before we found the kids. I hope those kids are all right. They were totally cute. Do you remember their names? Aiden and Alice Appleton. We went to the club, and that girl with the red hair jerked me off under the table. Thought she was going to ferret right off before she was fun. A pause. Done. Uh-huh. Rusty employed the ophthalmoscope. Junior's right eye was fine. The optic disc of the left was bulging, a condition known as papilledema. It was a common symptom of advanced brain tumors and the attendant swelling. See anything green, McQueen? Nope. Rusty put the ophthalmoscope down, then held his index finger in front of Junior's face. I want you to touch my finger with your finger, then touch your nose. Junior did so. Rusty began to move his finger slowly back and forth. Keep going. Junior succeeded in going from the moving finger to his nose once. Then he hit the finger but touched his cheek instead. The third time, he missed the finger and touched his right eyebrow. Booyah! You want more? I can do it all day, you know. I'm going to send Ginny Tomlinson in with a prescription for you. After I get it, can I go home? You're staying overnight with us, Junior, for observation. But I'm all right, aren't I? I had one of my headaches before. A real blinder, but it's gone. I'm okay, right? I can't tell you anything right now, Rusty said. I want to talk with Thurston Marshall and look at some books. Man, that guy's no doctor. He's an English teacher. Maybe so, but he treated you okay. Better than you and Frank treated him, is my understanding. Junior waved a dismissing hand. We were just playing. Besides, we treated those Rids kite, didn't we? Can't argue with you there. For now, Junior, just relax. Watch some TV, why don't you? Junior considered this, then asked, What's for supper? 6. Under the circumstances, the only thing Rusty could think of to reduce the swelling in what passed for Junior Rennie's brain was IV mannitol. He pulled the chart out of the door and saw a note attached to it in an unfamiliar looping scrawl. Dear Dr. Everett, what do you think about mannitol for this patient? I cannot order, have no idea of the correct amount. Thirst. Rusty jotted down the dose. Ginny was right. Thurston Marshall was good. 7. The door to Big Jim's room was open, but the room was empty. Rusty heard the man's voice coming from the late Dr. Haskell's favorite snoozery. Rusty walked down to the lounge. He did not think to take Big Jim's chart. An oversight he would come to regret. Big Jim was fully dressed and sitting by the window with his phone to his ear, even though the sign on the wall showed a bright red cell phone with a red X over it for the reading impaired. Rusty thought it would give him great pleasure to order Big Jim to terminate his call. It might not be the most politic way to start what was going to be a combination exam discussion, but he meant to do it. He started forward, then stopped. Cold. A clear memory arose. Not being able to sleep, getting up for a piece of Linda's cranberry orange bread, hearing Audrey whining softly from the girls' room, going down there to check the Jays, sitting on Jenny's bed beneath Hannah Montana, her guardian angel. Why had this memory been so slow in coming? Why not during his meeting with Big Jim in Big Jim's home study? Because then I didn't know about the murders. I was fixated on the propane. And because Janelle wasn't having a seizure, she was just in REM sleep. Talking in her sleep. He has a golden baseball, Daddy. It's a bad baseball. Even last night in the mortuary, that memory hadn't resurfaced. Only now, when it was 2:30 late. But think what it means. That gadget up on Black Ridge may only be putting out limited radiation, but it's broadcasting something else. Call it induced precognition. Call it something that doesn't even have a name. But whatever you call it, it's there. And if Jenny was right about the golden baseball, then all the kids who've been making Sybil-like pronouncements about a Halloween disaster may be right, too. But does it mean on that exact day? Or could it be earlier? Rusty thought the latter. For a town full of kids overexcited about trick-or-treating, it was Halloween already. I don't care what you've got on, Stuart, Big Jim was saying. 3 milligrams of Valium didn't seem to have mellowed him out. He sounded as fabulously grumpy as ever. You infernal get up there and take Roger with you. Huh? What? He listened. I shouldn't even have to tell you. Haven't you been watching the cotton-picking TV? If it gives you any sass, you... He looked up and saw Rusty in the doorway. For just a moment, Big Jim had the startled look of a man replaying his conversation and trying to decide how much the newcomer might have overheard. Stuart, someone's here. I'll get back to you. And when I do, you better tell me what I want to hear. He broke the connection without saying goodbye, held the phone up to Rusty, and bared his small upper teeth in a smile. I know, very naughty. But town business won't wait. He sighed. It's not easy to be the one everybody's dependent on, especially when you're not feeling well. Must be difficult, Rusty agreed. God helps me. Would you like to know the philosophy I live by, pal? No. Sure. When God closes a door, he opens a window. Do you think so? I know so. And the one thing I always try to remember is that when you pray for what you want, God turns a deaf ear. But when you pray for what you need, he's all ears. Uh-huh. Rusty entered the lounge. On the wall, the TV was tuned to CNN. The sound was muted, but there was a still photo of James Rennie, Sr., looming behind the talking head. Black and white, not flattering. One of Big Jim's fingers was raised, and so was his upper lip. Not in a smile, but in a remarkably canine sneer. The super beneath read, was Dometown Drug Haven. The picture switched to a Jim Rennie used car ad, the annoying one that always ended with one of the salespeople, never Big Jim himself, screaming, "You'll be wheelin' because Big Jim's dealin'." Big Jim gestured to it and smiled sadly. You see what Barbara's friends on the outside are doing to me? Well, what's the surprise? When Christ came to redeem mankind, they made him carry his own cross to Calvary Hill, where he died in blood and dust. Rusty reflected, and not for the first time, what a strange drug Valium was. He didn't know if there really was veritas in vino, but there was plenty of it in Valium. When you gave it to people, especially by IV, you often heard exactly what they thought of themselves. Rusty pulled up a chair and readied the stethoscope for action. Lift up your shirt. When Big Jim put down his cell phone to do it, Rusty slipped it into his breast pocket. I'll just take this, shall I? I'll leave it at the lobby desk. That's an okay area for cell phones. The chairs aren't as well padded as these, but they're still not bad. He expected Big Jim to protest, maybe explode, but he didn't so much as peep. Only exposed a bulging Buddha belly and large, soft man breasts above it. Rusty bent forward and had a listen. It was far better than he'd expected. He would have been happy with 110 beats a minute plus moderate premature ventriculation. Instead, Big Jim's pump was loping along at 90, with no misbeats at all. I'm feeling a lot better, Big Jim said. It was stress. I've been under terrible stress. I'm going to take another hour or two to rest right here. Do you realize you can see all of downtown from this window, pal? And I'm going to visit with Junior one more time. After that, I'll just check myself out, and it isn't just stress. You're overweight and out of shape. Big Jim bared his upper teeth in that bogus smile. I've been running a business in the town, pal. Both in the black, by the way. That leaves little time for treadmills and stairmasters and such. You presented with PAT 2 years ago, Rennie. That's paroxysmal atrial tachycardia. I know what it is. I went to WebMD, and it said healthy people often experience. Ron Haskell told you in no uncertain terms to get your weight under control, to get the arrhythmia under control with medication, and if medication wasn't effective, to explore surgical options to correct the underlying problem. Big Jim had begun to look like an unhappy child imprisoned in a high chair. God told me not to. God said no pacemaker. And God was right. Duke Perkins had a pacemaker, and look what happened to him. Not to mention his widow, Rusty said softly. Bad luck for her, too. She must have just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Big Jim regarded him, little pig eyes calculating. Then he looked up at the ceiling. Lights are on again, aren't they? I got you your propane like you asked. Some people don't have much gratitude. Of course a man in my position gets used to that. We'll be out again by tomorrow night. Big Jim shook his head. By tomorrow night you'll have enough LP to keep this place running until Christmas if it's necessary. It's my promise to you for having such a wonderful bedside manner and being such an all-around good fellow. I do have trouble being grateful when people return what was mine to begin with. I'm funny that way. Oh, so now you're equating yourself with the hospital, Big Jim snorted. Why not? You just equated yourself with Christ. Let's return to your medical situation, shall we? Big Jim flapped his large, blunt-fingered hands disgustedly. Valium isn't a cure. If you walk out of here, you could be firing misbeats again by 5 p.m. Or just vapor lock completely. The bright side is that you could be meeting your savior before it gets dark here in town. And what would you recommend? Rennie spoke calmly. He had regained his composure. I could give you something that would probably take care of the problem, at least short term. It's a drug. What drug? But there's a price. I knew it, Big Jim said softly. I knew you were on Barbara's side the day you came to my office, with your give me this and give me that. The only thing Rusty had asked for was propane, but he ignored that. How did you know Barbara had a side then? The murders hadn't been discovered, so how did you know he had a side? Big Jim's eyes gleamed with amusement, or paranoia, or both. I have my little ways, pal. So what's the price? What would you like me to trade you for the drug that will keep me from having a heart attack? And before Rusty could respond, let me guess, you want Barbara's freedom, don't you? No, this town would lynch him the minute he stepped outside. Big Jim laughed. Every now and then you show a lick of sense. I want you to step down. Sanders, too. Let Andrea Grinnell take over with Julia Shumway to help her out until Andy kicks her drug habit. Big Jim laughed louder this time and slapped his thigh for good measure. I thought Cox was bad. He wanted the one with the big titties to help Andrea. But you're ever so much worse. Shumway? That rhymes with witch, couldn't administrate herself out of a paper bag. I know you killed Coggins. He hadn't meant to say that, but it was out before he could pull it back. And what harm? It was just the two of them, unless you counted CNN's John Roberts, looking down from the TV on the wall. And besides, the results were worth it. For the first time since he had accepted the reality of the dome, Big Jim was rocked. He tried to keep his face neutral and failed. You're crazy. You know I'm not. Last night I went to the Bowie funeral home and examined the bodies of the 4 murder victims. You had no right to do that. You're no pathologist. You're not even a cotton-picking doctor. Relax, Rennie. Count to 10. Remember your heart. Rusty paused. On second thought, fuck your heart. After the mess you left behind and the one you're making now, fuck your heart. There were marks all over Coggins' face and head. Very atypical marks, but easily identifiable. Stitch marks. I have no doubt they'll match the souvenir baseball I saw on your desk. That doesn't mean anything. But Rennie glanced toward the open bathroom door. It means plenty. Especially when you consider the other bodies were dumped in the same place. To me, that suggests the killer of Coggins was the killer of the others. I think it was you. Or maybe you and Junior. Were you a father and son tag team? Was that it? I refuse to listen to this. He started to get up. Rusty pushed him back down. It was surprisingly easy. Stay where you are, Rennie shouted. Gosh damn it, just stay where you are. Rusty said, why did you kill him? Did he threaten to blow the whistle on your drug operation? Was he part of it? Stay where you are, Rennie repeated, although Rusty had already sat back down. It did not occur to him then that Rennie might not have been speaking to him. I can keep this quiet, Rusty said, and I can give you something that will take care of your PAT better than Valium. The quid pro quo is that you step down. Announce your resignation for medical reasons in favor of Andrea tomorrow night at the big meeting. You'll go out a hero. There was no way he could refuse, Rusty thought. The man was backed into a corner. Rennie turned to the open bathroom door again and said, "Now you can come out." Carter Thibodeau and Freddie Denton emerged from the bathroom where they had been hiding and listening. 8. "God damn," Stuart Bowie said. He and his brother were in the basement workroom of the funeral parlor. Stuart had been doing a makeup job on Arletta Coombs, the mill's latest suicide, and the Bowie Funeral Home's latest customer. "God damn son of a bitch fucking shit monkey!" He dropped his cell phone onto the counter and from the wide front pocket of his rubberized green apron removed a package of peanut butter-flavored Ritz Bits. Stuart always ate when he was upset. He had always been messy with food. The pigs ate here, their dad was wont to say when young Stewie left the table, and now Ritz crumbs showered down on Arletta's upturned face, which was far from peaceful. If she'd thought quaffing liquid plumber would be a quick and painless way to escape the dome, she had been badly deceived. Darn stuff had eaten all the way through her stomach and out through her back. "What's wrong?" Fern asked. "Why did I ever get involved with fucking Rennie?" "For money?" "What good's money now?" Stuart raved. "What am I gonna do? On a fucking shopping spree at Burpee's department store? That'd give me a fucking hard-on for sure." He yanked open the elderly widow's mouth and slammed the remaining Ritz Bits inside. "There you go, bitch, it's fucking snack time." Stuart snatched up his cell, hit the contacts button, and selected a number. "If he isn't there," he said, perhaps to Fern, more likely to himself, "I'm going to go out there, find him, and stick one of his own chickens right up his fucking ass." But Roger Killian was there, and in his goddamn chicken house. Stuart could hear them clucking. He could also hear the swooping violins of Mantovani coming through the chicken house sound system. When the kids were out there, it was Metallica or Pantera. "No." "Roger, it's Stewie. You straight, brother?" "Pretty," Roger agreed, which probably meant he'd been smoking glass, but what the fuck. "Get down here to town. Meet me and Fern at the motor pool. We're going to take 2 of them big trucks, the ones with the hoists out there to WCRK. All the propane's got to be moved back to town. We can't do it in one day, but Jim says we got to make a start. Tomorrow, I'll recruit 6 or 7 more guys we can trust. Some of 'em Jim's goddamn private army, if he'll spare 'em. And we'll finish up." "Oh, Stuart, no. I got to feed these chickens. The boys I got left has all gone to be cops." Which means, Stuart thought, you want to sit in that little office of yours, smoking glass and listening to shit music and looking at lesbian makeout videos on your computer. He didn't know how you could get horny with the aroma of chicken shit so thick you could cut it with a knife. But Roger Killian managed. "This is not a volunteer mission, my brother. I got ordered and I'm ordering you 1/2 an hour. And if you do happen to see any of your kids hanging around, you Shanghai 'em along." He hung up before Roger could recommence his whiny shit, and for a moment just stood there fuming. The last thing on earth he wanted to do with what remained of this Wednesday afternoon was muscle propane tanks into trucks. But that was what he was going to be doing, all right. Yes, he was. He snatched the spray hose from the sink, stuck it between Arletta Coombs' dentures, and triggered it. It was a high-pressure hose, and the corpse jumped on the table. "Wash them crackers down, Grandma," he snarled. "Wouldn't want you to choke." "Stop!" Fern cried. "It'll squirt out the hole in it." Too late. 9. Big Jim looked at Rusty with a see-what-it-gets-you smile. Then he turned to Carter and Freddie Denton. "Did you fellows hear Mr. Everett try to coerce me?" "We sure did," Freddie said. "Did you hear him threaten to withhold certain life-saving medication if I refused to step down?" "Yeah," Carter said, and favored Rusty with a black look. Rusty wondered how he ever could have been so stupid. It's been a long day. Chalk it up to that. The medication in question might have been a drug called Verapamil, which that fellow with the long hair administered by IV. Big Jim exposed his small teeth in another unpleasant smile. Verapamil. For the first time, Rusty cursed himself for not taking Big Jim's chart from its slot on the door and examining it. It would not be the last. "What kind of crimes have we got here, do you suppose?" Big Jim asked. "Criminal threatening?" "Sure, and extortion. Freddie said. Hell with that. It was attempted murder, Carter said. And who do you suppose put him up to it? Barbie, Carter said, and slugged Rusty in the mouth. Rusty had no sense of it coming, and didn't even begin to get his guard up. He staggered backward, hit one of the chairs, and fell into it sideways with his mouth bleeding. You got that resisting arrest, Big Jim remarked. But it's not enough. Put him on the floor, fellows. I want him on the floor. Rusty tried to run, but barely got out of the chair before Carter grabbed one of his arms and spun him around. Freddie put a foot behind his legs. Carter pushed. Like kids in the schoolyard, Rusty thought, as he toppled over. Carter dropped down beside him. Rusty got in one blow. It landed on Carter's left cheek. Carter shook it off impatiently, like a man ridding himself of a troublesome fly. A moment later, he was sitting on Rusty's chest, grinning down at him. Yes, just like in the schoolyard, only with no playground monitor to break things up. He turned his head to Rennie, who was now on his feet. You don't want to do this, he panted. His heart was thudding hard. He could barely get enough breath to feed it. Thibodeau was very heavy. Freddie Denton was on his knees beside the two of them. To Rusty, he looked like the ref in one of those put-up job wrestling matches. But I do, Everett, Big Jim said. In fact, God bless you, I have to. Freddie, snag my cell phone. It's in his breast pocket, and I don't want it getting broken. The cotton picker stole it. You can add that to his bill when you get him to the station. Other people know, Rusty said. He had never felt so helpless, and so stupid. Telling himself that he wasn't the first to underestimate James Rennie Sr. did not help. Other people know what you did. Perhaps, Big Jim said, but who are they? Other friends of Dale Barbara, that's who. The ones who started the food riot, the ones who burned down the newspaper office, the ones who set the dome going in the first place, I have no doubt. Some sort of government experiment, that's what I think. But we're not rats in a box, are we? Are we, Carter? No. Freddie, what are you waiting for? Freddie had been listening to Big Jim with an expression that said, now I get it. He took Big Jim's cell phone from Rusty's breast pocket and tossed it onto one of the sofas. Then he turned back to Rusty. How long have you been planning it? How long have you been planning to lock us up in town so you could see what we'd do? Freddie, listen to yourself, Rusty said. The words came out in a wheeze. God, but Thibodeau was heavy. That's crazy. It makes no sense. Can't you see that? Hold his hand on the floor, Big Jim said. The left one. Freddie did as he was ordered. Rusty tried to fight, but with Thibodeau pinning his arms, he had no leverage. I'm sorry to do this, pal, but the people of this town have to understand we're in control of the terrorist element. Rennie could say he was sorry all he wanted, but in the instant before he brought the heel of his shoe and all of his 230 pounds down on Rusty's clenched left hand, Rusty saw a different motive poking out the front of the second selectman's gabardine trousers. He was enjoying this, and not just in a cerebral sense. Then the heel was pressing and grinding, hard, harder, hardest. Big Jim's face was clenched with effort. Sweat stood out under his eyes. His tongue was clamped between his teeth. Don't scream, Rusty thought. It'll bring Ginny, and then she'll be in the cooking pot too. Also, he wants you to. Don't give him the satisfaction. But when he heard the first snap from under Big Jim's heel, he did scream. He couldn't help it. There was another snap. Then a third. Big Jim stepped back, satisfied. Get him on his feet and take him to jail. Let him visit with his friends. Freddie was examining Rusty's hand, which was already swelling. 3 of the 4 fingers were bent badly out of true. Busted, he said, with great satisfaction. Ginny appeared in the lounge doorway, her eyes huge. What in God's name are you doing? Arresting this bastard for extortion, criminal withholding, and attempted murder, Freddie Denton said as Carter hauled Rusty Everett to his feet. And that's just a start. He resisted, and we subdued him. Please, step aside, ma'am. You're nuts, Ginny cried. Rusty, your hand. I'm all right, call Linda. Tell her these thugs. He got no further. Carter seized him by the neck and ran him out the door with his head bent down. In his ear, Carter whispered, If I was sure that old guy knew as much about doctrine as you, I'd kill you myself. All this, in 4 days and change, Rusty marveled, as Carter forced him down the hallway, staggering and bent almost double by the grip on his neck. His left hand was no longer a hand, only a bellowing chunk of pain below his wrist. Just 4 days and change. He wondered if the Leatherheads, whatever or whoever they might be, were enjoying the show. 10. It was the late afternoon before Linda finally came across the Mills librarian. Lissa was biking back toward town along Route 117. She said she'd been talking to the sentries out at the Dome, trying to glean further information about Visitors' Day. "They're not supposed to schmooze with the townies, but some will," she said. "Especially if you leave the top 3 buttons on your blouse undone. That seems to be a real conversation starter. With the Army guys, anyway. The Marines. I think I could take off all my clothes and dance the Macarena, and they still wouldn't say boo. Those boys seem immune to sex appeal." She smiled. "Not that I'll ever be mistaken for Kate Winslet." "Did you pick up any interesting gossip?" "Nope." Lissa was straddling her bike and looking in at Linda through the passenger window. "They don't know squat. But they're awfully concerned about us. I was touched by that. And they're hearing as many rumors as we are. One of them asked me if it was true that over 100 people had committed suicide already. Can you get in the car with me for a minute?" Lissa's smile broadened. "Am I being arrested?" "There's something I want to talk to you about." Lissa put down the kickstand of her bike and got in, first moving Linda's citation clipboard and a non-functioning radar gun out of the way. Linda told her about the clandestine visit to the funeral home and what they'd found there, then about the proposed meeting at the parsonage. Lissa's response was immediate and vehement. "I'll be there. You just try to keep me away." The radio cleared its throat then, and Stacy came on. Unit 4, break, break, break." Linda grabbed the mic. It wasn't Rusty she was thinking of. It was the girls. "This is 4, Stacy, go." What Stacy Morgan said when she came back changed Linda's unease to outright terror. "I've got something bad to tell you, Lynn. I tell you to brace yourself, but I don't think you can brace yourself for a thing like this. Rusty's been arrested." "What?" Linda nearly screamed, but only to Lissa. She didn't depress the send button on the side of the mic. "They've put him downstairs in the coupe with Barbie. He's all right, but it looks to me like he's got a broken hand. He was holding it against his chest, and it was all swollen." She lowered her voice. "It happened resisting arrest, they said. Over." This time Linda remembered to key the mic. "I'll be right there. Tell him I'm coming. Over." "I can't," Stacy said. "No one's allowed down there anymore except for officers on a special list, and I'm not one of them. There's a whole basket of charges, including attempted murder and accessory to murder. Take it easy coming back to town. You won't be allowed to see him, so there's no sense wrecking your shop on the way." Linda keyed the mic 3 times. Break, break, break. Then she said, "I'll see him, all right." But she didn't. Chief Peter Randolph, looking freshly rested from his nap, met her at the top of the PD steps and told her he'd need her badge and gun. As Rusty's wife, she was also under suspicion of undermining the lawful town government and fomenting insurrection. "Fine," she wanted to tell him. "Arrest me. Put me downstairs with my husband." But then she thought of the girls who would be at Marta's now, waiting to be picked up, wanting to tell her all about their day at school. She also thought of the meeting at the parsonage that night. She couldn't attend that if she was in a cell, and the meeting was now more important than ever. Because if they were going to break one prisoner out tomorrow night, why not 2? "Tell him I love him," Linda said, unbuckling her belt and sliding the holster off it. She hadn't really cared for the weight of the gun anyway. Crossing the little ones on the way to school and telling the middle school kids to ditch both their cigarettes and their foul mouths. Those things were more her forte. "I will convey that message, Mrs. Everett." "Has anyone looked at his hand? I heard from someone that his hand might be broken." Randolph frowned. "Who told you that?" "I don't know who called me. He didn't identify himself. It was one of our guys, I think, but the reception out there on 117 isn't very good." Randolph considered this, decided not to pursue it. "Rusty's hand is fine," he said, "and our guys aren't your guys anymore. Go on home. I'm sure we'll have questions for you later." She felt tears and fought them back. "And what am I supposed to tell my girls? Am I supposed to tell them their daddy is in jail? You know Rusty's one of the good guys, you know that. God, he was the one who diagnosed your hot gallbladder last year." "Can't help you much there, Mrs. Everett," Randolph said. His days of calling her Linda seemed to be behind him. "But I suggest you don't tell them that Daddy conspired with Dale Barbara in the murder of Brenda Perkins and Lester Coggins. The others we're not sure of. Those were clearly sex crimes, and Rusty may not have known about them." That's insane. Randolph might not have heard. He also tried to kill Selectman Rennie by withholding vital medication. Luckily, Big Jim had the foresight to conceal a couple of officers nearby. He shook his head. Threatening to withhold life-saving medication from a man who's made himself sick caring for this town. That's your good guy. That's your goddamn good guy. She was in trouble here and knew it. She left before she could make it worse. The 5 hours before the meeting at the Congo parsonage stretched long before her. She could think of nowhere to go, nothing to do. Then she did. 11. Rusty's hand was far from fine. Even Barbie could see that. And there were 3 empty cells between them. Rusty, anything I can do? Rusty managed to smile. Not unless you've got a couple of aspirin you can toss me. Darvocet would be even better. Fresh out. They didn't give you anything? No, but the pain's down a bit. I'll survive. This talk was a good deal braver than he actually felt. The pain was very bad, and he was about to make it worse. I've got to do something about these fingers, though. Good luck. For a wonder, none of the fingers was broken, although a bone in his hand was. It was a metacarpal, the 5th. The only thing he could do about that was tear strips from his t-shirt and use them as a splint. But first, he grasped his left index finger, which was dislocated at the proximal interphalangeal joint. In the movies, this stuff always happened fast. Fast was dramatic. Unfortunately, fast could make things worse instead of better. He applied slow, steady, increasing pressure. The pain was gruesome. He felt it all the way up to the hinges of his jaw. He could hear the finger creaking like the hinge of a door that hasn't been opened in a long time. Somewhere, both close by and in another country, he glimpsed Barbie standing at the door of his cell and watching. Then, suddenly, the finger was magically straight again and the pain was less. In that one, anyway. He sat down on the bunk, gasping like a man who has just run a race. Done? Barbie asked. Not quite. I also have to fix my fuck you finger. I may need it. Rusty grasped his second finger and began again. And again. Just when it seemed the pain could get no worse, the dislocated joint slipped back into place. Now there was just the matter of his pinky, which was sticking out as if he meant to make a toast. And I would if I could, he thought. To the most fucked up day in history. In the history of Eric Everett, at least. He began to wrap the finger. This also hurt. And for this, there was no quick fix. What'd you do? Barbie asked, then snapped his fingers twice sharply. He pointed at the ceiling, then cupped one hand to his ear. Did he actually know the coop was bugged or only suspect it? Rusty decided it didn't matter. It would be best to behave as if it were, although it was hard to believe anyone in this fumble bunch had thought of it yet. Made the mistake of trying to get Big Jim to step down, Rusty said. I've no doubt they'll add a dozen or so other charges, but basically I got jailed for telling him to quit pushing so hard, or he'd have a heart attack. This, of course, ignored the Coggins stuff, but Rusty thought that might be just as well for his continued good health. How's the food in here? Not bad, Barbie said. Rose brought me lunch. You want to watch out for the water, though. It can be a trifle salty. He forked the first 2 fingers of his right hand, pointed them at his eyes, then pointed at his own mouth. Watch. Rusty nodded. Tomorrow night, Barbie mouthed. I know, Rusty mouthed back. Making the exaggerated syllables caused his lips to crack open and start bleeding again. Barbie mouthed, we need a safe place. Thanks to Joe McClatchy and his friends, Rusty thought he had that part covered. 12. Andy Sanders had a seizure. It was inevitable, really. He was unused to glass, and he'd been smoking a lot of it. He was in the WCIK studio, listening to the Our Daily Bread Symphony soar through How Great Thou Art, and conducting along with it. He saw himself lying down eternal violin strings. Chef was somewhere with the bong, but he'd left Andy a supply of fat hybrid cigarettes he called Fry Daddies. You want to be careful with these, Sanders, he said. They are dynamite. For thee not used to drinking must be gentle. 1 Timothy. It also applies to fries. Andy nodded solemnly, but smoked like a demon once Chef was gone. 2 of the daddies, one after the other. He puffed until they were nothing but hot nubs that burned his fingers. The roasting cat pee smell of the glass was already rising to the top of his aromatherapy hit parade. He was halfway through the 3rd daddy, and still conducting like Leonard Bernstein, when he sucked in a particularly deep lungful, and instantly blacked out. He fell to the floor, and lay twitching in a river of sacred music. Spit foam oozed between his clenched teeth. His half-open eyes rolled around in their sockets, seeing things that weren't there. At least, not yet. 10 minutes later, he was awake again, and lively enough to go flying along the path between the studio and the long red supply building out back.
"Chef!"
he bawled.
"Chef, where are you? They're coming!"
Chef Bushy stepped from the supply building's side door. His hair stood up from his head in greasy quills. He was dressed in a filthy pair of pajama pants, pea-stained at the crotch and grass-stained at the bottoms. Printed with cartoon frogs saying ribbit, they hung precariously from the bony flanges of his hips, displaying a fluff of pubic hair in front and the crack of his ass in back. He had his AK-47 in one hand. On the stock he had carefully painted the words God's Warrior. The garage door opener was in his other hand. He put God's Warrior down, but not God's door opener. He grasped Andy's shoulders and gave him a smart shake. "Stop it, Sanders, you're hysterical."
"They're coming, the bitter men, just like you said."
Chef considered this. "Did someone call and give you a heads up?"
"No, it was a vision.
I blacked out and had a vision." Chef's eyes widened. Suspicion gave way to respect. He looked from Andy to Little Bitch Road and then back to Andy again. "What did you see? How many? Is it all of them, or just a few like before?"
I...
Chef shook him again, but much more gently this time. "Calm down, Sanders. You're in the Lord's army now, and—"
"A Christian soldier."
Right. And I'm your superior, so report."
"They're coming in 2 trucks.
"Only 2?
Yes."
"Orange?"
"Yes."
Chef hitched up his PJs. They subsided to their former position almost immediately, and nodded. "Town trucks. Probably those same 3 dumbwits. The Bowies and Mr. Chicken."
"Mr.
"Killian, Sanders. Who else? He smokes the glass, but doesn't understand the purpose of the glass. He's a fool. They're coming for more propane."
"Should we hide? Just hide and let them take it?"
"That's what I did before. But not this time. I'm done hiding and letting people take things. Star Wormwood has blazed. It's time for men of God to hoist their flag. Are you with me?" And Andy, who under the dome had lost everything that had ever meant anything to him, did not hesitate.
"Yes."
"To the end, Sanders?"
"To the end."
"Where at did you put your gun?" As best as Andy could recollect, it was in the studio, leaning against the poster of Pat Robertson with his arm around the late Lester Coggins. "Let's get it," Chef said, picking up God's Warrior and checking the clip. "And from now on, you carry it with you. Have you got that?"
"Okay."
"Box of ammo in there?"
"Yep."
Andy had toted one of these crates in just an hour ago. At least he thought it had been an hour ago. Fry Daddies had a way of bending time at the edges. "Just a minute," Chef said. He went down the side of the supply building to the box of Chinese grenades and brought back 3. He gave 2 to Andy and told him to put them in his pockets. Chef hung the 3rd grenade from the muzzle of God's Warrior by the pull ring. "Sanders, I was told that you get 7 seconds after you yank the pin to get rid of these cocksuckers. But when I tried one in the gravel pit back yonder, it was more like 4. You can't trust your Oriental races. Remember that." Andy said he would. "All right, come on, let's get your weapon." Hesitantly, Andy asked,
"Are we going to take them out?"
Chef looked surprised. "Not unless we have to, no."
"Good,"
Andy said. In spite of everything, he didn't really want to hurt anyone. "But if they force the issue, we'll do what's necessary. Do you understand that?"
"Yes,"
Andy said. Chef clapped him on the shoulder. 13. Joe asked his mother if Benny and Norrie could spend the night. Claire said it was okay with her if it was okay with their parents. It would, in fact, be something of a relief. After their adventure on Black Ridge, she liked the idea of having them under her eye. They could make popcorn on the wood stove and continue the raucous game of Monopoly they'd begun an hour ago. It was too raucous, actually. Their chatter and catcalls had a nervy, whistling past the graveyard quality she didn't care for. Benny's mother agreed, and, somewhat to her surprise, so did Norrie's. "Good deal," Joni Calvert said. "I've been wanting to get schnockered ever since this happened. Looks like tonight's my chance. And Claire, tell that girl to hunt up her grandfather tomorrow and give him a kiss." "Who's the grandfather?" "Ernie. You know Ernie, don't you? Everybody knows Ernie. He worries about her, so do I sometimes. That skateboard. There was a shudder in Joni's voice. I'll tell her. Claire had no more than hung up when there was a knock at the door. At first she didn't know who the middle-aged woman with the pale, strange face was. Then she realized it was Linda Everett, who ordinarily worked the school crossing beat and ticketed cars that overstayed their welcome in the 2-hour parking zones on Main Street. And she wasn't middle-aged at all. She just looked that way now. Linda, Claire said, what's wrong? Is it Rusty? Has something happened to Rusty? She was thinking of radiation, at least in the front of her mind. In the back, even worse ideas slithered around. He's been arrested. The Monopoly game in the dining room had ceased. The participants now stood together in the living room doorway, gazing at Linda solemnly. It's a whole laundry list of charges, including criminal complicity in the murders of Lester Coggins and Brenda Perkins. No! Benny cried. Claire thought of telling them to leave the room and decided it would be hopeless. She thought she knew why Linda was here and understood it, but still hated her a little for coming. And Rusty, too, for getting the kids involved. Except they were all involved, weren't they? Under the dome, involvement was no longer a matter of choice. He got in Rennie's way, Linda said. That's what it's really about. That's what it's all about now, as far as Big Jim's concerned. Who's in his way and who isn't. He's forgotten entirely what a terrible situation we're in here. No, it's worse than that. He's using the situation. Joe looked at Linda solemnly. Does Mr. Rennie know where we went this morning, Miss Everett? Does he know about the box? I don't think he should know about the box. What box? The one we found on Black Ridge, Norrie said. We only saw the light it puts out. Rusty went right up and looked at it. It's the generator, Benny said. Only he couldn't shut it off. He couldn't even lift it, although he said it was real small. I don't know anything about this, Linda said. Then neither does Rennie, Joe said. He looked as if the weight of the world had just slipped off his shoulders. How do you know? Because he would have sent the cops to question us, Joe said. And if we didn't answer the questions, they'd take us to jail. At a distance there came a pair of faint reports. Claire cocked her head and frowned. Were those firecrackers or gunshots? Linda didn't know, and because they hadn't come from town, they were too faint for that. She didn't care. Kids, tell me what happened on Black Ridge. Tell me everything. What you saw and what Rusty saw. And later tonight there's some other people you may have to tell. It's time we put together everything we know. In fact, it's past time. Claire opened her mouth to say she didn't want to get involved, then didn't. Because there was no choice. None, at least, that she could see. 14. The WCIK studio was set well back from Little Bitch Road, and the driveway leading to it, paved, and in far better shape than the road itself, was almost 1/4 of a mile long. At the Little Bitch end, it was flanked by a pair of 100-year oaks. Their fall foliage, in a normal season brilliant enough to qualify for a calendar or tourism brochure, now hung limp and brown. Andy Sanders stood behind one of these crenellated trunks. Chef was behind the other. They could hear the approaching diesel roar of big trucks. Sweat ran into Andy's eyes, and he wiped it away. Sanders. What? Is your safety off? Andy checked. Yes. All right. Listen, and get it right the first time. If I tell you to start shooting, spray those motherfuckers. Top to bottom, fore and aft. If I don't tell you to shoot, just stand there. Have you got that? Yes. I don't think there's going to be any killing. Thank God, Andy thought. Not if it's just the Bowies and Mr. Chicken, but I can't be sure. If I do have to make a play, will you back me? Yes. No hesitation. And keep your finger off that damn trigger or you're apt to blow your own head off. Andy looked down, saw his finger was indeed curled around the trigger of the AK, and removed it in a hurry. They waited. Andy could hear his heartbeat in the middle of his head. He told himself it was stupid to be afraid. If not for a fortuitous phone call, he'd already be dead. But it did no good, because a new world had opened in front of him. He knew it might turn out to be a false world. Hadn't he seen what Dope had done to Andy Grinnell? But it was better than the shitty world he'd been living in. God, please let them just go away, he prayed. Please. The trucks appeared, rolling slow and blowing dark smoke into the muted remains of the day. Peeking from behind his tree, Andy could see 2 men in the lead truck. Probably the Bowies. For a long time, Chef didn't move. Andy was beginning to think he changed his mind and meant to let them take the propane after all. Then Chef stepped out and triggered off 2 quick rounds. Stoned or not, Chef's aim was good. Both front tires of the lead truck went flat. The front end pogoed up and down 3 or 4 times, and then the truck came to a halt. The one behind almost rear-ended it. Andy could hear the faint sound of music, some hymn, and guessed that whoever was driving the second truck hadn't heard the gunshots over the radio. The cab of the lead truck, meanwhile, looked empty. Both men had ducked down out of sight. Chef Bushy, still barefooted and wearing nothing but his rivet PJs, the garage door opener was hooked over the sagging waistband like a beeper, stepped out from behind his tree. "Stuart Bowie," he called. "Fern Bowie, come on out of there and talk to me." He leaned God's warrior against the oak. Nothing from the cab of the lead truck, but the driver's door of the second truck opened and Roger Killian got out. "What's the hold-up?" he bawled. "I gotta get back and feed my chick." Then he saw Chef. "Hey there, Philly, what's up?" "Get down," one of the Bowies bawled. "Crazy son of a bitch is shooting." Roger looked at Chef, then at the AK-47 leaning against the tree. "Maybe he was, but he's put the gun down. Besides, it's just him. What's the deal, Phil?" "I'm Chef now. Call me Chef." "Okay, Chef, what's the deal?" "Go out, Stuart," Chef called. "You too, Fern. Nobody's gonna get hurt here, I guess." The doors of the lead truck opened. Without turning his head, Chef said, "Sanders, if either of those 2 fools has a gun, you open up. Never mind single shot. Turn him into taco cheese." But neither Bowie had a gun. Fern had his hands hoisted. "Who are you talking to, buddy?" Stuart asked. "Step out here, Sanders," Chef said. Andy did. Now that the threat of immediate carnage seemed to have passed, he was starting to enjoy himself. If he'd thought to bring one of Chef's fry daddies with him, he was sure he'd be enjoying himself even more. "Andy," Stuart said, astounded, "what are you doing here?" "I've been drafted into the Lord's army, and you are bitter men. We know all about you, and you have no place here." "Huh?" Fern said. He lowered his hands. The nose of the lead truck was slowly canting toward the road as the big front tires continued to deflate. "Well said, Sanders," Chef told him. Then to Stuart, "All 3 of you get in that second truck, turn it around and haul your sorry asses back to town. When you get there, tell that apostate son of the devil that WCIK is ours now. That includes the lab and all the supplies." "What the fuck are you talking about, Phil?" "Chef." Stuart made a flapping gesture with one hand. "Call yourself whatever you want. Just tell me, what is this about?" "I know your brother's stupid," Chef said, "and Mr. Chicken there probably can't tie his own shoes without a blueprint." "Hey," Roger cried. "Watch your mouth." Andy raised his AK. He thought that when he got a chance, he would paint Claudette on the stock. "No, you watch yours." Roger Killian went pale and fell back a step. That had never happened when Andy spoke at a town meeting, and it was very gratifying. Chef went on talking as if there had been no interruption. "But you've got at least half a brain, Stuart, so use it. Leave that truck setting right where it is and go back to town and tell the one. Tell Rennie this out here doesn't belong to him anymore. It belongs to God. Tell him Star Wormwood has blazed, and if he doesn't want the apocalypse to come early, he better leave us alone." He considered. "You can also tell him we'll keep putting out the music. I doubt he's worried about that, but there's some in town might find it a comfort." "Do you know how many cops he's got now?" Stuart asked. "I don't give a tin shit. I think about 30. But tomorrow it's apt to be 50, and half the damn town's wearing blue support armbands. If he tells them to posse up, it won't be no trouble." "It won't be no help either," Chef said. "Our faith is in the Lord, and our strength is that of 10. "Well," Roger said, flashing his math skills, "that's 20, but you're still outnumbered." "Shut up, Roger," Fern said. Stuart tried again. "Phil, Chef, you need to chill the fuck out, because it ain't no thing. You don't want the dope, just the propane. Half the Jennies in town are out. By the weekend it'll be 3/4. Let us take the propane." "I need it to cook with." "Sorry." Stuart looked at him as if he had gone mad. He probably has, Andy thought. We probably both have. But of course, Jim Rennie was mad too, so that was a wash. "Go on now," Chef said, "and tell him that if he tries sending troops against us, he will regret it." Stuart thought this over, then shrugged. No skin off my rosy red chin-chinna. Come on, Fern. Roger, I'll drive.
Fine by me, Roger Killian said. I hate all them gears.
He gave Chef and Andy a final look rich with mistrust, then started back to the second truck.
God bless you, fellas,
Andy called. Stewart threw a sour dart of a glance back over his shoulder. God bless you, too, because God knows you're going to need it. The new proprietors of the largest meth lab in North America stood side by side, watching the big orange truck back down the road, make a clumsy K-turn, and drive away. Sanders.
Yes, Chef?
I want to pep up the music, and immediately. This town needs some Mavis Staples. Also some Clark sisters. Once I get that shit queued up, let's smoke. Andy's eyes filled with tears. He put his arm around the former Phil Bushy's bony shoulders and hugged.
I love you, Chef.
Thanks, Sanders. Right back at you. Just keep your gun loaded. From now on, we'll have to stand watches. 15. Big Jim was sitting at his son's bedside as approaching sunset turned the day orange. Douglas Twitchell had come in to give Junior a shot. Now the boy was deeply asleep. In some ways, Big Jim knew, it would be better if Junior died. Alive and with a tumor pressing down on his brain, there was no telling what he might do or say. Of course, the kid was his own flesh and blood, but there was the greater good to think about. The good of the town. One of the extra pillows in the closet would probably do it. That was when his phone rang. He looked at the name in the window and frowned. Something had gone wrong. Stewart would hardly be calling so soon if it were otherwise. What? He listened with growing astonishment. Andy? Out there? Andy with a gun? Stewart was waiting for him to answer, waiting to be told what to do. Get in line, pal, Big Jim thought, and sighed. Give me a minute, I need to think. I'll call you back. He ended the call and considered this new problem. He could take a bunch of cops out there tonight. In some ways it was an attractive idea. Whip them up at Food City, then lead the raid himself. If Andy died, so much the better. That would make James Rennie Sr. the entire town government. On the other hand, the special town meeting was tomorrow night. Everyone would come and there would be questions. He was sure he could lay the meth lab off on Barbara and the friends of Barbara. In Big Jim's mind, Andy Sanders had now become an official friend of Barbara. But still, no. No. He wanted his flock scared, but not in an outright panic. Panic wouldn't serve his purpose, which was to establish complete control of the town. And if he let Andy and Bushy stay where they were for a little while, what harm? It might even do some good. They'd grow complacent. They might fancy themselves forgotten, because drugs were full of vitamin stupid. Friday, on the other hand, the day after tomorrow, was that Cotton Picker Cox's designated visitors' day. Everybody would stream out to the Dinsmore farm again. Burpee would no doubt set up another hot dog stand. While that cluster mug was going on, and while Cox was conducting his one-man press conference, Big Jim himself could lead a force of 16 or 18 police up to the radio station and wipe those two troublesome stoners out. Yes, that was the answer. He called Stewart back and told him to leave well enough alone. But I thought you wanted the propane, Stewart said. We'll get it, Big Jim said, and you can help us take care of those two if you want to. You're damn right I want to, that son of a bitch. Sorry, Big Jim, that son of a Buck Bushy needs a payback. He'll get it, Friday afternoon. Clear your schedule. Big Jim felt fine again. Heart beating slowly and steadily in his chest. Nary a stutter or flutter. And that was good, because there was so much to do, starting with tonight's police pep talk at Food City. Just the right environment in which to impress the importance of order on a bunch of new cops. Really, there was nothing like a scene of destruction to get people playing follow the leader. He started out of the room, then went back and kissed his sleeping son's cheek. Getting rid of Junior might become necessary, but for the time being, that too could wait. 16. Another night is falling on the little town of Chester's Mill. Another night under the dome. But there is no rest for us. We have 2 meetings to attend, and we also ought to check up on Horace the Corgi before we sleep. Horace is keeping Andrea Grinnell company tonight, and although he is for the moment biding his time, he has not forgotten the popcorn between the couch and the wall. So let us go then, you and I, while the evening spreads out against the sky like a patient etherized upon a table. Let us go while the first discolored stars begin to show overhead. This is the only town in a 4-state area where they're out tonight. Rain has overspread northern New England, and cable news viewers will soon be treated to some remarkable satellite photographs showing a hole in the clouds that exactly mimics the sock shape of Chester's Mill. Here the stars shine down, but now they're dirty stars, because the dome is dirty. Heavy showers fall in Tarker's Mills, and the part of Castle Rock known as The View. CNN's meteorologist, Reynolds Wolfe, no relation to Rose Twitchell's Wolfie, says that while no one can as yet be entirely sure, it seems likely that the west-to-east airflow is pushing the clouds against the western side of the dome and squeezing them like sponges before they can slide away to the north and south. He calls it a fascinating phenomenon. Suzanne Malveaux, the anchor, asks him what the long-term weather under the dome might be like if the crisis continues. Suzanne, Reynolds Wolfe says, that's a great question. All we know for sure is that Chester's Mill isn't getting any rain tonight, although the surface of the dome is permeable enough so that some moisture may be seeping through where the showers are heaviest. NOAA meteorologists tell me the long-term prospects of precip under the dome aren't good. And we know their principal waterway, Pressfield Stream, has pretty much dried up. He smiles, showing a great set of TV teeth. Thank God for artesian wells. You bet, Reynolds, Suzanne says, and then the Geico Gecko appears on the TV screens of America. That's enough cable news. Let us float through certain half-deserted streets, past the Congo Church and the parsonage. The meeting there hasn't started yet, but Piper has loaded up the big coffee urn, and Julia is making sandwiches by the light of a hissing Coleman lamp. Past the McCain house surrounded by its sad sag of yellow police tape. Downtown Common Hill and past the town hall, where Janitor Al Timmons and a couple of his friends are cleaning and sprucing up for the special town meeting tomorrow night. Past War Memorial Plaza, where the statue of Lucian Calvert, Norrie's great-grandfather, I probably don't have to tell you that, keeps his long watch. We'll stop for a quick check on Barbie and Rusty, shall we? There'll be no problem getting downstairs. There are only 3 cops in the ready room, and Stacy Morgan, who's on the desk, is sleeping with her head pillowed on her forearm. The rest of the PD is at Food City, listening to Big Jim's latest stem winder, but it wouldn't matter if they were all here because we are invisible. They would feel no more than a faint draft as we glide past them. There's not much to see in the coop, because Hope is as invisible as we are. The 2 men have nothing to do but wait until tomorrow night, and hope that things break their way. Rusty's hand hurts, but the pain isn't as bad as he thought it might be, and the swelling isn't as bad as he feared. Also, Stacy Morgan, God bless her heart, snuck him a couple of Excedrin around 5 p.m. For the time being, these 2 men, our heroes, I suppose, are sitting on their bunks and playing 20 questions. It's Rusty's turn to guess. Animal, vegetable, or mineral? He asks. None of them, Barbie replies. How can it be none of them? It has to be one. It's not, Barbie says. He is thinking of Papa Smurf. You're jacking me up. I'm not. You have to be. Quit pitching and start asking. Can I have a hint? No, that's your first note, 19 to go. Wait a goddamn minute, that's not fair. We'll leave them to shift the weight of the next 24 hours as best they can, shall we? Let us make our way past the still-simmering heap of ashes that used to be the Democrat. Alas, no longer serving the little town that looks like a boot. Past Sanders' hometown drug. Scorched, but still standing. Although Andy Sanders will never pass through its doors again. Past the bookstore and Leclerc's Maison des Fleurs, where all the fleurs are now dead or dying. Let us pass under the dead stoplight marking the intersection of routes 119 and 117. We brush it. It sways slightly, then stills again. And cross the Food City parking lot. We are as silent as a child's sleeping breath. The supermarket's big front windows have been covered with plywood requisitioned from Tabby Morrell's lumberyard. And the worst of the gluck on the floor has been mopped up by Jack Cale and Ernie Calvert. But Food City is still a god-awful mess, with boxes and dry goods strewn from hell to breakfast. The remaining merchandise, what hasn't been carted away to various town pantries or stored in the motor pool behind the PD, in other words, is scattered helter-skelter on the shelves. The soft drink cooler, beer cooler, and ice cream freezer are busted in. There's the high stink of spilled wine. This leftover chaos is exactly what Big Jim Rennie wants his new, and awfully young for the most part, cadre of enforcement officers to see. He wants them to realize the whole town could look like this. And he's canny enough to know he doesn't need to say it right out loud. They will get the point. This is what happens when the shepherd fails in his duty and the flock stampedes. Do we need to listen to his speech? Nah. We'll be listening to Big Jim tomorrow night, and that should be enough. Besides, we all know how this one goes. America's 2 great specialties are demagogues and rock and roll, and we've all heard plenty of both in our time. Yet, we should examine the faces of his listeners before we go. Notice how rapt they are. And then remind yourself that many of these, Carter Thibodeau, Mickey Wardlaw, and Todd Wendelstadt, to name just 3, are chumps who couldn't get through a single week of school without scoring detention for causing trouble in class or fighting in the bathrooms. But Rennie has them hypnotized. He's never been much of a shake one-on-one, but when he's in front of a crowd, rowdy-dow and hot cha-cha, as old Clayton Brassey used to say back in the days when he still had a few working brain cells. Big Jim's telling them, thin blue line, and the pride of standing with your fellow officers, and the town is depending on you. Other stuff, too. The good stuff that never loses its charm. Big Jim switches to Barbie. He tells them that Barbie's friends are still out there, sowing discord and fomenting dissension for their own evil purposes. Lowering his voice, he says, they'll try to discredit me. The lies they'll tell have no bottom. A growl of displeasure greets this. Will you listen to lies? Will you let them discredit me? Will you allow this town to go without a strong leader in its time of greatest need? The answer, of course, is a resounding no. And although Big Jim continues, like most politicians, he believes in not just gilding the lily, but spray painting it. We can leave him now. Let's head up these deserted streets to the Congo parsonage. And look, here's someone we can walk with. A 13-year-old girl dressed in faded jeans and an old-school winged ripper skateboard tee. The tough riot girl pout that is her mother's despair is gone from Norrie Calvert's face this evening. It has been replaced by an expression of wonder that makes her look like the 8-year-old she not so long ago was. We follow her gaze and see a vast full moon climbing from the clouds to the east of town. It is the color and shape of a freshly cut pink grapefruit. Oh, my God, Norrie whispers. One fisted hand is pressed between the scant nubs of her breasts as she looks at that pink freak of a moon. Then she walks on, not so amazed that she fails to look around herself from time to time to make sure she's not being noticed. This is as per Linda Everett's order. They were to go alone, they were to be unobtrusive, and they were to make absolutely sure they weren't followed. This isn't a game, Linda told them. Norrie was more impressed by her pale, strained face than by her words. If we get caught, they won't just take away hit points or make us miss a turn. Do you kids understand that? Can I go with Joe? Mrs. McClatchy asked. She was almost as pale as Mrs. Everett. Mrs. Everett shook her head. Bad idea. And that had impressed Norrie most of all. No, not a game. Maybe life and death. Ah, but there is the church. And the parsonage, tucked in right beside it. Norrie can see the bright white light of Coleman lanterns around back, where the kitchen must be. Soon she'll be inside, out from under the gaze of that awful pink moon. Soon she'll be safe. So she's thinking when a shadow detaches itself from one of the thicker shadows and takes her by the arm. 17. Norrie was too startled to scream, which was just as well. When the pink moon lit the face of the man who had accosted her, she saw it was Romeo Burby. You scared the crap out of me, she whispered. Sorry, just keeping an eye out, me. Romy let go of her arm and looked around. Where are your boyfriends? Norrie smiled at that. Dunno. We were supposed to come by ourselves in different ways. That's what Mrs. Everett said. She looked down the hill. I think that's Joey's mom coming now. We should go in. They walked toward the light of the lanterns. The parsonage's inner door was standing open. Romy knocked softly on the side of the screen and said, Romy Burby and a friend. If there's a password, we didn't get it. Piper Libby opened the door and let them in. She looked curiously at Norrie. Who are you? Damn if that isn't my granddaughter, Ernie said, coming into the room. He had a glass of lemonade in one hand and a grin on his face. Come here, girl, I've been missing you. Norrie gave him a strong hug and kissed him as her mother had instructed. She hadn't expected to obey those instructions so soon, but was glad to do so. And to him, she could tell the truth that torture would not have dragged from her lips in front of the guy she hung with. Grandpa, I'm so scared. We all are, honey girl. He hugged her more tightly, then looked into her upturned face. I don't know what you're doing here, but now that you are, how about a glass of lemonade? Norrie saw the urn and said, I'd rather have coffee. So would I, Piper said. I got it all loaded with high test and ready to go before I remembered I have no power. She gave her head a little shake as if to clear it. This keeps hitting me in different ways. There was another knock at the back door, and Lissa Jameson came in, her cheeks high with color. I stashed my bike in your garage, Reverend Libby. I hope that's okay. Fine. And if we're engaging in criminal conspiracy here, as Rennie and Randolph would no doubt contend, you better call me Piper. 18. They were all early, and Piper called the Chester's Mill Revolutionary Committee to order at just past 9 o'clock. What impressed her initially was how uneven the sexual division was. 8 females, and only 4 males. And of the 4 males, 1 was past retirement age, and 2 weren't old enough to get into an R-rated movie by themselves. She had to remind herself that 100 guerrilla armies in various parts of the world had put guns in the hands of women, and kids, no older than these here tonight. That didn't make it right, but sometimes what was right and what was necessary came into conflict. I'd like us to bow our heads for a minute, Piper said. I'm not going to pray because I'm no longer sure just who I'm talking to when I do that. But you might want to say a word to the God of your understanding, because tonight we need all the help we can get. They did as she asked. Some still had their heads down and their eyes closed when Piper raised her own head to look at them. 2 recently fired lady cops, a retired supermarket manager, a newspaper woman who no longer had a newspaper, a librarian, the owner of the local restaurant, a dome widow who couldn't stop spinning the wedding ring on her finger, the local department store tycoon, and 3 uncharacteristically solemn-faced kids sitting scrunched together on the sofa. Okay. Amen, Piper said. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Jackie Weddington, who knows what she's doing. That's probably too optimistic, Jackie said. Not to mention hasty, because I'm going to turn the meeting over to Joe McClatchy. Joe looked startled. Me? But before he gets going, she went on, I'm going to ask his friends to serve as lookouts, Norrie in front and Benny in back. Jackie saw the protest on their faces and raised a hand to forestall it. This isn't an excuse to get you out of the room. It's important. I don't need to tell you it might not be good if the powers that be caught us in conclave. You 2 are the smallest. Find some nice deep shadows and slide in. If you see someone coming who looks suspicious or any of the town police cars, clap your hands, like this. She clapped once, then twice, then once more. You'll be filled in on everything later, I promise you. The new order of the day is pooled information, no secrets. When they were gone, Jackie turned to Joe. This box you told Linda about, tell everyone. From beginning to end. Joe did it on his feet, as if reciting in school. Then we came back to town, he finished, and that bastard Rennie had Rusty arrested. He wiped sweat from his forehead and sank back down on the couch. Claire put an arm around his shoulders. Joe says it would be bad for Rennie to find out about the box, she said. He thinks Rennie might want it to keep on doing what it's doing, instead of trying to turn it off or destroy it. I think he's right, Jackie said. So its existence and location is our first secret. I don't know, Joe said. What? Julia asked. You think he should know? Maybe. Sort of. I need to think. Jackie pushed on without questioning him further. Here's the second order of business. I want to try and break Barbie and Rusty out of jail. Tomorrow night during the big town meeting. Barbie's the guy the president designated to take over the town administration. Anybody but Rennie, Ernie growled. Incompetent son of a bitch thinks he owns this bug. He's good at one thing, Linda said, stirring up trouble when it suits him. The food riot and the newspaper being burned, I think both of those were done according to his orders. Of course they were, Jackie said. Anyone who could kill his own pastor. Rose goggled at her. Are you saying Rennie killed Coggins? Jackie told him about the basement workroom in the funeral parlor, and how the marks on Coggins' face matched the gold baseball Rusty had seen in Rennie's study. They listened with dismay, but no disbelief. The girls, too? Lissa Jameson said in a small, horrified voice. I've got his son down for that. Jackie spoke almost briskly, and those murders were probably not related to Big Jim's political machinations. Junior collapsed this morning, at the McCain house, incidentally, where the bodies were found. By him. What a coincidence, Ernie said. He's in the hospital. Ginny Tomlinson says it's almost certainly a brain tumor, which can cause violent behavior. A father-son murder team. Claire was hugging Joe more tightly than ever. Not a team, exactly, Jackie said. Call it the same wild strain of behavior, something genetic, coming out under pressure. Linda said, but the bodies being in the same place strongly suggests that if there were 2 murderers, they were working together. The point is, my husband and Dale Barbara are almost certainly being held by a killer who's using them to build a grand conspiracy theory. The only reason they haven't already been killed in custody is because Rennie wants to make an example of them. He wants them executed in public. Her face cramped for a moment as she fought off tears. I can't believe he's gotten as far as he has, Alyssa said. She was twisting the ankh she wore back and forth. He's a used car dealer, for heaven's sake. Silence greeted this. Now look, Jackie said after it had stretched out a bit. By telling you what Linda and I mean to do, I've made this a real conspiracy. I'm going to ask for a vote. If you want to be a part of this, raise your hand. Those who don't raise their hands can leave, contingent on a promise not to blab about what we've discussed, which you wouldn't want to do anyway. If you don't tell anybody who was here and what was discussed, you won't have to explain how you heard. This is dangerous. We might end up in jail or even worse. So let's see some hands. Who wants to stay? Joe raised his hand first. But Piper, Julia, Rose, and Ernie Calvert were not far behind. Linda and Romy raised their hands together. Lissa looked at Claire McClatchy. Claire sighed and nodded. The two women raised their hands. Way to go, Mom, Joe said. If you ever tell your father what I let you get into, she said, you won't need James Rennie to execute you. I'll do it myself. 19. Linda can't go into the PD after them, Romy said. He was speaking to Jackie. Who then? You and me, hon. Linda's gonna go to the big meeting, where 600 or 800 people can testify that they saw her. Why can't I go? Linda asked. That's my husband they've got. That's why, Julia said simply. How do you want to do it? Romy asked Jackie. Well, I suggest we wear masks. Duh, Rose said, and made a face. They all laughed. Lucky us, Romy said. I got a great selection of Halloween masks at the store. Maybe I'll be the Little Mermaid, Jackie said a little wistfully. She realized everyone was looking at her and blushed. Whatever. In any case, we'll need guns. I have an extra at home, a Beretta. Do you have something, Romy? I put away some rifles and shotguns in the store safe, and got at least one with a scope. I won't say I saw this coming, but I saw something coming. Joe spoke up. You'll also need a getaway vehicle and not your van, Romy, because everyone knows it. I got an idea about that, Ernie said. Let's take a vehicle from Jim Rennie's used car lot. He's got half a dozen high-mileage phone company vans he picked up last spring. They're out in the back. Using one of his, it'd be, poetic justice. And exactly how are you going to get the key? Romy asked. Break into his office at the showroom? If the one we picked doesn't have an electronic ignition, I can hotwire it, Ernie said. Fixing Joe with a frowning glance, he added, I'd prefer you didn't tell my granddaughter that, young man. Joe did a lip-zipping pantomime that made them all laugh again. The special town meeting is scheduled to start at 7 tomorrow night, Jackie said. If we go into the PD around 8. We can do better than that, Linda said. If I have to go to the damn meeting, I might as well do some good. I'll wear a dress with big pockets and carry my police radio, the extra that's still in my personal vehicle. You two, be in the van, ready to go. Tension was creeping into the room. They all felt it. This was starting to be real. At the loading dock behind my store, Romy said. Out of sight. Once Rennie really gets going on his speech, Linda said, I'll give you a triple break on the radio. That's your signal to roll. How many police will there be at the station? Lissa asked. I might be able to find out from Stacy Morgan, Jackie said. There won't be many, though. Why would there be? So far as Big Jim knows, there are no real friends of Barbie. Just the straw men he's set up. He'll also want to make sure his tender ass is well protected, Julia said. There was some laughter at this, but Joe's mother looked deeply troubled. There'll be some at the police station, no matter what. What are you going to do if they resist you? They won't, Jackie said. We'll have them locked in their own cells before they know what's happening. But if they do, then we'll try not to kill them. Linda's voice was calm, but her eyes were those of a creature who has screwed its courage up in some final desperate effort to save itself. There's probably going to be killing anyway, if the dome stays up much longer. The execution of Barbie and my husband in War Memorial Plaza will only be the start of it. Let's say you get them out, Julia said. Where will you take them? Here? No way, Piper said and touched her still swollen mouth. I'm already on Rennie's shit list, not to mention that guy who's now his personal bodyguard, Thibodeau. My dog bit him. Anyway, near the center of town's not a great idea, Rose said. They could do a house-to-house. God knows they've got enough cops.
Plus all the people wearing the blue armbands, Romy added.
What about one of the summer cabins out at Chester Pond? Julia asked.
Possible, Ernie said, but they could think of that, too.
It still might be the best bet, Lissa said. Mr. Burpee, Joe asked, have you got any more of that lead roll?
Sure, tons. And make it Romy.
If Mr. Calvert can steal a van tomorrow, could you sneak it behind your store and put a bunch of pre-cut pieces of lead roll in the back? One's big enough to cover the windows.
I guess so.
Joe looked at Jackie. And could you get hold of this Colonel Cox, if you had to? Yes. Jackie and Julia answered together, then looked at each other in surprise.
Light was dawning on Romy's face. You're thinking about the old McCoy place, aren't you? Up on Black Ridge, where the box is.
Yeah, it might be a bad idea, but if we all had to run, if we were all up there, we could defend the box. I know that sounds crazy since it's the thing causing all the problems, but we can't let Rennie get it.
I hope it don't come to refighting the Alamo and Apple Orchard, Romy said, but I see your point.
There's something else we could do, too, Joe said. It's a little risky, and it might not work, but... Spill it, Julia said. She was looking at Joe McClatchy with a kind of bemused awe. Well, is the Geiger counter still in your van, Romy?
I think so, yeah.
Maybe someone could put it back in the fallout shelter where it came from. Joe turned to Jackie and Linda. Could either of you get in there? I mean, I know you got fired. Al Timmons would let us in, I think, Linda said, and he'd let Stacey Morgan in for sure. She's with us. The only reason she's not here right now is because she's got the duty. Why risk it, Joe? Because... He was speaking with uncharacteristic slowness, feeling his way. Well, there's radiation out there, see? Bad radiation. It's just a belt. I bet you could drive right through it without any protection at all and not get hurt, if you drove fast and didn't try it too often. But they don't know that. The problem is they don't know there's radiation out there at all, and they won't, if they don't have the Geiger counter. Jackie was frowning. It's a cool idea, kiddo, but I don't like the idea of pointing Rennie right at where we're going. That doesn't fit with my idea of a safe house. It wouldn't have to be like that, Joe said. He was still speaking slowly, testing for weak spots. Not exactly, anyway. One of you could get in touch with Cox, see? Tell him to call Rennie, and say they're picking up spot radiation. Cox can say something like, can't exactly pinpoint it because it comes and goes, but it's pretty high, maybe even lethal, so watch out. You don't happen to have a Geiger counter, do you? There was a long silence as they considered this. Then Romy said, we take Barbara and Rusty out to the McCoy farm. We go there ourselves if we have to, which we probably will. And if they try to go out there, they get a radiation spike on the Geiger counter that sends them running back to town with their hands over their worthless gonads, Ernie rasped. Claire McClatchy, you got a genius there. Claire hugged Joe tight, this time with both arms. Now, if I could only get him to pick up his room, she said. 20. Horace lay on the rug in Andrea Grinnell's living room with his snout on one paw and his eye on the woman his mistress had left him with. Ordinarily, Julia took him everywhere. He was quiet and never caused trouble, even if there were cats, which he didn't care for because of their stinkweed smell. Tonight, however, it had occurred to Julia that seeing Horace alive when her own dog was dead might cause Piper Libby pain. She had also noticed that Andy liked Horace, and thought that the corgi might take Andy's mind off her withdrawal symptoms, which had abated, but not disappeared. For a while it worked. Andy found a rubber ball in the toy box she still kept for her one grandchild, who was now well past the toy box stage of life. Horace chased the ball obediently and brought it back as was required, although there wasn't much challenge in it. He preferred balls that could be caught on the fly. But a job was a job, and he continued until Andy started shivering as if she were cold. Oh, fuck. Here it comes again. She lay down on the couch, shaking all over. She clutched one of the sofa pillows against her chest and stared at the ceiling. Pretty soon her teeth started to clatter, a very annoying sound in Horace's opinion. He brought her the ball, hoping to distract her, but she pushed him away. No, honey, not now. Let me get through this. Horace took the ball back in front of the blank TV and lay down. The woman's shaking moderated, and the sick smell moderated along with it. The arms clutching the pillow loosened, as she first began to drift, and then to snore, which meant it was chow time. Horace slipped under the table again, walking over the manila envelope containing the Vader file. Beyond it was popcorn nirvana. Oh, lucky dog. Horace was still snarking, his tailless rear end wagging with pleasure that was close to ecstasy. The scattered kernels were incredibly buttery, incredibly salty, and best of all, aged to perfection. When the dead voice spoke again, "Take that to her." But he couldn't. His mistress was gone. The other her. The dead voice broke no refusal, and the popcorn was almost gone anyway. Horace marked the few remaining blossoms for later attention, then backed up until the envelope was in front of him. For a moment he forgot what he was supposed to do. Then he remembered, and picked it up in his mouth. Good dog. 21. Something cold licked Andrea's cheek. She pushed it away and turned on her side. For a moment or two, she almost escaped back into healing sleep. And then there was a bark. Shut up, Horace. She put the sofa pillow over her head. There was another bark, and then 34 pounds of corgi landed on her legs. Ah! Andy cried, sitting up. She looked into a pair of brilliant hazel eyes and a foxy, grinning face. Only there was something interrupting that grin. A brown manila envelope. Horace dropped it on her stomach and jumped back down. He wasn't supposed to get on furniture other than his own, but the dead voice had made this seem like an emergency. Andrea picked up the envelope, which had been dented by the points of Horace's teeth and was faintly marked with the tracks of his paws. There was also a kernel of popcorn stuck to it, which she brushed away. Whatever was inside felt fairly bulky. Printed on the front of the envelope in block letters were the words, Vader file. Below that, also printed, Julia Shumway. Horace, where did you get this? Horace couldn't answer that, of course, but he didn't have to. The kernel of popcorn told her where. A memory surfaced then, one so shimmery and unreal that it was more like a dream. Was it a dream, or had Brenda Perkins really come to her door after that first terrible night of withdrawal, while the food riot was going on at the other end of town? Will you hold this for me, dear, just for a little while? I have an errand to run, and I don't want to take it with me. She was here, she told Horace. And she had this envelope. I took it. At least I think I did. But then I had to throw up. Throw up again. I might have tossed it at the table. I was running for the John. Did it fall off? Did you find it on the floor? Horace uttered one sharp bark. It could have been agreement. It could have been, I'm ready for more ball if you are. Well, thanks, Andrea said. Good pup. I'll give it to Julia as soon as she comes back. She no longer felt sleepy, and she wasn't for the moment shivery either. What she was curious. Because Brenda was dead. Murdered. And it must have happened not long after she delivered this envelope, which might make it important. I'll just have a tiny peek, shall I? She said. Horace barked again. To Andy Grinnell it sounded like, why not? Andrea opened the envelope, and most of Big Jim Rennie's secrets fell out into her lap. 22. Claire got home first. Benny came next, then Norrie. The three of them were sitting together on the porch of the McClatchy house when Joe arrived, cutting across lawns and keeping to the shadows. Benny and Norrie were drinking warm Dr. Brown's cream soda. Claire was nursing a bottle of her husband's beer as she rocked slowly to and fro on the porch glider. Joe sat down beside her, and Claire put an arm around his bony shoulders. He's fragile, she thought. He doesn't know it, but he is. No more to him than a bird. Dude, Benny said, handing him the soda he'd saved for him. We were starting to get a little worried. Miss Shumway had a few more questions about the box, Joe said. More than I can answer, really. Gosh, it's warm out, isn't it? Warm as a summer night. He turned his gaze upward. And look at that moon. I don't want to, Norrie said. It's scary. You okay, honey? Claire asked. Yeah, Mom, you? She smiled. I don't know. Is this going to work? What do you guys think? I mean, really think. For a moment, none of them answered, and that scared her more than anything. Then Joe kissed her on the cheek and said, It'll work. You're sure? Yeah. She could always tell when he was lying, although she knew the talent might leave her when he was older. But she didn't call him on it this time. She just kissed him back, her breath warm and somehow fatherly with beer. Just as long as there's no bloodshed. No blood, Joe said. She smiled. Okay, that's good enough for me. They sat there in the dark a while longer, saying little. Then they went inside, leaving the town to sleep under the pink moon. It was just past midnight. Blood everywhere. 1. It was 12:30 on the morning of October 26th when Julia let herself into Andrea's house. She did it quietly, but there was no need. She could hear music from Andy's little portable radio. The Staple Singers, kicking holy ass with Get Right Church. Horace came down the hall to greet her, wagging his rear end and grinning that slightly mad grin of which only corgis seemed capable. He bowed before her, paws splayed, and Julia gave him a brief scratch behind the ears. It was his sweet spot. Andrea was sitting on the couch, drinking a glass of tea. Sorry about the music, she said, turning it down. I couldn't sleep. It's your house, honey, Julia said, and for WCIK, that really rocks. Andy smiled. It's been up-tempo gospel ever since this afternoon. I feel like I hit the jackpot. How was your meeting? Good. Julia sat down. Want to talk about it? You don't need to worry. What you need is to concentrate on feeling better. And you know what? You look a little better. It was true. Andy was still pale and much too thin, but the dark circles under her eyes had faded a little, and the eyes themselves had a new spark. Thanks for saying so. Was Horace a good boy? Very good. We played ball, and then we both slept a little. If I look better, that's probably why. Nothing like a nap to improve a girl's looks. What about your back? Andrea smiled. It was an oddly knowing smile, without much humor in it. My back isn't bad at all. Hardly a twinge, even when I bend over. Do you know what I think? Julia shook her head. I think that when it comes to drugs, the body and the mind are co-conspirators. If the brain wants drugs, the body helps out. It says, don't worry, don't feel guilty, it's okay, I really hurt. It's not exactly hypochondria I'm talking about, nothing so simple, just... She trailed off and her eyes grew distant as she went somewhere else. Where? Julia wondered. Then she came back. Human nature can be destructive. Tell me, do you think a town is like a body? Yes, Julia said instantly. And can it say it hurts, so the brain can take the drugs it craves? Julia considered, then nodded. Yes. And right now, Big Jim Rennie is this town's brain, isn't he? Yes, hon. I'd say he is. Andrea sat on the couch, head slightly lowered. Then she snapped off the little battery radio and got to her feet. I think I'll go up to bed. And do you know, I think I might actually be able to sleep. That's good. And then for no reason she could have articulated, Julia asked, Andy, did anything happen while I was gone? Andrea looked surprised. Why, yes. Horace and I played ball. She bent down without the slightest wince of pain. A movement she would only a week ago have claimed was impossible for her, and held out one hand. Horace came to her and allowed his head to be stroked. He's very good at fetching. 2. In her room, Andrea settled on her bed, opened the Vader file, and began to read through it again. More carefully this time. When she finally slid the papers back into the manila envelope, it was close to 2 a.m. She put the envelope into the drawer of the table next to her bed. Also in the drawer was a .38 pistol which her brother Douglas had given her for her birthday 2 years ago. She had been dismayed, but Dougie had insisted that a woman living alone should have protection. Now she took it out, popped the cylinder, and checked the chambers. The one that would roll under the hammer when the trigger was pulled for the first time was empty, as per Twitch's instructions. The other 5 were full. She had more bullets on the top shelf of her closet, but they would never give her a chance to reload. His little army of cops would shoot her down first. And if she couldn't kill Rennie with 5 shots, she probably didn't deserve to live anyway. After all, she murmured as she put the gun back in the drawer, what did I get straight for anyway? The answer seemed clear now that the oxy had cleared her brain. She'd gotten straight to shoot straight. Amen to that, she said, and turned out the light. 5 minutes later, she was asleep. 3. Junior was wide awake. He sat by the window in the hospital room's only chair, watching the bizarre pink moon decline and slip behind a black smudge on the dome that was new to him. This one was bigger, and much higher than the one left by the failed missile strikes.
Had there been some other effort to breach the dome while he'd been unconscious? He didn't know, and didn't care. What mattered was that the dome was still holding. If it hadn't been, the town would have been lit like Vegas and crawling with G.I. Joes. Oh, there were lights here and there, marking a few die-hard insomniacs. But for the most part, Chester's Mill slept. That was good, because he had things to think about. Namely, Barbie and Barbie's friends. Junior had no headache as he sat by the window, and his memories had come back. But he was aware that he was a very sick boy. There was a suspicious weakness all down the left side of his body, and sometimes spit slipped from that side of his mouth. If he wiped it away with his left hand, sometimes he could feel skin against skin, and sometimes he couldn't. In addition to this, there was a dark keyhole shape, quite large, floating on the left side of his vision, as if something had torn inside that eyeball. He supposed it had. He could remember the wild rage he'd felt on Dome Day, could remember chasing Angie down the hall to the kitchen, throwing her against the fridge and hoiking his knee into her face. He could remember the sound it made as if there were a china platter behind her eyes and his knee had shattered it. That rage was gone now. What had taken its place was a silken fury that flowed through his body from some bottomless source deep inside his head. A spring that simultaneously chilled and clarified. The old fuck he and Frankie had rousted at Chester Pond had come in to examine him earlier this evening. The old fuck acted professional, taking his temperature and blood pressure, asking how his headache was, even checking his knee reflexes with a little rubber hammer. Then, after he left, Junior heard talk and laughter. Barbie's name was mentioned. Junior crept to the door. It was the old fuck in one of the candy stripers, the pretty dago, whose name was Buffalo or something like Buffalo. The old fuck had her top open and was feeling her tits. She had his fly open and was jerking his dick. A poison green light surrounded them. Junior and his friend beat me up, the old fuck was saying. But now his friend's dead, and soon he will be too. Barbie's orders. I like to suck Barbie's dick like a peppermint stick, the Buffalo girl said, and the old fuck said he enjoyed that too. Then when Junior blinked his eyes, the two of them were just walking down the hall. No green aura, no dirty stuff. So maybe it had been hallucination. On the other hand, maybe not. One thing was for sure, they were all in it together. All in league with Barbie. He was in jail, but that was just temporary. To gain sympathy, probably. All part of Barbie's plan. Plus, he thought in that jail he was beyond Junior's reach. Wrong, he whispered as he sat by the window, looking out at the night with his now defective vision. Wrong. Junior knew exactly what had happened to him. It had come in a flash, and the logic was undeniable. He was suffering from thallium poisoning, like what had happened to that Russian guy in England. Barbie's dog tags had been coated with thallium dust, and Junior had handled them, and now he was dying. And since his father had sent him to Barbie's apartment, that meant he was a part of it, too. He was another of Barbie's... What did you call those guys? Minions, Junior whispered. Just another one of Big Jim Rennie's filet minions. Once you thought about it, once your mind was clarified, it made perfect sense. His father wanted to shut him up about Coggins and Perkins, hence thallium poisoning. It all hung together. Outside beyond the lawn, a wolf loped across the parking lot. On the lawn itself, two naked women were in the 69 position. 69 lunchtime, he and Frankie used to chant when they were kids. Then saw two girls walking together, not knowing what it meant, only knowing that it was rude. One of the crack snackers looked like Sammy Bushy. The nurse, Ginny her name was, had told him that Sammy was dead, which was obviously a lie, and meant that Ginny was in on it too, in on it with Barbie. Was there anyone in this whole town who wasn't? Who he could be sure wasn't? Yes, he realized. There were two. The kids he and Frank had found out by the pond, Alice and Aiden Appleton. He remembered their haunted eyes, and how the girl had hugged him when he picked her up. When he told her she was safe, she had asked, "Do you promise?" And Junior had told her yes. It made him feel really good to promise. The trusting weight of her had made him feel good, too. He made a sudden decision. He would kill Dale Barbara. If anyone got in his way, he would kill them too. Then he would find his father and kill him. A thing he had dreamed of doing for years, although he had never admitted it to himself fully until now. Once that was done, he'd seek out Aiden and Alice. If someone tried to stop him, he'd kill them too.
He would take the kids back out to Chester Pond, and he would take care of them. He would keep the promise he had made to Alice. If he did, he wouldn't die. God would not let him die of thallium poisoning while he was taking care of those kids. Now Angie McCain and Dodie Sanders went prancing across the parking lot, wearing cheerleader skirts and sweaters with Big Mills Wildcats W's on their chests. They saw him looking and began to gyrate their hips and lift up their skirts. Their faces slopped and jiggled with decay. They were chanting, "Open up the pantry door. Come on in, let's fuck some more. Go, team." Junior closed his eyes, opened them. His girlfriends were gone. Another hallucination like the wolf. About the 69 girls, he wasn't so sure. Maybe he thought he wouldn't take the children out to the pond after all. That was pretty far from town. Maybe he would take them to the McCain pantry instead. That was closer. There was plenty of food. And, of course, it was dark. "I'll take care of you kids," Junior said. "I'll keep you safe. Once Barbie's dead, the whole conspiracy will fall apart." After a while, he leaned his forehead against the glass, and then he too slept. 4. Henrietta Claver's ass might only have been bruised instead of broken, but it still hurt like a son of a bitch. At 84, she'd found everything that went wrong with you hurt like a son of a bitch. And at first she thought it was her ass that woke her at first light on that Thursday morning. But the Tylenol she'd taken at 3 a.m. still seemed to be holding. Plus, she found her late husband's fanny ring. John Clavert had suffered hemorrhoids, and that helped considerably. No, it was something else. And shortly after awakening, she realized what it was. The Freeman's Irish setter, Buddy, was howling. Buddy never howled. He was the most polite dog on Battle Street, a short lane just beyond Catherine Russell Drive. Also, the Freeman's generator had stopped. Henrietta thought that might have actually been what woke her up, not the dog. Certainly it had put her to sleep last night. It wasn't one of those rackety ones blowing blue exhaust smoke into the air. The Freeman's generator gave off a low, sleek purr that was actually quite soothing. Henrietta supposed it was expensive, but the Freemans could afford it. Will owned the Toyota franchise Big Jim Rennie had once coveted, and although these were hard times for most car dealers, Will had always seemed the exception to the rule. Just last year, he and Lois had put a very nice and tasteful addition on the house. But that howling... The dog sounded hurt. A hurt pet was the sort of thing nice people like the Freemans saw to immediately. So why weren't they? Henrietta got out of bed, wincing a little as her butt came out of the comforting hole in the foam donut, and went to the window. She could see the Freeman's split level perfectly well, although the light was gray and listless instead of sharp and clear, as it usually was on mornings in late October. From the window she could hear Buddy even better, but she couldn't see anyone moving around over there. The house was entirely dark, not so much as a Coleman lantern glowing in a single window. She would have thought they'd gone somewhere, but both cars were parked in the driveway. And where was there to go, anyway? Buddy continued to howl. Henrietta got on her housecoat and slippers and went outside. As she was standing on the sidewalk, a car pulled up. It was Douglas Twitchell, no doubt on his way to the hospital. He looked puffy-eyed and was clutching a take-out cup of coffee with the Sweetbriar Rose logo on the side as he got out of his car. "You all right, Mrs. Clavert?"
Yes, but something's wrong at the Freemans. Hear that?
Yeah.
Then so must they. Their cars are there, so why don't they stop it?
I'll take a look. Twitch took a sip of his coffee, then set it down in the hood of his car. You stay here.
Nonsense,
said Henrietta Clavert. They walked down 20 yards or so of sidewalk, then up the Freeman's driveway. The dog howled and howled. The sound of it made Henrietta's skin cold in spite of the morning's limp warmth.
The air's very bad, she said. It smells like Rumford used to when I was just married and all the paper mills were still running. This can't be good for people.
Twitch grunted and rang the Freeman's bell. When that brought no response, he first knocked on the door and then hammered.
See if it's unlocked,
Henrietta said. I don't know if I should, Mrs.
Oh, bosh.
She pushed past him and tried the knob. It turned. She opened the door. The house beyond it was silent and full of deep early morning shadows.
Will,
she called.
Lois, are you here?
No one answered but more howls. The dog's out back, Twitch said. It would have been quicker to cut straight through, but neither of them liked to do that, so they walked up the driveway and along the breezeway between the house and the garage, where Will stored not his cars, but his toys. 2 snowmobiles, an ATV, a Yamaha dirt bike, and a bloated Honda Goldwing. There was a high privacy fence around the Freeman backyard. The gate was beyond the breezeway. Twitch pulled the gate open and was immediately hit by 70 pounds of frantic Irish setter. He shouted in surprise and raised his hands, but the dog didn't want to bite him. Buddy was in full please rescue me mode. He put his paws on the front of Twitch's last clean tunic, smearing it with dirt, and began to slobber all over his face. "Stop it!" Twitch shouted. He pushed Buddy, who went down, but popped right back up, laying fresh tracks on Twitch's tunic and swabbing his cheeks with a long pink tongue. "Buddy, down!" Henrietta commanded, and Buddy shrank onto his haunches at once, whining and rolling his eyes between them. A puddle of urine began to spread out beneath him. "Mrs. Clavitt, this is not good." "No," Henrietta agreed. "Maybe you better stay with the Henrietta once more said bosh and marched into the Freeman's backyard, leaving Twitch to catch up with her. Buddy slunk along behind them, head down and tail tucked, whining disconsolately. There was a stone flag patio with a barbecue on it. The barbecue was neatly covered with a green tarp that said the kitchen's closed. Beyond this, on the edge of the lawn, was a redwood platform. On top of the platform was the Freeman's hot tub. Twitch supposed the high privacy fence was there so they could sit in it naked, maybe even pitch a little woo if the urge took them. Will and Lois were in it now, but their woo-pitching days were done. They were wearing clear plastic bags over their heads. The bags appeared to have been cinched at the necks with either twine or brown rubber bands. They had fogged up on the inside, but not so much that Twitch couldn't make out the empurpled faces. Sitting on the redwood apron between the earthly remains of Will and Lois Freeman was a whiskey bottle and a small medicine vial. "Stop," he said. He didn't know if he was talking to himself or Mrs. Clavert or possibly to Buddy, who had just voiced another bereft howl. Certainly he couldn't be talking to the Freemans. Henrietta didn't stop. She walked to the hot tub, marched up the 2 steps with her back as straight as a soldier's, looked at the discolored faces of her perfectly nice, and perfectly normal, she would have said, neighbors, glanced at the whiskey bottle, saw it was Glenlivet. At least they got out in style. Then picked up the medicine vial with its Sanders hometown drug label. "Ambien or Lunesta?" Twitch asked heavily. "Ambien," she said, and was gratified the voice emerging from her dry throat and mouth sounded normal. "Hers. Although, I guess she shared it last night." "Is there a note?" "Not here," she said. "Maybe inside." But there wasn't. At least not in any of the obvious places, and neither of them could think of a reason to hide a suicide note. Buddy followed them from room to room, not howling, but whining, deep in his throat. "I guess I'll bring him back to house with me," Henrietta said. "You'll have to. I can't take him to the hospital. I'll call Stuart Bowie to come and get them." He hooked a thumb back over his shoulder. His stomach was roiling, but that wasn't the bad part. The bad part was the depression that came stealing into him, putting a shadow across his normally sunny soul. "I don't understand why they would do it," Henrietta said. "If we'd been a year under the dome, or even a month, yes, maybe, but less than a week. This is not how stable people respond to trouble." Twitch thought he understood, but didn't want to say it to Henrietta. It was going to be a month. It was going to be a year. Maybe longer, and with no rain, fewer resources, and fouler air. If the most technologically hip country in the world hadn't been able to get a handle on what had happened to Chester's Mill by now, let alone solve the problem, it probably wasn't going to happen soon. Will Freeman must have understood that. Or maybe it had been Lois's idea. Maybe when the generator had died, she'd said, "Let's do it before the water in the hot tub gets cold, honey. Let's get out from under the dome while our bellies are still full. What do you say? One more dip, with a few drinks to see us off?" "Maybe it was the plane that pushed them over the edge," Twitch said. "The Aer Lingus that hit the dome yesterday." Henrietta didn't answer with words. She hawked back and spat snot into the kitchen sink. It was a somehow shocking gesture of repudiation. They went back outside. "More people will do this, won't they?" she asked, when they had reached the end of the driveway. "Because suicide gets in the air sometimes like a cold germ." "Some already have." Twitch didn't know if suicide was painless, as the song said, but under the right circumstances it could certainly be catching. Maybe especially catching when the situation was unprecedented, and the air started to smell as foul as it did on this windless, unnaturally warm morning. "Suicides are cowards," Henrietta said. "A rule,
To which there are no exceptions, Douglas.
Twitch, whose father had died a long and lingering death as a result of stomach cancer, wondered about that but said nothing. Henrietta bent to Buddy with her hands on her bony knees. Buddy stretched his neck up to sniff her.
Come next door, my furry friend. I have 3 eggs. You may eat them before they go bad.
She started away, then turned back to Twitch.
They are cowards, she said,
giving each word its own special emphasis. 5. Jim Rennie checked out of Kathy Russell, slept soundly in his own bed, and woke refreshed. Although he would not have admitted it to anyone, part of the reason was knowing Junior was out of the house. Now, at 8 o'clock, his black Hummer was parked a door or 2 up from Rosie's, in front of a fire hydrant, but what the hell, currently there was no fire department. He was having breakfast with Peter Randolph, Mel Searles, Freddie Denton, and Carter Thibodeau. Carter had taken up what was becoming his usual station, at Big Jim's right hand. He wore 2 guns this morning, his own on his hip, and Linda Everett's recently returned Beretta Taurus in a shoulder rig. The quintet had taken over the bullshit table at the back of the restaurant, deposing the regulars without a qualm. Rose wouldn't come near. She sent Anson to deal with them. Big Jim ordered 3 fried eggs, double sausage, and home toast fried in bacon grease, the way his mother used to serve it. He knew he was supposed to be cutting down on his cholesterol, but today he was going to need all the energy he could pack in. The next few days, actually. After that, things would be under control. He could go to work on his cholesterol then. A fable he had been telling himself for 10 years. "Where's the Bowies?" he asked Carter. "I wanted the gosh darn Bowies here, so where are they?" "Had to roll in a call out to Battle Street," Carter said. "Mr. and Mrs. Freeman committed suicide." "That cotton picker topped himself?" Big Jim exclaimed. The few patrons, most at the counter watching CNN, looked around, then looked away. "Well, there. I'm not a bit surprised." It occurred to him that now the Toyota dealership could be his for the taking. But why would he want it? A much bigger plum had fallen into his lap. The whole town. He had already started drafting a list of executive orders, which he would begin putting into effect as soon as he was granted full executive powers. That would happen tonight. And besides, he had hated that smarmy son of a Buck Freeman and his titsy rhymes with witch wife for years. "Boys, he and Lois are eating breakfast in heaven." He paused, then burst out laughing. Not very political, but he just couldn't help it. "In the servants' quarters, I have no doubt." "While the Bowies were out there, they got another call," Carter said. "Dinsmore Farm. Another suicide." "Who?" Chief Randolph asked. "Arlen?" "No. His wife. Shelley." That actually was sort of a shame. "Let us bow our heads for a minute," Big Jim said, and extended his hands. Carter took one. Mel Searles took the other. Randolph and Denton linked up. "Oh, God, please bless these poor souls, Jesus' sake, amen," Big Jim said, and raised his head. "Little business, Peter." Peter hauled out his notebook. Carter's was already laid beside his plate. Big Jim liked the boy more and more. "I've found the missing propane," Big Jim announced. "It's a WCIK." "Jesus," Randolph said. "We have to send some trucks out there to get it." "Yes, but not today," Big Jim said. "Tomorrow, while everyone's visiting their relatives. I've already started working on that. The Bowies and Roger will go out again, but we'll need a few officers, too. Fred, you and Mel. Plus, I'm going to say 4 or 5 more. Not you, Carter. I want you with me." "Why do you need cops to get a bunch of propane tanks?" Randolph said. "Well," Jim said, mopping up egg yolk with a piece of fried toast, "that goes back to our friend Dale Barbara and his plans to destabilize this town. There are a couple of armed men out there, and it looks like they may be protecting some kind of drug lab. I think Barbara had that in place long before he actually showed up in person. This was well planned. One of the current caretakers is Philip Bushy." "That loser," Randolph grunted. "The other one, I'm sorry to say, is Andy Sanders." Randolph had been spearing fried potatoes. Now he dropped his fork with a clatter. "Andy?" "Sad but true. It was Barbara who set him up in business. I have that on good authority. But don't ask me for my source. He's requested anonymity." Big Jim sighed, then stuffed a yolk-smeared chunk of fried bread into his cake hole. Dear Lord, but he felt good this morning.
I suppose Andy needed the money. I understand the bank was on the verge of foreclosing his drugstore. He never did have a head for business. Or town government either, Freddie Denton added. Big Jim ordinarily did not enjoy being interrupted by inferiors, but this morning he was enjoying everything. Unfortunately true, he said, then leaned over the table as far as his large belly would allow. He and Bushy shot at one of the trucks I sent out there yesterday, blew the front tires. Those cotton pickers are dangerous. Drug addicts with guns, Randolph said. A law enforcement nightmare. The men who go out there will have to wear vests. Good idea. And I can't vouch for Andy's safety. God love you, I know that. Do what you have to do. We need that propane. The town's crying for it. And I intend to announce at the meeting tonight that we've discovered a fresh source. Are you sure I can't go, Mr. Rennie? Carter asked. I know it's a disappointment to you, but I want you with me tomorrow, not out where they're having their visitors' party. Randolph, too, I think. Someone has to coordinate this business, which is apt to be a clustermug. We'll have to try to keep people from being trampled. Although some probably will be, because people don't know how to behave. Better tell Twitchell to get his ambulance out there. Carter wrote this down. While he did, Big Jim turned back to Randolph. His face was long with sorrow. I hate to say this, Pete, but my informant has suggested Junior may also have been involved with the drug lab. Junior? Mel said. Nah, not Junior. Big Jim nodded and wiped a dry eye with the heel of his palm. It's hard for me to believe, too. I don't want to believe it, but you know, he's in the hospital. They nodded. Drug overdose, Rennie whispered, leaning even further over the table. That seems to be the most likely explanation for what's wrong with him. He straightened and focused on Randolph again. Don't try going in from the main road. They'll be expecting that. About a mile east of the radio station, there's an access road. I know the one, Freddie said. There used to be Sloppy Sam Verdreau's woodlot out there, before the bank took it back. I think now all that land belongs to Holy Redeemer. Big Jim smiled and nodded, although the land actually belonged to a Nevada corporation of which he was president. Go in that way, then approach the station from the rear. There's mostly all growth out there, and you should have no trouble. Big Jim's cell phone rang. He looked at the display, almost let the phone ring over to voicemail, then thought, what the heck? Feeling as he did this morning, listening to Cox foam at the mouth might be enjoyable. This is Rennie. What do you want, Colonel Cox? He listened, his smile fading a little. How do I know you're telling the truth about this? He listened some more, then ended the call without saying goodbye. He sat frowning for a moment, processing whatever he'd heard. Then he raised his head and spoke to Randolph. Do we have a Geiger counter? In the fallout shelter, maybe? Gee, I don't know. Al Timmons probably would. Find him and have him check that out. Is it important? Randolph asked. And at the same time, Carter asked, Is it radiation, boss? It's nothing to worry about, Big Jim said. As Junior would say, he's just trying to freak me out, I'm sure of it. But check on that Geiger counter. If we do have one and it still works, bring it to me. Okay, Randolph said, looking frightened. Big Jim wished now that he'd let the call go to voicemail after all, or kept his mouth shut. Searles was apt to blab about this, start a rumor. Heck, Randolph was apt to. And it was probably nothing, just that brass hat cotton picker trying to spoil a good day. The most important day of his life, maybe. Freddie Denton, at least, had kept what mind he had on the issue at hand. What time do you want us to hit the radio station, Mr. Rennie? Big Jim mentally reran what he knew about the visitor's day schedule, then smiled. It was a genuine smile, wreathing his slightly greasy chops with good cheer, and revealing his tiny teeth. 12 o'clock. Everybody will be schmoozing out on Highway 119 by then, and the rest of the town will be empty. So you go in and take out those cotton pickers sitting on our propane at high noon, just like in one of those old Western movies. 6. At 11:15 on that Thursday morning, the Sweet Briar Rose van went trundling south along Route 119. Tomorrow the highway would be clogged with cars and stinking of exhaust, but today it was eerily deserted. Sitting behind the wheel was Rose herself. Ernie Calvert was in the passenger bucket. Norrie sat between them on the engine housing, clutching her skateboard, which was covered with stickers bearing the logos of long-gone punk bands like Stalag 17 and the Dead Milkmen. The air smells so bad, Norrie said. It's the pressed steel, honey, Rose said. It's turned into a big old stinky marsh where it used to run into Martin.
She knew it was more than just the smell of the dying river, but didn't say so. They had to breathe, so there was no point in worrying about what they might be breathing in. Have you talked to your mother?
Yeah.
Norrie said glumly.
She'll come, but she's not crazy about the idea.
Will she bring whatever groceries she has when it's time?
Yes. In the trunk of our car.
What Norrie didn't add was that Joni Calvert would load in her booze supply first. Food supplies would play second fiddle to that.
What about the radiation, Rose? We can't plaster every car that goes up there with lead roll.
If people only go once or twice, they should be okay. Rose had confirmed this for herself on the internet. She had also discovered that safety when it came to radiation depended on the strength of the rays, but saw no sense in worrying them about things they couldn't control. The important thing is to limit exposure. And Joe says the belt isn't wide.
Joey's mom won't want to come,
Norrie said. Rose sighed. This, she knew, Visitor's Day was a mixed blessing. It might cover their retreat, but those with relatives on the other side would want to see them. Maybe McClatchy will lose the lottery, she thought. Up ahead was Jim Rennie's used cars with its big sign. You'll love the feeling when Big Jim is dealing. Ask us for credit. Remember, Ernie began.
I know, Rose said. If someone's there, just turn around in front and head back to town.
But at Rennie's, all the reserved for employee slots were empty. The showroom was deserted, and there was a whiteboard bearing the message "Closed until further notice" hanging on the main door. Rose drove around back in a hurry. Out here were ranks of cars and trucks with signs in the windows bearing prices and slogans like "Great Value" and "Clean as a Whistle" and "Hey, look me over," with the O's turned into sexy, long-lashed girl eyes. These were the battered workhorses in Big Jim's stable. Nothing like the snazzy Detroit and German thoroughbreds out front. At the far end of the lot, ranked against the chain-link fence separating Big Jim's property from a trash-littered patch of second-growth woods, was a line of phone company vans, some still bearing AT&T logos. Those, Ernie said, reaching behind his seat. He brought out a long, thin strip of metal.
That's a Slim Jim,
Rose said, amused in spite of her nerves.
Why would you have a Slim Jim, Ernie?
From when I was still working at Food City. You'd be surprised how many people lock their keys in their cars.
How will you get it started, Grandpa?
Norrie asked. Ernie smiled feebly. I'll figure something out. Stop here, Rose. He got out and trotted to the first van, moving with surprising nimbleness for a man approaching 70. He peered through the window, shook his head, and went to the next in line. Then the third, but that one had a flat tire. After a look into the fourth, he turned back to Rose and gave her a thumbs up. Go on, Rose, buzz. Rose had an idea that Ernie didn't want his granddaughter seeing him use the Slim Jim. She was touched by that, and drove back around to the front without any further talk. Here she stopped again. You okay with this, sweetie?
Yes,
Norrie said, getting out.
If you can't get it started, we'll just walk back to town.
It's almost 3 miles. Can you do that? Norrie's face was pale, but she managed to smile.
Grandpa could walk me right into the ground. He does 4 miles a day, says it keeps his joints oiled. Go on now before someone comes and sees you.
You're a brave girl, Rose said.
I don't feel brave.
Brave people never do, honey. Rose drove back toward town. Norrie watched until she was out of sight, then began to do rails and lazy diamonds in the front lot. The hot top had a slight slope, so she only had to piss pedal one way. Although she was so wired, she felt like she could push the board all the way uptown Common Hill and not feel it. Hell, right now she could probably ass knife and not feel it. And if someone came along, well, she had walked out here with her grandpa, who wanted to look at some vans. She was just waiting for him. Then they'd walk back to town. Grandpa loved to walk, everybody knew that. Oiling the joints. Except Norrie didn't think that was all of it, or even most of it. He had started doing his walks when Grandma started getting confused about stuff. No one came right out and said it was Alzheimer's, although everyone knew. Norrie thought he was walking off his sorrow. Was such a thing possible? She thought it was. She knew that when she was riding her skateboard, pulling off some sick double kink at the skate park in Oxford, there was no room in her for anything but joy and fear. And joy ruled the house. Fear lived in the shack out back. After a short while that felt long, the ex-phone company van rolled from behind the building with Grandpa at the wheel. Norrie tucked her skateboard under her arm and jumped in. Her first ride in a stolen vehicle.
Grandpa, you're so gnarly, she said, and kissed him.
7. Joe McClatchy was headed for the kitchen. wanting one of the remaining cans of apple juice in their dead refrigerator, when he heard his mother say bump, and stopped. He knew that his parents had met in college at the University of Maine, and that back then Sam McClatchy's friends had called him Bump, but Mom hardly ever called him that anymore. And when she did, she laughed and blushed, as if the nickname had some sort of dirty subtext. About that Joe didn't know. What he knew was that for her to slip like that, slip back like that, must mean she was upset. He came a little closer to the kitchen door. It was chalked open, and he could see his mother and Jackie Weddington, who was today dressed in a blouse and faded jeans instead of her uniform. They'd be able to see him, too, if they looked up. He had no intention of actually sneaking around. That wouldn't be cool, especially if his mom was upset. But for the time being, they were only looking at each other. They were seated at the kitchen table. Jackie was holding Claire's hands. Joe saw that his mother's eyes were wet, and that made him feel like crying himself. "You can't," Jackie was saying. "I know you want to, but you just can't. Not if things go like they're supposed to tonight." "Can I at least call him and tell him why I won't be there, or email him? I could do that." Jackie shook her head. Her face was kind but firm. "He might talk, and the talk might get back to Rennie. If Rennie sniffs something in the wind before we break Barbie and Rusty out, we could have a total disaster on our hands. If I tell him to keep it strictly to himself. But Claire, don't you see? There's too much at stake. 2 men's lives, ours too." She paused. "Your son's." Claire's shoulders sagged, then straightened again. "You take Joe, then. I'll come after Visitor's Day. Rennie won't suspect me. I don't know Dale Barber from Adam, and I don't know Rusty either, except to say hi to on the street. I go to Dr. Hartwell over in Castle Rock." "But Joe knows Barbie," Jackie said patiently. "Joe was the one who set up the video feed when they shot the missiles. And Big Jim knows that. Don't you think he might take you into custody and sweat you until you told him where we went?" "I wouldn't," Claire said. "I would never tell." Joe came into the kitchen. Claire wiped her cheeks and tried to smile. "Oh, hi, honey. We were just talking about Visitor's Day, and—" "Mom, he might not just sweat you," Joe said. "He might torture you." She looked shocked. "Oh, he wouldn't do that. I know he's not a nice man, but he's a town selectman after all, and—" "He was a town selectman," Jackie said. "Now he's auditioning for Emperor. And sooner or later everybody talks. Do you want Joe to be somewhere imagining you having your fingernails pulled out?" "Stop it," Claire said. "That's horrible." Jackie didn't let go of Claire's hands when Claire tried to pull them back. "It's all or nothing, and it's too late to be nothing. This thing is in motion, and we've got to move with it. If it was just Barbie escaping by himself with no help from us, Big Jim might actually let him go, because every dictator needs a boogeyman. But it won't just be him, will it? And that means he'll try to find us and wipe us out. I wish I'd never gotten into this. I wish I'd never gone to that meeting and never let Joe go." "But we've got to stop him," Joe protested. "Mr. Rennie's trying to turn the mill into a, police state." "I can't stop anybody," Claire nearly wailed. "I'm a goddamn housewife." "If it's any comfort," Jackie said, "you probably had a ticket for this trip as soon as the kids found that box." "It's not a comfort, it's not." "In some ways, we're even lucky," Jackie went on. "We haven't sucked too many innocent people into this with us. At least not yet." "Rennie and his police force will find us anyway," Claire said. "Don't you know that? There's only so much town in this town." Jackie smiled mirthlessly. "By then there'll be more of us, with more guns. And Rennie will know it." "We have to take over the radio station as soon as we can," Joe said. "People need to hear the other side of the story. We have to broadcast the truth." Jackie's eyes lit up. "That's a hell of a good idea, Joe." "Dear God," Claire said. She put her hands over her face. 8. Ernie pulled the phone company van up to the Burpee's loading dock. "I'm a criminal now," he thought, "and my 12-year-old granddaughter is my accomplice. Or is she 13 now? It didn't matter. He didn't think Peter Randolph would treat her as a juvenile if they were caught. Romy opened the rear door, saw it was them, and came out onto the loading dock with guns in both hands. "Have any trouble?" "Smooth as silk," Ernie said, mounting the steps of the dock. "There's nobody on the roads. Have you got more guns?" "Here, a few. Inside back of the door. You help too, Miss Norrie." Norrie picked up 2 rifles and handed them to her grandpa, who stowed them in the back of the van. Romy rolled a dolly out to the loading dock. On it were a dozen lead rolls. "We don't need to unload this right now," he said. I'll just cut some pieces for the windows. We'll do the windshield once we get out there. Leave a slit to see through like an old Sherman tank and drive that way. Norrie, while Ernie and I do this, see if you can push that other dolly out. If you can't, just leave it, and we'll get it after. The other dolly was loaded with cartons of food, most of it canned stuff or pouches of concentrate meant for campers. One box was stuffed with envelopes of cut-rate powdered drink mix. The dolly was heavy, but once she got it moving, it rolled easily. Stopping it was another matter. If Romy hadn't reached up and shoved from where he was standing at the back of the van, the dolly might have gone right off the dock. Ernie had finished blocking the stolen van's small rear windows with pieces of lead roll held by generous applications of masking tape. Now he wiped his brow and said, "This is risky as hell, Burpee. We're planning on a damn convoy out to the McCoy orchard." Romy shrugged, then began loading in cartons of supplies, lining the walls of the van and leaving the middle open for the passengers they hoped to have later. A tree of sweat was growing on the back of his shirt. "We just gotta hope if we do it quick and quiet, the big meeting covers for us. Don't have much choice."
"Will Julia and Mrs. McClatchy get lead on their car windows?" Norrie asked.
"Yeah, this afternoon. I'll help them. And then they'll have to leave their cars behind the store. Can't go sporting around town with lead-lined car windows. People will ask questions." "What about that Escalade of yours?" Ernie asked. "That'd swallow the rest of these supplies without so much as a burp. Your wife could drive it out." "Misha won't come," Romy said. "Won't have nothing to do with it. I asked. Did all but get down on my knees and beg. But I might as well have been a gust of wind blowing round the house. I guess I already knew, because I didn't tell her no more than she knew already. Which isn't much, but won't keep her out of trouble if Rennie comes down on her. But she won't see it, her." "Why won't she?" Norrie asked, eyes wide, aware that the question might be rude, only after it was out and she saw her grandpa frown. "Because she's one stubborn honey. I told her she might get hurt." "Like to see him try," she said. "That's my Misha." "Well, hell. If I get a chance later on, I may sneak out and see if she'd change her mind. They say it's a woman's prerogative. Come on, and let's put in a few more of those boxes. And don't cover up the guns, Ernie. We might need them." "I can't believe I got you into this, kiddo," Ernie said. "It's okay, Grandpa. I'd rather be in than out." And this much, at least, was true. 9. Bonk. Silence. Bonk. Silence. Bonk. Silence. Ollie Dinsmore sat cross-legged 4 feet from the dome with his old Boy Scout pack beside him. The pack was full of rocks he'd picked up in the dooryard. So full, in fact, that he'd staggered down here rather than walked, thinking that the canvas bottom would tear out of the pack and spill his ammo. But it hadn't, and here he was. He selected another rock, a nice smooth one, polished by some ancient glacier, and threw it overhand at the dome. Where it struck would appear to be thin air and bounced back. He picked it up and threw it again. Bonk. Silence. The dome had one thing going for it, he thought. It might be the reason his brother and his mother were dead, but by the hairy old Jesus, one load of ammunition was enough to last all day. Rock boomerangs, he thought, and smiled. It was a real smile, but it made him look somehow terrible because his face was far too thin. He hadn't been eating much, and he thought it would be a good long while before he felt like eating again. Hearing a shot and then finding your mother lying beside the kitchen table with her dress flipped up to show her underpants and half her head blown off, nothing like that did nothing for a fellow's appetite. Bonk. Silence. The other side of the dome was a hive of activity. A tent city had sprung up. Jeeps and trucks scooted to and fro, and hundreds of military guys went buzzing around, while their superiors shouted orders and cussed them out, often in the same breath. In addition to the tents that had already been erected, 3 long new ones were being put up. The signs already planted in front of them read Visitors Hospitality Station 1, Visitors Hospitality Station 2, and First Aid Station. Another tent, even longer, had a sign in front of it reading Light Refreshments. And shortly after Ollie sat down and began tossing his trove of rocks at the dome, 2 flatbed trucks loaded with porta-potties had arrived. Now ranks of cheery-looking blue shithouses stood over there, well away from the area where relatives would stand to speak with loved ones they could look at but not touch. The stuff that had come out of his mother's head had looked like moldy strawberry jam, and what Ollie couldn't understand was why she'd done it that way and in that place. Why in the room where they ate most of their meals? Had she been so far gone that she hadn't realized she had another son, who might eat again, assuming he didn't starve to death first?
but who would never forget the horror of what lay there on the floor? Yep, he thought. That far gone. Because Rory was always her favorite, her pet. She hardly knew I was around, unless I forgot to feed the cows or swab out the stalls when they were afield, or if I brought home a D on my rank card, because he never got anything but A's. He threw a rock. Bonk. Silence. There were several army guys putting up pairs of signs over there near the dome. The ones facing in toward the mill read, "Warning. For your own safety, keep 2 yards, 6 feet, from the dome." Ollie guessed the signs pointing the other way said the same, and on the other side they might work, because on the other side there would be lots of guys to keep order. Over here, though, there were going to be maybe 800 townies and maybe 24 cops, most of them new to the job. Keeping people back on this side would be like trying to protect a sandcastle from the incoming tide. Her underpants had been wet, and there had been a puddle between her splayed legs. She'd pissed herself either right before she pulled the trigger or right after. Ollie thought probably after. He threw a rock. Bonk. Silence. There was one army guy close by. He was pretty young. There wasn't any kind of insignia on his sleeve, so Ollie guessed he was probably a private. He looked about 16. But Ollie supposed he had to be older. He'd heard of kids lying about their age to get into the service, but he guessed that was before everybody had computers to keep track of such things. The army guy looked around, saw no one was paying him any attention, and spoke in a low voice. He had a southern accent. "Kid, would y'all stop doing that? It's driving me bug shit." "Go someplace else then," Ollie said. Bonk. Silence. "Kane! Orders!" Ollie didn't reply. He threw another rock instead. Bonk. Silence. "Why y'all doing it?" the army guy asked. He was now just fiddling with the pair of signs he was putting up so he could talk to Ollie. "Because sooner or later one of them won't bounce back. And when that happens, I'm going to get up and walk away and never see this farm again. Never milk another cow. What's the air like out there?" "Good. Chilly, though. I'm from South Carolina. It ain't like this in South Carolina in October, I can tell you that." Where Ollie was, less than 3 yards from the southern boy, it was hot. Also stinky. The army guy pointed beyond Ollie. "Why don't y'all quit on the rocks and do something about those cows?" He said it, cows. "Herd 'em into the barn and milk 'em, or rub soothing shit in their udders, something like that." "We don't need to herd 'em. They know where to go. Only now they don't need to be milked, and they don't need any bag balm either. Their udders are dry." "Yeah?" "Yeah. My dad says something's wrong with the grass. He says the grass is wrong because the air's wrong. It doesn't smell good in here, you know. It smells like crap." "Yeah?" The army guy looked fascinated. He gave the tops of the back-to-back signs a tap or two with his hammer, although they already looked well-seated. "Yeah. My mother killed herself this morning." The army guy had raised his hammer for another hit. Now he just dropped it to his side. "Are you shitting me, kid?" "No, she shot herself at the kitchen table. I found her." "Oh, fuck, that's rough." The army guy approached the dome. "We took my brother to town when he died last Sunday because he was still alive, a little. But my mom was dead as dead can be, so we buried her on the knoll. My dad and me. She liked it there. It was pretty there before everything got so cruddy." "Jesus, kid, you've been through hell." "Still there," Ollie said, and as if the words had turned a valve somewhere inside, he began to weep. He got up and went to the dome. He and the young soldier faced each other less than a foot apart. The soldier raised his hand, wincing a little as the transient shock whipped through him and then out of him. He laid his hand on the dome, fingers spread. Ollie lifted his own and pressed it against the dome on his side. Their hands seemed to be touching, finger to finger and palm to palm, but they weren't. It was a futile gesture that would be repeated over and over the following day, hundreds of times, thousands. "Kid." "Private Ames," someone bawled. "Get your sorry ass away from there." Private Ames jumped like a kid who's been caught stealing jam. "Get over here, double time." "Hang in there, kid," Private Ames said, and ran off to get his scolding. Ollie imagined it had to be a scolding, since you couldn't very well demote a private. Surely they wouldn't put him in the stockade or whatever for talking to one of the animals in the zoo. "I didn't even get any peanuts," Ollie thought. For a moment he looked up at the cows that no longer gave milk, that hardly even cropped grass, and then he sat down by his pack. He searched for and found another nice round rock. He thought about the chip polish on the nails of his dead mother's outstretched hand,
the one with the still-smoking gun beside it. Then he threw the rock. It hit the dome and bounced back. Bonk. Silence. 10. At 4 o'clock on that Thursday afternoon, while the overcast held over northern New England, and the sun shone down on Chester's Mill like a bleary spotlight through the sock-shaped hole in the clouds, Ginny Tomlinson went to check on Junior. She asked if he needed something for headache. He said no, then changed his mind and asked for some Tylenol or Advil. When she came back, he walked across the room to get it. On his chart, she wrote, "Limp is still present, but seems improved." When Thurston Marshall poked his head in 45 minutes later, the room was empty. He assumed Junior had gone down to the lounge, but when he checked there, it was empty, except for Emily Whitehouse, the heart attack patient. Emily was recovering nicely. Thirst asked her if she'd seen a young man with dark blonde hair and a limp. She said no. Thirst went back to Junior's room and looked in the closet. It was empty. The young man with the probable brain tumor had dressed and checked himself out without benefit of paperwork. 11. Junior walked home. His limp seemed to clear up entirely once his muscles were warm. In addition, the dark keyhole shape floating on the left side of his vision had shrunk to a ball the size of a marble. Maybe he hadn't gotten a full dose of thallium after all. Hard to tell. Either way, he had to keep his promise to God. If he took care of the Appleton kids, then God would take care of him. As he left the hospital, by the back door, killing his father had been first on his to-do list. But by the time he actually got to the house where his mother had died, the house where Lester Coggins and Brenda Perkins had died, he had changed his mind. If he killed his father now, the special town meeting would be canceled. Junior didn't want that, because the town meeting would provide good cover for his main errand. Most of the cops would be there, and that would make gaining access to the coop easier. He only wished he had the poisoned dog tags. He'd enjoy stuffing them down Barbie's dying throat. Big Jim wasn't at home anyway. The only living thing in the house was the wolf he'd seen loping across the hospital parking lot in the small hours of the morning. It was halfway down the stairs, looking at him and growling deep in its chest. Its fur was ragged, its eyes were yellow. Around its neck hung Dale Barbara's dog tags. Junior closed his eyes and counted to 10. When he opened them, the wolf was gone. "I'm the wolf now," he whispered to the hot and empty house. "I'm the werewolf. And I saw Lon Chaney dancing with the Queen." He went upstairs, limping again but not noticing. His uniform was in the closet, and so was his gun, a Beretta 92 Taurus. The PD had a dozen of them, mostly paid for with federal Homeland Security money. He checked the Beretta's 15-round mag and saw it was full. He put the gun into its holster, cinched the belt around his shrinking waist, and left his room. At the top of the stairs he paused, wondering where to go until the meeting was well underway and he could make his move. He didn't want to talk to anyone, didn't even want to be seen. Then it came to him. A good hiding place that was also close to the action. He descended the stairs carefully. The goddamn limp was all the way back, plus the left side of his face was so numb it might have been frozen, and lurched down the hall. He stopped briefly outside his father's study, wondering if he should open the safe and burn the money inside. He decided it wasn't worth the effort. He vaguely remembered a joke about bankers marooned on a desert island who'd gotten rich trading each other their clothes, and he uttered a brief yapping laugh, even though he couldn't exactly recall the punchline, and had never completely gotten the joke anyway. The sun had gone down behind the clouds to the west of the dome, and the day had grown gloomy. Junior walked out of the house and disappeared into the murk. 12. At 5:15, Alice and Aidan Appleton came in from the backyard of their borrowed house. Alice said,
"Carol, will you take Aidan and me, to the big meeting?"
Carolyn Sturgis, who had been making PB&J sandwiches for supper on Coralie Dummogen's counter with Coralie Dummogen's bread, stale but edible, looked at the children with surprise. She had never heard of kids wanting to attend an adults' meeting before, would have said if asked that they'd probably run the other way to avoid such a boring event. She was tempted, because if the kids went, she could go. "Are you sure?" she asked, bending down. "Both of you?" Before these last few days, Carolyn would have said she had no interest in having children, that what she wanted was a career as a teacher and a writer, maybe a novelist, although it seemed to her that writing novels was pretty risky. What if you spent all that time, wrote a 1,000-pager, and it sucked? Poetry, though. Going around the country, maybe on a motorcycle, doing readings and teaching seminars, free as a bird. That'd be cool. Maybe meeting a few interesting men, drinking wine, and discussing Sylvia Plath in bed. Alice and Aidan had changed her mind. She had fallen in love with them. She wanted the dome to break, of course she did, but giving these two back to their mom was going to hurt her heart. She sort of hoped it would hurt theirs a little, too. Probably that was mean, but there it was. Aid? Is it what you want? Because grown-up meetings can be awfully long and boring.
I want to go,
Aiden said.
I want to see all the people.
Then Carolyn understood. It wasn't the discussion of resources and how the town was going to use them as it went forward that interested them. Why would it be? Alice was 9 and Aiden was 5. But wanting to see everybody gathered together like a great big extended family, that made sense. Can you be good, not squirm and whisper too much? Of course, Alice said with dignity. And will you both pee yourselves dry before we go?
Yes.
This time the girl rolled her eyes to show what an annoying stupidnik Carol was being. And Carol sort of loved it. Then what I'll do is just pack these sandwiches to go, Carolyn said. And we've got 2 cans of soda for kids who can be good and use straws, assuming the kids in question have peed themselves dry before dumping any more liquid down their throats, that is.
I use straws like mad,
Aiden said.
Any whoops?
He means whoopie pies, Alice said. I know what he means, but there aren't any. I think there might be some graham crackers, though. The kind with cinnamon sugar on them.
Cinnamon graham crackers rock,
Aiden said.
I love you, Carol.
Carolyn smiled. She thought no poem she'd ever read had been so beautiful. Not even the Williams one, about the cold plums. 13. Andrea Grinnell descended the stairs slowly but steadily while Julia stared in amazement. Andy had undergone a transformation. Makeup and a comb out of the frizzy wreck that had been her hair had played a part, but that wasn't all of it. Looking at her, Julia realized how long it had been since she'd seen the town's 3rd selectman looking like herself. This evening she was wearing a knockout red dress belted at the waist. It looked like Ann Taylor. And carrying a large fabric bag with a drawstring top. Even Horace was gawking. How do I look? Andy asked when she reached the bottom of the stairs. Like I could fly to the town meeting if I had a broom? You look great. 20 years younger. Thanks, hon, but I have a mirror upstairs. If it didn't show you how much better you look, you better try one down here where the light's better. Andy switched her bag to her other arm as if it were heavy. Well, I guess I do. A little, anyway. Are you sure you have strength enough for this? I think so, but if I start to shake and shiver, I'll slip out the side door. Andy had no intention of slipping away, whether she shook or not. What's in the bag? Jim Rennie's lunch, Andrea thought, which I intend to feed him in front of this whole town. I always take my knitting to town meeting. Sometimes they're just so slow and dull. I don't think this one will be dull, Julia said. You're coming, aren't you? Oh, I imagine, Julia said vaguely. She expected to be well away from downtown Chester's Mill before the meeting ended. I have a few things to do first. Can you get there on your own? Andy gave her a comical mother please look. Down the street, down the hill, and it's right there. Been doing it for years. Julia looked at her watch. It was 5:45. Aren't you leaving awfully early? Al will open the doors at 6 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, and I want to be sure and get a good seat. As a select one, you should be right up there on stage, Julia said. If it's what you want. No, I don't think so. Andy switched the bag to her other arm again. Her knitting was inside. So was the Vader file and the .38 her brother Twitch had given her for home protection. She thought it would serve just as well for town protection. A town was like a body, but it had one advantage over the human one. If a town had a bad brain, a transplant could be affected. And maybe it wouldn't come to killing. She prayed it wouldn't. Julia was looking at her quizzically. Andrea realized she'd drifted off. I think I'll just sit with the common folk tonight. But I'll have my say when the time comes. You can count on that. 14. Andy was right about Al Timmons opening the doors at 6. By then, Main Street, next to empty all day, was filling with citizens headed for the town hall. More walked in little groups downtown Common Hill from the residential streets. Cars began to arrive from East Chester and North Chester, most filled to capacity. No one, it seemed, wanted to be alone tonight. She was early enough to have her pick of seats, and chose the 3rd row from the stage on the aisle. Just ahead of her in the 2nd row were Carolyn Sturges and the Appleton children. The kids were gawking wide-eyed at everything and everyone. The little boy had what appeared to be a graham cracker clutched in his fist. Linda Everett was another early arriver. Julia had told Andy about Rusty being arrested, utterly ridiculous, and knew his wife must be devastated, but she was hiding it well, behind great makeup and a pretty dress with big patch pockets. Given her own situation, mouth dry, head aching, stomach roiling, Andy admired her courage.
"Come sit with me, Linda," she said, patting the spot beside her. "How is Rusty?"
"I don't know," Linda said, slipping past Andrea and sitting down. Something in one of those amusing pockets clunked on the wood.
"They won't let me see him." "That situation will be rectified," Andrea said.
"Yes," Linda said grimly.
"It will."
Then she leaned forward.
"Hello, kids. What are your names?"
"This is Aiden," Kara said, "and this is—"
"I'm Alice."
The little girl held out a regal hand, queen to loyal subject.
"Me and Aiden and I, are Dorphins. That means Dome Orphans. Thurston made it up. He knows magic tricks like pulling a quarter out of your ear and stuff."
"Well, you seem to have landed on your feet," Linda said, smiling. She didn't feel like smiling. She had never been so nervous in her life. Only nervous was too mild a word. She was scared shitless. 15. By 6:30, the parking lot behind the town hall was full. After that, the spaces on Main Street went, and those on West Street and East Street. By 6:45, even the post office and FD parking lots were loaded, and almost every seat in the town hall was taken. Big Jim had foreseen the possibility of an overflow, and Al Timmons, assisted by some of the newer cops, had put benches from the American Legion Hall on the lawn. "Support our troops" was printed on some. "Play more bingo" on others. Large Yamaha speakers had been placed on either side of the front door. Most of the town's police force, and all of the veteran cops save one, were present to keep order. When latecomers grumbled about having to sit outside, or stand, when even the benches had filled up, Chief Randolph told them they should have come earlier. If you snooze, you lose. Also, he added, it was a pleasant night, nice and warm, and later there was apt to be another big pink moon. "Pleasant, if you don't mind the smell," Joe Boxer said. The dentist had been in an unrelievedly crappy mood ever since the confrontation at the hospital over his liberated waffles. "I hope we can hear all right through those things." He pointed at the speakers. "You'll hear fine," Chief Randolph said. "We got them from Dippers. Tommy Anderson says they're state-of-the-art, and he set them up himself. Think of it as a drive-in movie without the picture." "I think of it as a pain in my ass," Joe Boxer said, then crossed his legs and plucked fussily at the crease on his pants. Junior watched them come from his hiding place inside the Peace Bridge, peeking through a crack in the wall. He was amazed to see so much of the town in the same place at the same time, and gratified by the speakers. He would be able to hear everything from where he was. And once his father got really cranked up, he would make his move. God help anyone who gets in my way, he thought. His father's slope-bellied bulk was impossible to miss, even in the growing gloom. Also, the town hall was fully powered this evening, and light from one of the windows drew an oblong down to where Big Jim stood on the edge of the jam parking lot. Carter Thibodeau was at his side. Big Jim had no sense of being watched. Or rather, he had a sense of being watched by everybody, which comes to the same. He checked his watch and saw it had just gone 7. His political sense, honed over many years, told him that an important meeting should always begin 10 minutes late, no more and no less, which meant this was the time to start down the taxiway. He was holding a folder with his speech inside it, but once he got going, he wouldn't need it. He knew what he was going to say. It seemed to him that he had given the speech in his sleep last night, not once but several times, and each time it had been better. He nudged Carter. "Time to put this show on the road." "Okay." Carter ran over to where Randolph was standing on the town hall steps. Probably thinks he looks like Julius Cotton picking Caesar, Big Jim thought, and brought the chief back. "We go in the side door," Big Jim said. He consulted his watch. 4 minutes from now. You'll lead, Peter. I'll go second. Carter, you come behind me. We'll go straight to the stage, all right? Walk confidently, no gosh darn slouching. There'll be applause. Stand at attention until it starts to taper off. Then sit. Peter, you'll be on my left. Carter, on my right. I'll step forward to the podium. Prayer first. Then everybody stands to sing the national anthem. After that, I'll speak and run the agenda just as fast as poop through a goose. They'll vote yay on everything. Got it?" I'm nervous as a witch, Randolph confessed. Don't be. This is going to be fine. He was certainly wrong about that. 16. While Big Jim and his entourage were walking toward the side door of the town hall, Rose was turning the restaurant van into the McClatchy driveway. Following her was a plain Chevrolet sedan driven by Joni Calvert. Claire came out of the house holding a suitcase in one hand and a canvas carry bag filled with groceries in the other. Joe and Benny Drake also had suitcases, although most of the clothes in Benny's had come from Joe's dresser drawers. Benny was carrying another, smaller canvas sack loaded with loot from the McClatchy pantry. From down the hill came the amplified sound of applause. "Hurry up," Rose said. "It's starting. Time for us to get out of Dodge." Lissa Jameson was with her. She slid open the van's door and began handing stuff inside. "Was there a lead roll to cover the windows?" Joe asked Rose. "Yes, and extra pieces for Joni's car as well. We'll drive as far as you say it's safe, then block the windows. Give me that suitcase." "This is insane, you know," Joni Calvert said. She walked a fairly straight line between her car and the Sweetbriar van, which led Rose to believe she'd had no more than a single drink or two to fortify herself. That was a good thing. "You're probably right," Rose said. "Are you ready?" Joni sighed and put her arm around her daughter's slim shoulders. "For what, going to hell in a handbasket? Why not? How long will we have to stay up there?" "I don't know," Rose said. Joni gave another sigh. "Well, at least it's warm." Joe asked Norrie, "Where's your Gramps?" "With Jackie and Mr. Burpee in the van we stole from Rennie's. He'll wait outside while they go in to get Rusty and Mr. Barbara." She gave him a scared-to-death smile. "He's going to be their wheelman." "No fool like an old fool," Joni Calvert remarked. Rose felt like hauling off and hitting her, and a glance at Lissa told her that Lissa felt the same. But this was no time for argument, let alone fisticuffs. Hang together or hang separately, Rose thought. "What about Julia?" Claire asked. "She's coming, with Piper. And her dog." From downtown, amplified and with the bench sitters outside adding their own voices, came the United Choir of Chester's Mill singing the Star-Spangled Banner. "Let's go," Rose said. "I'll lead the way." Joni Calvert repeated with a kind of dolorous good cheer. "At least it's warm. Come on, Norrie, co-pilot your old mom." 17. There was a delivery lane on the south side of Leclerc's Maison des Fleurs, and here the stolen phone company van was parked, nose out. Ernie, Jackie, and Romy Burpee sat listening to the national anthem coming from up the street. Jackie felt a sting behind her eyes and saw that she wasn't the only one who was moved. Ernie, sitting behind the wheel, had produced a handkerchief from his back pocket and was dabbing at his eyes with it. "Guess we won't need Linda to give us a heads up," Romy said. "I didn't expect them speakers. They didn't get 'em from me." "It's still good for people to see her there," Jackie said. "Got your mask, Romy?" He held up Dick Cheney's visage, stamped in plastic. In spite of his extensive stock, Romy hadn't been able to provide Jackie with an Ariel mask. She had settled for Harry Potter's chum, Hermione. Ernie's Darth Vader mask was behind the seat, but Jackie thought they'd probably be in trouble if he actually had to put it on. She had not said this aloud. And really, what does it matter? When we're suddenly not around town anymore, everybody's going to have a good idea why we're gone. But suspecting wasn't the same as knowing, and if suspicion was the best Rennie and Randolph could do, the friends and relatives they were leaving behind might be subjected to no more than harsh questioning. Might. Under circumstances like these, Jackie realized that was a mighty big word. The anthem ended. There was more applause. And then the town's second selectman began to speak. Jackie checked the pistol she was carrying. It was her extra, and thought that the next few minutes were probably going to be the longest of her life. 18. Barbie and Rusty stood at the doors of their respective cells, listening as Big Jim launched into his speech. Thanks to the speakers outside the main doors of the town hall, they could hear pretty well. "Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for coming. And thank you for being the bravest, toughest, can-doingest people in these United States of America." Enthusiastic applause. "Ladies and gentlemen, and kiddies too, I see a few of those in the audience." Good-natured laughter. "We are in a terrible predicament here, this you know. Tonight I intend to tell you how we got into it. I don't know everything, but I will share what I know because you deserve that. when I finish putting you in the picture, we have a brief but important agenda to go through. But first and foremost, I want to tell you how proud I am of you, how humbled I am to be the man God and you have chosen to be your leader at this critical juncture. And I want to assure you that together we will come through this trial. Together, and with God's help, we will emerge stronger and truer and better than we ever were before. We may be Israelites in the desert now. Barbie rolled his eyes, and Rusty made a jacking-off gesture with his fist. But soon we will reach Canaan, and the feast of milk and honey which the Lord and our fellow Americans will surely set before us. Wild applause. It sounded like a standing O. Fairly certain that even if there was a bug down here, the 3 or 4 cops upstairs would now be clustered in the PD doorway, listening to Big Jim. Barbie said, "Be ready, my friend." "I am," Rusty said. "Believe me, I am." Just as long as Linda's not one of them planning to bust in, he thought. He didn't want her killing anyone, but more than that, he didn't want her to risk being killed. Not for him. Let her stay right where she is. He may be crazy, but at least if she's with the rest of the town, she's safe. That was what he thought before the gunfire started. 19. Big Jim was exultant. He had them exactly where he wanted them, in the palm of his hand. Hundreds of people, those who had voted for him and those who hadn't. He had never seen so many in this hall, not even when school prayer or the school budget was under discussion. They sat thigh to thigh and shoulder to shoulder, outside as well as in, and they were doing more than listening to him. With Sanders AWOL and Grinnell sitting in the audience, that red dress in the 3rd row was hard to miss. He owned this crowd. Their eyes begged him to take care of them, to save them. What completed his exultancy was having his bodyguard beside him and seeing the lines of cops, his cops, ranged along both sides of the hall. Not all of them were kitted out in uniforms yet, but all were armed. At least 100 more in the audience were wearing blue armbands. It was like having his own private army. My fellow townspeople, most of you know that we have arrested a man named Dale Barbara. A storm of boos and hisses arose. Big Jim waited for it to subside, outwardly grave, inwardly grinning. For the murders of Brenda Perkins, Lester Coggins, and 2 lovely girls we all knew and loved, Angie McCain and Dodie Sanders. More boos, interspersed with cries of "Hang him!" and "Terrorist!" The terrorist shouter sounded like Velma Winter, the day manager at Brownie's store. What you do not know, Big Jim continued, is that the Dome is the result of a conspiracy perpetrated by an elite group of rogue scientists and covertly funded by a government splinter group. We are guinea pigs in an experiment, my fellow townspeople. And Dale Barbara was the man designated to chart and guide that experiment's course from the inside. Stunned silence greeted this. Then there was a roar of outrage. When it had quieted, Big Jim continued, hands planted on either side of the podium, his large face shining with sincerity and perhaps hypertension. His speech lay in front of him, but it was still folded. There was no need to look at it. God was using his vocal cords and moving his tongue. When I speak of covert funding, you may wonder what I mean. The answer is horrifying, but simple. Dale Barbara, aided by an as-yet unknown number of townspeople, set up a drug manufacturing facility which has been supplying huge quantities of crystal methamphetamine to drug lords, some with CIA connections, all up and down the eastern seaboard. And although he hasn't given us the names of all his co-conspirators yet, one of them, it breaks my heart to tell you this, appears to be Andy Sanders. Hubbub and cries of wonder from the audience. Big Jim saw Andy Grinnell start to rise from her seat, then settle back. That's right, he thought. Just sit there. If you're reckless enough to question me, I'll eat you alive. Or point my finger at you and accuse you. Then they'll eat you alive. And, in truth, he felt as if he could do that. Barbara's boss, his control, is a man you have all seen on the news. He claims to be a colonel in the U.S. Army, but in fact, he is high in the councils of the scientists and government officials responsible for this satanic experiment. I have Barbara's confession to this much right here. He tapped his sport coat, whose inner pocket contained his wallet and a digest-sized New Testament with the words of Christ printed in red. Meanwhile, more cries of "hang him" had arisen. Big Jim lifted one hand, head lowered, face grave, and the cries eventually stilled. We will vote on Barbara's punishment as a town, one unified body dedicated to the cause of freedom. It's in your hands, ladies and gentlemen. If you vote to execute, he will be executed. But there will be no hanging while I am your leader. He will be executed by police firing squad. Wild applause interrupted him, and most of the assembly rose to its feet. Big Jim leaned into the microphone. But only after we get every bit of information which is still hidden in his miserable traitor's heart. Now almost all of them were up. Not Andy, though. She sat in the third row next to the center aisle, looking up at him with eyes that should have been soft and hazy and confused, but were not. Look at me all you want, he thought, just as long as you sit there like a good little girl. Meanwhile, he basked in the applause. 20. No, Romy asked. What you think, Jackie? Wait a little longer, she said. It was instinct, nothing else. And usually her instincts were dependable. Later, she would wonder how many lives might have been saved if she had told Romy, okay, let's roll. 21. Looking through his crack in the sidewall of the Peace Bridge, Junior saw that even the people on the benches outside had risen to their feet, and the same instinct that told Jackie to stay a little longer told him it was time to move. He limped from beneath the bridge on the town common side and cut across to the sidewalk. When the creature who had sired him resumed speaking, he started toward the police department. The dark spot on the left side of his field of vision had expanded again, but his mind was clear. I'm coming, Barbie. I'm coming for you right now. 22. These people are masters of disinformation, Big Jim continued. And when you go out to the Dome to visit with your loved ones, the campaign against me will kick into high gear. Cox and his surrogates will stop at nothing to blacken me. They'll call me a liar and a thief. They may even say I ran their drug operation myself. You did, a clear, carrying voice said. It was Andrea Grinnell. Every eye fixed upon her as she rose, a human exclamation point in her bright red dress. She looked at Big Jim for a moment with an expression of cool contempt, then turned to face the people who had elected her third selectwoman when old Billy Cale, Jack Cale's father, had died of a stroke 4 years ago. You people need to put your fears aside for a moment, she said. When you do, you'll see that the story he's telling is ludicrous. Jim Rennie thinks you can be stampeded like cattle in a thunderstorm. I've lived with you all my life, and I think he's wrong. Big Jim waited for cries of protest. There were none. Not that the townspeople necessarily believed her. They were just stunned by this sudden turn of events. Alice and Aidan Appleton had turned all the way around and were kneeling on their benches goggling at the lady in red. Caro was equally stunned. A secret experiment? What bullshit! Our government has gotten up to some pretty lousy stuff over the last 50 years or so, and I'd be the first to admit it. But holding a whole town prisoner with some sort of force field? Just to see what we'll do? It's idiotic. Only terrified people would believe it. Rennie knows that, so he's been orchestrating the terror. Big Jim had been momentarily knocked off his stride, but now he found his voice again. And, of course, he had the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrea Grinnell is a fine woman, but she's not herself tonight. She's as shocked as the rest of us, of course, but in addition, I'm sorry to say that she herself has a serious drug dependency problem as a result of a fall and her consequent use of an extremely addictive drug called... I haven't had anything stronger than aspirin for days now, Andrea said in a clear, carrying voice. And I have come into possession of papers which show... Melvin Searles, Big Jim boomed. Will you and several of your fellow officers gently but firmly remove Selectwoman Grinnell from the room and escort her home, or perhaps to the hospital for observation? She's not herself. There were some approving murmurs, but not the clamor of approbation he'd expected, and Mel Searles had taken only a single step forward when Henry Morrison swept a hand into Mel's chest and sent him back against the wall with an audible thump.
Let's let her finish, Henry said. She's a town official, too, so let her finish. Mel looked up at Big Jim, but Big Jim was watching Andy, almost hypnotized, as she drew a brown manila envelope from her big bag. He knew what it was the instant he saw it. Brenda Perkins, he thought. Oh, what a bitch. Even dead, her bitchery continues. As Andy held the envelope up, it began to waver back and forth. The shakes were coming back, the fucking shakes. They couldn't have picked a worse time, but she wasn't surprised. In fact, she might have expected it. It was the stress.
The papers in this envelope came to me from Brenda Perkins, she said, and at least her voice was steady. They were compiled by her husband and the state attorney general. Duke Perkins was investigating James Rennie for a laundry list of high crimes and misdemeanors. Mel looked at his friend Carter for guidance. And Carter was looking back, his gaze bright and sharp and almost amused. He pointed at Andrea, then held the side of his hand against his throat. Shut her up. This time when Mel started forward, Henry Morrison didn't stop him. Like almost everyone else in the room, Henry was gaping at Andrea Grinnell. Marty Arsenault and Freddie Denton joined Mel as he hurried along the front of the stage, bent over like a man running in front of a movie screen. From the other side of the town hall, Todd Wendelstadt and Lauren Conry were also in motion. Wendelstadt's hand was on a sawed-off piece of hickory cane he was carrying as a nightstick. Conry's was on the butt of her gun. Andy saw them coming, but didn't stop. The proof is in this envelope, and I believe it's proof that Brenda Perkins died for, she intended to finish. But at that moment her shaking, sweat-slicked left hand lost her grip on the drawstring top of her bag. It fell into the aisle, and the barrel of her Home Protection .38 slid from the bag's puckered mouth like a periscope. Clearly, heard by everyone in the now silent hall, Aiden Appleton said, "Wow, that lady has a gun." Another instant of thunderstruck silence followed. Then Carter Thibodeau leaped from his seat and ran in front of his boss, screaming, "Gun! Gun! Gun!" Aiden slipped into the aisle to investigate more closely. "No, Aid!" Caro shouted, and bent over to grab him just as Mel fired the first shot. It put a hole in the polished wood floor right in front of Carolyn Sturge's nose. Splinters flew up. One struck her just below the right eye, and blood began to pour down her face. She was vaguely aware that everyone was screaming now. She knelt in the aisle, grabbed Aiden by the shoulders, and hiked him between her thighs like a football. He flew back into the row where they'd been sitting, surprised but unhurt. "Gun! She's got a gun!" Freddie Denton shouted, and swept Mel out of his way. Later, he would swear that the young woman was reaching for it, and that he had only meant to wound her, anyway. 23. Thanks to the speakers, the three people in the stolen van heard the change in the festivities at the town hall. Big Jim's speech and the accompanying applause were interrupted by some woman who was talking loudly, but standing too far from the mic for them to make out the words. Her voice was drowned in a general uproar punctuated by screams. Then there was a gunshot. "What the hell?" Romy said. More gunshots. 2, perhaps 3. And screams. "Doesn't matter," Jackie said. "Drive, Ernie, and fast. If we're going to do this, we have to do it now." 24. "No," Linda cried, leaping to her feet. "No shooting! There are children! There are children!" The town hall erupted in pandemonium. Maybe for a moment or two they hadn't been cattle, but now they were. The stampede for the front doors was on. The first few got out, then the crowd jammed up. A few souls who had retained a scrap of common sense beat feet down the side and center aisles toward the exit doors which flanked the stage, but they were a minority. Linda reached for Carolyn Sturgis, meaning to pull her back to the relative safety of the benches, when Toby Manning, sprinting down the center aisle, ran into her. His knee connected with the back of Linda's head, and she fell forward, dazed. "Caro!" Alice Appleton was screaming from somewhere far away. "Caro! Get up! Caro! Get up! Caro, get up!" Carolyn started getting to her feet, and that was when Freddie Denton shot her squarely between the eyes, killing her instantly. The children began to shriek. Their faces were freckled with her blood. Linda was vaguely aware of being kicked and stepped on. She got to her hands and knees, standing was currently out of the question, and crawled into the aisle opposite the one she'd been sitting in. Her hands squelched in more of Carolyn's blood. Alice and Aiden were trying to get to Carol, knowing they might be seriously hurt if they made it into the aisle, and not wanting them to see what had become of the woman she assumed was their mother. Andy reached over the bench just ahead of her to grab them. She had dropped the Vader envelope. Carter Thibodeau had been waiting for this. He was still standing in front of Rennie, shielding him with his body, but he had drawn his gun and laid it over his forearm. Now he squeezed the trigger, and the troublesome woman in the red dress, the one who had caused this ruckus, went flying backward. The town hall was in chaos, but Carter ignored it. He descended the stairs and walked steadily to where the woman in the red dress had fallen. When people came running down the center aisle, he threw them out of his way, first left and then right. The little girl, crying, tried to cling to his leg, and Carter kicked her aside without looking at her. He didn't see the envelope at first. Then he did. It was lying beside one of the Grinnell woman's outstretched hands. A large foot track printed in blood had been stamped across the word Vader. Still calm in the chaos, Carter glanced around and saw that Rennie was staring at the shambles of his audience, his face shocked and unbelieving. Good. Carter yanked out the tails of his shirt. A screaming woman, it was Carla Venziano, ran into him, and he hurled her aside. Then he jammed the Vader envelope into his belt at the small of his back and bloused the tails of his shirt out over it. A little insurance was always a good thing. He backed toward the stage, not wanting to be blindsided. When he reached the stairs, he turned and trotted up them. Randolph, the town's fearless chief, was still in his seat with his hands planted on his meaty thighs. He could have been a statue, except for the single vein pulsing in the center of his forehead. Carter took Big Jim by the arm. "Come on, boss." Big Jim looked at him as if he did not quite know where or even who he was. Then his eyes cleared a little. "Grinnell?" Carter pointed to the body of the woman sprawled in the center aisle, the growing puddle around her head matching her dress. "Okay, good," Big Jim said. "Let's get out of here. Downstairs. You too, Peter. Get up." And when Randolph continued to sit and stare at the maddened crowd, Big Jim kicked him in the shin. "Move!" In the pandemonium, no one heard the shots from next door. 25. Barbie and Rusty stared at each other. "What the hell is going on over there?" Rusty asked. "I don't know," Barbie said, "but it doesn't sound good." There were more gunshots from the town hall, then one that was much closer. From upstairs. Barbie hoped it was their guys. And then he heard someone yell, "No, Junior! What are you, crazy? Wardlaw, back me up!" More gunshots followed. 4, maybe 5. "Oh, Jesus," Rusty said. "We're in trouble." "I know," Barbie said. 26. Junior paused on the PD steps, looking over his shoulder toward the newly hatched uproar at the town hall. The people on the benches outside were now standing and craning their necks, but there was nothing to see. Not for them and not for him. Perhaps someone had assassinated his father. He could hope. It would save him the trouble. But in the meantime, his business was inside the PD. In the coop, to be specific. Junior pushed through the door with, "Working together, your hometown police department and you," printed on it. Stacy Mogin came hurrying toward him. Roop Libby was behind her. In the ready room, standing in front of the grumpy sign reading "Coffee and donuts are not free," was Mickey Wardlaw. Hulk or not, he looked very frightened and unsure of himself. "You can't come in here, Junior," Stacy said. "Sure, I can." Sure came out sure. It was the numbness at the side of his mouth. Thallium poisoning. Barbie. "I'm on a force." "You're drunk is what you are. What's going on over there?" But then, perhaps deciding he was incapable of any coherent reply, the bitch gave him a push in the center of his chest. It made him stagger on his bad leg and almost fall. "Go away, Junior." She looked back over her shoulder and spoke her last words on earth. "You stay where you are, Wardlaw. No one goes downstairs." When she turned back, meaning to bulldoze Junior out of the station ahead of her, she found herself looking into the muzzle of a police-issue Beretta. There was time for one more thought. Oh, no, he wouldn't. And then a painless boxing glove hit her between the breasts and drove her backward. She saw Roop Libby's amazed face upside down as her head tilted back. Then she was gone. "No, Junior, what are you, crazy?" Roop shouted, clawing for his gun. "Wardlaw, back me up!" But Mickey Wardlaw only stood gaping as Junior pumped 5 bullets into Piper Libby's cousin. His left hand was numb, but his right was still okay. He didn't even need to be a particularly good shot, with a stationary target just 7 feet away. The first 2 rounds went into Roop's belly, driving him against Stacy Mogin's desk and knocking it over. Roop doubled up, holding himself. Junior's third shot went wild, but the next two went into the top of Rupe's head. He went down in a grotesquely balletic posture, his legs splaying out to either side and his head, what remained of it, coming to rest on the floor, as if in a final, deep bow. Junior limped into the ready room with the smoking Beretta held out in front of him. He couldn't remember exactly how many shots he had fired. He thought 7, maybe 8, or 11-9. Who could know for sure? His headache was back. Mickey Wardlaw raised his hand. There was a frightened, placatory smile on his large face. "No trouble for me, bro," he said. "You do what you gotta do," and made the peace sign. "I will," Junior said. "Bro." He shot Mickey. The big boy went down, peace sign now framing the hole in his head that had lately held an eye. The remaining eye rolled up to look at Junior with the dumb humility of a sheep in the shearing pen. Junior shot him again, just to be sure. Then he looked around. He had the place to himself, it appeared. "Okay," he said. "Okay." He started toward the stairs, then went back to Stacy Moggin's body. He verified the fact that she was carrying a Beretta Taurus like his and ejected the mag from his own gun. He replaced it with a full one from her belt. Junior turned, staggered, went to one knee, and got up again. The black spot on the left side of his vision now seemed as big as a manhole cover, and he had an idea that meant his left eye was pretty much fucked. Well, that was all right. If he needed more than one eye to shoot a man locked in a cell, he wasn't worth a hoot in a henhouse anyway. He walked across the ready room, slipped in the late Mickey Wardlaw's blood, and almost fell again. But he caught himself in time. His head was thumping, but he welcomed it. "It's keeping me sharp," he thought. "Hello, Barbie," he called down the stairs. "I know what you did to me, and I'm coming for you. If you've got a prayer to say, better make it a quick one." 27. Rusty watched the limping legs descend the metal stairs. He could smell gun smoke, he could smell blood, and he understood perfectly well that his time of dying had come around. The limping man was here for Barbie, but he would almost certainly not neglect a certain caged physician's assistant on his way by. He was never going to see Linda or the Jays again. Junior's chest came into view, then his neck, then his head. Rusty took one look at the mouth, which was dragged down on the left in a frozen leer, and at the left eye, which was weeping blood, and thought, very far gone. A wonder he's still on his feet, and a pity he didn't wait just a little longer, and he wouldn't have been capable of crossing the street. Faintly, in another world, he heard a bullhorn amplified voice from the town hall. "Do not run. Do not panic. The danger is over. This is Officer Henry Morrison, and I repeat, the danger is over." Junior slipped, but by then he was on the last stair. Instead of falling and breaking his neck, he only went to one knee. He rested that way for a few moments, looking like a prize fighter waiting for the mandatory 8 count to rise and resume the bout. To Rusty, everything seemed clear, near, and very dear. The precious world, suddenly grown thin and insubstantial, was now only a single gauze wrapping between him and whatever came next, if anything. "Go all the way down," he thought at Junior. "Fall on your face. Pass out, you motherfucker." But Junior laboriously rose to his feet, gazed at the gun in his hand as if he had never seen such a thing before, then looked down the corridor to the cell at the end, where Barbie stood with his hands wrapped around the bars, looking back. "Barbie," Junior said in a crooning whisper, and started forward. Rusty stepped backward, thinking that perhaps Junior would miss him on his way by, and perhaps kill himself after finishing with Barbie. He knew these were craven thoughts, but he also knew they were practical thoughts. He could do nothing for Barbie, but he might be able to survive himself. And it could have worked, had he been in one of the cells on the left side of the corridor, because that was Junior's blind side. But he had been put in one on the right, and Junior saw him move. He stopped and peered in at Rusty, his half-frozen face simultaneously bewildered and sly. "Fusty," he said. "Is that your name? Or is it Barrick? I can't remember." Rusty wanted to beg for his life, but his tongue was pasted to the roof of his mouth. And what good would begging do? The young man was already raising the gun. Junior was going to kill him. No power on earth would stop him. Rusty's mind, in its last extremity, sought an escape many other minds had found in their last moments of consciousness. before the switch was pulled, before the trap opened, before the pistol pressed against the temple spat fire. This is a dream, he thought, all of it. The dome, the craziness in Dinsmore's field, the food riot, this young man, too. When he pulls the trigger, the dream will end, and I'll wake up in my own bed. On a cool and crisp fall morning, I'll turn to Linda and say, "What a nightmare I had. You won't believe it." "Close your eyes, Fusty," Junior said. "It'll be better that way." 28. Jackie Weddington's first thought upon entering the PD lobby was, "Oh, my dear God, there's blood everywhere." Stacey Morgan lay against the wall below the community outreach bulletin board with her cloud of blonde hair spread around her and her empty eyes staring up at the ceiling. Another cop, she couldn't make out which one, was sprawled on his face in front of the overturned reception desk, his legs spread out to either side at an impossibly deep split. Beyond him, in the ready room, a third cop lay dead on his side. That one had to be Wardlaw, one of the new kids on the block. He was too big to be anyone else. The sign over the coffee station table was spattered with the kid's blood and brains. It now read, "Fee and do are ot free." There was a faint clacking sound from behind her. She whirled, unaware that she had raised her gun until she saw Romy Burpee in the front sight. Romy didn't even notice her. He was staring at the bodies of the 3 dead cops. The clack had been his Dick Cheney mask. He had taken it off and dropped it on the floor. "Christ, what happened here?" he asked. "Is this—" Before he could finish, a shout came from downstairs in the coop. "Hey, fuckface! I got you, didn't I? I got you good." And then, incredibly, laughter. It was high-pitched and maniacal. For a moment, Jackie and Romy could only stare at each other, unable to move. Then Romy said, "I think that's Barbara." 29. Ernie Calvert sat behind the wheel of the phone company van, which was idling at a curb stenciled "Police business 10 minutes only." He had locked all the doors, afraid of being carjacked by one or more of the panic-stricken people fleeing down Main Street from the town hall. He was holding the rifle Romy had stowed behind the driver's seat, although he wasn't sure he could shoot anybody who tried to break in. He knew these people, had for years sold them their groceries. Terror had rendered their faces strange, but not unrecognizable. He saw Henry Morrison coursing back and forth on the town hall lawn, looking like a hunting dog searching for scent. He was shouting into his bullhorn and trying to bring a little order out of the chaos. Someone knocked him over and Henry got right back up, God bless him. And now here were others. Georgie Frederick, Marty Arsenault, the Searles kid, recognizable by the bandage he was still wearing on his head, both Bowie brothers, Roger Killian, and a couple of the other newbies. Freddie Denton was marching down the hall's broad front steps with his gun drawn. Ernie didn't see Randolph, although anyone who didn't know better would have expected the chief of police to be in charge of the pacification detail, which was itself teetering on the edge of chaos. Ernie did know better. Peter Randolph had always been an ineffectual blusterbug, and his absence at this particular snafu circus did not surprise Ernie in the least, or concern him. What did concern him was that no one was coming out of the police department, and there had been more gunshots. These were muffled, as if they'd originated downstairs where the prisoners were kept. Not ordinarily a praying fellow, Ernie prayed now. That none of the people fleeing the town hall would notice the old man behind the wheel of the idling van. That Jackie and Romy would come out safe, with or without Barbara and Everett. It occurred to him that he could just drive away, and was shocked by how tempting the idea was. His cell phone rang. For a moment he just sat there, not sure of what he was hearing, and then he yanked it off his belt. When he opened it, he saw Joni in the window. But it wasn't his daughter-in-law, it was Norrie.
"Grandpa, are you all right?"
"Fine," he said, looking at the chaos in front of him.
"Did you get them out?"
"It's happening right now, honey," he said, hoping it was the truth. "I can't talk. Are you safe? Are you at the place?"
"Yes, Grampy. It glows at night. The radiation belt. The cars glowed too, but then they stopped. Julia says she thinks it isn't dangerous. She says she thinks it's a fake, to scare people away."
You better not count on that, Ernie thought. 2 more muffled, thudding gunshots came from inside the PD. Someone was dead downstairs in the coop. Just about had to be. "Norrie, I can't talk now."
"Is it going to be all right, Grandpa?"
Yes, I love you, Norrie." He closed the phone. It glows, he thought, and wondered if he would ever see that glow. Black Ridge was close. In a small town, everything's close. But just now it seemed far away. He looked at the PD's doors, trying to will his friends to come out. And when they didn't, he climbed from the van. He couldn't just sit out here any longer. He had to go inside and see what was happening. 30. Barbie saw Junior raise the gun. He heard Junior tell Rusty to close his eyes. He shouted without thinking, with no idea of what he was going to say, until the words emerged from his mouth. "Hey, fuckface, I got you, didn't I? I got you good." The laughter that followed sounded like the laugh of a lunatic who has been ditching his meds. So that's how I laugh when I'm fixing to die, Barbie thought. I'll have to remember that. Which made him laugh harder. Junior turned toward him. The right side of his face registered surprise. The left was frozen in a scowl. It reminded Barbie of some supervillain he'd read about in his youth, but he couldn't remember which. Probably one of Batman's enemies. They were always the creepiest. Then he remembered that when his little brother Wendell tried to say enemies, it came out enemas. This made him laugh harder than ever. There could be worse ways to go out, he thought, as he reached both hands through the bars and shot Junior a nice double bird. Remember Stubbs and Moby Dick? Whatever my fate, I'll go to it laughing. Junior saw Barbie giving him the finger in stereo and forgot all about Rusty. He started down the short corridor with his gun held out in front of him. Barbie's senses were very clear now, but he didn't trust them. The people he thought he heard moving around and speaking upstairs were almost surely just his imagination. Still, you played your string out to the end. If nothing else, he could give Rusty a few more breaths, and a little more time. "There you are, fuckface," he said. "Remember how I cleaned your clock that night in Dippers? You cried like a little bitch." "I didn't." It came out sounding like an exotic special on a Chinese menu. Junior's face was a wreck. Blood from his left eye was dribbling down one stubble-darkened cheek. It occurred to Barbie that he might just have a chance here. Not a good one, but bad chances were better than no chances. He began to pace from side to side in front of his bunk and his toilet, slowly at first, then faster. Now you know what a mechanical duck in a shooting gallery feels like, he thought. I'll have to remember that, too. Junior followed his movements with his one good eye. "Did you fuck her? Do you fuck Angie?" Barbie laughed. It was the crazy laugh, one he still didn't recognize as his own, but there was nothing counterfeit about it. "Did I fuck her? Did I fuck her? Junior, I fucked her with her right side up, her upside down, and her backside all present and accounted for. I fucked her until she sang Hail to the Chief and Bad Moon Rising. I fucked her until she pounded on the floor and yelled for a whole lot more. Junior tilted his head toward the gun. Barbie saw it and jigged to the left without delay. Junior fired. The bullet struck the brick wall at the back of the cell. Dark red chips flew. Some hit the bars. Barbie heard the metallic rattle like peas in a tin cup, even with the gunshot ringing in his ears. But none of them hit Junior. Shit. From down the hall, Rusty yelled something, probably trying to distract Junior, but Junior was done being distracted. Junior had his prime target in his sights. Not yet, you don't, Barbie thought. He was still laughing. It was crazy, nuts, but there it was. Not quite yet, you ugly, one-eyed motherfucker. "She said you couldn't get it up, Junior. She called you a limp dick supremo. We used to laugh about that while we were..." He leaped to the right at the same instant Junior fired. This time he heard the bullet pass the side of his head. The sound was zzz. More brick chips jumped. One stung the back of Barbie's neck. "Come on, Junior, what's wrong with you? You shoot like woodchucks do algebra. You a head case? That's what Angie and Frankie always used to say." Barbie faked to the right and then ran at the left side of the cell. Junior fired 3 times, the explosions deafening, the stink of the blown gunpowder rich and strong. 2 of the bullets buried themselves in brick. The third hit the metal toilet low down with a spang sound. Water began to pour out. Barbie struck the far wall of the cell hard enough to rattle his teeth. "Got you now," Junior panted. But deep down in what remained of his overheated thinking engine, he wondered. His left eye was blind and his right one had blurred over. He saw not one Barbie, but 3. The hateful son of a bitch hit the deck as Junior fired, and this bullet also missed. A small black eye opened in the center of the pillow at the head of the bunk. But at least he was down. No more jigging and jogging. Thank God I put in that fresh clip, Junior thought. "You poisoned me, Barbie." Barbie had no idea what he was talking about, but agreed at once. "That's right, you loathsome little fuck puppet, I sure did." Junior pushed the Beretta through the bars and closed his bad left eye. That reduced the number of Barbies he saw to just a pair. His tongue was snared between his teeth. His face ran with blood and sweat.
Let's see you run now, Barbie. Barbie couldn't run, but he could and did crawl, scuttling right at Junior. The next bullet whistled over his head, and he felt a vague burn across one buttock as the slug split his jeans and undershorts and removed the top layer of skin beneath them. Junior recoiled, tripped, almost went down, caught the bars of the cell on his right, and hauled himself back up. Hold still, motherfucker! Barbie whirled to the bunk and groped beneath it for the knife. He had forgotten all about the fucking knife. You want it in the back? Junior asked from behind him. Okay, that's all right with me. Get him! Rusty shouted. Get him! Get him! Before the next gunshot came, Barbie had just time to think, Jesus Christ, Everett, whose side are you on? 31. Jackie came down the stairs with Romy behind her. She had time to register the haze of gun smoke drifting around the caged overhead lights and the stink of expended powder, and then Rusty Everett was screaming, Get him! Get him! She saw Junior Rennie at the end of the corridor, crowding against the bars of the cell at the far end, the one the cops sometimes called the Ritz. He was screaming something, but it was all garbled. She didn't think, nor did she tell Junior to raise his hands and turn around. She just put two in his back. One entered his right lung, the other pierced his heart. Junior was dead before he slid to the floor with his face pressed between two bars of the cell. His eyes pulled up so stringently he looked like a Japanese death mask. What his collapsing body revealed was Dale Barber himself, crouching on his bunk with the carefully secreted knife in his hand. He had never had a chance to open it. 32. Freddie Denton grabbed Officer Henry Morrison's shoulder. Denton was not his favorite person tonight, and was never going to be his favorite person again. Not that he ever was, Henry thought sourly. Denton pointed. Why's that old fool Calvert going into the PD? How the hell should I know? Henry asked, and grabbed Donnie Barabeau as Donnie ran by, shouting some senseless shit about terrorists. Slow down, Henry bellowed into Donnie's face. It's all over. Everything's cool. Donnie had been cutting Henry's hair and telling the same stale jokes twice a month for 10 years. But now he looked at Henry as if at a total stranger. Then he tore free and ran in the direction of East Street, where his shop was. Perhaps he meant to take refuge there. No civilians got any business being in the PD tonight, Freddie said. Mel Searles steamed up beside him. Well, why don't you go check him out, killer, Henry said. Take this lug with you, because neither of you are doing the slightest bit of damn good here. She was going for the gun, Freddie said for the first of what would be many times. And I didn't mean to kill her, only wing her like. Henry had no intention of discussing it. Go in there and tell the old guy to leave. You can also make sure nobody's trying to free the prisoners while we're out here running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off. A light dawned in Freddie Denton's dazed eyes. The prisoners! Mel, let's go! They started away, only to be frozen by Henry's bullhorn-amplified voice 3 yards behind them. And put away those guns, you idiots! Freddie did as the amplified voice commanded. Mel did the same. They crossed War Memorial Plaza and trotted up the PD steps with their guns holstered, which was probably a very good thing for Norrie's grandfather. 33. Blood everywhere, Ernie thought, just as Jackie had. He stared at the carnage, dismayed, and then forced himself to move. Everything inside the reception desk had spilled out when Roop Libby hit it. Lying amid the litter was a red plastic rectangle which he prayed the people downstairs might still be able to put to use. He was bending down to get it, and telling himself not to throw up, telling himself it was still a lot better than the Ashau Valley in Nam. When someone behind him said, Holy fucking God, in the morning, stand up, Calvert, slow. Hands over your head. But Freddie and Mel were still reaching for their weapons when Romy came up the stairs to search for what Ernie had already found. Romy had the speed pump Black Shadow he'd put away in his safe, and he pointed it at the two cops without a moment's hesitation. You fine fellas might as well come all the way in, he said, and stay together, shoulder to shoulder. If I see light between you, I'll shoot. Ain't fucking the dog on this, me. Put that down, Freddie said. We're police. Prime assholes is what you are. Stand over there against that bulletin board, and keep rubbing shoulders while you do it. Ernie, what the damn hell you doing in here? I heard shooting. I was worried. He held up the red key card that opened the cells in the coop. You'll need this, I think, unless they're dead. They ain't dead, but it was fucking close. Take it down to Jackie. I'll watch these fellas. You can't release him to prisoners, Mel said. Bobby's a murderer. The other one tried to frame Mr. Rennie with some papers, something like that. Romy didn't bother replying. Go on, honey. Hurry.
What happens to us? Freddie asked. You ain't gonna kill us, are you?
Why would I kill you, Freddie? You still owe on that rototiller you bought for me last spring. Behind in payments, too, is my recollection. No, we'll just lock you in the coop. See how you like it down there.
Smells kind of pissy, but who knows? You might like it. Did you have to kill Mickey? Mel asked. He wasn't nothing but a soft-headed boy.
We didn't kill none of 'em, Romy said. Your good pal Junior did that. Not that anybody will believe it come tomorrow night, he thought.
Junior? Freddie exclaimed. Where is he?
Shoveling coal down in hell would be my guess, Romy said. That's where they put the new help. 34. Barbie, Rusty, Jackie, and Ernie came upstairs. The two erstwhile prisoners looked as if they did not quite believe they were still alive. Romy and Jackie escorted Freddie and Mel down to the coop. When Mel saw Junior's crumpled body, he said, "You'll be sorry for this." Romy said, "Shut your hole and get in your new home. Both in the same cell, you chums, after all." As soon as Romy and Jackie had returned to the top floor, the two men began to holler. "Let's get out of here while we still can," Ernie said. 35. On the steps, Rusty looked up at the pink stars and breathed air which stank and smelled incredibly sweet at the same time. He turned to Barbie. "I never expected to see the sky again." "Neither did I. Let's blow town while we've got the chance. How does Miami Beach sound to you?" Rusty was still laughing when he got into the van. Several cops were on the town hall lawn, and one of them, Todd Wendelstadt, looked over. Ernie raised his hand in a wave. Romy and Jackie followed suit. Wendelstadt returned the wave, then bent to help a woman who had gone sprawling to the grass when her high heels betrayed her. Ernie slid behind the wheel and mated the electrical wires hanging below the dashboard. The engine started, the side door slammed shut, and the van pulled away from the curb. It rolled slowly up Town Common Hill, weaving around a few stunned meeting-goers who were walking in the street. Then they were out of downtown and headed toward Black Ridge, picking up speed. Ants. 1. They started seeing the glow on the other side of a rusty old bridge that now spanned nothing but a mudslick. Barbie leaned forward between the front seats of the van. "What's that?" "It looks like the world's biggest Indiglo watch." "It's radiation," Ernie said. "Don't worry," Romy said. "We've got plenty of lead roll." "Nora called me on her mother's cell phone while I was waiting for you," Ernie said. "She told me about the glow. She says Julia thinks it's nothing but a kind of scarecrow, I guess you'd say, not dangerous." "I thought Julie's degree was in journalism, not science," Jackie said. "She's a very nice lady and smart, but we're still going to armor this thing up, right? Because I don't much fancy getting ovarian or breast cancer as a 40th birthday present." "We'll drive fast," Romy said. "You can even slide a piece of that lead roll down the front of your jeans if it'll make you feel better, you." "That's so funny I forgot to laugh," she said. Then did just that, when she got an image of herself in lead panties, fashionably high cut on the sides. They came to the dead bear at the foot of the telephone pole. They could have seen it even with the headlights off, because by then the combined light from the pink moon and the radiation belt was almost strong enough to read a newspaper by. While Romy and Jackie covered the van's windows with lead roll, the others stood around the rotting bear in a semicircle. "Not radiation," Barbie mused. "Nope," Rusty said. "Suicide." "And there are others." "Yes, but smaller animals seem to be safe. The kids and I saw plenty of birds, and there was a squirrel in the orchard. It was just as lively as can be." "Well, then Julia's almost certainly right," Barbie said. "The glow band's a scarecrow and the dead animals are another. It's the old belt and suspenders thing." "I'm not following you, my friend," Ernie said. But Rusty, who had learned the belt and suspenders approach as a medical student, absolutely was. "Two warnings to keep out," he said. "Dead animals by day, a glowing belt of radiation by night." "So far as I know," Romy said, joining them at the side of the road, "radiation only glows in science fiction movies." Rusty thought of telling him they were living in a science fiction movie, and Romy would realize it when he got close to that weird box on the ridge. But of course, Romy was right. "We're supposed to see it," he said. "The same with the dead animals. You're supposed to say, 'Whoa, if there's some kind of suicide ray out here that affects big mammals, I better stay away. After all, I'm a big mammal.'" "But the kids didn't back off," Barbie said. "Because they're kids," Ernie said. And after a moment's consideration, "also skateboarders. They're a different breed." "I still don't like it," Jackie said. "But since we have no place else to go, maybe we could drive through yonder Van Allen belt before I lose what's left of my nerve.
After what happened at the cop shop, I'm feeling a little shaky. Wait a minute, Barbie said. There's something out of kilter here. I see it, but give me a second to think how to say it. They waited. Moonlight and radiation lit the remains of the bear. Barbie was staring at it. Finally, he raised his head. Okay, here's what's troubling me. There's a they. We know that because the box Rusty found isn't a natural phenomenon. Damn straight, it's a made thing, Rusty said. But not terrestrial, I'd bet my life on that. Then he thought how close he'd come to losing his life not an hour ago and shuddered. Jackie squeezed his shoulder. Never mind that part for now, Barbie said. There's a they, and if they really wanted to keep us out, they could. They're keeping the whole world out of Chester's Mill. If they wanted to keep us away from their box, why not put a mini dome around it? Or a harmonic sound that would cook our brains like chicken legs in a microwave, Rusty suggested, getting into the spirit of the thing. Hell, real radiation for that matter. It might be real radiation, Ernie said. In fact, the Geiger counter you brought up here pretty much confirmed that. Yes, Barbie agreed, but does that mean that what the Geiger counter's registering is dangerous? Rusty and the kids aren't breaking out in lesions or losing their hair or vomiting up the linings of their stomachs? At least not yet, Jackie said. That's cheerful, Romy said. Barbie ignored the byplay. Surely if they can create a barrier so strong it bounces back the best missiles America can throw at it, they could set up a radiation belt that would kill quickly, maybe instantly. It would even be in their interest to do so. A couple of grisly human deaths would be a lot more apt to discourage explorers than a bunch of dead animals. No, I think Julia's right. And the so-called radiation belt will turn out to be a harmless glow that's been spiced up to register on our detection equipment, which probably seems pretty damn primitive to them, if they really are extraterrestrial. But why? Rusty burst out. Why any barrier? I couldn't lift the damn thing. I couldn't even rock it. And when I put a lead apron on it, the apron caught fire, even though the box itself is cool to the touch. If they're protecting it, there must be some way of destroying it or turning it off, Jackie said. Except... Barbie was smiling at her. He felt strange, almost as if he were floating above his own head. Go on, Jackie. Say it. Except they're not protecting it, are they? Not from people who are determined to approach it. There's more, Barbie said. Couldn't we say they're actually pointing at it? Joe McClatchy and his friends were practically following a trail of breadcrumbs. Here it is, puny earthlings, Rusty said. What can you do about it, ye who are brave enough to approach? That feels about right, Barbie said. Come on, let's get up there. 2. You better let me drive from here, Rusty told Ernie. Up ahead's where the kids passed out. Romy almost did. I felt it too, and I had a kind of hallucination. A Halloween dummy that burst into flames. Another warning? Ernie asked. I don't know. Rusty drove to where the woods ended, and open rocky land sloped up to the McCoy orchard. Just ahead the air glowed so brightly they had to squint. But there was no source. The brightness was just there, floating. To Barbie, it looked like the sort of light fireflies give off, only magnified 1,000,000 times. The belt appeared to be about 50 yards wide. Beyond it, the world was again dark, except for the pink glow of the moonlight. You sure that faintness won't happen to you again? Barbie asked. It seems to be like touching the dome the first time vaccinates you. Rusty settled behind the wheel, dropped the transmission into drive, and said, Hang on to your false teeth, ladies and germs. He hit the gas hard enough to spin the rear tires. The van sped into the glow. They were too well armored to see what happened next, but several people already on the ridge saw it from where they had been watching, with increasing anxiety, from the edge of the orchard. For a moment, the van was clearly visible, as if centered in a spotlight. When it ran out of the glow belt, it continued to shine for several seconds, as if the stolen van had been dipped with radium. And it dragged a fading cometary tail of brightness behind it, like exhaust. Holy shit, Benny said. It's like the best special effect I ever saw. Then the glow around the van faded, and the tail disappeared. 3. As they passed through the glow belt, Barbie felt a momentary lightheadedness, no more than that. For Ernie, the real world of this van and these people seemed to be replaced by a hotel room that smelled of pine and roared with the sound of Niagara Falls. And here was his wife of just 12 hours coming to him, wearing a nightgown that was really no more than a breath of lavender smoke, taking his hands and putting them on her breasts and saying, This time we don't have to stop, honey. Then he heard Barbie shouting, and that brought him back. Rusty, she's having some kind of fit. Stop. Ernie looked around and saw Jackie Whittington shaking, her eyes rolled up in their sockets, her fingers splayed. He's holding up a cross and everything's burning, she screamed. Spittle sprayed from her lips. The world is burning, the people are burning. She let loose a shriek that filled the van. Rusty almost ditched the van, pulled back into the middle of the road, leaped out, and ran around to the side door. By the time Barbie slid it open, Jackie was wiping spit from her chin with a cupped hand. Romy had his arm around her. Are you all right? Rusty asked her. No, yes, everything was on fire. It was day, but it was dark. People were burning. She started to cry. You said something about a man with a cross, Barbie said. A big, white cross. It was on a string or a piece of rawhide. It was on his chest, his bare chest. Then he held it up in front of his face. She drew in a deep breath, let it out in little hitches. It's all fading now, but... Whew. Rusty held 2 fingers up in front of her and asked how many she saw. Jackie gave the correct answer and followed his thumb when he moved it, first from side to side, then up and down. He patted her on the shoulder, then looked mistrustfully back at the glow belt. What was it Gollum had said of Bilbo Baggins? It's Trixie, precious. What about you, Barbie, okay? Yeah, a little lightheaded for a few seconds, that's all. Ernie? I saw my wife. And the hotel room we stayed in on our honeymoon. It was as clear as day. He thought again of her coming to him. He hadn't thought of that in years. And what a shame to neglect such an excellent memory. The whiteness of her thighs below her shorty nightgown. The neat dark triangle of her pubic hair. Her nipples hard against silk, almost seeming to scrape the pads of his palms as she darted her tongue into his mouth and licked the inner lining of his lower lip. This time we don't have to stop, honey. Ernie leaned back and closed his eyes. 4. Rusty drove up the ridge, slowly now, and parked the van between the barn and the dilapidated farmhouse. The Sweetbriar Rose van was there. The Burpee's department store van. Also a Chevrolet Malibu. Julia had parked her Prius inside the barn. Horace the Corgi sat by its rear bumper as if guarding it. He did not look like a happy canine, and he made no move to come and greet them. Inside the farmhouse, a couple of Coleman lanterns glowed. Jackie pointed at the van with "Every day is sale day at Burpee's" on the side. How'd that get here? Did your wife change her mind? Romy grinned. You don't know Misha if you ever think that. No, I got Julia to thank. She recruited her 2 star reporters, those guys. He broke off as Julia, Piper, and Lissa Jameson appeared from the moonlit shadows of the orchard. They were stumbling along 3 abreast, holding hands, and all of them were crying. Barbie ran to Julia and took her by the shoulders. She was on the end of their little line, and the flashlight she had been holding in her free hand dropped to the weedy dirt of the dooryard. She looked up at him and made an effort to smile. So, they got you out, Colonel Barbara? That's one for the home team. What happened to you? Barbie asked. Now Joe, Benny, and Norrie came running up with their mothers close behind them. The kids' shouts cut short when they saw the state the 3 women were in. Horace ran to his mistress, barking. Julia went to her knees and buried her face in his fur. Horace sniffed her, then suddenly backed away. He sat down and howled. Julia looked at him and then covered her face as if in shame. Norrie had grabbed Joe's hand on her left and Benny's on her right. Their faces were solemn and scared. Pete Freeman, Tony Gay, and Rose Twitchell came out of the farmhouse but did not approach. They stood clustered by the kitchen door. We went to look at it, Lissa said dully. Her usual "gosh, the world is wonderful" brightness was gone. We knelt around it. There's a symbol on it I've never seen before. It's not Kabbalah. It's awful, Piper said, wiping at her eyes. And then Julia touched it. She was the only one that we all... Did you see them? Rusty asked. Julia dropped her hands and looked at him with something like wonder. Yes, I did. We all did. Them. Horrible. The Leatherheads, Rusty said. What? Piper said. Then she nodded. Yes. I suppose you could call them that. Faces without faces. High faces. High faces, Rusty thought. He didn't know what it meant, but he knew it was true. He thought again of his daughters and their friend Deanna exchanging secrets and snacks. Then he thought of his best childhood friend, for a while anyway. He and Georgie had fallen out violently in 2nd grade. And horror rolled over him in a wave. Barbie grabbed him. What? He was almost shouting. What is it? Nothing. Only, I had this friend when I was little, George Lathrop. One year, he got a magnifying glass for his birthday, and sometimes, at recess, Rusty helped Julia to her feet. Horace had come back to her, as if whatever had scared him was fading like the glow had faded on the van. You did what? Julia asked. She sounded almost calm again. Tell. This was at the old Main Street Grammar, just 2 rooms. One for grades 1 to 4, the other for 5 to 8. The playground wasn't paved. He laughed shakily. Hell, there wasn't even running water, just a privy the kids called the honey house, Julia said. I went there, too. George and I, we'd go past the monkey bars to the fence. There were anthills there, and we'd set the ants on fire. Don't take on about it, Doc, Ernie said. Lots of kids have done that, and worse. Ernie himself, along with a couple of friends, had once dipped a stray cat's tail in kerosene and put a match to it. This was a memory he would share with the others no more than he would tell them about the details of his wedding night. Mostly because of how we laughed when that cat took off, he thought. Gosh, how we did laugh. Go on, Julia said. I'm done. You're not, she said. Look, said Joni Calvert, I'm sure this is all very psychological, but I don't think this is the time. Hush, Joni, Claire said. Julia had never taken her eyes from Rusty's face. What does it matter to you? Rusty asked. He felt at that moment as though there were no onlookers, as if it were only the 2 of them. Just tell me. One day, while we were doing that, it occurred to me that the ants also have their little lives. I know that sounds like sentimental slop. Barbie said millions of people all over the world believe that very thing. They live by it. Anyway, I thought, we're hurting them. We're burning them on the ground and maybe broiling them alive in their underground houses. About the ones who were getting the direct benefit of Georgie's magnifying glass, there was no question. Some just stopped moving, but most actually caught fire. That's awful, Lissa said. She was twisting her ankh again. Yes, ma'am, and this one day, I told Georgie to stop. He wouldn't. He said it's jugular war. I remember that. Not nuclear, but jugular. I tried to take the magnifying glass away from him. Next thing you know, we were fighting and his magnifying glass got broken. He stopped. That's not the truth. Although it's what I said at the time, and not even the hiding my father gave me could make me change my story. The one George told his folks was the true one. I broke the goddamn thing on purpose. He pointed into the dark. The way I'd break that box if I could. Because now we're the ants and that's the magnifying glass. Ernie thought again of the cat with the burning tail. Claire McClatchy remembered how she and her 3rd grade best friend had sat on a bawling girl they both hated. The girl was new in school and had a funny southern accent that made her sound like she was talking through mashed potatoes. The more the new girl cried, the harder they laughed. Romeo Burpee remembered getting drunk the night Hillary Clinton cried in New Hampshire, toasting the TV screen and saying, "That's it for you, you goddamn baby. Get out of the way and let a man do a man's job." Barbie remembered a certain gymnasium. The desert heat, the smell of shit, and the sound of laughter. I want to see it for myself, he said. Who'll go with me? Rusty sighed. I will. 5. While Barbie and Rusty were approaching the box with its strange symbol and brilliant pulsing light, Selectman James Rennie was in the cell where Barbie had been imprisoned until earlier this evening. Carter Thibodeau had helped him lift Junior's body onto the bunk. Leave me with him, Big Jim said. Boss, I know how bad you must feel, but there are 100 things that need your attention right now. I'm aware of that, and I'll take care of them, but I need a little time with my son first. 5 minutes. Then you can get a couple of fellows to take him to the funeral parlor. All right. I'm sorry for your loss. Junior was a good guy. No, he wasn't, Big Jim said. He spoke in a mild jest, telling it like it is, tone of voice. But he was my son, and I loved him. And this isn't all bad, you know. Carter considered. I know. Big Jim smiled. I know you know. I'm starting to think you're the son I should have had. Carter's face flushed with pleasure as he trotted up the stairs to the ready room. When he was gone, Big Jim sat on the bunk and lowered Junior's head into his lap. The boy's face was unmarked, and Carter had closed his eyes. If you ignored the blood matting his shirt, he could have been sleeping. He was my son, and I loved him. It was true. He had been ready to sacrifice Junior, yes, but there was precedent for that. You only had to look at what happened on Calvary Hill. And like Christ, the boy had died for a cause. Whatever damage had been caused by Andrew Grinnell's raving would be repaired when the town realized that Barbie had killed several dedicated police officers, including their leader's only child. Barbie on the loose and presumably planning new deviltry was a political plus. Big Jim sat a while longer, combing Junior's hair with his fingers and looking raptly into Junior's reposeful face. Then, under his breath, he sang to him as his mother had when the boy was an infant, lying in his crib, looking up at the world with wide, wondering eyes. Baby boats, a silver moon, sailing o'er the sky, sailing o'er the sea of dew, while the clouds float by. Sail, baby, sail, out across the sea. There he stopped. He couldn't remember the rest. He lifted Junior's head and stood up. His heart did a jagged taradiddle, and he held his breath. But then it settled again. He supposed he would eventually have to get some more of that Verappa what's-this from Andy's pharmacy supplies. But in the meantime, there was work to do. 6. He left Junior and went slowly up the stairs, holding the railing. Carter was in the ready room. The bodies had been removed, and a double spread of newspapers was soaking up Mickey Wardlaw's blood. "Let's go over to the town hall before this place fills up with cops," he told Carter. "Visitors' Day officially starts in," he looked at his watch, "about 12 hours. We've got a lot to do before then." "I know. And don't forget my son. I want the Bowies to do it right, a respectful presentation of the remains in a fine coffin. You tell Stewart if I see Junior one of those cheap things from out back, I'll kill him." Carter was scribbling in his notebook. "I'll take care of it. And tell Stewart that I'll be talking to him soon." Several officers came in the front door. They looked subdued, a little scared, very young and green. Big Jim heaved himself out of the chair he'd been sitting in while he recovered his breath. "Time to move." "Okay by me," Carter said. But he paused. Big Jim looked around. "Something on your mind, son?" Son. Carter liked the sound of that son. His own father had been killed 5 years previous when he crashed his pickup into one of the twin bridges in Leeds. And no great loss. He had abused his wife and both sons. Carter's older brother was currently serving in the Navy. But Carter didn't care about that so much. His mother had her coffee brandy to numb her up, and Carter himself had always been able to take a few licks. No, what he hated about the old man was that he was a whiner. He was stupid. People assumed Carter was also stupid. Hell, even Junes had assumed it. But he wasn't. Mr. Rennie understood that. And Mr. Rennie was sure no whiner. Carter discovered that he was no longer undecided about what to do next. "I've got something you may want." "Is that so?" Big Jim had preceded Carter downstairs, giving Carter a chance to visit his locker. He opened it now and took out the envelope with Vader printed on it. He held it out to Big Jim. The bloody footprint stamped on it seemed to glare. Big Jim opened the clasp. "Jim," Peter Randolph said. He had come in unnoticed and was standing by the overturned reception desk looking exhausted. "I think we've got things quieted down, but I can't find several of the new officers. I think they may have quit on us." "To be expected," Big Jim said, "and temporary. They'll be back when things settle and they realize Dale Barbara isn't going to lead a gang of bloodthirsty cannibals into town to eat them alive." "But with this damned Visitors' Day thing..." "Almost everyone's going to be on their best behavior tomorrow, Pete, and I'm sure we'll have enough officers to take care of any who aren't." "What do we do about the press Do you see I happen to be a little busy here? Do you see that, Pete? Goodness! Come over to the town hall conference room in half an hour. We'll discuss anything you want, but for now, leave me the heck alone." "Of course. Sorry." Pete backed away, his body as stiff and offended as his voice. "Stop," Rennie said. Randolph stopped. "You never offered me condolences on my son." I'm very sorry." Big Jim measured Randolph with his eyes. "Indeed you are." When Randolph was gone, Rennie pulled the papers out of the envelope, looked at them briefly, then stuffed them back in. He looked at Carter with honest curiosity. "Why didn't you give this to me right away? Were you planning to keep it?" Now that he'd handed over the envelope, Carter saw no option but the truth. "Yeah. For a while, anyway, just in case." "In case of what?" Carter shrugged. Big Jim didn't pursue the question. As a man who routinely kept files on anyone and everyone who might cause him trouble, he didn't have to. There was another question that interested him more. Why did you change your mind? Carter once again saw no option but the truth. Because I want to be your guy, boss. Big Jim hoisted his bushy eyebrows. Do you? More than him? He jerked his head toward the door Randolph had just walked out of. Him? He's a joke. Yes. Big Jim dropped a hand on Carter's shoulder. He is. Come on. And once we get over there to the town hall, burning these papers in the conference room wood stove will be our first order of business. 7. They were indeed high and horrible. Barbie saw them as soon as the shock passing up his arms faded. His first strong impulse was to let go of the box, but he fought it and held on, looking at the creatures who were holding them prisoner, holding them and torturing them for pleasure, if Rusty was right. Their faces, if they were faces, were all angles, but the angles were padded and seemed to change from moment to moment, as if the underlying reality had no fixed form. He couldn't tell how many of them there were or where they were. At first he thought there were 4, then 8, then only 2. They inspired a deep sense of loathing in him, perhaps because they were so alien he could not really perceive them at all. The part of his brain tasked with interpreting sensory input could not decode the messages his eyes were sending. My eyes couldn't see them, not really, even with a telescope. These creatures are in a galaxy far, far away. There was no way to know that. Reason told him the owners of the box might have a base under the ice at the South Pole, or might be orbiting the moon in their version of the Starship Enterprise. But he did. They were at home. Whatever home was for them. They were watching. And they were enjoying. They had to be. Because the sons of bitches were laughing. Then he was back in the gym in Fallujah. It was hot because there was no air conditioning, just overhead fans that paddled the soupy, jock-smelling air around and around. They had let all the interrogation subjects go except for 2 Abduls, who were unwise enough to snot off a day after 2 IEDs had taken 6 American lives, and a sniper had taken 1 more. A kid from Kentucky everyone liked. Carstairs. So they'd started kicking the Abduls around the gym and pulling off their clothes, and Barbie would like to say he had walked out, but he hadn't. He would like to say that at least he hadn't participated, but he had. They got feverish about it. He remembered connecting with one Abdul's bony, shit-speckled ass, and the red mark his combat boot had left there. Both Abduls naked by then. He remembered Emerson kicking the other one's dangling cojones so hard they flew up in front of him and saying, "That's for Carstairs, you fucking sand nigger." Someone would soon be giving his mom a flag while she sat in a folding chair near the grave, same old, same old. And then, just as Barbie was remembering that he was technically in charge of these men, Sergeant Hackermeyer pulled one of them up by the unwinding remains of the hijab that was now his only clothing, and held him against the wall and put his gun to the Abdul's head, and there was a pause, and no one said no in the pause, and no one said don't do that in the pause, and Sergeant Hackermeyer pulled the trigger and the blood hit the wall as it's hit the wall for 3,000 years and more. And that was it. That was goodbye, Abdul. Don't forget to write when you're not busy cherry-popping those virgins. Barbie let go of the box and tried to get up, but his legs betrayed him. Rusty grabbed him and held him until he steadied. "Christ," Barbie said. "You saw them, didn't you?" "Yes." "Are they children? What do you think?" "Maybe. But that wasn't good enough, wasn't what his heart believed." "Probably." They walked slowly back to where the others were clustered in front of the farmhouse. "You all right?" Romy asked. "Yes," Barbie said. He had to talk to the kids. And Jackie. Rusty, too. But not yet. First he had to get himself under control. "You sure?" "Yes." "Romy, is there more of that lead roll at your store?" Rusty asked. "Yeah. I left it on the loading dock." "Good," Rusty said, and borrowed Julia's cell phone. He hoped Linda was home and not in an interrogation room at the PD. But hoping was all he could do. 8. The call from Rusty was necessarily brief, less than 30 seconds, but for Linda Everett it was long enough to turn this terrible Thursday 180 degrees towards sunshine. She sat at the kitchen table, put her hands to her face, and cried. She did it as quietly as possible because there were now 4 children upstairs instead of just 2. She had brought the Appleton kids home with her, so now she had the A's as well as the J's. Alice and Aiden had been terribly upset. Dear God, of course they had been. But being with Janny and Judy had helped. So had doses of Benadryl all around. At the request of her girls, Linda had spread sleeping bags in their room, and now all 4 of them were conked out on the floor between the beds. Judy and Aiden with their arms wrapped around each other. Just as she was getting herself under control again, there was a knock at the kitchen door. Her first thought was the police, although given the bloodshed and confusion downtown, she hadn't expected them so soon. But there was nothing authoritative about that soft rapping. She went to the door, pausing to snatch a dish towel from the end of the counter and wipe her face. At first she didn't recognize her visitor, mostly because his hair was different. It was no longer in a ponytail. It fell to Thurston Marshall's shoulders, framing his face, making him look like an elderly washerwoman who has gotten bad news, terrible news, after a long, hard day. Linda opened the door. For a moment, Thirst remained on the stoop. "Is Caro dead?" His voice was low and hoarse, as if he screamed it out at Woodstock doing the fish cheer and just never came back, Linda thought. "Is she really dead?" "I'm afraid she is," Linda said, speaking low herself. "Because of the children. Mr. Marshall, I'm so sorry." For a moment he continued to just stand there. Then he grabbed the gray locks hanging on either side of his face and began to rock back and forth. Linda didn't believe in May-December romances. She was old-fashioned that way. She would have given Marshall and Caro Sturgis 2 years, at most, maybe only 6 months, however long it took their sex organs to stop smoking. But tonight, there was no doubting the man's love, or his loss. Whatever they had, those kids deepened it, she thought. And the dome, too. Living under the dome intensified everything. Already it seemed to Linda that they had been under it not for days, but years. The outside world was fading like a dream when you woke up. "Come in," she said, "but be quiet, Mr. Marshall. The children are sleeping. Mine and yours." 9. She gave him sun tea. Not cold, not even particularly cool, but the best she could do under the circumstances. He drank half of it off, set the glass down, then screwed his fists into his eyes like a child up long past his bedtime. Linda recognized this for what it was, an effort to get himself under control, and sat quietly, waiting. He pulled in a deep breath, let it out, then reached into the breast pocket of the old blue work shirt he was wearing. He took out a piece of rawhide and tied his hair back. She took this as a good sign. "Tell me what happened," Thirst said, "and how it happened." "I didn't see it all. Someone kicked me a good one in the back of my head while I was trying to pull your... Caro out of the way." "But one of the cops shot her. Isn't that right? One of the cops in this goddamn cop-happy, gun-happy town." "Yes." She reached across the table and took his hand. "Someone shouted gun, and there was a gun. It was Andrea Grinnell's. She might have brought it to the meeting with the idea of assassinating Rennie." "Do you think that justifies what happened to Caro?" "God, no. And what happened to Andy was flat-out murder." "Caro died trying to protect the children, didn't she?" "Yes." "Children that weren't even her own." Linda said nothing. "Except they were. Hers and mine. Call it fortunes of war, or fortunes of dome. They were ours, the kids we never would have had otherwise. And until the dome breaks, if it ever does, they're mine." Linda was thinking furiously, could this man be trusted? She thought so. Certainly Rusty had trusted him. Had said the guy was a hell of a good medic for someone who'd been out of the game so long. And Thurston hated those in authority here under the dome. He had reasons to. "Mrs. Everett, please, Linda. Linda, may I sleep on your couch? I'd like to be here if they wake up in the night. If they don't, I hope they don't. I'd like them to see me when they come downstairs in the morning." "That's fine. We'll all have breakfast together. It'll be cereal. The milk hasn't turned yet, although it will soon." "That sounds good. After the kids eat, we'll be out of your hair. Pardon me for saying this if you're a home girl, but I've had a belly full of Chester's Mill. I can't secede from it entirely, but I intend to do the best I can. The only patient at the hospital in serious condition was Rennie's son, and he checked himself out this afternoon. He'll be back. That mess growing on his head will make him come back, but for now, he's dead." Thurston didn't look particularly surprised. "A seizure, I suppose?" "No. Shot. In the jail." "I'd like to say I'm sorry, but I'm not." "Neither am I," Linda said. She didn't know for sure what Junior had been doing there, but she had a good idea of how the grieving father would spin it. "I'll take the kids back to the pond where Caro and I were staying when this happened. It's quiet there, and I'm sure I'll be able to find enough comestibles to last for a while, maybe quite a while. They may even find a place with a generator. But as far as community life goes, he gave the words a satiric spin, I'm quits. Alice and Aiden, too. I might have a better place to go. Really? And when Linda said nothing, he stretched a hand across the table and touched hers. You have to trust someone. It might as well be me. So Linda told him everything, including how they'd have to stop for lead roll behind Burpees before leaving town for Black Ridge. They talked until almost midnight. 10. The north end of the McCoy farmhouse was useless. Thanks to the previous winter's heavy snow, the roof was now in the parlor. But there was a country-style dining room almost as long as a railroad car on the west side, and it was there that the fugitives from Chester's Mill gathered. Barbie first questioned Joe, Norrie, and Benny about what they had seen or dreamed about when they passed out on the edge of what they were now calling the glow belt. Joe remembered burning pumpkins. Norrie said everything had turned black and the sun was gone. Benny at first claimed to remember nothing. Then he clapped a hand over his mouth. There was screaming, he said. I heard screaming. It was bad. They considered this in silence. Then Ernie said, Burning pumpkins doesn't narrow things down much, if that's what you're trying to do, Colonel Barbara. There's probably a stack of them on the sunny side of every barn in town. It's been a good season for them. He paused. At least it was. Rusty, what about your girls? Pretty much the same, Rusty said, and told them what he could remember. Stop Halloween, stop the great pumpkin, Romy mused. Dudes, I'm seeing a pattern here, Benny said. No shit, Sherlock, Rose said, and they all laughed. Your turn, Rusty, Barbie said. How about when you passed out on your way up here? I never exactly passed out, Rusty said, and all this stuff could be explained by the pressure we've been under. Group hysteria, including group hallucinations, are common when people are under stress. Thank you, Dr. Freud, Barbie said. Now, tell us what you saw. Rusty got as far as the stovepipe hat with its patriotic stripes when Lissa Jameson exclaimed, That's the dummy on the library lawn. He's wearing an old T-shirt of mine with a Warren Zevon quote on it. Sweet Home Alabama played that dead band song, Rusty said, and Garden Trowels for Hands. Anyway, it caught fire. Then poof, it was gone. So was the lightheadedness. He looked around at them, their wide eyes. Relax, people. I probably saw the dummy before all this happened, and my subconscious just coughed it back up. He leveled a finger at Barbie. And if you call me Dr. Freud again, I'm apt to pop you one. Did you see it before? Piper asked. Maybe when you went to pick up your girls at school or something? Because the library's right across from the playground. Not that I remember, no. Rusty didn't add that he hadn't picked up the girls at school since very early in the month, and he doubted that any of the town's Halloween displays had been up then. Now you, Jackie, Barbie said. She wet her lips. Is it really so important? I think it is. People burning, she said, and smoke with fire shining through it whenever it shifted. The whole world seemed to be burning. Yep, Benny said. The people were screaming because they were on fire. Now I remember. Abruptly, he put his face against Alba Drake's shoulder. She put her arm around him. Halloween's still 5 days away, Claire said. Barbie said, I don't think so. 11. The wood stove in the corner of the town hall conference room was dusty and neglected, but still usable. Big Jim made sure the flue was open. It squeaked rustily. Then removed Duke Perkins' paperwork from the envelope with the bloody footprint on it. He thumbed through the sheets, grimaced at what he saw, then tossed them into the stove. The envelope he saved. Carter was on the phone talking to Stuart Bowie, telling him what Big Jim wanted for his son, telling him to get on it right away. A good boy, Big Jim thought. He may go far, as long as he remembers which side his bread's buttered on, that is. People who forgot paid a price. Andrew Grinnell had found that out tonight. There was a box of wooden matches on the shelf beside the stove. Big Jim scratched one alight and touched it to the corner of Duke Perkins' evidence. He left the stove door open so he could watch it burn. It was very satisfying. Carter walked over. Stuart Bowie's on hold. Should I tell him you'll get back to him later? Give it to me, Big Jim said and held out his hand for the phone. Carter pointed at the envelope. Don't you want to throw that in too? No, I want you to stuff it with blank paper from the photocopy machine. It took a moment for Carter to get it. She was just having a bunch of dope-ass hallucinations, wasn't she? Poor woman, Big Jim agreed. Go down to the fallout shelter, son. There. He cocked his thumb at a door. Unobtrusive except for an old metal plaque showing black triangles against a yellow field, not far from the wood stove. There are 2 rooms. At the end of the second one, there's a small generator. Okay. In front of the Jenny, there's a trap door. Hard to see, but you will if you look. Lift it and look inside. There should be 8 or 10 little canisters of LP snuggled down in there. At least there were the last time I looked. Check. And tell me how many. He waited to see if Carter would ask why, but Carter didn't. He just turned to do as he was told. So, Big Jim told him. Only a precaution, son. Dot every I and cross every T. That's the secret of success. And having God on your side, of course. When Carter was gone, Big Jim pushed the hold button. And if Stewart wasn't still there, his butt was going to be in a high sling. Stewart was. Jim, I'm so sorry for your loss, he said. Right up front with it, a point in his favor. We'll take care of everything. I'm thinking the eternal rest casket. It's oak. Good for 1,000 years. Go on and pull the other one, Big Jim thought, but kept silent. And it'll be our best work. He'll look ready to wake up and smile. Thank you, pal, Big Jim said, thinking he'd damn well better. Now, about this raid tomorrow, Stewart said. I was going to call you about that. You're wondering if it's still on. It is. But with everything that's happened. Nothing's happened, Big Jim said, for which we can thank God's mercy. Can I get an amen on that, Stewart? Amen, Stewart said dutifully. Just a cluster mug caused by a mentally disturbed woman with a gun. She's eating dinner with Jesus and all the saints right now, I have no doubt, because none of what happened was her fault. But, Jim, don't interrupt me when I'm talking, Stewart. It was the drugs. Those damn things rotted her brain. People are going to realize that as soon as they calm down a little. Chester's Mill is blessed with sensible, courageous folks. I trust them to come through, always have, always will. Besides, right now, they don't have a thought in their heads except for seeing their nearest and dearest. Our operation is still a go for noon. You, Fern, Roger, Melvin Searles, Fred Denton will be in charge. He can pick another 4 or 5 if he thinks he needs them. He the best you can do? Stewart asked. Fred is fine, Big Jim said. What about Thibodeau? That boy who's been hanging around with you. Stewart Bowie, every time you open your mouth, half your guts fall out. You need to shut up for once and listen. We're talking about a scrawny drug addict and a pharmacist who wouldn't say boo to a goose. You got an amen on that? Yeah, amen. Use town trucks, grab Fred as soon as you're off the phone. He's got to be around there someplace. And tell him what's what. Tell him you fellas should armor up just to be on the safe side. We've got all that happy Homeland Security crappy in the back room of the police station. Bulletproof vests and flak jackets, don't know what all. So we might as well make use of it. Then you go in there and take those fellas out. We need that propane. What about the lab? I was thinking maybe we should burn it. Are you crazy? Carter, who had just walked back into the room, looked at him in surprise. With all those chemicals stored there? The Shumway woman's newspaper's one thing. That storage building is an entirely different kettle of chowder. You want to look out, pal, or I'll start thinking you're as stupid as Roger Killian. All right. Stewart sounded sulky, but Big Jim reckoned he would do as told. He had no more time for him anyway. Randolph would be arriving any minute. The parade of fools never ends, he thought. Now give me a big old praise God, Big Jim said. In his mind, he had a picture of himself sitting on Stewart's back and grinding his face into the dirt. It was a cheering picture. Praise God, Stewart Bowie muttered. Amen, brother, Big Jim said, and hung up. 12. Chief Randolph came in shortly thereafter, looking tired but not unsatisfied. I think we've lost some of the younger recruits for good. Dodson, Rockcliffe, and the Richardson boy are all gone, but most of the others stuck, and I've got some new ones. Joe Boxer, Stubby Norman, Aubrey Toll. His brother owns the bookstore, you know. Big Jim listened to this recitation patiently enough, if with only half an ear. When Randolph finally ran down, Big Jim slid the Vader envelope across the polished conference table to him. That's what poor old Andrea was waving around. Have a look. Randolph hesitated, then bent back the clasps and slid out the contents. There's nothing here but blank paper. Right you are, right as rain. When you assemble your force tomorrow, 7 o'clock sharp at the PD, because you can believe your Uncle Jim when he says the ants are going to start trekking out of the hill mighty early. You might make sure they know the poor woman was just as deluded as the anarchist who shot President McKinley. Isn't that a mountain? Randolph asked. Big Jim spared a moment to wonder which dumb tree Mrs. Randolph's little boy had fallen out of. Then he pressed ahead. He wouldn't get a good 8 hours sleep tonight, but with the blessing he might manage 5. And he needed it. His poor old heart needed it. Use all the police cars, 2 officers to a car, make sure everyone has mace and tasers, but anyone who discharges a firearm in sight of reporters and cameras and the cotton-picking outside world, I'll have that man's guts for garters. Yes, sir. Have them drive along the shoulders of 119, flanking the crowd. No sirens, but lights flashing. Like in a parade, Randolph said. Yes, Pete, like in a parade. Leave the highway itself for the people. Tell those in cars to leave them and walk. Use your loudspeakers. I want them good and tired when they get out there. Tired people tend to be well-behaved people. You don't think we should spare a few troops to hunt for the escaped prisoners? He saw Big Jim's eyes flash and raised one hand. Just asking, just asking. Well, and you deserve an answer. You're the chief after all, isn't he, Carter? Yup, Carter said. The answer is no, Chief Randolph, because, listen closely now, they can't escape. There's a dome around Chester's Mill, and they absolutely, positively cannot escape. Now, do you follow that line of reasoning? He observed the color rising in Randolph's cheeks and said, Be careful how you answer now. I would. Anyway, I follow it. Then follow this as well, with Dale Barbara on the loose, not to mention his co-conspirator Everett. The people will look even more fervently to their public servants for protection, and hard-pressed though we may be, will rise to the occasion, won't we? Randolph finally got it. He might not know that there was a president as well as a mountain named McKinley, but he did seem to grasp that a Barbie in the bush was in many ways more useful to them than a Barbie in the hand. Yes, he said, we will, damn straight. What about the press conference? If you're not going to do it, do you want to appoint? No, I do not. I will be right here at my post, where I belong, monitoring developments. As for the press, they can darn well conference with the 1,000 or so people that are going to be grubbed up out there on the south side of town like gawkers at a construction site. And good luck to them translating the babble they'll get. Some folks may say things that aren't exactly flattering to us, Randolph said. Big Jim flashed a wintry smile. That's why God gave us the big shoulders, pal. Besides, what's that meddling cotton picker Cox going to do? March in here and turn us out of office? Randolph gave a dutiful chuckle, started for the door, then thought of something else. There are going to be a lot of people out there, and for a long time. The military's put up porta-potties on their side. Should we do something like that on ours? I think we've got a few in the supply building. For road crews, mostly. Maybe Al Timmons could... Big Jim gave him a look that suggested he thought the new chief of police had gone mad. If it had been left up to me, our folks would be safe in their homes tomorrow, instead of streaming out of town like the Israelites out of Egypt. He paused for emphasis. If some of them get caught short, let them poop in the gosh darn woods. 13. When Randolph was finally gone, Carter said, If I swear I'm not brown-nosing, can I tell you something? Yes, of course. I love to watch you operate, Mr. Rennie. Big Jim grinned, a great big sunny one that lit his whole face. Well, you're going to get your chance, son. You've learned from the rest, now learn from the best. I plan on it. Right now, I need you to give me a lift home. Meet me promptly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll come down here and watch the show on CNN. But first, we'll sit up on town Common Hill and watch the Exodus. Sad, really. Israelites with no Moses. Ants without a hill, Carter added. Bees without a hive. But before you pick me up, I want you to visit a couple of people, or try. I've got a bet with myself that you'll find them absent without leave. Who? Rose Twitchell and Linda Everett, the medico's wife. I know who she is. You might also take a check for Shumway. I heard she might be staying with Libby, the preacher lady with the bad-natured dog. If you find any of them, question them about the whereabouts of our escapees. Hard or soft? Moderate.
I don't necessarily want Everett and Barbara captured right away, but I wouldn't mind knowing where they are. On the step outside, Big Jim breathed deeply of the smelly air, and then sighed with something that sounded like satisfaction. Carter felt pretty satisfied himself. A week ago he'd been replacing mufflers, wearing goggles to keep the sifting rust flakes from salt-rotted exhaust systems out of his eyes. Today he was a man of position and influence. A little smelly air seemed a small price to pay for that. I have a question for you, Big Jim said. If you don't want to answer, it's okay. Carter looked at him. The bushy girl, Big Jim said. How was she? Was she good? Carter hesitated, then said, a little dry at first, but she oiled up a country fair. Big Jim laughed. The sound was metallic, like the sound of coins dropping into the tray of a slot machine. 14. Midnight, and the pink moon descending toward the Tarker's Mill horizon, where it might linger until daylight, turning into a ghost before finally disappearing. Julia picked her way through the orchard to where the McCoy land sloped down the western side of Black Ridge, and was not surprised to see a darker shadow sitting against one of the trees. Off to her right, the box with the alien symbol engraved on its top sent out a flash every 15 seconds. The world's smallest, strangest lighthouse. Barbie? She asked, keeping her voice low. How's Ken? Gone to San Francisco to march in the Gay Pride Parade. I always knew that boy wasn't straight. Julia laughed, then took his hand and kissed it. My friend, I'm awfully glad you're safe. He took her in his arms and kissed her on both cheeks before letting her go. Lingering kisses. Real ones. My friend, so am I. She laughed, but a thrill went straight through her, from neck to knees. It was one she recognized but hadn't felt in a long time. Easy girl, she thought. He's young enough to be your son. Well, yes, if she'd gotten pregnant at 13. Everyone is asleep, Julia said. Even Horace. He's in with the kids. They had him chasing sticks until his tongue was practically dragging on the ground. Thinks he died and went to heaven, I bet. I tried sleeping. Couldn't. Twice he'd come close to drifting off, and both times he found himself back in the coop, facing Junior Rennie. The first time Barbie had tripped instead of jigging to the right and had gone sprawling to the bunk, presenting a perfect target. The second time, Junior had reached through the bars with an impossibly long plastic arm and had seized him to make him hold still long enough to give up his life. After that one, Barbie had left the barn where the men were sleeping and had come out here. The air still smelled like a room where a lifelong smoker had died 6 months ago, but it was better than the air in town. So few lights down there, she said. On an ordinary night, there'd be 9 times as many, even at this hour. The streetlights would look like a double strand of pearls. There's that, though. Barbie had left one arm around her, but he lifted his free hand and pointed at the glow belt. But for the dome, where it ended abruptly, she thought it would have been a perfect circle. As it was, it looked like a horseshoe. Yes. Why do you suppose Cox hasn't mentioned it? They must see it on their satellite photos. She considered. At least he hasn't said anything to me. Maybe he did to you. Nope, and he would have. Which means they don't see it. You think the dome, filters it out? Something like that. Cox, the news networks, the outside world, they don't see it because they don't need to see it. I guess we do. Is Rusty right, do you think? Are we just ants being victimized by cruel children with a magnifying glass? What kind of intelligent race would allow their children to do such a thing to another intelligent race? We think we're intelligent, but do they? We know that ants are social insects, home builders, colony builders, amazing architects. They work hard as we do. They bury their dead as we do. They even have race wars, the blacks against the reds. We know all this. But we don't assume ants are intelligent. She pulled his arm tighter around her, although it wasn't cold. Intelligent or not, it's wrong. I agree. Most people would. Rusty knew it even as a child. But most kids don't have a moral fix on the world. That takes years to develop. By the time we're adults, most of us have put away childish things, which would include burning ants with a magnifying glass or pulling the wings off flies. Probably their adults have done the same, if they notice the likes of us at all, that is. When's the last time you bent over and really examined an anthill? But still, if we found ants on Mars, or even microbes, we wouldn't destroy them, because life in the universe is such a precious commodity. Every other planet in our system is a wasteland, for God's sake.
Barbie thought if NASA found life on Mars, they would have no compunctions whatever about destroying it in order to put it on a microscope slide and study it. But he didn't say so. If we were more scientifically advanced, or more spiritually advanced, maybe that's what it actually takes to go voyaging around in the great what's out there. We might see that there's life everywhere. As many inhabited worlds and intelligent life forms as there are anthills in this town. Was his hand now resting on the side swell of her breast? She believed it was. It had been a long time since there had been a man's hand there, and it felt very good. The one thing I'm sure of is that there are other worlds than the ones we can see with our puny telescopes here on Earth. Or even with the Hubble. And they're not here, you know. It's not an invasion, they're just looking. And maybe playing. I know what that's like, she said, to be played with. He was looking at her. Kissing distance. She wouldn't mind being kissed. No, not at all. What do you mean, Rennie? Do you believe there are certain defining moments in a person's life? Watershed events that actually do change us? Yes, he said, thinking of the red smile his boot had left on the Abdul's buttock. Just the ordinary ass cheek of a man living his ordinary little life. Absolutely. Mine happened in 4th grade, at Main Street Grammar. Tell me. It won't take long. That was the longest afternoon of my life, but it's a short story. He waited. I was an only child. My father owned the local newspaper. He had a couple of reporters and one ad salesman, but otherwise he was pretty much a one-man band, and that was just how he liked it. There was never any question that I'd take over when he retired. He believed it, my mother believed it, my teachers believed it, and of course I believed it. My college education was all planned out. Nothing so bush league as the University of Maine either, not for Al Shumway's girl. Al Shumway's girl was going to Princeton. By the time I was in the 4th grade, there was a Princeton pennant over my bed, and I practically had my bags packed. Everyone, not excluding me, just about worshipped the ground I walked on. Except for my fellow 4th graders, that was. At the time, I didn't understand the causes, but now I wonder how I missed them. I was the one who sat in the front row and always raised my hand when Mrs. Conant asked a question. And I always got the answer right. I turned in my assignments ahead of time, if I could, and volunteered for extra credit. I was a grade grind and a bit of a wheedler. Once, when Mrs. Conant came back into class after having to leave us alone for a few minutes, little Jessie Vachin's nose was bleeding. Mrs. Conant said we'd all have to stay after unless someone told her who did it. I raised my hand and said it was Andy Manning. Andy punched Jessie in the nose when Jessie wouldn't lend Andy his art gum eraser. And I didn't see anything wrong with that because it was the truth. Are you getting this picture? You're coming in 5 by. That little episode was the last straw. One day, not long afterwards, I was walking home across the common, and a bunch of girls were laying for me inside the Peace Bridge. There were 6 of them. The ringleader was Lila Strout, who's now Lila Killian. She married Roger Killian, which serves her absolutely right. Don't ever let anyone tell you children can't carry their grudges into adulthood. They took me to the bandstand. I struggled at first, but then 2 of them, Lila was one, Cindy Collins, Toby Manning's mother, was the other, punched me. Not in the shoulder the way kids usually do, either. Cindy hit me in the cheek, and Lila punched me square in the right boob. How that hurt. I was just getting my breasts, and they ached even when they were left alone. I started crying. That's usually the signal, among kids at least, that things have gone far enough. Not that day. When I started screaming, Lila said, "Shut up or you get worse." There was nobody to stop them, either. It was a cold, drizzly afternoon, and the common was deserted, except for us. Lila slapped me across the face hard enough to make my nose bleed and said, "Tattletale tit. All the dogs in town come to have a little bit." And the other girls laughed. They said it was because I told on Andy. And at the time I thought it was, but now I see it was everything, right down to the way my skirts and blouses and even my hair ribbons matched. They wore clothes, I had outfits. Andy was just the last straw. How bad was it? There was slapping, some hair pulling, and they spit on me, all of them. That was after my legs gave out and I fell down on the bandstand. I was crying harder than ever, and I had my hands over my face, but I felt it. Spit's warm, you know? Yeah. They were saying stuff like teacher's pet and goody-goody gumdrops and little Miss Shit Don't Stink. And then, just when I thought they were done, Corey McIntosh said, "Let's pants her." Because I was wearing slacks that day. Nice ones my mom got from a catalog. I love them. They were the kind of slacks you might see a co-ed wearing as she crossed the quad at Princeton. At least that's what I thought then. I fought them harder that time, but they won, of course. 4 of them held me down, while Lila and Corey pulled off my slacks. Then Cindy Collins started laughing and pointing and saying, "She's got frickin' Pooh Bear on her underpants," which I did, along with Eeyore and Roo. They all started laughing, and, Barbie, I got smaller, and smaller, and smaller, until the bandstand floor was like a great flat desert and I was an insect stuck in the middle of it. Dying in the middle of it. Like an ant under a magnifying glass, in other words. Oh, no, Barbie, it was cold, not hot. I was freezing. I had goosebumps on my legs. Corey said, "Let's take her panties, too." But that was a little farther than they were prepared to go. As the next best thing, maybe, Lila took my nice slacks and threw them onto the roof of the bandstand. After that, they left. Lila was the last one to go. She said, "If you tattle this time, I'll get my brother's knife and cut off your bitch nose." "What happened?" Barbie asked. And yes, his hand was definitely resting against the side of her breast. What happened at first was just a scared little girl crouching there in the bandstand, wondering how she was going to get home without half the town seeing her in her silly baby underwear. I felt like the smallest, dumbest chicklet who ever lived. I finally decided I'd wait until dark. My mother and father would be worried. They might even call the cops, but I didn't care. I was going to wait until dark, and then sneak home by the side streets, hide behind trees if anyone came along. I must have dozed a little bit, because all at once, Caleb Bevins was standing over me. She'd been right in there with the rest, slapping and pulling my hair and spitting on me. She didn't say as much as the rest, but she was part of it. She helped hold me while Lila and Corey pantsed me, and when they saw one of the legs of my slacks was hanging off the edge of the roof, Kayla got up on the railing and flipped it all the way up, so I wouldn't be able to reach it. I begged her not to hurt me anymore. I was beyond things like pride and dignity. I begged her not to pull my underwear down. Then I begged her to help me up. She just stood there and listened, like I was nothing to her. I was nothing to her. I knew that then. I guess I forgot it over the years, but I've sort of reconnected with that particular home truth as a result of the dome experience. Finally, I ran down and just lay there sniffling. She looked at me a little longer, then pulled off the sweater she was wearing. It was an old baggy brown thing that hung almost to her knees. She was a big girl and it was a big sweater. She threw it down on top of me and said, "Wear it home. It'll look like a dress." That was all she said. And although I went to school with her for 8 more years, all the way to graduation at Mills High, we never spoke again. But sometimes in my dreams I'll still hear her saying that one thing. "Wear it home. It'll look like a dress." And I see her face. No hate or anger in it, but no pity either. She didn't do it out of pity, and she didn't do it to shut me up. I don't know why she did it. I don't know why she even came back. Do you? "No," he said, and kissed her mouth. It was brief, but warm and moist and quite terrific. "Why did you do that?" "Because you look like you needed it, and I know I did." "What happened next, Julia?" "I put on the sweater and walked home. What else? And my parents were waiting." She lifted her chin pridefully. "I never told them what happened, and they never found out. For about a week I saw the pants on my way to school lying up there on the bandstand's little conical roof. Every time I felt the shame and the hurt, like a knife in my heart. Then one day they were gone. That didn't make the pain all gone, but after that it was a little better. Dull instead of sharp. I never told on those girls, although my father was furious and grounded me until June. I could go to school but nothing else. I was even forbidden the class trip to the Portland Museum of Art, which I'd been looking forward to all year. He told me I could go on the trip and have all my privileges restored if I named the kids who had abused me. That was his word for it. I wouldn't, though, and not just because dummying up is the kids' version of the Apostles' Creed. You did it because somewhere deep inside you thought you deserved what happened to you. Deserved is the wrong word. I thought I'd bought and paid for it, which isn't the same thing at all. My life changed after that. I kept on getting good grades, but I stopped raising my hand so much. I never quit grade grinding, but I stopped grade grubbing. I could have been valedictorian in high school, but I backed off during the second semester of my senior year. Just enough to make sure Carleen Plummer would win instead of me. I didn't want it. Not the speech, not the attention that went with the speech. I made some friends. The best ones in the smoking area behind the high school. The biggest change was going to school in Maine instead of at Princeton. where I was indeed accepted. My father raved and thundered about how no daughter of his was going to go to a land-grant cow college, but I stood firm. She smiled. Pretty firm. But compromise is love's secret ingredient. And I loved my dad plenty. I loved them both. My plan had been to go to the University of Maine at Orono, but during the summer after my senior year I made a last-minute application to Bates, what they call a special circumstances application, and was accepted. My father made me pay the late fee out of my own bank account, which I was glad to do because there was finally a modicum of peace in the family after 16 months of border warfare between the country of controlling parents and the smaller but well-fortified principality of determined teenager. I declared a journalism major, and that finished the job of healing the breach, which had really been there ever since that day on the bandstand. My parents just never knew why. I'm not here in the mill because of that day. My future as a Democrat was pretty much foreordained. But I am who I am, in large part because of that day. She looked up at him again, her eyes shining with tears and defiance. I am not an ant, however. I am not an ant. He kissed her again. She wrapped her arms around him tightly and gave back as good as she got. And when his hand tugged her blouse from the waistband of her slacks, and then slipped up across her midriff to cup her breast, she gave him her tongue. When they broke apart, she was breathing fast. Want to? He asked. Yes. Do you? He took her hand and put it on his jeans, where how much he wanted to was immediately evident. A minute later, he was poised above her, resting on his elbows. She took him in hand to guide him in. Take it easy on me, Colonel Barbara. I've kind of forgotten how this thing goes. It's like riding a bicycle, Barbie said. Turned out, he was right. 15. When it was over, she lay with her hand on his arm, looking up at the pink stars, and asked what he was thinking about. He sighed. The dreams, the visions, the whatever they are. Do you have your cell phone? Always. And it's holding its charge nicely, although for how much longer I couldn't say. Who are you planning to call? Cox, I suppose? You suppose correctly. Do you have his number in memory? Yes. Julia reached over for her discarded pants and pulled the phone off her belt. She called Cox and handed the phone to Barbie, who started talking almost at once. Cox must have answered on the first ring. Hello, Colonel. It's Barbie. I'm out. I'm going to take a chance and tell you our location. It's Black Ridge, the old McCoy orchard. Do you have that on your... You do. Of course you do. And you have satellite images of the town, right? He listened, then asked Cox if the images showed a horseshoe of light encircling the ridge and ending at the TR-90 border. Cox replied in the negative, and then, judging from the way Barbie was listening, asked for details. Not now, Barbie said. Right now, I need you to do something for me, Jim, and the sooner the better. You'll need a couple of Chinooks. He explained what he wanted. Cox listened, then replied. I can't go into it right now, Barbie said, and it probably wouldn't make a lot of sense if I did. Just take it from me that some very dinky-dow shit is going on in here, and I believe that worse is on the way. Maybe not until Halloween if we're lucky. But I don't think we're going to be lucky. 16. While Barbie was speaking with Colonel James Cox, Andy Sanders was sitting against the side of the supply building behind WCIK, looking up at the abnormal stars. He was high as a kite, happy as a clam, cool as a cucumber, other similes may apply. Yet there was a deep sadness, oddly tranquil, almost comforting, running beneath, like a powerful underground river. He had never had a premonition in his whole prosy, practical, workaday life. But he was having one now. This was his last night on Earth. When the bitter men came, he and Chef Bushy would go. It was simple, and not really all that bad. I was in the bonus round anyway, he said. Have been ever since I almost took those pills. What's that, Sanders? Chef came strolling along the path from the rear of the station, shining a flashlight beam just ahead of his bare feet. The froggy pajama pants still clung precariously to the bony wings of his hips, but something new had been added, a large white cross. It was tied around his neck on a rawhide loop. Slung over his shoulder was God's Warrior. 2 grenades swung from the stock on another length of rawhide. In the hand not holding the flashlight, he carried the garage door opener. Nothing, Chef, Andy said. I was just talking to myself. Seems like I'm the only one who listens these days. That's bullshit, Sanders. Utter and complete bullshit-a-rooney. God listens. He's tapped into souls the way the FBI's tapped into phones. I listen, too. The beauty of this, and the comfort, made gratitude well up in Andy's heart. He offered the bong. Hit this shit. It'll get your boiler lit. Chef uttered a hoarse laugh, took a deep drag on the glass pipe, held the smoke in, then coughed it out. Zoom, he said. God's power, power by the hour, Sanders. Got that right, Andy agreed. It was what Doty always said. And at the thought of her, his heart broke all over again. He wiped his eyes absently. Where did you get the cross? Chef pointed the flashlight toward the radio station. Coggins has got an office in there. The cross was in his desk. The top drawer was locked, but I forced it open. You know what else was in there, Sanders? Some of the skankiest jerk-off material I have ever seen. Kids? Andy asked. He wouldn't be surprised. When the devil got a preacher, he was apt to fall low indeed, low enough to put on a top hat and crawl under a rattlesnake. Worse, Sanders. He lowered his voice. Orientals. Chef picked up Andy's AK-47, which had been lying across Andy's thighs. He shone the light on the stock where Andy had carefully printed Claudette with one of the radio station's magic markers. My wife, Andy said. She was the first dome casualty. Chef gripped him by the shoulder. You're a good man to remember her, Sanders. I'm glad God brought us together. Me too. Andy took back the bong. Me too, Chef. You know what's apt to happen tomorrow, don't you? Andy gripped Claudette's stock. It was answer enough. They'll most likely be wearing body armor, so if we have to go to war, aim for the head. No single-shot stuff, just hose them down. And if it looks like they're going to overrun us, you know what comes next, right? Right. To the end, Sanders. Chef raised the garage door opener in front of his face and shone the flashlight on it. To the end, Andy agreed. He touched the door opener with Claudette's muzzle. 17. Ollie Dinsmore snapped awake from a bad dream, knowing something was wrong. He lay in bed looking at the wan and somehow dirty first light peeping through the window, trying to persuade himself that it was just the dream, some nasty nightmare he couldn't quite recall. Fire and shouting was all he could remember. Not shouting, screaming. His cheap alarm clock was ticking away on the little table beside his bed. He grabbed it. 6:15, and no sound of his father moving around in the kitchen. More telling, no smell of coffee. His father was always up and dressed by 5:15 at the very latest. Cows won't wait was Alden Dinsmore's favorite scripture. And there was always coffee brewing by 5:30. Not this morning. Ollie got up and pulled on yesterday's jeans. Dad? No answer. Nothing but the tick of the clock and distant bellowing of one disaffected bossy. Dread settled over the boy. He told himself there was no reason for it, that his family, all together and perfectly happy only a week ago, had sustained all the tragedies God would allow, at least for a while. He told himself, but himself didn't believe it. Daddy? The generator out back was still running, and he could see the green digital readouts on both the stove and the microwave when he went into the kitchen. But the Mr. Coffee stood dark and empty. The living room was empty, too. His father had been watching TV when Ollie turned in last night, and it was still on, although muted. Some crooked-looking guy was demonstrating the new and improved Sham Wow. You're spending $40 a month on paper towels and throwing your money away, the crooked-looking guy said from that other world, where such things might matter. He's out feeding the cows, that's all. Except wouldn't he have turned off the TV to save electricity? They had a big tank of propane, but it would only last so long. Dad? Still no answer. Ollie crossed to the window and looked out at the barn. No one there. With increasing trepidation, he went down the back hall to his parents' room, steeling himself to knock, but there was no need. The door was open. The big double bed was messy. His father's eye for mess seemed to fall blind once he stepped out of the barn, but empty. Ollie started to turn away, then saw something that scared him. A wedding portrait of Alden and Shelley had hung on the wall in here for as long as Ollie could remember. Now it was gone, with only a brighter square of wallpaper to mark where it had been. That's nothing to be scared of. But it was. Ollie continued on down the hall. There was one more door, and this one, which had stood open for the last year, was now closed. Something yellow had been tacked to it. A note. Even before he was close enough to read it, Ollie recognized his father's handwriting. He should have. There had been enough notes in that big scrawl waiting for him and Rory when they came home from school, and they always ended the same way. Sweep the barn, then go play. Weed the tomatoes and beans, then go play. Take in your mother's washing and mind you don't drag it in the mud. Then go play. Playtime's over, Ollie thought dismally. But then a hopeful thought occurred to him. Maybe he was dreaming. Wasn't it possible? After his brother's death by ricochet and his mother's suicide, why wouldn't he dream of waking to an empty house? The cow lowed again, and even that was like a sound heard in a dream. The room behind the door with the note on it had been Grampy Tom's. Suffering the slow misery of congestive heart failure, he had come to live with them when he could no longer do for himself. For a while he'd been able to hobble as far as the kitchen and take meals with the family, but in the end he'd been bedridden, first with a plastic thingy jammed up his nose. It was called a candelabra or something like that. And then with a plastic mask over his face most of the time. Rory once said he looked like the world's oldest astronaut, and Mom had smacked his face for him. At the end, they had all taken turns changing his oxygen tanks. And one night, Mom found him dead on the floor, as if he'd been trying to get up and had died of it. She screamed for Alden, who came, looked, listened to the old man's chest, then turned off the oxy. Shelley Dinsmore began to cry. Since then, the room had mostly been closed. Sorry, was what the note on the door said. Go to town, Ollie. The Morgans or Dentons or Rev Libby will take you in. Ollie looked at the note for a long time, then turned the knob with a hand that didn't seem to be his own, hoping it wouldn't be messy. It wasn't. His father lay on Grampy's bed with his hands laced together on his chest. His hair was combed the way he combed it when he was going to town. He was holding the wedding picture. One of Grampy's old green oxygen tanks still stood in the corner. Alden had hung his Red Sox cap, the one that said World Series champs, over the valve. Ollie shook his father's shoulder. He could smell booze, and for a few seconds, hope, always stubborn, sometimes hateful, lived in his heart again. Maybe he was only drunk. Dad, Daddy, wake up. Ollie could feel no breath against his cheek, and now saw that his father's eyes weren't completely closed. Little crescents of white peeped out between the upper and lower lids. There was a smell of what his mother called eau de pie. His father had combed his hair, but as he lay dying, he had, like his late wife, pissed his pants. Ollie wondered if knowing that might happen would have stopped him. He backed slowly away from the bed. Now that he wanted to feel like he was having a bad dream, he didn't. He was having a bad reality, and that was something from which you could not wake. His stomach clenched and a column of vile liquid rose up his throat. He ran for the bathroom where he was confronted by a glare-eyed intruder. He almost screamed before recognizing himself in the mirror over the sink. He knelt at the toilet, grasping what he and Rory had called Grampy's crip rails, and vomited. When it was out of him, he flushed. Thanks to the Jenny and a good deep well, he could flush. Lowered the lid and sat on it, trembling all over. Beside him in the sink were 2 of Grampy Tom's pill bottles and a bottle of Jack Daniels. All the bottles were empty. Ollie picked up one of the pill bottles. Percocet, the label said. He didn't bother with the other one. I'm alone now, he said. The Morgans or Dentons or Rev Libby will take you in. But he didn't want to be taken in. It sounded like what his mom would have done to a piece of clothing in her sewing room. He had sometimes hated this farm, but he had always loved it more. The farm had him. The farm and the cows and the woodpile. They were his and he was theirs. He knew that just as he knew that Rory would have gone away to have a bright and successful career, first at college and then in some city far from here, where he would go to plays and art galleries and things. His kid brother had been smart enough to make something of himself in the big world. Ollie himself might have been smart enough to stay ahead of the bank loans and credit cards, but not much more. He decided to go out and feed the cows. He would treat them to double mash if they would eat it. There might even be a bossy or 2 who'd want to be milked. If so, he might have a little straight from the teat, as he had when he was a kid. After that, he would go as far down the big field as he could and throw rocks at the dome until the people started showing up to visit with their relatives. Big doin's, his father would have said. But there was no one Ollie wanted to see except maybe Private Ames from South Carolina. He knew that Aunt Lois and Uncle Scooter might come. They lived just over New Gloucester. But what would he say if they did? Hey, Unc, they're all dead but me. Thanks for coming. No, Once the people from outside the dome started to arrive, he reckoned he'd go up to where Mom was buried and dig a new hole nearby. That would keep him busy, and maybe by the time he went to bed, he'd be able to sleep. Grampy Tom's oxygen mask was dangling from the hook on the bathroom door. His mother had carefully washed it clean and hung it there. Who knew why? Looking at it, the truth finally crashed down on him, and it was like a piano hitting a marble floor. Ollie clapped his hands over his face and began to rock back and forth on the toilet seat, wailing. 18. Linda Everett packed up 2 cloth grocery sacks worth of canned stuff, almost put them by the kitchen door, then decided to leave them in the pantry until she and Thurst and the kids were ready to go. When she saw the Thibodeau kid coming up the driveway, she was glad she'd done so. That young man scared the hell out of her, but she would have had much more to fear if he'd seen 2 bags filled with soup and beans and tuna fish. Going somewhere, Mrs. Everett? Let's talk about that. The trouble was, of all the new cops Randolph had taken on, Thibodeau was the only one who was smart. Why couldn't Rennie have sent Searles? Because Melvin Searles was dumb. Elementary, my dear Watson. She glanced out the kitchen window into the backyard and saw Thurston pushing Janny and Alice on the swings. Audrey lay nearby, with her snout on one paw. Judy and Aiden were in the sandbox. Judy had her arm around Aiden and appeared to be comforting him. Linda loved her for that. She hoped she could get Mr. Carter Thibodeau satisfied and on his way before the 5 people in the backyard even knew he'd been there. She hadn't acted since playing Stella in A Streetcar Named Desire back in junior college, but she was going on stage again this morning. The only good review she wanted was her continued freedom and that of the people out back. She hurried through the living room, fixing what she hoped was a suitably anxious look on her face before opening the door. Carter was standing on the welcome mat with his fist raised to knock. She had to look up at him. She was 5'9", but he was over half a foot taller. "Well, look at you," he said, smiling. "All bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and it's not even 7:30. He did not feel that much like smiling. It hadn't been a productive morning. The preacher lady was gone, the newspaper bitch was gone, her 2 pet reporters seemed to have disappeared, and so had Rose Twitchell. The restaurant was open and the Wheeler kid was minding the store, but said he had no clue as to where Rose might be. Carter believed him. Ance Wheeler looked like a dog who's forgotten where he buried his favorite bone. Judging by the horrible smells coming from the kitchen, he had no clue when it came to cooking either. Carter had gone around back checking for the Sweetbriar van. It was gone. He wasn't surprised. After the restaurant, he'd checked the department store, hammering first in front, then in back, where some careless clerk had left a bunch of roofing material rolls out for any light finger Harry to steal. Except when you thought about it, who'd bother with roofing material in a town where it no longer rained? Carter had thought Everett's house would also be a dry hole. Only went there so he could say he'd followed the boss's instructions to the letter. But he had heard kids in the backyard as he walked up the driveway. Also, her van was there. No doubt it was hers. One of those stick-on bubble lights was sitting on the dash. The boss had said moderate questioning, but since Linda Everett was the only one he could find, Carter thought he might go on the hard side of moderate. Like it or not, and she wouldn't, Everett would have to answer for the ones he hadn't been able to find, as well as herself. But before he could open his mouth, she was talking, not only talking, but taking him by the hand, actually pulling him inside.
"Have you found him, please? Carter, is Rusty okay? If he's not—"
She let go of his hand.
"If he's not, keep your voice down. The kids are out back, and I don't want them any more upset than they are already."
Carter walked past her into the kitchen and peered out through the window over the sink. "What's the hippie doctor doing here?"
"He brought the kids he's taking care of. Caro brought them to the meeting last night, and you know what happened to her."
This speed rap babble was the last thing Carter had expected. Maybe she didn't know anything. The fact that she'd been at the meeting last night and was still here this morning certainly argued in favor of the idea. Or maybe she was just trying to keep him off balance, making a, preemptive strike. It was possible. She was smart. You only had to look at her to see that. Also, sort of pretty for an older babe.
"Have you found him? Did Barbara—"
She found it easy to put a catch in her voice.
"Did Barbara hurt him and leave him somewhere? You can tell me the truth."
He turned to her, smiling easily in the diluted light coming in through the window. "You go first."
"What?"
"You go first," I said. "You tell me the truth."
"All I know is he's gone."
She let her shoulders slump.
"And you don't know where? I can see you don't. What if Barbara kills him? What if he's killed him already?"
Carter grabbed her, spun her around as he would have spun a partner at a country dance, and hoisted her arm behind her back until her shoulder creaked. It was done with such eerie, liquid speed that she had no idea he meant to do it until it was done. He knows that he's going to hurt me until I tell. His breath was hot in her ear. She could feel his beard stubble tickling her cheek as he spoke, and it made her break out in shivers. Don't bullshit a bullshitter, Mom. It was little more than a whisper. You and Weddington have always been tight. Hip to hip and tit to tit. You want to tell me you didn't know she was going to break your husband out? That what you're saying? He jerked her arm higher, and Linda had to bite her lip to stifle a scream. The kids were right out there, Janny calling over her shoulder for Thirst to push her higher. If they heard a scream from the house. If she'd told me, I would have told Randolph, she panted. Do you think I'd risk Rusty getting hurt when he didn't do anything? He did plenty. Threatened to withhold medicine from the boss unless he stepped down. Fucking blackmail. I heard it. He jerked her arm again. A little moan escaped her. Got anything to say about that, Mom? Maybe he did. I haven't seen him or talked to him, so how would I know? But he's still the closest thing this town has to a doctor. Rennie would never have executed him. Barbara, maybe, but not Rusty. I knew it, and you must know it, too. Now let me go. For a moment, he almost did. It all hung together. Then he had a better idea and marched her to the sink. Bend over, Mom. No! He jerked her arm up again. It felt like the ball of her shoulder was going to tear right out of its socket. Bend over, like you're going to wash that pretty blonde hair. Linda, Thurston called. How are you doing? Jesus, don't let him ask about the groceries, please, Jesus. And then another thought struck her. Where were the kids' suitcases? Each of the girls had packed a little traveling case. What if they were sitting in the living room? Tell them you're fine, Carter said. We don't want to bring the hippie into this, or the kids, do we? God, no. But where were their suitcases? Fine, she called. Almost finished, he called. Oh, Thirst, shut up. I need 5 minutes. Thurston stood there looking like he might say something else, but then went back to pushing the girls. Good job. He was pressing against her now, and he had a hard-on. She could feel it against the seat of her jeans. It felt as big as a monkey wrench. Then he pulled away. Almost finished with what? She almost said making breakfast, but the used bowls were in the sink. For a moment, her mind was a roaring blank, and she almost wished he'd put his damn boner on her again, because when men were occupied with their little heads, their big ones switched to a test pattern. But he jerked her arm up again. Talk to me, Mom. Make Dad happy. Cookies, she gasped. I said I'd make cookies. The kids asked. Cookies with no power, he mused. Best trick of the week. They're the no-bake kind. Look in the pantry, you son of a bitch. If he looked, he would indeed find no-bake oatmeal cookie mix on the shelf. But of course, if he looked down, he would also see the supplies she had packed. And he might well do that, if he registered how many of the pantry shelves were now half or wholly empty. You don't know where he is. The erection was back against her. With the throbbing pain in her shoulder, she hardly registered it. You sure about that? Yes. I thought you knew. I thought you came to tell me he was hurt, or I think you're lying your pretty round ass off. Her arm jerked up higher, and now the pain was excruciating, the need to cry out unbearable. But somehow she did bear it. I think you know plenty, Mom. And if you don't tell me, I'm going to rip your arm right out of its socket. Last chance. Where is he? Linda resigned herself to having her arm or shoulder broken. Maybe both. The question was whether or not she could keep from screaming, which would bring the Jays and Thurston on the run. Head down, hair dangling in the sink, she said, Up my ass. Why don't you kiss it, motherfucker? Maybe he'll pop out and say hi. Instead of breaking her arm, Carter laughed. That was a good one, actually. And he believed her. She would never dare to talk to him like that unless she was telling the truth. He only wished she wasn't wearing Levi's. Fucking her probably still would have been out of the question, but he certainly could have gotten a good deal closer to it if she'd been in a skirt. Still, a dry hump wasn't the worst way to start visitor's day, even if it was against a pair of jeans instead of some nice soft panties. Hold still and keep your mouth shut, he said. If you can do that, you may get out of this in one piece. She heard the jingle of his belt buckle and the rasp of his zipper. Then what had been rubbing against her was rubbing again, only now with a lot less cloth between them. Some faint part of her was glad that at least she'd put on a fairly new pair of jeans. She could hope he'd give himself a nasty rug rash. Just as long as the Jays don't come in and see me like this. Suddenly he pressed tighter and harder. The hand not holding her arm groped her breast. "Hey, Mom," he murmured. Hey, my... She felt him spasm, although not the wetness that followed such spasms as day follows night. The jeans were too thick for that, thank God. A moment later, the upward pressure on her arm finally loosened. She could have cried with relief, but wouldn't. She turned around. He was buckling his belt again. "Might want to change those jeans before you go making any cookies. At least, I would, if I were you." He shrugged. "But, who knows, maybe you like it. Different strokes for different folks."
Is this how you keep the law around here now? Is this how your boss wants the law kept?
He's more of a big-picture man. Carter turned to the pantry, and her racing heart seemed to stop. Then he glanced at his watch and yanked up a zipper. "You call Mr. Rennie or me if your husband gets in touch. It's the best thing to do, believe me. If you don't, and I find out, the next load I shoot is going straight up the old wazoo. Whether the kids are watching or not, I don't mind an audience."
Get out of here before they come in.
Say please, Mom. Her throat worked, but she knew Thurston would soon be checking on her, and she got it out. "Please." He headed for the door, then looked into the living room and stopped. He had seen the little suitcases, she was sure of it. But something else was on his mind. "And turn in the bubble light I saw in your van. In case you forgot, you're fired." 19. She was upstairs when Thurston and the kids came in 3 minutes later. The first thing she did was look in the kids' room. The traveling cases were on their beds. Judy's teddy was sticking out of one. "Hey, kids," she called down gaily. Toujours gay, that was her. "Look at some picture books, and I'll be down in a few." Thurston came to the foot of the stairs. "We really ought to..." He saw her face and stopped. She beckoned him.
"Mom,"
Janelle called.
"could we have the last Pepsi if I share it out?"
Although she ordinarily would have vetoed the idea of soda this early, she said,
"Go ahead, but don't spill."
Thirst came halfway up the stairs.
"What happened?"
"Keep your voice down. There was a cop, Carter Thibodeau. The big tall one with the broad shoulders." "That's him. He came to question me." Thirst paled, and Linda knew he was replaying what he'd called to her when he thought she was alone. "I think we're okay," she said, "but I need you to make sure he's really gone. He was walking. Check the street and over the back fence into the Edmonds' yard. I have to change my pants." "What did he do to you?" "Nothing," she hissed. "Just check to make sure he's gone, and if he is, we are getting the holy hell out of here." 20. Piper Libby let go of the box and sat back looking at the town with tears welling in her eyes. She was thinking of all those late-night prayers to the not there. Now she knew that had been nothing but a silly sophomoric joke. And the joke, it turned out, was on her. There was a there. It just wasn't God.
"Did you see them?"
She started. Norrie Calvert was standing there. She looked thinner, older, too. And Piper saw that she was going to be beautiful. To the boys she hung with, she probably already was. "Yes, honey, I did. Are Rusty and Barbie right? Are the people looking at us just kids?" Piper thought maybe it takes one to know one. "I'm not 100% sure, honey. Try it for yourself." Norrie looked at her. "Yeah?" And Piper, not knowing if she was doing right or doing wrong, nodded. "Yeah. If I get, weird or something, will you pull me back?" "Yes. And you don't have to do it if you don't want to. It's not a dare." But to Norrie it was, and she was curious. She knelt in the high grass and gripped the box firmly on either side. She was immediately galvanized. Her head snapped back so hard Piper heard the vertebrae in her neck crack like knuckles. She reached for the girl, then dropped her hand as Norrie relaxed. Her chin went to her breastbone, and her eyes, which had squeezed shut when the shock hit her, opened again. They were distant and hazy. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "Why?" Piper's arms broke out in goose flesh.
Tell me.
A tear fell from one of Nori's eyes and struck the top of the box where it sizzled and then disappeared.
Tell me.
Silence spun out. It seemed very long. Then the girl let go and rocked backward until her butt sat on her heels.
Kids.
For sure?
For sure I couldn't tell how many. It kept changing. They had leather hats on. They had bad mouths. They were wearing goggles and looking at their own box. Only theirs is like a television they see everywhere, all over town.
How do you know? Nori shook her head helplessly.
I can't tell you, but I know it's true. They're bad kids with bad mouths. I never want to touch that box again. I feel so dirty.
She began to cry. Piper held her.
When you asked them why, what did they say? Nothing.
Did they hear you, do you think?
They heard. They just didn't care.
From behind them came a steady beating sound, growing louder. 2 transport helicopters were coming in from the north, almost skimming the TR-90 treetops.
They better watch out for the dome or they'll crash like the airplane,
Nori cried. The copters did not crash. They reached the edge of safe airspace some 2 miles distant, then began to descend. 21. Cox had told Barbie of an old supply road that ran from the McCoy orchard to the TR-90 border, and said it still looked passable. Barbie, Rusty, Romy, Julia, and Pete Freeman drove along it around 7:30 Friday morning. Barbie trusted Cox, but not necessarily pictures of an old truck track snapped from 200 miles up, so they'd taken the van Ernie Calvert had stolen from Big Jim Rennie's lot. That one Barbie was perfectly willing to lose if it got stuck. Pete was sans camera. His digital Nikon had ceased to work when he got close to the box. ETs don't like the paparazzi, bro, huh? Barbie said. He thought it was a moderately funny line, but when it came to his camera, Pete had no sense of humor. The ex-phone company van made it to the dome, and now the 5 of them watched as the 2 huge CH-47s waddled toward an overgrown hayfield on the TR-90 side. The road continued over there, and the Chinook's rotors churned dust up in great clouds. Barbie and the others shielded their eyes, but that was only instinct and unnecessary. The dust billowed as far as the dome, and then rolled off to either side. The choppers alit with the slow decorum of overweight ladies settling into theater seats a tad too small for their bottoms. Barbie heard the hellish scree of metal on a protruding rock, and the copter to the left lumbered 30 yards sideways before trying again. A figure jumped from the open bay of the first one and strode through the cloud of disturbed grit, waving it impatiently aside. Barbie would have known that no-nonsense little fireplug anywhere. Cox slowed as he approached and put out one hand like a blind man feeling for obstructions in the dark. Then he was wiping away the dust on his side. "It's good to see you breathing free air, Colonel Barbara." "Yes, sir." Cox shifted his gaze. "Hello, Ms. Shumway. Hello, you other friends of Barbara. I want to hear everything, but it will have to be quick. I've got a little dog and pony show going on across town, and I want to be there for it." Cox jerked a thumb over his shoulder where the unloading had already begun. Dozens of Air Max fans with attached generators. They were big ones, Barbie saw with relief, the kind used for drying tennis courts and racetrack pit areas after heavy rains. Each was bolted to its own 2-wheeled dolly platform. The Jennies looked 20 horsepower at most. He hoped that would be enough. "First, I want you to tell me those aren't going to be necessary." "I don't know for sure," Barbie said, "but I'm afraid they might be. You may want to get some more on the 119 side, where the townspeople are meeting their relatives." "By tonight," Cox said. "That's the best we can do." "Take some of these," Rusty said. "If we need them all, we'll be in extremely deep shit anyway." "Can't happen, son. Maybe if we could cut across Chester's Mill airspace, but if we could do that, there wouldn't be a problem, would there? And putting a line of generator-powered industrial fans where the visitors are going to be kind of defeats the purpose. Nobody would be able to hear anything. Those babies are loud." He glanced at his watch. "Now, how much can you tell me in 15 minutes? Halloween comes early. 1. At 7:45, Linda Everett's almost new Honda Odyssey Green rolled up to the loading dock behind Burpee's department store. Thirst was riding shotgun. The kids, far too silent for children setting off on an adventure, were in the back seat. Aiden was hugging Audrey's head. Audie, probably sensing the little boy's distress, bore this patiently. Linda's shoulder was still throbbing in spite of 3 aspirin, and she couldn't get Carter Thibodeau's face out of her mind. or his smell, a mixture of sweat and cologne. She kept expecting him to pull up behind her in one of the town police cars, blocking their retreat. The next load I shoot is going straight up the old wazoo, whether the kids are watching or not. He'd do it, too, he would. And while she couldn't get all the way out of town, she was wild to put as much distance between herself and Rennie's new man Friday as possible. "Grab a whole roll in the metal snips," she told Thurst. "They're under that milk box, Rusty told me." Thurston had opened the door, but now he paused. "I can't do that. What if somebody else needs them?" She wasn't going to argue. She'd probably wind up screaming at him and scaring the children. "Whatever, just hurry up. This is like a box canyon." "As fast as I can." Yet it seemed to take him forever to snip pieces of the lead roll, and she had to restrain herself from leaning out the window and asking if he had been born a prissy old lady or just grew into one. Keep it shut. He lost someone he loved last night. Yes, and if they didn't hurry, she might lose everything. There were already people on Main Street, heading out toward 119 and the Dinsmore Dairy Farm, intent on getting the best places. Linda jumped every time a police loudspeaker blared. "Cars are not allowed on the highway. Unless you are physically disabled, you must walk." Thibodeau was smart, and he had sniffed something. What if he came back and saw that her van was gone? Would he look for it? Meanwhile, Thirst just kept snipping pieces of lead from the roofing roll. He turned, and she thought he was done, but he was only visually measuring the windshield. He started cutting again, whacking off another piece. Maybe he was actually trying to drive her mad. A silly idea, but once it had entered her mind, it wouldn't leave. She could still feel Thibodeau rubbing against her bottom, the tickle of his stubble, the fingers squeezing her breast. She told herself not to look at what he'd left on the seat of her jeans when she took them off, but she couldn't help it. The word that rose in her mind was mansplat, and she found herself in a short, grim struggle to keep her breakfast down, which also would have pleased him, if he had known. Sweat sprang out on her brow. "Mom?" Judy, right in her ear. Linda jumped and uttered a cry. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump you. Can I have something to eat?" "Not now." "Why does that man keep loudspeakering?" "Honey, I can't talk to you right now." "Are you bumming?" "Yes, a little. Now, sit back." "Are we going to see Daddy?" "Yes." "Unless we get caught and I get raped in front of you." "Now, sit back." Thirst was finally coming. Thank God for small favors. He appeared to be carrying enough cut squares and rectangles of lead to armor a tank. "See? That wasn't so bad. Oh, shit." The kids giggled, the sound like rough flies sawing away at Linda's brain. "Quarter in the swear jar, Mr. Marshall," Janelle said. Thirst was looking down, bemused. He had stuck the metal snips in his belt. "I'll just put these back under the milk box." Linda snatched them before he could finish, restrained a momentary urge to bury them up to the handles in his narrow chest. Admirable restraint, she thought, and got out to put them away herself. As she did, a vehicle slid in behind the van, blocking access to West Street, the only way out of this cul-de-sac. 2. Atop town Common Hill, just below the Y intersection where Highland Avenue split off from Main Street, Jim Rennie's Hummer sat idling. From below came the amplified exhortations for people to leave their cars and walk unless they were disabled. People were flowing down the sidewalks, many with packs on their backs. Big Jim eyed them with that species of long-suffering contempt which is felt only by caretakers who do their jobs not out of love, but out of duty. Going against the tide was Carter Thibodeau. He was striding in the middle of the street, every now and then shoving someone out of his way. He reached the Hummer, got in on the passenger side, and armed sweat from his forehead. "Man, that AC feels good. Not hardly 8 in the morning, and it's got to be 75 degrees out there already. And the air smells like a freaking ashtray. Excuse the language, boss." "What kind of luck did you have?" "A bad kind. I talked to Officer Everett. Ex-Officer Everett. The others are in the breeze." "Does she know anything?" "No, she hasn't heard from the doc. And Weddington treated her like a mushroom, kept her in the dark and fed her shit." "You're sure?" "Yep." "Her kid's there with her?" "Yep. The hippie, too. The one who straightened out your ticker. Plus the 2 kids Junior and Frankie found out at the pond." Carter thought about this. With his chick dead and her husband gone, him and Everett will probably be boinking each other's brains out by the end of the week. "If you want me to take another run at her, boss, I will." Big Jim flicked a single finger up from the steering wheel to show that wouldn't be necessary. His attention was elsewhere. Look at them, Carter. Carter couldn't very well help it. The foot traffic out of town was thickening every minute. Most of them will be at the Dome by 9, and their cotton-picking relatives won't arrive until 10, at the earliest. By then they'll be good and thirsty. By noon, the ones who didn't think to bring water will be drinking cow piddle out of Alden Dinsmore's pond. God love them. God must love them, because the majority are too dumb to work and too nervous to steal. Carter barked laughter. That's what we've got to deal with, Rennie said. The mob, the cotton-picking rabble. What do they want, Carter? I don't know, boss. Sure you do. They want food, opera, country music, and a warm bed to thump uglies in when the sun goes down, so they can make more just like them. And goodness me, here comes another member of the tribe. It was Chief Randolph trudging up the hill and mopping his bright red face with a handkerchief. Big Jim was now in full lecture mode. Our job, Carter, is to take care of them. We may not like it. We may not always think they're worth it. But it's the job God gave us. Only to do it, we have to take care of ourselves first. And that's why a good deal of fresh fruit and veg from Food City was stored in the town clerk's office 2 days ago. You didn't know that, did you? Well, that's all right. You're a step ahead of them, and I'm a step ahead of you, and that's how it's supposed to be. The lesson is simple. The Lord helps those that help themselves. Yes, sir. Randolph arrived. He was puffing. There were circles under his eyes, and he appeared to have lost weight. Big Jim pushed the button that ran down his window. Step in, Chief. Grab yourself some AC. And when Randolph started for the passenger seat, Big Jim added, Not there. Carter's sitting there. He smiled. Get in back. 3. It wasn't a police car that had pulled up behind the Odyssey van. It was the hospital ambulance. Dougie Twitchell was at the wheel. Ginny Tomlinson was in the passenger seat with a sleeping baby in her lap. The rear doors opened and Gina Bufalino got out. She was still in her candy striper uniform. The girl who followed her, Harriet Bigelow, wore jeans and a T-shirt that said U.S. Olympic Kissing Team. What? That seemed to be all Linda was capable of. Her heart was racing, the blood pounding so hard in her head that she seemed to feel her eardrums flapping. Twitch said, Rusty called us and told us to get out to the orchard at Black Ridge. I didn't even know there was an orchard up there, but Ginny did, and... Linda? Honey, your white as a ghost. I'm okay, Linda said, and realized she was on the verge of fainting. She pinched her earlobes, a trick Rusty had taught her a long time ago. Like many of his folk remedies, beating down wens with the spine of a heavy book was another. It worked. When she spoke again, her voice seemed both nearer and somehow realer. He told you to come here first? Yes, to get some of that. He pointed to the lead roll sitting on the loading dock. Just to be on the safe side is what he said, but I'll need those snips.
Uncle Twitch,
Janelle cried and dashed into his arms. What's up, Tiger Lily? He hugged her, swung her, set her down. Janelle peered into the passenger window at the baby.
What's her name?
It's a he, Ginny said. His name's Little Walter.
Cool.
Jenny, get back in the van. We have to go, Linda said. Thurst asked, Who's minding the store, you guys? Ginny looked embarrassed. Nobody. But Rusty said not to worry unless there was somebody in need of constant care. Other than Little Walter, there wasn't, so I grabbed the baby and we boogied. We might be able to go back later, Twitch says. Somebody better be able to, Thurst said gloomily. Gloom, Linda had noticed, seemed to be Thurston Marshall's default position. 3/4 of the town is hoofing it out 119 to the Dome. The air quality's bad, and it's going to be 85 by 10 o'clock, which will be about the time the visitor buses arrive. If Rennie and his cohorts have done anything about providing shelter, I haven't heard of it. There's apt to be a lot of sick people in Chester's Mill before sundown. With luck, only heat stroke and asthma, but there could be a few heart attacks as well. Guys, maybe we should go back, Gina said. I feel like a rat deserting a sinking ship. No, Linda said so sharply that they all looked at her, even Audie. Rusty said something bad is going to happen. It might not be today, but he said it might be. Get your lead for the ambulance windows and go. I don't dare wait around. One of Rennie's thugs came to see me this morning, and if he swings by the house and sees the van's gone... Go on, go, Twitch said.
I'll back up so you can get out. Don't bother with Main Street, it's already a mess.
Main Street past the cop shop?
Linda almost shuddered.
No thanks. Mom's taxi goes West Street up to Highland.
Twitch got in behind the wheel of the ambulance, and the two young nurse draftees got in back again, Gina giving Linda a final doubtful look over her shoulder. Linda paused, looking first at the sleeping, sweaty baby, then at Ginny.
Maybe you and Twitch can go back to the hospital tonight to see how things are there. Say you were on a call way the hell and gone out in Northchester, or something. Just whatever you do, don't mention anything about Black Ridge. No.
Easy to say now, Linda thought. You might not find dummying up so easy if Carter Thibodeau bends you over a sink. She pushed Audrey back, shut the slider, and got behind the wheel of the Odyssey Green. Let's get out of here, Thirst said, climbing in beside her. I haven't been this paranoid since my off-the-pig days.
Good, she said, because perfect paranoia is perfect awareness.
She backed her van around the ambulance and started up West Street. 4. Jim, Randolph said from the back seat of the Hummer, I've been thinking about this raid. Have you now? Why don't you give us the benefit of your thinking, Peter? I'm the chief of police. If it comes down to a choice between crowd control at Dinsmore's farm and leading a raid on a drug lab where there may be armed addicts guarding illegal substances, well, I know where my duty lies. Let's just say that. Big Jim discovered he didn't want to argue the point. Arguing with fools was counterproductive. Randolph had no idea what sort of weapons might be stockpiled at the radio station. In truth, neither did Big Jim himself. There was no telling what Bushy might have put on the corporate tab. But at least he could imagine the worst, a mental feat of which this uniformed gas bag seemed incapable. And if something should happen to Randolph, well, hadn't he already decided that Carter would be a more than adequate replacement? All right, Pete, he said. Far be it from me to stand between you and your duty. You're the new OIC with Fred Denton as your second. That satisfy you? You're gosh damn right it does. Randolph puffed his chest. He looked like a fat rooster about to crow. Big Jim, although not renowned for his sense of humor, had to stifle a laugh. Then get down there to the PD and start putting together your crew. Town trucks, remember? Correct. We strike at noon. He shook a fist in the air. Go in through the woods. Now, Jim, I wanted to talk to you about that. It seems a little complicated. Those woods behind the station are pretty snarly. There'll be poison ivy and poison oak, which is even There's an access road, Big Jim said. He was reaching the end of his patience. I want you to use it. Hit them on their blind side. But a bullet in the head would be much worse than poison ivy. Nice talking to you, Pete. Glad to see you're so... But what was he so? Pompous? Ridiculous? Idiotic? So totally gung-ho, Carter said. Thank you, Carter. My thought exactly. Pete, tell Henry Morrison he's now in charge of crowd control out on 119 and use the access road. I really think... Carter, get the door for him. 5. Oh, my God, Linda said, and swerved the van to the left. It bumped up over the curb not 100 yards from where Main and Highland intersected. All three girls laughed at the bump, but poor little Aiden only looked scared and grabbed the long-suffering Audrey's head once more. What? Thirst snapped. What? She parked on someone's lawn behind a tree. It was a good-sized oak, but the van was big, too, and the oak had lost most of its listless leaves. She wanted to believe they were hidden, but couldn't. That's Jim Rennie's Hummer, sitting in the middle of the goddamn intersection. You swore big, Judy said. 2 quarters in the swear jar. Thirst craned. Are you sure? Do you think anybody else in town has a vehicle that humongous? Oh, Jesus, Thurston said. Swear jar. This time Judy and Janny said it together. Linda felt her mouth dry up, and her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. Thibodeau was emerging from the Hummer's passenger side, and if he looked this way... If he sees us, I'm going to run him down, she thought. The idea brought a certain perverse calm. Thibodeau opened the back door of the Hummer. Peter Randolph got out. That man is picking his seat, Alice Appleton informed the company at large. My mother says that means you're going to the movies. Thurston Marshall burst out laughing, and Linda, who would have said she didn't have a laugh anywhere in her, joined him. Soon they were all laughing, even Aiden, who certainly didn't know what they were laughing about.
Linda wasn't sure she did either. Randolph headed down the hill on foot, still yanking at the seat of his uniform trousers. There was no reason for it to be funny, and that made it funnier. Not wanting to be left out, Audrey began to bark. 6. Somewhere a dog was barking. Big Jim heard it but didn't bother turning around. Watching Peter Randolph stride down the hill suffused him with well-being. "Look at him picking his pants out of his butt," Carter remarked. "My father used to say that meant you were going to the movies." "The only place he's going is out to WCIK," Big Jim said. "And if he's bullheaded about making a frontal assault, it's likely to be the last place he ever goes. Let's go down to the town hall and watch this carnival on TV for a while. When that becomes tiresome, I want you to find the hippie doctor and tell him if he tries to scoot off somewhere, we'll run him down and throw him in jail." "Yes, sir." This was duty he didn't mind. Maybe he could take another run at ex-officer Everett, this time get her pants off. Big Jim put the Hummer in gear and rolled slowly down the hill, honking at people who didn't get out of his way quickly enough. As soon as he had turned into the town hall driveway, the Odyssey van rolled through the intersection and headed out of town. There was no foot traffic on Upper Highland Street, and Linda accelerated rapidly. Thurst Marshall began singing The Wheels on the Bus, and soon all the kids were singing with him. Linda, who felt a little more terror leave her with each tenth of a mile the odometer turned, soon began to sing along. 7. Visitors' Day has come to Chester's Mill, and a mood of eager anticipation fills the people walking out Route 119 toward the Dinsmore farm, where Joe McClatchy's demonstration went so wrong just 5 days ago. They are hopeful, if not exactly happy, in spite of that memory, also in spite of the heat and smelly air. The horizon beyond the dome now appears blurred, and above the trees the sky has darkened, due to accumulated particulate matter. It's better when you look straight up, but still not right. The blue has a yellowish cast, like a film of cataract on an old man's eye. "It's how the sky used to look over the paper mills back in the 70s when they were running full blast," says Henrietta Clavard, she of the not-quite-broken ass. She offers her bottle of ginger ale to Petra Searles, who's walking beside her. "No, thank you," Petra says. "I have some water." "Is it spiked with vodka?" Henrietta inquires. "Because this is half and half, sweetheart. I call it a Canada Dry rocket." Petra takes the bottle and downs a healthy slug. "Yow!" she says. Henrietta nods in businesslike fashion. "Yes, ma'am. It's not fancy, but it does brighten up a person's day." Many of the pilgrims are carrying signs they plan on flashing to their visitors from the outside world, and to the cameras, of course, like the audience at a live network morning show. But network morning show signs are uniformly cheerful. Most of these are not. Some, left over from the previous Sunday's demo, read, "Fight the power," and "Let us out, damn it." There are new ones that say, "Government experiment, why?" and "The cover-up," and "We're human beings, not guinea pigs." Johnny Carver's reads, "Stop whatever you're doing in the name of God before it's too late." Frida Morrison's asks, ungrammatically but passionately, "Whose crimes are we dying for?" Bruce Yardley's is the only one to strike a completely positive note. Attached to a 7-foot stick and wrapped in blue crepe paper, at the dome it will tower over all the others, it reads, "Hello, Mom and Dad in Cleveland. Love you guys." 9 or 10 signs feature scriptural references. Bonnie Morell, wife of the town's lumberyard owner, carries one that proclaims, "Don't forgive them, because they do know what they do." Trina Kale says, "The Lord is my shepherd," below a drawing of what is probably a sheep, although it's tough to be sure. Donnie Barabos simply reads, "Pray for us." Marta Edmonds, who sometimes babysits for the Everetts, isn't among the pilgrims. Her ex-husband lives in South Portland, but she doubts if he'll show up, and what would she say if he did? "You're behind on the alimony, cocksucker?" She goes out Little Bitch Road instead of down Route 119. The advantage is that she doesn't have to walk. She takes her Acura and runs the air conditioning full blast. Her destination is the cozy little house where Clayton Brassey has spent his declining years. He is her great-great-uncle once removed, or some damn thing. And while she isn't quite sure of either their kinship or degree of separation, she knows he has a generator. If it's still working, she can watch on TV. She also wants to assure herself that Uncle Clay's still okay, or as okay as it's possible to be when you're 105 and your brains have turned to Quaker oatmeal. He's not okay. Clayton Brassey has given up the mantle of oldest living town resident. He's sitting in the living room in his favorite chair with his chipped enamel urinal in his lap, and the Boston Post cane leaning against the wall nearby, and he's cold as a cracker. There's no sign of Nell Toomey, his great-great-granddaughter and chief caregiver. She's gone out to the dome with her brother and sister-in-law. Marta says, "Oh, Unc, I'm sorry, but probably it was time." She goes into the bedroom, gets a fresh sheet from the closet, and tosses it over the old man. The result makes him look a bit like a covered piece of furniture in an abandoned house. A high boy, perhaps. Marta can hear the Jenny putting away out back and thinks, what the hell? She turns on the TV, tunes it to CNN, and sits on the couch. What's unfolding on screen almost makes her forget she's keeping company with a corpse. It's an aerial shot taken with a powerful distance lens from a helicopter hovering above the Motten Flea Market where the visitors' buses will park. The early starters inside the dome have already arrived. Behind them comes the Hodge, two-lane blacktop filled from side to side and stretching all the way back to Food City. The similarity of the town's citizens to trekking ants is unmistakable. Some newscaster's babbling away using words like wonderful and amazing. The second time he says, "I have never seen anything like this," Marta mutes the sound, thinking, nobody has, you dummox. She's thinking about getting up and seeing what there might be in the kitchen to snack on. Maybe that's wrong with the corpse in the room, but she's hungry, damn it. When the picture goes to a split screen. On the left half, another helicopter is now tracking the line of buses heading out of Castle Rock, and the super at the bottom of the screen reads, "Visitors to arrive shortly after 10 a.m. There's time to fix a little something after all. Marta finds crackers, peanut butter, and, best of all, 3 cold bottles of Bud. She takes everything back into the living room on a tray and settles in. "Thanks, Unc," she says. Even with the sound off, especially with the sound off, the juxtaposed images are riveting, hypnotic. As the first beer hits her joyously, Marta realizes it's like waiting for an irresistible force to meet an immovable object and wondering if there will be an explosion when they come together. Not far from the gathering crowd on the knoll where he has been digging his father's grave, Ollie Dinsmore leans on his spade and watches the crowd arrive. 200, then 4, then 8, 800 at least. He sees a woman with a baby on her back in one of those papoose carriers and wonders if she's insane, bringing a kid that small out in this heat, without even a hat to protect its head. The arriving townsfolk stand in the hazy sun, watching and waiting anxiously for the buses. Ollie thinks what a slow, sad walk they are going to have once the hoopla's over. All the way back to town in the simmering late afternoon heat. Then he turns once more to the job at hand. Behind the growing crowd on both shoulders of 119, the police, a dozen mostly new officers led by Henry Morrison, park with their flashers throbbing. The last 2 police cars are late arriving because Henry ordered them to fill their trunks with containers of water from the spigot at the fire department, where, he has discovered, the generator is not only working, but looks good to go for another couple of weeks. There's nowhere near enough water, a foolishly meager amount, in fact, given the size of the crowd, but it's the best they can do. They'll save it for the folks who faint in the sun. Henry hopes there won't be many, but he knows there will be some, and he curses Jim Rennie for the lack of preparation. He knows it's because Rennie doesn't give a damn, and to Henry's mind that makes the negligence worse. He has ridden out with Pamela Chen, the only one of the new special deputies he completely trusts. And when he sees the size of the crowd, he tells her to call the hospital. He wants the ambulance out here standing by. She comes back 5 minutes later with news Henry finds both incredible and completely unsurprising. One of the patients answered the phone at reception, Pamela says. A young woman who came in early this morning with a broken wrist. She says all the medical personnel is gone, and the ambulance is gone too. Well, that's just great, Henry says. I hope your first aid skills are up to snuff, Pammy, because you may have to use them. I can give CPR, she says. Good. He points to Joe Boxer, the ego-loving dentist. Boxer is wearing a blue armband and self-importantly waving people to either side of the road. Most pay no attention. And if someone gets a toothache, that self-important prick can pull it for them. If they've got the cash to pay, Pamela says. She has had experience with Joe Boxer when her wisdom teeth came in. He said something about trading one service for another while eyeing her breasts in a way she didn't care for at all. I know there's a Red Sox hat in the back of my car, Henry says. If so, would you take it over there? He points to the woman Ollie has already noticed, the one with the bareheaded baby. Put it on the kid and tell that woman she's an idiot. I'll take the hat, but I won't tell her any such thing, Pamela says quietly. That's Mary Lou Costas. She's 17. She's been married for a year to a trucker who's almost twice her age, and she's probably hoping he comes to see her. Henry sighs. She's still an idiot, but I guess at 17 we all are. And still they come. One man appears to have no water, but he is carrying a large boombox that's blaring WCIK gospel. 2 of his friends are unfurling a banner. The words on it are flanked by gigantic, clumsily drawn Q-tips. Please rescue us, the sign reads. This is going to be bad, Henry says. And of course he is right, but he has no idea how bad. The growing crowd waits in the sun. The ones with weak bladders wander into the underbrush west of the road to pee. Most get scratched up before finding relief. One overweight woman, Mabel Alston, she also suffers from what she calls the diabetes, sprains her ankle and lies there hollering until a couple of men come over and get her on her remaining good foot. Lenny Meacham, the town postmaster, at least until this week when delivery of the U.S. mail was canceled for the foreseeable future, borrows a cane for her. Then he tells Henry that Mabel needs a ride back to town. Henry says he can't spare a car. She'll have to rest in the shade, he says. Lenny waves his arms at both sides of the road. In case you didn't notice, it's cow pasture on one side and brambles on the other. No shade to speak of. Henry points to the Dinsmore dairy barn. Plenty of shade there. It's a quarter-mile away, Lenny says indignantly. It's an eighth of a mile at most, but Henry doesn't argue. Put her in the front seat of my car. Awful hot in the sun, Lenny says. She'll need the factory air. Yes, Henry knows she'll need the air conditioning, which means running the motor, which means burning gasoline. There's no shortage of that right now, assuming they can pump it out of the tanks at the gas and grocery, that is. And he supposes they'll have to worry about later. Keys in the ignition, he says. Turn it to low cool. Do you understand? Lenny says he does and heads back to Mabel, but Mabel's not ready to move. Although sweat is pouring down her cheeks and her face is bright red. I didn't go yet, she bawls. I got to go. Leo Lemoyne, one of the new officers, strolls up to Henry. This is company Henry could do without. Leo has the brain of a turnip. How'd she get out here, sport? He asks. Leo Lemoyne is the kind of man who calls everyone sport. I don't know, but she did, Henry says wearily. He's getting a headache. Round up some women to take her behind my police car and hold her up while she piddles. Which ones, sport? Big ones, Henry says, and walks away before the sudden strong urge to punch Leo Lemoyne in the nose can overpower him. What kind of police force is this? A woman asks, as she and 4 others escort Mabel to the rear of Unit 3, where Mabel will pee while holding onto the bumper, the others standing in front of her for modesty's sake. Thanks to Rennie and Randolph, your fearless leader is the unprepared kind, Henry would like to reply, but he doesn't. He knows his mouth got him into trouble the night before, when he spoke in favor of Andrea Grinnell's being heard. What he says is, the only one you've got. To be fair, most people are, like Mabel's female honor guard, more than willing to help one another. Those who have remembered to bring water share it with those who did not, and most drink sparingly. There are idiots in every crowd, though, and those in this one pig the water freely and without thought. Some folks munch cookies and crackers that will leave them thirstier later on. Mary Lou Costas's baby begins to cry fretfully beneath the Red Sox cap, which is much too big for her. Mary Lou has brought a bottle of water, and she now begins to dab the baby's overheated cheeks and neck with it. Soon the bottle will be empty. Henry grabs Pamela Chen and again points to Mary Lou. Take that bottle and fill it from what we brought, he says. Try not to let too many people see you, or it'll all be gone before noon. She does as told, and Henry thinks, there's one at least who might actually make a good small-town cop, if she ever wanted the job. Nobody bothers to watch where Pamela is going. That's good. When the buses come, these folks will forget all about being hot and thirsty for a while. Of course, after the visitors go, and with a long walk back to town staring them in the face, an idea hits him. Henry scopes out his officers and sees a lot of dumbbells, but few people he trusts. Randolph has taken most of the halfway decent ones on some sort of secret mission. Henry thinks it has to do with the drug operation Andrea accused Rennie of running, but he doesn't care what it is. All he knows is that they aren't here, and he can't run this errand himself. But he knows who could, and hails him over. What do you want, Henry? Bill Allnut asks. Have you got your keys to the school? Allnut, who's been the middle school janitor for 30 years, nods. Right here. The key ring hanging from his belt glitters in the hazy sun. Always carry 'em. Why? Take Unit 4, Henry says. Go back to town as fast as you can without running over any latecomers. Get one of the school buses and bring it out here. One of the 44-seaters. Allnut doesn't look pleased. His jaw sets in a Yankee way. Henry, a Yankee himself, has seen all his life, knows well and hates. It's a penurious look that says, I gotta take care of myself, chummy. You can't get all these people in one school bus, are you nuts? Not all, Henry says. Just the ones who won't be able to make it back on their own. He's thinking of Mabel and the Corso girl's overheated baby. But of course by 3 this afternoon there will be more who can't walk all the way back to town. Or maybe at all. Bill Allnut's jaw sets even more firmly. Now his chin is sticking out like the prow of a ship. No, sir. My 2 sons and their wives are coming. They said so. They're bringing their kids. I don't want to miss them, and I ain't leaving my wife. She's all upset. Henry would like to shake the man for his stupidity, and outright throttle him for his selfishness. Instead, he demands Allnut's keys and asks to be shown which one opens the motor pool. Then he tells Allnut to go back to his wife. I'm sorry, Henry, Allnut says, but I got to see my kids and the grandkids. I deserve to. I didn't ask the lame, the halt, and the blind to come out here, and I shouldn't have to pay for their stupidity. Ah, yep. You're a fine American, no question about that, Henry says. Get out of my sight. Allnut opens his mouth to protest, thinks better of it. Perhaps it's something he sees on Officer Morrison's face, and shuffles away. Henry yells for Pamela, who does not protest when told she's to go back to town, only asks where, what, and why. Henry tells her. Okay, but are those school buses standard shift because I can't drive a standard? Henry shouts the question to Allnut, who is standing at the dome with his wife Sarah, both of them eagerly scanning the empty highway on the other side of the Monton town line. Number 16 is a standard, Allnut shouts back. All the rest are automatics. And tell her to mind the interlock. Them buses won't start unless the driver fastens his seat belt. Henry sends Pamela on her way, telling her to hurry as much as prudence will allow. He wants that bus, ASAP. At first the people at the dome stand, anxiously watching the empty road. Then most of them sit down. Those who have brought blankets spread them. Some shade their heads from the hazy sun with their signs. Conversation lags. And Wendy Goldstone can be heard quite clearly when she asks her friend Ellen where the crickets are. There's no singing in the high grass. Or have I gone deaf? She asks. She hasn't. The crickets are either silent or dead. In the WCIK studio, the airy and comfortably cool center space resounds to the voice of Ernie the Barrel Kellogg and his Delight Trio rocking out on I Got a Telephone Call from Heaven, and It Was Jesus on the Line. The 2 men aren't listening. They're watching the TV. As transfixed by the split-screen images is Marta Edmonds, who's on her second bud and has forgotten all about the corpse of old Clayton Brassey under the sheet. As transfixed as everyone in America, and, yes, the world beyond. Look at them, Sanders, Chef breathes. I am, Andy says. He's got Claudette on his lap. Chef has offered him a couple of hand grenades as well, but this time Andy has declined. He's afraid he might pull the pin on one and then freeze. He saw that in a movie once. It's amazing. But don't you think we better get ready for our company? Chef knows Andy's right. But it's hard to look away from the side of the screen where the copter is tracking the buses and the large video truck that leads the parade. He knows every landmark they're passing. They are recognizable even from above. The visitors are getting close now. We're all getting close now, he thinks. Sanders? What, Chef? Chef hands him a Sucrets tin. The rock will not hide them. The dead tree gives no shelter nor the cricket relief. Just which book that's in slips my mind. Andy opens the tin, sees 6 fat home-rolled cigarettes crammed in there, and thinks, these are soldiers of ecstasy. It is the most poetic thought of his life, and makes him feel like weeping. Can you give me an amen, Sanders? Amen. The chef uses the remote control to turn off the TV. He'd like to see the buses arrive. Stoned or not, paranoid or not, he's as fond of a happy reunion story as anyone. But the bitter men might come at any time. Sanders? Yes, Chef? I'm going to get the Christian Meals on Wheels truck out of the garage and park it on the far side of the supply building. I can settle in behind it and have a clear view of the woods. He picks up God's Warrior, the grenades attached to it dangle and swing. The more I think of it, the more sure I am that's the way they'll come. There's an access road. They probably think I don't know about it, but Chef's red eyes gleam. The chef knows more than people think. I know. I love you, Chef. Thank you, Sanders. I love you, too. If they come from the woods, I'll let them get out in the open and then cut them down like wheat at harvest time. But we can't put all our eggs in one basket, so I want you to go out front, to where we were the other day, if any of them come that way. Andy raises Claudette. That's right, Sanders, but don't be hasty. Draw out as many as you can before you start shooting. I will. Sometimes Andy is struck by the feeling that he must be living in a dream. This is one of those times. Like wheat at harvest time. Yea, verily. But listen, because this is important, Sanders. Don't come right away if you hear me start shooting. And I won't come right away if I hear you start. They might guess we're not together, but I'm wise to that trick. Can you whistle? Andy sticks a couple of fingers in his mouth and lets loose a piercing whistle. That's good, Sanders. Amazing, in fact. I learned it in grammar school. When life was much simpler, he does not add. Don't do it unless you're in danger of being overwhelmed, then I'll come. And if you hear me whistle, run like hell to reinforce my position. Okay. Let's have a smoke on it, Sanders. What do you say? Andy seconds the motion. On Black Ridge at the edge of the McCoy orchard, 17 exiles from town stand against the smudged skyline like Indians in a John Ford Western. Most are staring in fascinated silence at the silent parade of people moving out Route 119. They are almost 6 miles distant, but the size of the crowd makes it impossible to miss. Rusty's the only one who's looking at something closer, and it fills him with a relief so great, it seems to sing. The silver Odyssey van is speeding along Black Ridge Road. He stops breathing as it approaches the edge of the trees and the glow belt, which is now invisible again. There is time for him to think how horrible it would be if whoever is driving, Linda, he assumes, blacked out and the van crashed, but then it's past the danger point. There might have been the smallest swerve, but he knows even that could have been his imagination. They'll be here soon. They are standing 100 yards to the left of the box, but Joe McClatchy thinks he can feel it just the same. A little pulse that digs at his brain each time the lavender light shines out. That might just be his mind playing tricks on him, but he doesn't think so. Barbie is standing next to him, with his arm around Mrs. Shumway. Joe taps him on the shoulder and says, "This feels bad, Mr. Barbara. All those people together. This feels awful." "Yes," Barbie says. "They're watching the Leatherheads. I can feel them." "So can I," Barbie says. "Me too," Julia says, in a voice almost too low to hear. In the conference room of the town hall, Big Jim and Carter Thibodeau watch silently as the split-screen image on the TV gives way to a shot at ground level. At first, the image is jerky, like video of an approaching tornado, or the immediate aftermath of a car bombing. They see sky, gravel, and running feet. Someone mutters, "Come on, hurry up." Wolf Blitzer says, "The pool coverage truck has arrived. They're obviously hurrying, but I'm sure that in a moment..." "Yes." "Oh my goodness, look at that." The camera steadies on the hundreds of Chester's Mill residents at the Dome, just as they rise to their feet. It's like watching a large group of open-air worshippers rising from prayer. The ones at the front are being jostled against the Dome by the ones behind. Big Jim sees flattened noses, cheeks, and lips, as if the townspeople are being pressed against a glass wall. He feels a moment of vertigo and realizes why. This is the first time he's seeing from the outside. For the first time, the enormity of it and the reality of it strike home. For the first time, he is truly frightened. Faintly, slightly deadened by the Dome, comes the sound of pistol shots. "I think I'm hearing gunfire," Wolf says. "Anderson Cooper, do you hear gunfire? What's happening?" Faintly, sounding like a call from a satellite phone originating deep in the Australian outback, Cooper comes back. "Wolf, we're not there yet, but I've got a small monitor, and it looks like..." "I see it now," Wolf says. "It appears to be..." "It's Morrison," Carter says. "The guy's got guts, I'll say that much." "He's out, as of tomorrow," Big Jim replies. Carter looks at him, eyebrows raised. "What he said at the meeting last night?" Big Jim points a finger at him. "I knew you were a bright boy." At the Dome, Henry Morrison isn't thinking about last night's meeting or bravery or even doing his duty. He's thinking that people are going to be crushed against the Dome if he doesn't do something, and quick. So he fires his gun into the air, taking the cue several other cops, Todd Wendelstadt, Rance Conroy, and Joe Boxer do the same. The shouting voices, and the cries of pain from the people at the front who are being squashed, give way to shocked silence, and Henry uses his bullhorn. Spread out! Spread out, goddammit! There's room for everyone if you just spread the fuck out! The profanity has an even more sobering effect on them than the gunshots, and although the most stubborn ones remain on the highway, Bill and Sarah Allnut are prominent among them, so are Johnny and Carrie Carver, the others begin to spread along the dome. Some head to the right, but the majority shuffle to the left, into Alden Dinsmore's field, where the going's easier. Henrietta and Petra are among them, weaving slightly from liberal applications of Canada Dry rocket. Henry holsters his weapon and tells the other officers to do the same. Wendell Stanton Conroy comply, but Joe Boxer continues to hold his snub-nosed .38, a Saturday night special if Henry has ever seen one. Make me, he sneers. And Henry thinks, it's all a nightmare. I'll wake up soon in my own bed and I'll go to the window and stand there looking out at a beautiful, crisp fall day. Many of those who have chosen to stay away from the dome, a disquieting number have remained in town because they're beginning to experience respiratory problems, are able to watch on television. 30 or 40 have gravitated to Dippers. Tommy and Willow Anderson are at the dome, but they've left the roadhouse open and the big screen TV on. The people who gather on the honky-tonk hardwood floor to watch do so quietly, although there is some weeping. The HDTV images are crystal clear. They are heartbreaking. Nor are they the only ones who are affected by the sight of 800 people lining up along the invisible barrier, some with their hands planted on what appears to be thin air. Wolf Blitzer says, I have never seen such longing on human faces. He chokes up. I think I better let the images speak for themselves. He falls silent. And that's a good thing. This scene needs no narration. At his press conference, Cox said, visitors will debark and walk. Visitors will be allowed within 2 yards of the dome. We consider that a safe distance. Nothing like that happens, of course. As soon as the doors of the buses open, people spill out in a flood, calling the names of their nearest and dearest. Some fall and are briskly trampled. 1 will be killed in this stampede, and 14 will be injured, half a dozen seriously. Soldiers who attempt to enforce the dead zone directly in front of the dome are swept aside. The yellow do not cross tapes are knocked down and disappear in the dust raised by running feet. The newcomers swarm forward and spread out on their side of the dome, most crying, and all of them calling for their wives, their husbands, their grandparents, their sons, their daughters, their fiancés. 4 people have either lied about their various electronic medical devices or forgotten about them. 3 of these die immediately. The 4th, who didn't see his battery-powered hearing aid implant on the list of forbidden devices, will linger in a coma for a week before expiring of multiple brain hemorrhages. Little by little they sort themselves out, and the pool TV cameras see it all. They observe the townspeople and the visitors pressing their hands together, with the invisible barrier between. They watch them try to kiss. They examine men and women weeping as they look into each other's eyes. They note the ones who faint, both inside the dome and out, and those who fall to their knees and pray, facing each other with their folded hands raised. They record the man on the outside, who begins hammering his fists against the thing keeping him from his pregnant wife, hammering until his skin splits and his blood beads on thin air. They peer at the old woman trying to trace her fingers, the tips pressed white and smooth against the unseen surface between them, over her sobbing granddaughter's forehead. The press helicopter takes off again and hovers, sending back images of a double human snake spread over a quarter of a mile. On the Motton side, the leaves flame and dance with late October color. On the Chester's Mill side, they hang limp. Behind the townsfolk, on the road, in the fields, caught in the bushes, are dozens of discarded signs. At this moment of reunion, or almost reunion, politics and protest have been forgotten. Candy Crowley says, Wolf, this is without a doubt the saddest, strangest event I've witnessed in all my years of reporting. Yet human beings are nothing if not adaptable. And little by little the excitement and the strangeness begin to wear off. The reunions merge into the actual visiting. And behind the visitors, those who have been overwhelmed on both sides of the dome are being carried away. On the mill side, there's no Red Cross tent to drag them to. The police put them in such scant shade as the police cars allow, to wait for Pamela Chen in the school bus. In the police station, the WCIK raiding party is watching with the same silent fascination as everyone else. Randolph lets them. There is a little time yet. He checks the names off on his clipboard, then motions Freddie Denton to join him on the front steps. He has expected grief from Freddie for taking over the head honcho role. Peter Randolph has been judging others by himself his whole life. But there is none. This is a far bigger deal than rousting scuzzy old drunks out of convenience stores, and Freddie is delighted to hand off the responsibility. He wouldn't mind taking credit if things went well, but suppose they don't. Randolph has no such qualms. One unemployed troublemaker and a mild-mannered druggist who wouldn't say shit if it was in his cereal? What can possibly go wrong? And Freddie discovers as they stand on the steps Piper Libby tumbled down not so long ago that he isn't going to be able to duck the leadership role completely. Randolph hands him a slip of paper. On it are 7 names. One is Freddie's. The other 6 are Mel Searles, George Frederick, Marty Arsenault, Aubrey Toll, Stubby Norman, and Lauren Connery. You will take this party down the access road, Randolph says. You know the one? Yep. Busts off from little bitch this side of town. Sloppy Sam's father laid that little piece of road. I don't care who laid it, Randolph says. Just drive to the end of it. At noon, you take your men through the belt of woods there. You'll come out in back of the radio station. Noon, Freddie. That doesn't mean a minute before or a minute after. I thought we were all supposed to go in that way, Pete. Plans have changed. Does Big Jim know they've changed? Big Jim is a selectman, Freddie. I'm the police chief. I'm also your superior, so would you kindly shut up and listen? Sorry, Freddie says, and cups his hands to his ears in a way that is impudent, to say the least. I'll be parked down the road that runs past the front of the station. I'll have Stewart and Fern with me, also Roger Killian. If Bushy and Sanders are foolish enough to engage you, if we hear shooting from behind the station, in other words, the 3 of us will swoop in and take them from behind. Have you got it? Yeah. It actually sounds like a pretty good plan to Freddie. All right, let's synchronize watches. Sorry? Randolph sighs. We have to make sure they're the same, so noon comes at the same time for both of us. Freddie still looks puzzled, but he complies. From inside the station, someone, it sounds like Stubby, shouts, Whoop! Another one bites the dust. The fainters are stacked up behind them cruisers like cordwood. This is greeted by laughter and applause. They are pumped up, excited to have pulled what Melvin Searles calls possible shooting duty. We saddle up at 11:15, Randolph tells Freddie. That gives us almost 45 minutes to watch the show on TV. Want popcorn? Freddie asks. We got a whole mess of it in the cupboard over the microwave. Might as well, I guess. Out at the Dome, Henry Morrison goes to his car and helps himself to a cool drink. His uniform is soaked through with sweat, and he can't recall ever feeling so tired. He thinks a lot of that is down to bad air. He can't seem to completely catch his breath. But on the whole, he is satisfied with himself and his men. They have managed to avoid a mass crushing at the Dome. Nobody has died on this side, yet, and folks are settling down. Half a dozen TV cameramen race to and fro on the Mountain side, recording as many heartwarming reunion vignettes as possible. Henry knows it's an invasion of privacy, but he supposes America and the world beyond may have a right to see this. And on the whole, people don't seem to mind. Some even like it. They are getting their 15 minutes. Henry has time to search for his own mother and father, although he's not surprised when he doesn't see them. They live all the way to hell and gone up in Derry, and they're getting on in years now. He doubts if they even put their names in the visitor lottery. A new helicopter is beating in from the west, and although Henry doesn't know it, Colonel James Cox is inside. Cox is also not entirely displeased with the way Visitors' Day has gone so far. He has been told no one on the Chester's Mill side seems to be preparing for a press conference, but this doesn't surprise or discommode him. Based on the extensive files he has been accumulating, he would have been more surprised if Rennie had put in an appearance. Cox has saluted a lot of men over the years, and he can smell a bully pulpit coward a mile away. Then Cox sees the long line of visitors and the trapped townspeople facing them. The sight drives James Rennie from his mind. "Isn't that the damnedest thing?" he murmurs. "Isn't that just the damnedest thing anyone ever saw?" On the Dome side, Special Deputy Toby Manning shouts, "Here comes the bus!" Although the civilians barely notice. They are either raptly engaged with their relatives or still searching for them. The cops raise a cheer. Henry walks to the back of his cruiser, and sure enough, a big yellow school bus is just passing Jim Rennie's used cars. Pamela Chen may not weigh more than 105 pounds soaking wet, but she's come through big time, and with a big bus. Henry checks his watch and sees that it's 20 minutes past 11, We're going to get through this, he thinks. We're going to get through this just fine. On Main Street, 3 big orange trucks are rolling uptown Common Hill. In the third one, Peter Randolph is crammed in with Stu, Fern, and Roger, redolent of chickens. As they head out 119 northbound toward Little Bitch Road and the radio station, Randolph is struck by a thought, and barely restrains himself from smacking his palm against his forehead. They have plenty of firepower, but they have forgotten the helmets and Kevlar vests. Go back and get them? If they do that, they won't be in position until 12:15, maybe even later. And the vests would almost certainly turn out to be a needless precaution anyway. It's 11 against 2, and the 2 are probably stoned out of their gourds. Really, it should be a tit. 8. Andy Sanders was stationed behind the same oak he'd used for cover the first time the bitter men came. Although he hadn't taken any grenades, he had 6 ammo clips stuck in the front of his belt, plus 4 more poking into the small of his back. There were another 24 in the wooden crate at his feet, enough to hold off an army. Although he supposed if Big Jim actually sent an army, they'd take him out in short order. After all, he was just a pill roller. One part of him couldn't believe he was doing this. But another part, an aspect of his character he might never have suspected without the meth, was grimly delighted. Outraged, too. The Big Jims of the world didn't get to have everything, nor did they get to take everything away. There would be no negotiation this time, no politics, no backing down. He would stand with his friend, his soulmate. Andy understood that his state of mind was nihilistic, but that was all right. He had spent his life counting the cost, and stoned don't-give-a-shit-itis was a delirious change for the better. He heard trucks approaching and checked his watch. It had stopped. He looked up at the sky and judged by the position of the yellow-white blare that used to be the sun that it must be close to noon. He listened to the swelling sound of diesel engines, and when the sound diverged, Andy knew his compadre had smelled out the play, smelled it out as surely as any wise old defensive lineman on a Sunday afternoon. Some of them were swinging around toward the back of the station to the access road there. Andy took one more deep drag of his current Fry Daddy, held his breath as long as he could, then huffed it out. Regretfully, he dropped the roach and stepped on it. He didn't want any smoke, no matter how deliciously clarifying, to give away his position. I love you, Chef, Andy Sanders thought, and pushed off the safety of his Kalashnikov. 9. There was a light chain across the rutted access road. Freddie, behind the wheel of the lead truck, did not hesitate, simply hit it and snapped it with the grill. The lead truck and the one behind it, piloted by Mel Searles, headed into the woods. Stuart Bowie was behind the wheel of the third truck. He stopped in the middle of Little Bitch Road, pointed at the WCIK radio tower, then looked at Randolph, who was jammed against the door with his HK semi-auto between his knees. Go on another half-mile, Randolph instructed. Then pull up and kill the engine. It was just 11:35. Excellent. Plenty of time. What's the plan? Fern asked. The plan is, we wait until noon. When we hear shooting, we roll, at once, and take them from behind. These trucks is pretty noisy, Roger Killian said. What if those guys hear 'em coming? We'll lose that, what do you call it, elephant of surprise. They won't hear us, Randolph said. They'll be sitting in the station watching television in air-conditioned comfort. They're not going to know what hit them. Shouldn't we have gotten some bulletproof vests or something? Stewart asked. Why carry all that weight on such a hot day? Stop worrying. Old Cheech and Chong there are going to be in hell before they even know they're dead. 10. Shortly before 12 o'clock, Julia looked around and saw that Barbie was gone. When she walked back to the farmhouse, he was loading canned goods into the rear of the Sweetbriar Rose van. He'd put several bags in the stolen phone company van as well. What are you doing? We just unloaded those last night. Barbie turned a strained, unsmiling face toward her. I know, and I think we were wrong to do it. I don't know if it's being close to the box or not, but all at once I seem to feel that magnifying glass Rusty talked about right over my head. And pretty soon the sun's going to come out and start shining through it. I hope I'm wrong. She studied him. Is there more stuff? I'll help you if there is. We can always put it back later. Yes, Barbie said, and gave her a strained grin. We can always put it back later. 11. At the end of the access road, there was a small clearing with a long abandoned house in it. Here the two orange trucks pulled up. and the raiding party disembarked. Teams of two swung down long, heavy duffel bags that had been stenciled with the words Homeland Security. On one of the bags, some wit had added, "Remember the Alamo," in magic marker. Inside were more HK semi-autos, 2 Mossberg pump shotguns with 8-round capacity, and ammo. Fred. It was Stubby Norman. Shouldn't we have vests or something? We're hitting them from behind, Stubby. Don't worry about it. Freddie hoped he sounded better than he felt. He had a gut full of butterflies. Do we give him a chance to surrender? Mel asked. I mean, Mr. Sanders being a selectman and all? Freddie had thought about this. He'd also thought about the honor wall, where photographs of the 3 Chester's Mills cops who had died in the line of duty since World War II were hung. He had no urge to have his own photo on that wall, and since Chief Randolph hadn't given him specific orders on this subject, he felt free to issue his own. If their hands are up, they live, he said. If they're unarmed, they live. Anything else, they fucking die. Anyone got a problem with that? No one did. It was 11:56, almost showtime. He surveyed his men, plus Lauren Connery, so hard-faced and small-busted she almost could have passed for one, pulled in a deep breath and said, "Follow me, single file. We'll stop at the edge of the woods and scope things out." Randolph's concerns about poison ivy and poison oak proved groundless, and the trees were spaced widely enough to make the going quite easy, even loaded down with ordnance. Freddie thought his little force moved through the clumps of juniper they couldn't avoid, with admirable stealth and silence. He was starting to feel that this was going to be all right. In fact, he was almost looking forward to it. Now that they were actually on the move, the butterflies in his stomach had flown away. Easy does it, he thought. Easy and quiet, then bang. They'll never know what hit him. 12. Chef crouched behind the blue panel truck parked in the high grass at the rear of the supply building. Heard them almost as soon as they left the clearing where the old Verdreau homestead was gradually sinking back into the earth. To his drug-jacked ears and condition-red brain, they sounded like a herd of buffalo looking for the nearest water hole. He scurried to the front of the truck and knelt with his gun braced on the bumper. The grenades which had been hung from the barrel of God's warrior now lay on the ground behind him. Sweat gleamed on his skinny, pimple-studded back. The door opener was clipped to the waistband of his ribbit pajamas. Be patient, he counseled himself. You don't know how many there are. Let them get out into the open before you start shooting, then mow them down in a hurry. He scattered several extra clips for God's warrior in front of him, and waited, hoping to Christ Andy wouldn't have to whistle. Hoping he wouldn't either. It was possible they could still get out of this, and live to fight another day. 13. Freddie Denton reached the edge of the woods, pushed a fir bough aside with the barrel of his rifle, and peered out. He saw an overgrown hayfield with the radio tower in the middle of it. Emitting a low hum he seemed to feel in the fillings of his teeth. A fence posted with signs reading high voltage surrounded it. To the far left of his position was the one-story brick studio building. In between was a big red barn. He assumed the barn was for storage, or making drugs, or both. Marty Arsenault eased in beside him. Circles of sweat darkened his uniform. His eyes looked terrified. "What's that truck doing there?" he asked, pointing with the barrel of his gun. "That's the Meals on Wheels truck," Freddie said, "for shut-ins and such. Haven't you seen that around town?" "Seen it, and helped load it," Marty said. "I gave up the Catholics for Holy Redeemer last year. How come it's not inside the barn?" He said barn the Yankee way, making it sound like the cry of a discontented sheep. "How do I know, and why would I care?" Freddie asked. "They're in the studio." "How do you know?" "Because that's where the TV is, and the big show out at the Dome is on all the channels." Marty raised his HK. "Let me put a few rounds in that truck just to be sure. It could be booby-trapped, or they could be inside it." Freddie pushed the barrel down. "Jesus, please, are you crazy? They don't know we're here, and you just want to give it away? Did your mother have any kids that lived?" "Fuck you," Marty said. He considered. "And fuck your mother, too." Freddie looked back over his shoulder. "Come on, you guys, we'll cut across the field to the studio. Look through the back windows and make sure of their positions." He grinned. "Smooth sailing." Aubrey Toll, a man of few words, said, "We'll see." 14. In the truck that had remained on Little Bitch Road, Fern Bowie said, "I don't hear nothing." You will, Randolph said. Just wait. It was 12:02. 15. Chef watched as the bitter men broke cover and began moving diagonally across the field toward the rear of the studio. 3 were wearing actual police uniforms. The other 4 had on blue shirts that Chef guessed were supposed to be uniforms. He recognized Lauren Connery, an old customer from his pot-peddling days, and Stubby Norman, the local junkman. He also recognized Mel Searles, another old customer and a friend of Junior's, also a friend of the late Frank Gillespi's, which probably meant he was one of the guys who had raped Sammy. Well, he wouldn't be raping anyone else. Not after today. 7. On this side, at least. On Sanders, who knew? He waited for more. And when no more came, he got to his feet, planted his elbows on the hood of the panel truck, and shouted, "Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, cruel both with wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate." Their heads snapped around, but for a moment they froze, neither trying to raise their weapons nor scatter. They weren't cops at all, Chef saw, just birds on the ground, too dumb to fly. "And he shall destroy the sinners out of it. Isaiah 13, Selah, motherfuckers." With this homily and call to judgment, Chef opened fire, raking them from left to right. 2 of the uniformed cops and Stubby Norman flew backward like broken dolls, painting the high trash grass with their blood. The paralysis of the survivors broke. 2 turned and fled toward the woods. Connery and the last of the uniformed cops booked for the studio. Chef tracked them and opened fire again. The Kalashnikov burped a brief burst, and then the clip was empty. Connery clapped her hand to the back of her neck as if stung, went face down into the grass, kicked twice, and was still. The other one, a bald guy, made it to the rear of the studio. Chef didn't care too much about the pair who'd run for the woods, but he didn't want to let Baldy get away. If Baldy got around the corner of the building, he was apt to see Sanders, and might shoot him in the back. Chef grabbed a fresh clip and rammed it home with the heel of his hand. 16. Frederick Howard Denton, a.k.a. Baldy, wasn't thinking about anything when he reached the back of the WCIK studio. He had seen the Connery girl go down with her throat blown out, and that was the end of rational consideration. All he knew now was that he didn't want his picture on the honor wall. He had to get under cover, and that meant inside. There was a door. Behind it, some gospel group was singing, "We'll join hands around the throne." Freddie grabbed the knob. It refused to turn. Locked. He dropped his gun, raised the hand which had been holding it, and screamed, "I surrender! Don't shoot! 3 heavy blows boxed him low in the back. He saw a splash of red hit the door and had time to think, "We should have remembered the body armor." Then he crumpled, still holding onto the knob with one hand as the world rushed away from him. Everything he was and everything he'd ever known diminished to a single burning bright point of light. Then it went out. His hand slipped off the knob. He died on his knees, leaning against the door. 17. Melvin Searles didn't think either. Mel had seen Marty Arsenault, George Frederick, and Stubby Norman cut down in front of him. He had felt at least one bullet whicker right in front of his motherfucking eyes, and those kinds of things were not conducive to thought. Mel just ran. He blundered back through the trees, oblivious to the branches that whipped against his face, falling once and getting back up, finally bursting into the clearing where the trucks were. Firing one up and driving it away would have been the most reasonable course of action, but Mel and reason had parted company. He probably would have sprinted straight down the access road to Little Bitch if the other survivor of the backdoor raiding party hadn't grabbed him by the shoulder and shoved him against the trunk of a large pine. It was Aubrey Toll, the bookstore owner's brother. He was a big, shambling, pale-eyed man who sometimes helped his brother Ray stocking the shelves but rarely said much. There were people in town who thought Aubrey was simple-minded. But he didn't look simple now. Nor did he look panicked. "I'm going back and get that son of a whore," he informed Mel. "Good luck to you, buddy," Mel said. He pushed away from the tree and turned toward the access road again. Aubrey Toll shoved him back harder this time. He brushed his hair out of his eyes, then pointed his Heckler Koch rifle at Mel's midsection. "You ain't going anywhere." From behind them came another rattle of gunfire and screams. "Do you hear that?" Mel asked. "You want to go back into that?" Aubrey looked at him patiently. "You don't have to come with me, but you're going to cover me. Do you understand that? You do that or I'll shoot you, myself." 18. Chief Randolph's face split in a taut grin. "The enemy is engaged at the rear of our objective, all according to plan. Roll, Stewart. Straight up the driveway. We'll disembark and cut through the studio." What if they're in the barn? Stewart asked. Then we'll still be able to hit them from behind. Now roll, before we miss it. Stewart Bowie rolled. 19. Andy heard the gunfire from behind the storage building, but Chef didn't whistle, and so he stayed where he was, snug behind his tree. He hoped everything was going all right back there, because now he had his own problems. A town truck preparing to turn into the station's driveway. Andy circled his tree as it came, always keeping the oak between him and the truck. It stopped. The doors opened and 4 men got out. Andy was pretty sure that 3 of them were the ones who'd come out here before, and about Mr. Chicken there was no doubt. Andy would have recognized those beshitted green gum-rubber boots anywhere. Bitter men. Andy had no intention of letting them blindside the chef. He emerged from behind the tree and began walking straight up the middle of the driveway. Claudette held across his chest in the port arms position. His feet crunched on the gravel, but there was plenty of sound cover. Stewart had left the truck running, and loud gospel music was pouring from the studio. He raised the Kalashnikov, but made himself wait. Let them bunch together if they're going to. As they approached the front door of the studio, they did indeed bunch together. Well, it's Mr. Chicken and all his friends, Andy said in a passable John Wayne drawl. How you doing, boys? They started to turn. For you, Chef, Andy thought, and opened fire. He killed both Bowie brothers and Mr. Chicken with his first fusillade. Randolph he only winged. Andy popped the clip as Chef Bushy had taught him, grabbed another from the waistband of his pants, and slammed it home. Chief Randolph was crawling toward the door of the studio with blood pouring down his right arm and leg. He looked back over his shoulder, his peering eyes huge and bright in his sweaty face. Please, Andy, he whispered. Our orders weren't to hurt you, only to bring you back so you could work with Jim. Right, Andy said, and actually laughed. Don't bullshit a bullshitter. You were going to take all this. A long, stuttering blast of gunfire erupted behind the studio. Chef might be in trouble. Might need him. Andy raised Claudette. Please, don't kill me, Randolph screamed. He put a hand over his face. Just think about the roast beef dinner you'll be eating with Jesus, Andy said. Why, 3 seconds from now, you'll be spreading your napkin. The sustained blast from the Kalashnikov rolled Randolph almost all the way to the studio door. Then, Andy ran for the rear of the building, ejecting the partially used clip and putting in a full one as he went. From the field came a sharp, piercing whistle. I'm coming, Chef, Andy shouted. Hold on, I'm coming. Something exploded. 20. You cover me, Aubrey said grimly from the edge of the woods. He had taken off his shirt, torn it in 2, and cinched half of it around his forehead, apparently going for the Rambo look. And if you're thinking about scragging me, you better get it right the first time, because if you don't, I'll come back here and cut your goddamn throat. I'll cover you, Mel promised. And he would. At least from here at the edge of the woods, he'd be safe. Probably. That crazy tweaker is not getting away with this, Aubrey said. He was breathing rapidly, psyching himself up. That loser, that druggy fuck, and raising his voice, I'm coming for you, you nutbag druggy fuck. Chef had emerged from behind the Meals on Wheels truck to look at his kill. He redirected his attention to the woods just as Aubrey Toll burst from them, screaming at the top of his lungs. Then Mel began to fire, and although the burst was nowhere near him, Chef crouched instinctively. When he did, the garage door opener tumbled from the sagging waistband of his pajama pants and into the grass. He bent to get it, and that was when Aubrey opened up with his own automatic rifle. Bullet holes stitched a crazy course up the side of the Meals on Wheels truck, making hollow punching sounds in the metal and smashing the passenger side window to glistening crumbs. A bullet whined off the strip of metal at the side of the windshield. Chef abandoned the garage door opener and returned fire. But the element of surprise was gone, and Aubrey Toll was no sitting duck. He was weaving from side to side and heading toward the radio tower. It wouldn't provide cover, but it would clear Searles' line of fire. Aubrey's clip ran dry, but the last bullet in it grooved the left side of Chef's head. Blood flew and a clump of hair fell onto one of Chef's thin shoulders where it stuck in his sweat. Chef plopped down on his ass, momentarily lost his hold on God's warrior, then regained it. He didn't think he was seriously wounded, but it was high time for Sanders to come if he could still do so. Chef Bushy stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Aubrey Toll reached the fence surrounding the radio tower just as Mel opened fire again from the edge of the woods. Mel's target this time was the rear end of the Meals on Wheels truck. The slugs tore it open in metal hooks and flowers. The gas tank exploded, and the truck's rear half rose on a cushion of flame. Chef felt monstrous heat bake against his back and had time to think of the grenades. Would they blow? He saw the man by the radio tower aiming at him, and suddenly there was a clear choice. Shoot back, or grab the door opener. He chose the door opener, and as his hands closed on it, the air around him was suddenly full of unseen buzzing bees. One stung his shoulder, another punched into his side and rearranged his intestines. Chef Bushy tumbled and rolled over, once more losing his grip on the door opener. He reached for it, and another swarm of bees filled the air around him. He crawled into the high grass, leaving the door opener where it was, now only hoping for Sanders. The man from the radio tower, one brave, bitter man among 7, Chef thought, yea, verily, was walking toward him. God's warrior was very heavy now. His whole body was heavy, but Chef managed to get to his knees and pull the trigger. Nothing happened. Either the clip was empty or it had jammed. "You numb fuck," Aubrey Toll said. "You nutbag tweaker. Tweak on this, fuckhead." "Claudette!" Sanders screamed. Toll wheeled around, but he was too late. There was a short, hard rattle of gunfire, and 4 Chinese slugs tore most of Aubrey's head from his shoulders. "Chef!" Andy screamed and ran to where his friend knelt in the grass, blood streaming from his shoulder, side, and temple. The entire left side of Chef's face was red and wet. "Chef! Chef!" He fell to his knees and hugged Chef. Neither of them saw Mel Searles, the last man standing, emerge from the woods and begin to walk cautiously toward them. "Get the trigger," Chef whispered. "What?" Andy looked down at Claudette's trigger for a moment, but that obviously wasn't what Chef meant. "Door opener," Chef whispered. His left eye was drowning in blood. The other regarded Andy with bright and lucid intensity. "Door opener, Sanders." Andy saw the garage door opener lying in the grass. He picked it up and handed it to the chef. Chef wrapped his hand around it. "You, too, Sanders." Andy curled his hand over Chef's hand. "I love you, Chef," he said, and kissed Chef Bushy's dry, blood-freckled lips. "Love you, too, Sanders." "Hey, fags!" Mel cried with a kind of delirious joviality. He was standing just 10 yards away. "Get a room! No, wait, I got a better idea. Get a room in hell!" "Now, Sanders, now." Mel opened fire. Andy and Chef were driven sideways by the bullets, but before they were torn asunder, their joined hands pushed the white button marked "Open." The explosion was white and all-encompassing. 21. On the edge of the orchard, the Chester's Mill exiles are having a picnic lunch when gunfire breaks out. Not from 119, where the visiting continues, but to the southwest. "That's out on Little Bitch Road," Piper says. "God, I wish we had some binoculars." But they need none to see the yellow bloom that opens when the Meals on Wheels truck explodes. Twitch is eating deviled chicken with a plastic spoon. "I don't know what's going on down there, but that's the radio station for sure," he says. Rusty grabs Barbie's shoulder. "That's where the propane is. They stockpiled it to make drugs. That's where the propane is." Barbie has one moment of clear, premonitory terror. One moment when the worst is still ahead. Then, 4 miles distant, a brilliant white spark flicks the hazy sky, like a stroke of lightning that goes up instead of down. A moment later, a titanic explosion hammers a hole straight through the center of the day. A red ball of fire blots out first the WCIK tower, then the trees behind it, and then the whole horizon, as it spreads north and south. The people on Black Ridge scream but are unable to hear themselves over the vast, grinding building roar, as 80 pounds of plastic explosive and 10,000 gallons of propane undergo an explosive change. They cover their eyes and stagger backward, stepping on their sandwiches and spilling their drinks. Thurston snatches Alice and Aiden into his arms, and for a moment Barbie sees his face against the blackening sky. The long and terrified face of a man observing the literal gates of hell swing open and the ocean of fire waiting just beyond. "We have to go back to the farmhouse," Barbie yells. Julia is clinging to him, crying. Beyond her is Joe McClatchy, trying to help his weeping mother to her feet. These people are going nowhere, at least for a while. To the southwest, where most of Little Bitch Road will, within the next 3 minutes, cease to exist, the yellowy blue sky is turning black,
and Barbie has time to think with perfect calm. Now we're under the magnifying glass. The blast shatters every window in the mostly deserted downtown, sends shutters soaring, knocks telephone poles askew, rips doors from their hinges, flattens mailboxes. Up and down Main Street, car alarms go off. To Big Jim Rennie and Carter Thibodeau, it feels as if the conference room has been struck by an earthquake. The TV is still on. Wolf Blitzer is asking, in tones of real alarm, "What's that?" "Anderson Cooper, Candy Crowley, Chad Myers, Soledad O'Brien. Does anybody know what the hell that was? What's going on?" At the Dome, America's newest TV stars are looking around, showing the cameras only their backs as they shield their eyes and stare toward town. One camera pans up briefly, for a moment, disclosing a monstrous column of black smoke and swirling debris on the horizon. Carter gets to his feet. Big Jim grabs his wrist. "One quick look," Big Jim says, "to see how bad it is, then get your butt back down here. We may have to go to the fallout shelter." "Okay." Carter races up the stairs. Broken glass from the mostly vaporized front doors crunches beneath his boots as he runs down the hall. What he sees when he comes out on the steps is so beyond anything he has ever imagined that it tumbles him back into childhood again, and for a moment he freezes where he is, thinking, it's like the biggest, awfulest thunderstorm anyone ever saw, only worse. The sky to the west is a red-orange inferno surrounded by billowing clouds of deepest ebony. The air is already stenchy with exploded LP. The sound is like the roar of a dozen steel mills running at full blast. Directly above him, the sky is dark with fleeing birds. The sight of them, birds with nowhere to go, is what breaks Carter's paralysis. That, and the rising wind he feels against his face. There has been no wind in Chester's Mill for 6 days, and this one is both hot and vile, stinking of gas and vaporized wood. A huge smashed oak lands in Main Street, pulling down snarls of dead electrical cable. Carter flees back down the corridor. Big Jim is standing at the head of the stairs, his heavy face pale and frightened, and for once, irresolute. "Downstairs," Carter says. "Fallout shelter. It's coming. The fire's coming. And when it gets here, it's going to eat this town alive." Big Jim groans. "What did those idiots do?" Carter doesn't care. Whatever they did, it's done. If they don't move quickly, they will be done too. "Is there air purifying machinery down there, boss?" "Yes." "Hooked to the Jenny?" "Yes, of course." "Thank Christ for that. Maybe we got a chance." Helping Big Jim down the stairs to make him move more quickly, Carter only hopes they don't cook alive down there. The doors of Dipper's Roadhouse have been chocked open, but the force of the explosion breaks the chocks and sweeps the doors shut. The glass coughs inward, and several of the people standing at the back of the dance floor are cut. Henry Morrison's brother Whit suffers a slashed jugular. The crowd stampedes toward the doors, the big screen TV completely forgotten. They trample poor Whit Morrison as he lies dying in a spreading pool of his own blood. They hit the doors, and more people are lacerated as they push through the jagged openings. "Birds!" someone cries. "Ah, God! Look at all them birds!" But most of them look west instead of up. West, where burning doom is rolling down upon them below a sky that is now midnight black and full of poison air. Those who can run take a cue from the birds and begin trotting, jogging, or flat-out galloping straight down the middle of Route 117. Several others throw themselves into their cars, and there are multiple fender benders in the gravel parking lot where, once upon an antique time, Dale Barbara took a beating. Velma Winters gets into her old Datsun pickup and, after avoiding the demolition derby in the parking lot, discovers her right-of-way to the road is blocked by fleeing pedestrians. She looks right, at the firestorm billowing toward them like some great burning dress, eating the woods between Little Bitch and downtown, and drives blindly ahead in spite of the people in her way. She strikes Carla Venziano, who is fleeing with her infant in her arms. Velma feels the truck jounce as it passes over their bodies, and resolutely blocks her ears to Carla's shrieks as her back is broken and baby Stephen is crushed to death beneath her. All Velma knows is that she has to get out of here. Somehow, she has to get out. At the Dome, the reunions have been ended by an apocalyptic party crasher. Those on the inside have something more important than relatives to occupy them now. The giant mushroom cloud that's growing to the northwest of their position, rising on a muscle of fire already almost a mile high. The first feather of wind, the wind that has sent Carter and Big Jim fleeing for the fallout shelter, strikes them, and they cringe against the Dome, mostly ignoring the people behind them. In any case, the people behind them are retreating. They're lucky. They can. Henrietta Clavert feels a cold hand wrap around hers. She turns and sees Petra Searles. Petra's hair has come loose from the clips that were holding it and hangs against her cheeks. Got any more of that joy juice? Petra asks and manages a ghastly let's party smile. Sorry, all out, Henrietta says. Well, maybe it doesn't matter. Hang on to me, honey, Henrietta says. Just hang on to me. We're gonna be okay. But when Petra looks into the old woman's eyes, she sees no belief and no hope. The party's almost over. Look, now. Look and see. 800 people are crammed against the dome, their heads tilted up and their eyes wide, watching as their inevitable end rushes toward them. Here are Johnny and Carrie Carver, and Bruce Yardley, who worked at Food City. Here is Tabby Morrell, who owns a lumber yard soon to be reduced to swirling ash, and his wife, Bonnie. Toby Manning, who clerked at the department store. Trina Cole and Donnie Barbeau. Wendy Goldstone with her friend and fellow teacher Ellen Vandestein. Bill Allnut, who wouldn't go get the bus, and his wife Sarah, who is screaming for Jesus to save her as she watches the oncoming fire. Here are Todd Wendelstadt and Manuel Ortega with their faces raised dumbly to the west, where the world is disappearing in smoke. Tommy and Willow Anderson, who will never book another band from Boston into their roadhouse. See them all. A whole town with its back to an invisible wall. Behind them, the visitors go from backing up to retreat, and from retreat into full flight. They ignore the buses and pound straight down the highway toward Maughton. A few soldiers hold position, but most throw their guns down, tear after the crowd, and look back no more than Lot looked back at Sodom. Cox doesn't flee. Cox approaches the dome and shouts, "You! Officer in charge!" Henry Morrison turns, walks to the colonel's position, and braces his hands on a hard and mystic surface he can't see. Breathing has become difficult. Bad wind pushed by the firestorm hits the dome, swirls, then backdrafts toward the hungry thing that's coming. A black wolf with red eyes. Here, on the Maughton town line, is the lamb fold where it will feed. "Help us," Henry says. Cox looks at the firestorm and estimates it will reach the crowd's current position in no more than 15 minutes, perhaps as few as 3. It's not a fire or an explosion. In this closed and already polluted environment, it is a cataclysm. "Sir, I cannot," he says. Before Henry can reply, Joe Boxer grabs his arm. He is gibbering. "Quit it, Joe," Henry says. There's nowhere to run and nothing to do but pray. But Joe Boxer does not pray. He is still holding his stupid little hock-shot pistol. And after a final crazed look at the oncoming inferno, he puts the gun to his temple like a man playing Russian roulette. Henry makes a grab for it, but is too late. Boxer pulls the trigger. Nor does he die at once, although a gout of blood flies from the side of his head. He staggers away, waving the stupid little pistol like a handkerchief, screaming. Then he falls to his knees, throws his hands up once to the darkening sky like a man in the grip of a Godhead revelation, and collapses face first on the broken white line of the highway. Henry turns his stunned face back to Colonel Cox, who is simultaneously 3 feet and 1,000,000 miles away. "I'm so sorry, my friend," Cox says. Pamela Chen stumbles up. "The bus!" she screams to Henry over the building roar. "We have to take the bus and drive straight through it. It's our only chance." Henry knows this is no chance at all, but he nods, gives Cox a final look. Cox will never forget the cop's hellish, despairing eyes. Takes Pammy Chen's hand and follows her to bus 19 as the smoky blackness races toward them. The fire reaches downtown and explodes along Main Street like a blowtorch in a pipe. The Peace Bridge is vaporized. Big Jim and Carter cringe in the fallout shelter as the town hall implodes above them. The PD sucks its brick walls in, then spews them high into the sky. The statue of Lucien Calvert is uprooted from its base in War Memorial Plaza. Lucien flies into the burning black with his rifle bravely raised. On the library lawn, the Halloween dummy with the jolly top hat and the garden trowel hands goes up in a sheet of flame. A great whooshing noise, it sounds like God's own vacuum cleaner, has arisen as the oxygen-hungry fire sucks in good air to fill its single poisonous lung. The buildings along Main Street explode, one after another, tossing their boards and goods and shingles and glass into the air like confetti on New Year's Eve. The abandoned movie house, Sanders' Hometown Drug, Burpee's department store, the gas and grocery, the bookstore, the flower shop, the barber shop. In the funeral parlor, the most recent additions to the Roll of the Dead begin roasting in their metal lockers like chickens in a Dutch oven. The fire finishes its triumphant run down Main Street by engulfing Food City, then rolls onward toward Dippers, where those still in the parking lot scream and clutch at each other. Their last sight on earth is of a firewall 100 yards high running eagerly to meet them, like Albion to his beloved. Now the flames are rolling down the main roads, boiling their tar into soup. At the same time, it is spreading into Eastchester, snacking on both yuppie homes and the few yuppies cowering inside. Michaela Burpee will soon run for her cellar, but too late. Her kitchen will explode around her, and her last sight on Earth will be her Amana refrigerator melting. The soldiers standing by the Tarker-Chester border, closest to the origin of this catastrophe, stumble backward as the fire beats impotent fists against the dome, turning it black. The soldiers feel the heat bake through, raising the temperature 20 degrees in seconds, crisping the leaves on the nearest trees. One of them will later say, "It was like standing outside a glass ball with a nuclear explosion inside of it." Now the people cowering against the dome begin to be bombarded by dead and dying birds as the fleeing sparrows, robins, grackles, crows, gulls, and even geese slam against the dome they so quickly learned to avoid. And across Dinsmore's field comes a stampede of the town's dogs and cats. There are also skunks, woodchucks, porcupines. Deer leap among them and several clumsily galloping moose. And of course Alden Dinsmore's cattle, eyes rolling and mooing their distress. When they reach the dome, they crash against it. The lucky animals die. The unlucky ones lie sprawled on pincushions of broken bones, barking and squealing and meowing and bellowing. Ollie Dinsmore sees Dolly, the beautiful brown Swiss who once won him a 4-H blue ribbon. His mother named her, thought Ollie and Dolly was just so cute. Dolly gallops heavily toward the dome with somebody's Weimaraner nipping at her legs, which are already bloody. She hits the barrier with a crunch he can't hear over the oncoming fire. Except in his mind he can hear it, and somehow, seeing the equally doomed dog pounce on poor Dolly and begin ripping at her defenseless udder, is even worse than finding his father dead. The sight of the dying cow that was once his darling breaks the boy's paralysis. He doesn't know if there's even the slightest chance of surviving this terrible day, but he suddenly sees two things with utter clarity. One is the oxygen tank with his dead father's Red Sox cap hung on it. The other is Grampy Tom's oxygen mask dangling from the hook of the bathroom door. As Ollie runs for the farm where he's lived his whole life, the farm that will soon cease to exist, he has only one completely coherent thought: the potato cellar. Buried under the barn and running beneath the hill behind it, the potato cellar may be safe. The expatriates are still standing at the edge of the orchard. Barbie hasn't been able to make them hear him, let alone move them. Yet he must get them back to the farmhouse and the vehicles. Soon. From here they have a panoramic view of the whole town, and Barbie is able to judge the fire's course the way a general might judge the most likely route of an invading army by aerial photographs. It's sweeping southeast, and may stay on the western side of the Prestille. The river, although dry, should still serve as a natural fire break. The explosive windstorm the fire has generated will also help to keep it from the town's northernmost quadrant. If the fire burns all the way to where the dome borders on Castle Rock and Monton, the heel and soul of the boot, then those parts of Chester's Mill bordering on TR-90 and northern Harlow may be saved. From fire, at least. But it's not fire that concerns him. What concerns him is that wind. He feels it now, rushing over his shoulders and between his spread legs hard enough to ripple his clothes and blow Julia's hair around her face. It's rushing away from them to feed the fire. And because the mill is now an almost completely closed environment, there will be very little good air to replace what is being lost. Barbie has a nightmare image of goldfish floating dead on the surface of an aquarium from which all the oxygen has been exhausted. Julia turns to him before he can grab her and points at something below, a figure trudging along Black Ridge Road, pulling a wheeled object. From this distance, Barbie can't tell if the refugee is a man or a woman, and it doesn't matter. Whoever it is will almost certainly die of asphyxiation long before reaching the highland. He takes Julia's hand and puts his lips to her ear. "We have to go. Grab Piper, and have her grab whoever's next to her. Everybody." "What about him?" she shouts, still pointing to the trudging figure. It might be a child's wagon he or she is pulling. It's loaded with something that must be heavy because the figure is bent over and moving very slowly. Barbie has to make her understand because time has grown short. "Never mind him. We're going back to the farmhouse. Now. Everybody joins hands so nobody gets left behind." She tries to turn and look at him, but Barbie holds her still. He wants her ear, literally, because he has to make her understand. "If we don't go now, it may be too late. We'll run out of air." On Route 117, Velma Winter leads a parade of fleeing vehicles in her Datsun truck. All she can think about is the fire and smoke filling the rearview mirror. She's doing 70 when she hits the dome, which she has in her panic forgotten completely. Just another bird, in other words. This one on the ground. The collision occurs at the same spot where Billy and Wanda DeBeck,
Nora Robichaux and Elsa Andrews came to grief a week before, shortly after the dome came down. The engine of Velma's light truck shoots backward and tears her in half. Her upper body exits through the windshield, trailing intestines like party streamers, and splatters against the dome like a juicy bug. It is the start of a 12-vehicle pileup in which many die. The majority are only injured, but they will not suffer long. Henrietta and Petra feel the heat wash against them. So do all the hundreds pressed against the dome. The wind lifts their hair and ruffles clothes that will soon be burning.
"Take my hand, honey,"
Henrietta says, and Petra does. They watch the big yellow bus make a wide, drunken turn. It totters along the ditch, barely missing Richie Killian, who first dodges away and then leaps nimbly forward, grabbing onto the back door as the bus goes by. He lifts his feet and squats on the bumper.
"I hope they make it,"
Petra says.
"So do I, honey. But I don't think they will."
Now some of the deer leaping out of the approaching conflagration are on fire. Henry has taken the wheel of the bus. Pamela stands beside him, holding onto a chrome pole. The passengers are about a dozen townsfolk, most loaded and earlier because they were experiencing physical problems. Among them are Mabel Alston, Mary Lou Costas, and Mary Lou's baby, still wearing Henry's baseball cap. The redoubtable Leo Lemoyne has also gotten on board, although his problem seems to be emotional rather than physical. He is wailing in terror.
"Step on it and head north,"
Pamela shouts. The fire has almost reached them. It's less than 500 yards ahead, and the sound of it shakes the world.
"Drive like a motherfucker and don't stop for anything."
Henry knows it's hopeless, but because he also knows he would rather go out this way than helplessly cowering with his back to the dome, he yanks on the headlights and gets rolling. Pamela is thrown backward into the lap of Chaz Bender, the teacher. Chaz was helped into the bus when he began to suffer heart palpitations. He grabs Pammy to steady her. There are shrieks and cries of alarm, but Henry barely hears them. He knows he is going to lose sight of the road in spite of the headlights, but so what? As a cop, he has driven this stretch 1,000 times. Use the force, Luke, he thinks, and actually laughs as he drives into the flaming darkness with the accelerator pedal jammed to the mat. Clinging to the back door of the bus, Richie Killian suddenly cannot breathe. He has time to see his arms catch fire. A moment later, the temperature outside the bus pops to 800 degrees, and he is burned off his perch like a fleck of meat off a hot barbecue grill. The lights running down the center of the bus are on, casting a weak luncheonette at midnight glow over the terrified, sweat-drenched faces of the passengers, but the world outside has turned dead black. Whirlpools of ash eddy in the radically foreshortened beams of the headlights. Henry steers by memory, wondering when the tires will explode beneath him. He's still laughing, although he can't hear himself over the scalded cat screech of 19's engine. He's keeping to the road, there's that much. How long until they break through the other side of the firewall? Is it possible they can break through? He's beginning to think it might be. Good God, how thick can it be?
"You're doing it!"
Pamela shouts.
"You're doing it!"
Maybe, Henry thinks, maybe I am. But Christ, the heat. He is reaching for the air conditioning knob, meaning to turn it all the way to max cool, and that's when the windows implode and the bus fills with fire. Henry thinks, no, not when we're so close. But when the charred bus charges clear of the smoke, he sees nothing beyond but a black wasteland. The trees have been burned away to glowing stubs, and the road itself is a bubbling ditch. Then an overcoat of fire drops over him from behind, and Henry Morrison knows no more. 19 skids from the remains of the road, and overturns with flames spewing from every broken window. The quickly blackening message on the back reads, "Slow down, friend. We love our children." Ollie Dinsmore sprints to the barn, wearing Grampy Tom's oxygen mask around his neck and carrying 2 tanks with a strength he never knew he had, the second he spied as he cut through the garage. The boy runs for the stairs that will take him down to the potato cellar. There's a ripping, snarling sound from overhead as the roof begins to burn. On the west side of the barn, the pumpkins also begin to burn, the smell rich and cloying, like Thanksgiving in hell. The fire moves toward the southern side of the dome, racing through the last 100 yards. There is an explosion as Dinsmore's dairy barns are destroyed. Henrietta Clavard regards the oncoming fire and thinks, well, I'm old. I've had my life. That's more than this poor girl can say.
"Turn around, honey," she tells Petra, "and put your head on my bosom."
Petra Searles turns a tear-stained and very young face up to Henrietta's.
"Will it hurt?" "Only for a second, honey. Close your eyes, and when you open them, you'll be bathing your feet in a cool stream."
Petra speaks her last words.
"That sounds nice."
She closes her eyes. Henrietta does the same. The fire takes them. At one second they're there, at the next, gone. Cox is still close on the other side of the dome, and the cameras are still rolling from their safe position at the flea market site. Everyone in America is watching in shocked fascination. The commentators have been stunned to silence, and the only soundtrack is the fire, which has plenty to say. For a moment, Cox can still see the long human snake, although the people who make it up are only silhouettes against the fire. Most of them, like the expatriates on Black Ridge, who are at last making their way back to the farmhouse in their vehicles, are holding hands. Then the fire boils against the dome and they are gone. As if to make up for their disappearance, the dome itself becomes visible, a great charred wall rearing into the sky. It holds most of the heat in, but enough flashes out to turn Cox around and send him running. He tears off his smoking shirt as he goes. The fire has burned on the diagonal Barbie foresaw, sweeping across Chester's Mill from northwest to southeast. When it dies, it will do so with remarkable quickness. What it has taken is oxygen. What it leaves behind is methane, formaldehyde, hydrochloric acid, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and trace gases equally noxious. Also, choking clouds of particulate matter, vaporized houses, trees, and, of course, people. What it leaves behind is poison. 22. 28 exiles and 2 dogs convoyed out to where the dome bordered on TR-90, known to the old-timers as Canton. They were crammed into 3 vans, 2 cars, and the ambulance. By the time they arrived, the day had grown dark, and the air had become increasingly hard to breathe. Barbie jammed on the brakes of Julia's Prius and ran to the dome, where a concerned Army lieutenant colonel and half a dozen other soldiers stepped forward to meet him. The run was short, but by the time Barbie reached the red band spray-painted on the dome, he was gasping. The good air was disappearing like water down a sink. "The fans!" he panted at the lieutenant colonel. "Turn on the fans!" Claire McClatchy and Joe spilled out of the department store van, both of them staggering and gasping. The phone company van came next. Ernie Calvert got out, took 2 steps, and went to his knees. Norrie and her mother tried to help him to his feet. Both were crying. "Colonel Barbara, what happened?" the lieutenant colonel asked. According to the name strip on his fatigues, he was Stringfellow. "Report!" "Fuck your report," Romy shouted. He was holding a semi-conscious child, Aiden Appleton, in his arms. Thirst Marshall staggered along behind him with his arm around Alice, whose sparkle-sprinkled top was sticking to her. She'd retched down her front. "Fuck your report, just turn on those fans, you!" Stringfellow gave the order, and the refugees knelt, their hands pressed against the dome. Greedily gasping in the faint breeze of clean air the huge fans were able to force through the barrier. Behind them, the fire raged. Survivors. 1. Only 397 of the mill's 2,000 residents survived the fire, most of them in the northeast quadrant of town. By the time night falls, rendering the smudged darkness inside the dome complete, there will be 106. When the sun comes up on Saturday morning, shining weakly through the only part of the dome not charred completely black, the population of Chester's Mill is just 32. 2. Ollie slammed the door to the potato cellar before running downstairs. He also flicked the switch that turned on the lights, not knowing if they would still work. They did. As he stumbled down to the barn's basement, chilly now, but not for long, he could already feel the heat starting to push in behind him. Ollie remembered the day 4 years ago when the guys from Ives Electric in Castle Rock backed up to the barn to unload the new Honda generator. "Overpriced son of a whore better work right," Alden had said, chewing on a piece of grass, "because I'm in a hock up to my eyeballs for it." It had worked right. It was still working right, but Ollie knew it wouldn't much longer. The fire would take it as the fire had taken everything else. If he had as much as a minute of light left, he would be surprised. I may not even be alive in a minute. The potato grater stood in the middle of the dirty concrete floor, a complexity of belts and chains and gears that looked like some ancient instrument of torture. Beyond it was a huge pile of spuds. It had been a good fall for them, and the Dinsmores had finished the harvest only 3 days before the dome came down. In an ordinary year, Alden and his boys would have graded them all through November to sell at the Castle Rock Co-op produce market and various roadside stands in Mott, Harlow, and Tarker's Mills. No spud money this year, but Ollie thought they might save his life. He ran to the edge of the pile and stopped to examine the 2 tanks. The dial on the one from the house read only half full, but the needle on the one from the garage was all the way in the green. Ollie let the half-full one clank to the concrete and attached the mask to the one from the garage. He had done this many times when Grampy Tom was alive, and it was the work of seconds. Just as he hung the mask around his neck again, the lights went out. The air was growing warmer. He dropped to his knees and began burrowing into the cold weight of the potatoes, pushing with his feet, protecting the long tank with his body and yanking it along beneath him with one hand. With the other, he made awkward swimming motions. He heard potatoes avalanche down behind him and fought a panicky urge to back out. It was like being buried alive, and telling himself that if he wasn't buried alive, he'd surely die didn't help much. He was gasping, coughing, seeming to breathe in as much potato dirt as air. He clapped the oxygen mask over his face and... nothing. He fumbled at the tank valve for what seemed like forever, his heart pounding in his chest like an animal in a cage. Red flowers began to open in the darkness behind his eyes. Cold vegetable weight bore down on him. He had been crazy to do this, as crazy as Rory had been shooting off a gun at the dome, and he was going to pay the price. He was going to die. Then his fingers finally found the valve. At first it wouldn't turn, and he realized he was trying to spin it the wrong way. He reversed his fingers, and a rush of cool, blessed air gusted into the mask. Ollie lay under the potatoes, gasping. He jumped a little when the fire blew in the door at the top of the stairs. For a moment, he could actually see the dirty cradle he lay in. It was getting warmer, and he wondered if the half-full tank he had left behind would blow. He also wondered how much additional time the full one had bought him, and if it was worth it. But that was his brain. His body had only one imperative, and that was life. Ollie began to crawl deeper into the potato pile, dragging the tank along, adjusting the mask on his face each time it came askew. 3. If the Vegas bookies had given odds on those likely to survive the Visitor's Day catastrophe, those on Sam Verdreau would have been 1,000 to 1. But longer odds have been beaten. It's what keeps bringing people back to the tables. And Sam was the figure Julia had spotted laboring along Black Ridge Road shortly before the expatriates ran for the vehicle to the farmhouse. Sloppy Sam, the canned heat man, lived for the same reason Ollie did. He had oxygen. 4 years ago he had gone to see Dr. Haskell, the whiz. You remember him? When Sam said he couldn't seem to catch his breath just lately, Dr. Haskell listened to the old rumpot's wheezing respiration and asked him how much he smoked.
Well, Sam had said, I used to go through as much as 4 packs a day when I was in the woods, but now that I'm on disability and sociable security, I've cut back some.
Dr. Haskell asked him what that meant in terms of actual consumption. Sam said he guessed he was down to 2 packs a day. American Eagles.
I used to smoke Chester Foggies, but now they only come with a filter, he explained. Also, they're expensive. Eagles is cheap, and you can pick the filter off before you light up. Easy as pie.
Then he began to cough. Dr. Haskell found no lung cancer, something of a surprise. But the x-rays seemed to show a damn fine case of emphysema, and he told Sam that he'd probably be using oxygen for the rest of his life. It was a bad diagnosis, but give the guy a break. As the doctors say, when you hear hoofbeats, you don't think zebras. Also, folks have a tendency to see what they're looking for, don't they? And although Dr. Haskell died what might be called a hero's death, no one, including Rusty Everett, ever mistook him for Gregory House. What Sam actually had was bronchitis, and it cleared up not too long after the whiz made his diagnosis. By then, however, Sam was signed up for oxygen deliveries every week from Castles in the Air, a company based in Castle Rock, of course, and he never canceled the service. Why would he? Like his hypertension medicine, the oxygen was covered by what he referred to as the medical. Sam didn't really understand the medical, but he understood that the oxygen cost him nothing out of pocket. He also discovered that huffing pure oxygen had a way of cheering a body up. Sometimes, however, weeks would pass before it crossed Sam's mind to visit the scourgy little shed he thought of as the oxygen bar. Then when the guys from Castles in the Air came to retrieve the empties, a thing they were often lax about, Sam would go out to his oxygen bar, open the valves, run the tanks dry, pile them in his son's old red wagon, and trundle them out to the bright blue truck with the air bubbles on it. If he had still lived out on Little Bitch Road, site of the old Verdreau home place, Sam would have burned to a crisp, as Marta Edmonds did, in the minutes after the initial explosion. But the home place and the woodlots which had once surrounded it had been taken for unpaid taxes long since, and purchased back in '08 by one of several Jim Rennie dummy corporations at bargain basement rates. His baby sis owned a little patch of land out on God Creek, however, and that was where Sam was residing on the day the world blew up. The shack wasn't much, and he had to do his business in an outhouse. The only running water was supplied by an old hand pump in the kitchen. But by gory, the taxes were paid. Little Sis saw to that. And he had the medical. Sam was not proud of his part in instigating the Food City riot. He had drunk many shots and beers with Georgia Rue's father over the years, and felt bad about hitting the man's daughter in the face with a rock. He kept thinking about the sound that piece of quartz had made when it connected, and how Georgia's broken jaw had sagged, making her look like a ventriloquist dummy with a busted mouth. He could have killed her by the living Jesus. It was probably a miracle that he hadn't. Not that she had lasted long. And then an even sadder idea had occurred to him. If he'd left her alone, she wouldn't have been in the hospital. And if she hadn't been in the hospital, she'd probably still be alive. If you looked at it that way, he had killed her. The explosion at the radio station caused him to sit bolt upright out of a drunken sleep, clutching his chest and staring around wildly. The window above his bed had blown out. In fact, every window in the place had blown out, and his shack's west-facing front door had been torn clean off its hinges. He stepped over it and stood frozen in his weedy and tire-strewn front yard, staring west, where the whole world appeared to be on fire. 4. In the fallout shelter below where the town hall had once stood, the generator, small, old-fashioned, and now the only thing standing between the occupants and the great hereafter, ran steadily. Battery-powered lights cast a yellowish glow from the corners of the main room. Carter was sitting in the only chair, Big Jim taking up most of the elderly two-person sofa and eating sardines from a can, plucking them out, one by one, with his thick fingers and laying them on saltines. The two men had little to say to each other. The portable TV Carter had found gathering dust in the bunk room took up all of their attention. It got only a single station, WMTW out of Poland Spring. But one was enough. Too much, really. The devastation was hard to comprehend. Downtown had been destroyed. Satellite photos showed that the woods around Chester Pond had been reduced to slag, and the visitors' day crowd at 119 was now dust in a dying wind. To a height of 20,000 feet, the dome had become visible, an endless sooty prison wall surrounding a town that was now 70% burned over. Not long after the explosion, the temperature in the cellar had begun to climb appreciably. Big Jim told Carter to turn on the air conditioning. "Will the Jenny handle that?" Carter had asked. "If it won't, we'll cook," Big Jim had replied irritably. "So what's the difference?" "Don't you snap at me," Carter thought. "Don't you snap at me when you were the one who made this happen, the one who's responsible." He'd gotten up to find the air conditioning unit, and as he did, another thought crossed his mind. Those sardines really stank. He wondered what the boss would say if he told him the stuff he was putting in his mouth smelled like old dead pussy. But Big Jim had called him son like he meant it, so Carter kept his mouth shut. And when he turned on the air conditioner, it had started right up. The sound of the generator had deepened a little, though, as it shouldered the extra burden. It would burn through their supply of LP that much quicker. "Doesn't matter, he's right, we gotta have it," Carter told himself, as he watched the relentless scenes of devastation on the TV. The majority were coming from satellites or high-flying reconnaissance planes. At lower levels, most of the dome had become opaque. But not, he and Big Jim discovered, at the northeastern end of town. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the coverage abruptly switched there, with video coming from just beyond a bustling army outpost in the woods. "This is Jake Tapper in TR-90, an unincorporated township just north of Chester's Mill. This is as close as we've been allowed, but as you can see, there are survivors. I repeat, there are survivors." "There's survivors right here, you dummy," Carter said. "Shut up," Big Jim said. Blood was mounting in his heavy cheeks and dashing across his forehead in a wavy line. His eyes bulged in their sockets and his hands were clenched. "That's Barbara. It's that son of a buck, Dale Barbara." Carter saw him among the others. The picture was being transmitted from a camera with an extremely long lens, which made the image shaky. It was like looking at people through a heat haze, but it was still clear enough. Barbara, the mouthy minister, the hippie doctor, a bunch of kids, the Everett woman. That bitch was lying all along, he thought. She lied, and stupid Carter believed her. "The roaring sound you hear is not helicopters," Jake Tapper was saying. "If we can pull back a little—" The camera pulled back, revealing a line of huge fans on dollies, each connected to its own generator. The sight of all that power just miles away made Carter feel sick with envy. "You see it now," Tapper went on. Not helicopters, but industrial fans. Now, if we can move in again on the survivors... The camera did so. They were kneeling or sitting at the edge of the dome directly in front of the fans. Carter could see their hair moving in the breeze. Not quite rippling, but definitely moving. Like plants in a lazy underwater current. There's Julia Shumway, Big Jim marveled. I should have killed that rhymes with witch when I had the chance. Carter paid no attention. His eyes were riveted on the TV. The combined blast from 4 dozen fans should be enough to knock those folks over, Charlie, Jake Tapper said. But from here it looks like they're getting just enough air to keep them alive in an atmosphere that has become a poison soup of carbon dioxide, methane, and God knows what else. Our experts are telling us that Chester's Mill's limited supply of oxygen mostly went to feed the fire. One of those experts, chemistry professor Donald Irving of Princeton, told me via cell phone that the air inside the dome now might not be all that much different from the atmosphere of Venus. The picture switched to a concerned-looking Charlie Gibson, safe in New York. Lucky bastard, Carter thought. Any word yet on what may have caused the fire? Back to Jake Tapper, and then to the survivors in their small capsule of breathable air. None, Charlie. It was some sort of explosion, that seems clear, but there's been no further word from the military and nothing from Chester's Mill. Some of the people you see on your screen must have phones, but if they are communicating, it's only with Colonel James Cox, who touched down here about 45 minutes ago and immediately conferenced with the survivors. While the camera pans this grim scene from our admittedly remote standpoint, let me give concerned viewers in America and all over the world the names of the people now at the dome who have been positively identified. I think you might have still pictures of several, and maybe you can flash them on the screen as I go. I think my list's alphabetical, but don't hold me to that. We won't, Jake. And we do have some pictures, but go slow. Colonel Dale Barbara, formerly Lieutenant Barbara, United States Army. A picture of Barbie in desert camo came on the screen. He had his arm around a grinning Iraqi boy. A decorated veteran and most recently a short-order cook in the town restaurant. Angelina Buffalino, do we have a picture of her? No. Okay. Romeo Burpee, owner of the local department store. There was a picture of Romy. In it, he was standing beside a backyard barbecue with his wife and wearing a T-shirt that read, "Kiss me, I'm French." Ernest Calvert, his daughter Joan, and Joan's daughter, Eleanor Calvert. This picture looked like it had been taken at a family reunion. There were Calverts everywhere. Nori, looking both grim and pretty, had her skateboard under one arm. Alva Drake. Her son Benjamin Drake. Turn that off, Big Jim grunted. At least they're in the open, Carter said wistfully. Not stuck in a hole. I feel like Saddam fucking Hussein when he was on the run. Eric Everett, his wife Linda, and their 2 daughters. Another family, Charlie Gibson said in a voice of approval that was almost Mormon-esque. That was enough for Big Jim. He got up and snapped the TV off himself with a hard twist of the wrist. He was still holding the sardine can and spilled some of the oil on his pants when he did it. You'll never get that out, Carter thought, but did not say. I was watching that show, Carter thought, but did not say. The newspaper woman, Big Jim brooded, sitting back down. The cushions hissed as they collapsed beneath his weight. She was always against me. Every trick in the book, Carter. Every trick in the cotton-picking book. Get me another can of sardines, would you? Get it yourself, Carter thought, but did not say. He got up and grabbed another can of Dean's. Instead of commenting on the olfactory association he had made between sardines and deceased female sex organs, he asked what seemed to be the logical question. What are we going to do, boss? Big Jim removed the key from the bottom of the can, inserted it in the tab, and unrolled the top to expose a fresh squadron of dead fish. They gleamed greasily in the glow of the emergency lights. Wait for the air to clear, then go topside and start picking up the pieces, son. He sighed, placed a dripping fish on a saltine, and ate it. Cracker crumbs stuck to his lips in beads of oil. It's what people like us always do. The responsible people, the ones who pull the plow. What if the air doesn't clear? The TV said, "Oh dear, the sky is falling. Oh dear, the sky is falling," Big Jim declaimed in a strange and strangely disturbing falsetto. They've been saying it for years, haven't they? The scientists and the bleeding heart liberals. World War III, nuclear reactors melting down to the center of the Earth. Y2K computer freezes, the end of the ozone layer, melting ice caps, killer hurricanes, global warming.
chicken dirt, weak sister atheists who won't trust in the will of a loving, caring God, who refuse to believe there is such a thing as a loving, caring God. Big Jim pointed a greasy but adamant finger at the younger man. Contrary to the beliefs of the secular humanists, the sky is not falling. They can't help the yellow streak that runs up their backs, son. The guilty man flees where none pursueth, you know, Book of Leviticus. But that doesn't change God's truth. Those who believe on him shall not tire, but shall mount up with wings as eagles, Book of Isaiah. That's basically smog out there. It'll just take a while to clear out. But 2 hours later, at just past 4 o'clock on that Friday afternoon, a shrill queep, queep, queep sound came from the alcove that held the fallout shelter's mechanical support system. "What's that?" Carter asked. Big Jim, now slumped on the couch with his eyes partly closed, and sardine grease on his jowls, sat up and listened. "Air purifier," he said, kind of like a big ionic breeze. "We've got one of those in the car showroom down at the store. Good gadget. Not only does it keep the air nice and sweet, it stops those static electricity shocks you tend to get in cold, wet. If the air in town's clearing, why did the purifier start up? Why don't you go upstairs, Carter? Crack the door a little bit, see how things are. Would that ease your mind?" Carter didn't know if it would or not, but he knew just sitting here was making him feel squirrely. He mounted the stairs. As soon as he was gone, Big Jim got up himself and went to the line of drawers between the stove and the little refrigerator. For such a big man, he moved with surprising speed and quiet. He found what he was looking for in the third drawer. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure he was still alone, then helped himself. On the door at the top of the stairs, Carter was confronted by a rather ominous sign. "Do you need to check the radiation count? Think." Carter thought, and the conclusion he came to was that Big Jim was almost certainly full of shit about the air clearing out. Those folks lined up in front of the fans proved that the air exchange between Chester's Mill and the outside world was almost nil. Still, it wouldn't do any harm to check. At first the door wouldn't budge. Panic, sparked by dim thoughts of being buried alive, made him push harder. This time the door moved just a little. He heard bricks falling and lumber scraping. Maybe he could open it wider, but there was no reason to. The air coming in through the inch-wide gap he'd opened wasn't air at all, but something that smelled like the inside of an exhaust pipe when the motor it was attached to was running. He didn't need any fancy instruments to tell him that 2 or 3 minutes outside the shelter would kill him. The question was, what was he going to tell Rennie? Nothing, the cold voice of the survivor inside suggested. Hearing something like that will only make him worse, harder to deal with. And what exactly did that mean? What did it matter if they were going to die in the fallout shelter when the generator ran out of fuel? If that was the case, what did anything matter? He went back down the stairs. Big Jim was sitting on the sofa. "Well, pretty bad," Carter said. "But breathable, right?" "Well, yeah, but it'd make you damn sick. We better wait, boss." "Of course we better wait," Big Jim said, as if Carter had suggested otherwise. As if Carter were the biggest fool in the universe. "But we'll be fine, that's the point. God will take care. He always does. In the meantime, we got good air down here, it's not too hot, and there's plenty to eat. Why don't you see what there is for sweets, son? Candy bars and such. I'm still feeling peckish." "I'm not your son is dead," Carter thought, but didn't say. He went into the bunk room to see if there were any candy bars on the shelves in there. 5. Around 10 o'clock that night, Barbie fell into a troubled sleep with Julia close beside him, their bodies spooned together. Junior Rennie danced through his dreams. Junior standing outside his cell in the coop, Junior with his gun, and this time there would be no rescue because the air outside had turned to poison and everyone was dead. These dreams finally slipped away and he slept more deeply, his head and Julia's cocked toward the dome and the fresh air seeping through it. It was enough for life, but not enough for ease. Something woke him around 2 o'clock in the morning. He looked through the smudged dome at the muted lights of the army encampment on the other side. Then the sound came again. It was coughing, low and harsh and desperate. A flashlight gleamed off to his right. Barbie got up as quietly as he could, not wanting to wake Julia, and walked to the light, stepping over others who lay sleeping in the grass. Most had stripped down to their underwear. The sentries 10 feet away were bundled up in duffel coats and gloves, but over here it was hotter than ever. Rusty and Ginny were kneeling beside Ernie Calvert. Rusty had a stethoscope around his neck and an oxygen mask in his hand.
It was attached to a small red bottle marked CRH Ambulance Do Not Remove, Always Replace. Norrie and her mother looked on anxiously, their arms around each other.
"Sorry he woke you," Joni said.
"He's sick." "How sick?" Barbie asked. Rusty shook his head. "I don't know. It sounds like bronchitis or a bad cold, but of course it's not. It's bad air. I gave him some from the ambo, and it helped for a while, but now..." He shrugged. "And I don't like the sound of his heart. He's been under a lot of stress, and he's not a young man anymore." "You have no more oxygen?" Barbie asked. He pointed to the red bottle, which looked quite a lot like the kind of fire extinguisher people keep in their kitchen utility closets, and always forget to recharge. "That's it?" Thirst Marshall joined them. In the beam of the flashlight, he looked grim and tired. "There's one more, but we agreed, Rusty, Ginny, and me, to save it for the little kids." Aiden started to cough, too. I moved him as close to the dome and the fans as I could, but he's still coughing. We'll start giving Aiden, Alice, Judy, and Janelle the remaining air in ration whiffs when they wake up. Maybe if the officers brought more fans. "No matter how much fresh air they blow at us," Ginny said, "only so much comes through. And no matter how close to the dome we get, we're still breathing in that crap. And the people who are hurting are exactly the ones you'd expect." "The oldest and the youngest," Barbie said. "Go back and lie down, Barbie," Rusty said. "Save your strength. There's nothing you can do here." "Can you?" "Maybe. There's also nasal decongestant in the ambo, and epinephrine, if it comes to that." Barbie crawled back along the dome with his head turned to the fans. They were all doing this now without thinking. I was appalled by how tired he felt when he reached Julia. His heart was pounding and he was out of breath. Julia was awake. "How bad is he?" "I don't know," Barbie admitted, "but it can't be good. They were giving him oxygen from the ambulance and he didn't wake up." "Oxygen? Is there more? How much?" He explained, and was sorry to see the light in her eyes dim a little. She took his hand. Her fingers were sweaty but cold. "This is like being trapped in a mine cave-in." They were sitting now, facing each other, shoulders leaning against the dome. The faintest of breezes sighed between them. The steady roar of the Air Max fans had become background noise. They raised their voices to speak over it, but otherwise didn't notice it at all. We'd notice it if it stopped, Barbie thought. For a few minutes, anyway. Then we wouldn't notice anything, ever again. She smiled wanly. "Quit worrying about me if that's what you're doing. I'm okay for a middle-aged Republican lady who can't quite catch her breath. At least I managed to get myself Rogered one more time. Right good and proper, too." Barbie smiled back. "It was my pleasure, believe me." "What about the pencil nuke? They're going to try on Sunday. What do you think?" "I don't think. I only hope." "And how high are your hopes?" He didn't want to tell her the truth, but the truth was what she deserved. Based on everything that's happened and the little we know about the creatures running the box, not very. "Tell me you haven't given up." "That I can do. I'm not even as scared as I probably should be. I think because it's insidious. I've even gotten used to the stench." "Really?" He laughed. "No. How about you? Scared?" "Yes, but sad, mostly. This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a gasp." She coughed again, curling a fist to her mouth. Barbie could hear other people doing the same thing. One would be the little boy who was now Thurston Marshall's little boy. He'll get some better stuff in the morning, Barbie thought, and then remembered how Thurston had put it. Air in rationed whiffs. That was no way for a kid to have to breathe. No way for anyone to have to breathe. Julia spat into the grass, then faced him again. "I can't believe we did this to ourselves. The things running the box, the leatherheads, set up the situation, but I think they're only a bunch of kids watching the fun. Playing the equivalent of a video game, maybe. They're outside. We're inside. And we did it to ourselves." "You've got enough problems without beating yourself up on that score," Barbie said. "If anyone's responsible, it's Rennie. He's the one who set up the drug lab, and he's the one who started raiding propane from every source in town. He's also the one who sent men out there and caused some sort of confrontation, I'm sure of it." "But who elected him?" Julia asked. "Who gave him the power to do those things?" "Not you. Your newspaper campaigned against him, or am I wrong?" "You're right," she said, "but only about the last 8 years or so. At first the Democrat, me, in other words, thought he was the greatest thing since sliced bread. By the time I found out what he really was, he was entrenched. and he had poor, smiling, stupid Andy Sanders out front to run interference for him.
You still can't blame.
I can and do. If I'd known that pugnacious, incompetent son of a bitch might end up in charge during an actual crisis, I'd have drowned him like a kitten in a sack. He laughed, then started coughing. You sound less like a Republican all the time, he began, then broke off. What? She asked. And then she heard it too. Something was rattling and squeaking in the dark. It got closer, and they saw a shambling figure tugging a child's wagon. Who's there? Called Dougie Twitchell. When the shambling newcomer answered, his voice was slightly muffled. By an oxygen mask of his own, it turned out.
Well, thank God, Sloppy Sam said. I had me a little nap side of the road, and I thought I'd run out of air before I got up here. But here I am. Just in time, too, because I'm almost tapped out.
6. The Army encampment at Route 119 in Motton was a sad place that early Saturday morning. Only 36 military personnel and 1 Chinook remained. A dozen men were loading in the big tents, and a few leftover Air Max fans that Cox had ordered to the south side of the dome as soon as the explosion had been reported. The fans had never been used. By the time they arrived, there was no one to appreciate the scant air they could push through the barrier. The fire was out by 6 p.m., strangled by lack of fuel and oxygen, but everyone on the Chester's Mill side was dead. The medical tent was being taken down and rolled up by a dozen men. Those not occupied with that task had been set to that most ancient of Army jobs, policing up the area. It was make work, but no one on the ship patrol minded. Nothing could make them forget the nightmare they had seen the previous afternoon, but grubbing up the wrappers, cans, bottles, and cigarette butts helped a little. Soon enough it would be dawn and the big Chinook would fire up. They'd climb aboard and go somewhere else. The members of this ragtag crew absolutely could not wait. One of them was PFC Clint Ames from Hickory Grove, South Carolina. He had a green plastic hefty bag in one hand and was moving slowly through the beaten-down grass, picking up the occasional discarded sign or flattened Coke can so that if hard-ass Sergeant Grow glanced over, he'd look like he was working. He was nearly asleep on his feet, and at first he thought the knocking he heard, it sounded like knuckles on a thick Pyrex dish, was part of a dream. It almost had to be, because it seemed to be coming from the other side of the dome. He yawned and stretched with one hand pressing into the small of his back. As he was doing this, the knocking resumed. It really was coming from behind the blackened wall of the dome. Then, a voice, weak and disembodied, like the voice of a ghost. It gave him the chills. Is anybody there? Can anybody hear me? Please, I'm dying. Christ, did he know that voice? It sounded like... Ames dropped his litter bag and ran to the dome. He put his hands on its blackened, still warm surface. Cow Kid? Is that you? I'm crazy, he thought. It can't be. No one could have lived through that firestorm. Ames! Sergeant Grove bawled. What the hell are you doing over there? He was about to turn away when the voice behind the charred surface came again. It's me. Don't... There was a ragged series of barking coughs. Don't go. If you're there, Private Ames, don't go. Now a hand appeared. It was as ghostly as the voice, the fingers smeared with soot. It was rubbing a clean place on the inside of the dome. A moment later, a face appeared. At first, Ames didn't recognize the Cow Kid. Then he realized the boy was wearing an oxygen mask. I'm almost out of air, the Cow Kid wheezed. Dial's in the red. Has been for the last half hour. Ames stared into the Cow Kid's haunted eyes, and the Cow Kid stared back. Then a single imperative rose in Ames's mind. He couldn't let the Cow Kid die. Not after all he had survived. Although how he had survived was impossible for Ames to imagine. Kid, listen to me. Y'all drop down on your knees and... Ames, you useless fuck-dub! Sergeant Grow hollered, striding over. Stop gold-brigging and get busy! I have zero patience for your weak-ass shit tonight! PFC Ames ignored him. He was entirely fixed on the face that appeared to be staring at him from behind a grimy glass wall. Drop down and scrape the gluck off the bottom. Do it now, kid, right now. The face dropped from view, leaving Ames to hope the Cow Kid was doing as he'd been told and hadn't just passed out. Sergeant Crow's hand fell on his shoulder. Are you deaf? I told you... Get the fans, Sergeant. We have to get the fans. What are you talking about? Ames screamed into the dreaded Sergeant Grove's face. There's somebody alive in there! 7. Only a single oxygen tank remained in the red wagon by the time Sloppy Sam arrived at the refugee camp by the dome, and the needle on the dial was resting just above 0. He made no objection when Rusty took the mask and clapped it over Ernie Calvert's face, only crawled to the dome next to where Barbie and Julia were sitting. There the new arrival got down on all fours and breathed deeply. Horace the corgi, sitting at Julia's side, looked at him with interest. Sam rolled over on his back. It ain't much, but better than what I had. The last little bit of them tanks never tastes good, like it does fresh off the top. Then, incredibly, he lit a cigarette. Put that out. Are you insane? Julia said. Been dying for one, Sam said, inhaling with satisfaction. Can't smoke around oxygen, you know. Blow yourself up? Likely as not, although there's people who does it. Might as well let him go, Romy said. Can't be any worse than the crap we're breathing. For all we know, the tar and nicotine in his lungs is protecting him. Rusty came over and sat down. That tank's a dead soldier, he said, but Ernie got a few extra breaths from it. He seems to be resting easier now, thanks, Sam. Sam waved it away. Myers, your air, Doc. Or at least it was. Say, can't you make more with something in your ambulance there? The guys who bring my tanks, who did anyway, before this sack of shit hit the fan, they could make more right in their truck. They had a, what do you call it? Pump of some kind. Oxygen extractor, Rusty said, and you're right, we have one on board. Unfortunately, it's broken. He showed his teeth and went past for a grin. It's been broken for the last 3 months. 4, Twitch said, coming over. He was looking at Sam's cigarette. Don't suppose you got any more of those, do you? Don't even think about it, Jenny said. Afraid of polluting this tropical paradise with secondary smoke, darling? Twitch asked. But when Sloppy Sam held out his battered pack of American Eagles, Twitch shook his head. Rusty said, I put in the request for a replacement O2 extractor myself, to the hospital board. They say the budget's maxed out, but maybe I can get some help from the town, so I send the request to the Board of Selectmen. Rennie, Piper Libby said. Rennie, Rusty agreed. I get a form letter back saying my request will be taken up at the budget meeting in November. So, I guess we'll see then. He flapped his hands at the sky and laughed. Others were gathering around now, looking at Sam with curiosity, and at his cigarette with horror. How'd you get here, Sam? Barbie asked. Sam was more than happy to tell his tale. He began with how, as a result of the emphysema diagnosis, he'd wound up getting regular oxygen deliveries thanks to the medical, and how sometimes the full tanks backed up on him. He told about hearing the explosion and what he'd seen when he went outside. I knew what was going to happen as soon as I saw how big it was, he said. His audience now included the military on the other side. Cox, dressed in boxer shorts and a khaki undershirt, was among them. I've seen bad fires before, back when I was working in the woods. A couple of times, we had to drop everything and just outrun them. And if one of those old International Harvester trucks we had in those days had a bogged down, we never would have. Crown fires is the worst, because they make their own wind. I seen right away the same was going to happen with this one. Something almighty big exploded. What was it? Propane, Rose said. Sam stroked his white stubbled chin. Yeah, but propane wasn't all. There was chemicals, too, because some of those flames was green. If it had come my way, I would have been done. You folks, too. But it sucked south instead. Shape of the land had something to do with it. I shouldn't wonder. And the riverbed, too. Anyways, I knew what was going to happen, and I got the tanks out of the oxygen bar. The what? Barbie asked. Sam took a final drag on his cigarette, then butted it in the dirt. Oh, that's just the name I give to the shed where I keep them tanks. Anyway, I had 5 full ones. 5? Thurston Marshall almost moaned. Yeah, Sam said cheerfully, but I never could have drugged 5. I'm getting on in years, you know. Couldn't you have found a car or a truck? Lissa Jameson asked. Ma'am, I lost my driving license 7 years ago. Or maybe it was 8. Too many DUIs. If I got caught behind the wheel of anything bigger in a go-kart again, they'd put me in county and throw away the key. Barbie considered pointing out the fundamental flaw in this, but why bother wasting breath when breath was now so hard to come by?
Anyway, 4 tanks in that little red wagon of mine I thought I could manage, and I hadn't gone but a quarter of a mile before I started pulling on the first one. Had to, don't you see?
Jackie Whittington asked, "Did you know we were out here?"
No, ma'am. It was high ground, that's all, and I knew my canned air wouldn't last forever. I didn't guess about you, and I didn't guess about those fans either. It was just a case of nowhere else to go.
What took you so long? Pete Freeman asked. It can't be much more than 3 miles between God Creek and here.
Well, that's the funny thing, Sam said. I was coming up the road, you know, Black Ridge Road, and I got over the bridge, okay. Still sucking on the first tank, although it was getting almighty hot. And say, did you folks see that dead bear? The one that looked like it bashed its own brains out on a phone pole?
We saw it, Rusty said. Let me guess. A little way past the bear, you got woozy and passed out.
How'd you know that?
We came that way, Rusty said, and there's some kind of force working out there. It seems to hit kids and old people hardest.
I ain't that old, Sam said, sounding offended. I just went white hair early like my mom.
How long were you knocked out? Barbie asked.
Well, I don't wear no watch, but it was dark when I finally got going again, so it was quite a while. I woke up once on account of I couldn't hardly breathe, switched to one of the fresh tanks and went back to sleep again. Crazy, huh? And the dreams I had, like a 3-ring circus. Last time I woke up, I was really awake. It was dark, and I went on to another tank. Making the switch wasn't a bit hard because it wasn't really dark. Should have been darker than a tomcat's asshole with all the soot that fire flying on the dome, but there's a bright patch down there where I laid up. You can't see it in daylight, but at night it's like about 1 billion fireflies. The glow belt, we call it, Joe said.
He and Norrie and Benny were bunched together. Benny was coughing into his hand.
Good name for it, Sam said approvingly. Anyway, I knew somebody was up here because by then I could hear those fans and see the lights.
He nodded toward the encampment on the other side of the dome.
Didn't know if I was going to make it before my air ran out. That hill's a bugger, and I sucked up the O2 like nobody's business, but I did.
He was looking curiously at Cox.
Hey there, Colonel Clink. I can see your breath. You best either put on a coat or come over here where it's warm.
He cackled, showing a few surviving teeth.
It's Cox, not Clink, and I'm fine.
Julia asked, "What did you dream, Sam?"
Funny you should ask, he said, because there's only one I can remember out of the whole bunch, and that was about you. You was laying on the bandstand in the common, and you was crying.
Julia squeezed Barbie's hand in hard, but her eyes never left Sam's face. "How did you know it was me?"
"Because you was covered with newspapers," Sam said. "Issues of the Democrat. You was hugging 'em against you like you was naked underneath, begging your pardon, but you asked. Ain't that just about the funniest dream you ever heard?"
Cox's walkie-talkie beeped 3 times. "Break, break, break." He took it off his belt.
"What is it? Talk to me fast. I'm busy over here."
They all heard the voice that returned.
"We have a survivor on the south side, Colonel. Repeat. We have a survivor."
8. As the sun came up on the morning of October 28th, surviving was all the last member of the Dinsmore family could claim. Ollie lay with his body pressed against the bottom of the dome, gasping in just enough air from the big fans on the other side to stay alive. It had been a race just to get enough of the dome clear on his side before the remaining oxygen in the tank ran out. It was the one he'd left on the floor when he crawled under the potatoes. He remembered wondering if it would explode. It hadn't, and that was a very good thing for Oliver H. Dinsmore. If it had, he would now be lying dead under a burial mound of russets and long whites. He had knelt on his side of the dome, digging off cakes of black crud, aware that some of the stuff was all that remained of human beings. It was impossible to forget when he was being repeatedly stabbed by fragments of bone. Without Private Ames's steady encouragement, he was sure he would have given up. But Ames wouldn't give up. Just kept hectoring him to dig, goddammit, dig that shit clear, cow kid. You gotta do it so the fans can work. Ollie thought he hadn't given up because Ames didn't know his name. Ollie had lived with the kids at school calling him shit kicker and tit puller. But he was goddamn if he was going to die listening to some cracker from South Carolina call him cow kid. The fans had started up with a roar, and he had felt the first faint gusts of air on his overheated skin. He tore the mask off his face and pressed his mouth and nose directly against the dirty surface of the dome. Then, gasping and coughing out soot, he continued scraping at the plated char. He could see Ames on the other side, down on his hands and knees with his head cocked like a man trying to peer into a mouse hole. "That's it," he shouted. "We got 2 more fans we're bringing up. Don't you give up on me, cow kid. Don't you quit." "Ollie," he had gasped. "What?" "Name's Ollie. Stop calling me cow kid." "I'll call you Ollie from now until doomsday if you just keep clearing the space for those fans to work." Ollie's lungs somehow managed to suck in just enough of what was seeping through the dome to keep him alive and conscious. He watched the world lighten through his slot in the soot. The light helped, too, although it hurt his heart to see the rose glow of dawn, dirtied by the film of filth that still remained on his side of the dome. The light was good, because in here everything was dark and scorched and hard, and silent. They tried to relieve Ames of duty at 5 a.m., but Ollie screamed for him to stay, and Ames refused to leave. Whoever was in charge relented. Little by little, pausing to press his mouth to the dome and suck in more air, Ollie told how he had survived. "I knew I'd have to wait for the fire to go out," he said, "so I took it real easy on the oxygen. Grampy Tom told me once that 1 tank could last him all night if he was asleep, so I just laid there still. For quite a while I didn't have to use it at all because there was air under the potatoes, and I breathed that." He put his lips to the surface, tasting the soot, knowing it might be the residue of a person who had been alive 24 hours previous, not caring. He sucked greedily and hacked out blackish crud until he could go on. "It was cold under the potatoes at first, but then it got warm, and then it got hot. I thought I'd burn alive. The barn was burning down right over my head. Everything was burning. But it was so hot and so quick, it didn't last long, and maybe that was what saved me. I don't know. I stayed where I was until the first tank was empty. Then I had to go out. I was afraid the other one might have exploded, but it didn't. I bet it was close, though." Ames nodded. Ollie sucked more air through the dome. It was like trying to breathe through a thick, dirty cloth. "And the stairs. If they'd been wood instead of concrete block, I couldn't have gotten out. I didn't even try at first. I just crawled back under the spuds because it was so hot. The ones on the outside of the pile cooked in their jackets. I could smell them. Then it started to get hard to pull air. And I knew the second tank was running out, too." He stopped as a coughing fit shook him. When it was under control, he went on. "Mostly, I just wanted to hear a human voice again before I died. I'm glad it was you, Private Ames. My name's Clint, Ollie, and you're not going to die." But the eyes that looked through the dirty slot at the bottom of the dome, like eyes peering through a glass window in a coffin, seemed to know some other, truer truth. 9. The second time the buzzer went off, Carter knew what it was, even though it awakened him from a dreamless sleep, because part of him wasn't going to really sleep again until this was over, or he was dead. That was what the survival instinct was, he guessed, an unsleeping watchman deep in the brain. The second time was around 7:30 on Saturday morning. He knew that because his watch was the kind that lit up if you pressed a button. The emergency lights had died during the night and the fallout shelter was completely black. He sat up and felt something poke against the back of his neck. The barrel of the flashlight he'd used last night, he supposed. He fumbled for it and turned it on. He was on the floor. Big Jim was on the couch. It was Big Jim who had poked him with the flashlight. Of course he gets the couch, Carter thought resentfully. He's the boss, isn't he? "Go on, son," Big Jim said. "Quick as you can." Why does it have to be me, Carter thought, but did not say. It had to be him because the boss was old, the boss was fat, the boss had a bad heart. And because he was the boss, of course. James Rennie, the Emperor of Chester's Mill. Emperor of used cars, that's all you are, Carter thought. And you stink of sweat and sardine oil. "Go on," sounding irritable and scared. "What are you waiting for?" Carter stood up, the flashlight beam bouncing off the fallout shelter's packed shelves. So many cans of sardines. And made his way into the bunk room. One emergency light was still on in here, but it was guttering, almost out. The buzzer was louder now. A steady sound. The sound of oncoming doom. We're never getting out of here, Carter thought. He shone the flashlight beam on the trapdoor in front of the generator, which continued to utter the toneless, irritating buzz that for some reason made him think of the boss when the boss was speechifying. Maybe because both noises came down to the same stupid imperative. Feed me, feed me, feed me. Give me propane. Give me sardines. Give me premium unleaded for my Hummer. Feed me. I'll still die, and then you'll die. But who cares? Who gives a ripe red fuck? Feed me, feed me, feed me. Inside the storage bin, there were now only 6 tanks of propane. When he replaced the one that was almost empty, there would be 5. 5 piss-little containers not much bigger than Blue Rhino tanks, between them and choking to death when the air purifier quit. Carter pulled one out of the storage space, but he only set it beside the Jenny. He had no intention of replacing the current tank until it was totally empty, in spite of that irritating nope. Nope. Like they used to say about Maxwell House coffee, it was good to the last drop. But that buzzer could certainly get on a person's nerves. Carter reckoned he could find the alarm and silence it, but then how would they know when the Jenny was running dry? Like a couple of rats trapped in an overturned bucket, that's what we are. He ran the numbers in his head. 6 tanks left, each good for about 11 hours. But they could turn off the air conditioner, and that might stretch it to 12 or even 13 hours per tank. Stay on the safe side and say 12. 12 times 6 was, let's see. The made the math harder than it should have been, but he finally got there. 72 hours between them and a miserable, choking death down here in the dark. And why was it dark? Because no one had bothered to replace the batteries in the emergency lights, that was why. They probably hadn't been changed for 20 years or more. The boss had been saving money. And why only 7 little shit-licking tanks in the storage cubby where there had been about a zillion gallons out at WCIK just waiting to blow up? Because the boss liked to have everything right where he wanted it. Sitting there, listening to the Carter remembered one of his dad's sayings, hoard a penny and lose a dollar. That was Rennie right down to the floor. Rennie, the emperor of used cars. Rennie, the big-shot politician. Rennie, the drug kingpin. How much had he made with his drug operation? $1 million? 2? And did it matter? He probably never would have spent it, Carter thought. And he's sure as shit not going to spend it now. Nothing to spend it on down here. He's got all the sardines he can eat. And they're free. Carter, Big Jim's voice came floating through the darkness. Are you going to change that out, or are we just going to listen to it buzz? Carter opened his mouth to holler they were going to wait, that every minute counted. But just then the finally quit. So did the queep, queep, queep of the air purifier. Carter! I'm on it, boss. With the flashlight clamped in his armpit, Carter pulled the empty, put the full one on a metal platform that was big enough to hold a tank 10 times this one's size, and hooked up the connector. Every minute counted. Or did it? Why did it, if it was going to come down to the same choking conclusion? But the survival watchman side thought that was a bullshit question. The survival watchman thought 72 hours was 72 hours, and every minute of those 72 hours counted. Because who knew what might happen? The military guys might finally figure out how to crack the dome open. It might even disappear on its own, going as suddenly and inexplicably as it had come. Carter, what are you doing back there? My cotton-picking grandmother could move faster and she's dead. Almost done. He made sure the connection was tight and put his thumb on the starter button, thinking that if the little generator's starter battery was as old as the batteries that had been powering the emergency lights, they were in trouble. Then he paused. It was 72 hours if it was the 2 of them. But if it was just him, he could stretch it to 90, or maybe even 100, by shutting down the purifier until the air got really thick. He had broached this idea to Big Jim, who had vetoed it out of hand. Got a dicky heart, he had reminded Carter. The thicker the air is, the more likely it is to play up on me. Carter! Loud and demanding. A voice that got up in his ears the way the smell of the boss's sardines got up his nose. What's going on back there? All set, boss, he called, and pushed the button. The starter motor whirred, and the Jenny fired up at once. I have to think about this, Carter told himself. But the survival watchman thought differently. The survival watchman thought that every minute lost was a minute wasted. He was good to me, Carter told himself. He gave me responsibilities. Dirty jobs he didn't want to do himself is what he gave you. And a hole in the ground to die in. That, too. Carter made up his mind. He pulled his Beretta from its holster as he walked back into the main room. He considered putting it behind his back, so the boss wouldn't know, and decided against it. The man had called him son, after all, and might even have meant it. He deserved better than an unexpected shot in the back of the head and going out all unprepared. 10. It wasn't dark at the far northeastern end of town. Here the dome was badly smudged, but far from opaque. The sun glared through and turned everything a feverish pink. Nori ran to Barbie and Julia. The girl was coughing and out of breath, but she ran anyway.
My grandpa's having a heart attack,
she wailed, and then fell on her knees, hacking and gasping. Julia put her arms around the girl and turned her face to the roaring fans. Barbie crawled to where the exiles were surrounding Ernie Calvert, Rusty Everett, Ginny Tomlinson, and Dougie Twitchell. Give them room, people, Barbie snapped. Give the guy some air. That's the problem, Tony Gay said. They gave him what was left, the stuff that was supposed to be for the kids, but... Epi, Rusty said, and Twitch handed him a syringe. Rusty injected it. Ginny, start compressions. When you get tired, let Twitch take over, then me. I want to, too, Joni said. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, but she seemed composed enough. I took a class. I was in it, too, Claire said. I'll help. And me, Linda said quietly. I took the refresher just last summer. It's a small town and we all support the team, Barbie thought. Ginny, her face still swollen from her own injuries, began chest compressions. She gave way to Twitch, just as Julia and Nori joined Barbie.
Will they be able to save him?
Nori asked. I don't know, Barbie said. But he did know. That was the hell of it. Twitch took over from Ginny. Barbie watched as drops of sweat from Twitch's forehead darkened Ernie's shirt. After about 5 minutes, he stopped, coughing breathlessly. When Rusty started to move in, Twitch shook his head. He's gone. Twitch turned to Joni and said, I'm so sorry, Mrs. Calvert. Joni's face trembled, then crumpled. She let out a cry of grief that turned into a coughing fit. Nori hugged her, coughing again herself. Barbie, a voice said. A word. It was Cox, now dressed in brown camo and wearing a fleece jacket against the chill on the other side. Barbie didn't like the somber expression on Cox's face. Julia went with him. They leaned close to the dome, trying to breathe slowly and evenly. There's been an accident at Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico. Cox kept his voice pitched low. They were running final tests on the pencil nuke we meant to try and... Shit. It exploded? Julia asked, horrified. No, ma'am. Melted down. 2 people were killed, and another half dozen are apt to die of radiation burns and/or radiation poisoning. The point is we lost the nuke. We lost the fucking nuke. Was it a malfunction? Barbie asked, almost hoping that it had been because that meant it wouldn't have worked anyway. No, Colonel, it did not. That's why I use the word accident. They happen when people hurry, and we've been hurrying our collective ass off. I'm so sorry for those men, Julia said. Do their relatives know yet? Given your own situation, it's very kind of you to think of that. They'll be informed soon. The accident occurred at 1 o'clock this morning. Work has already begun on Little Boy 2. It should be ready in 3 days, 4 at most. Barbie nodded. Thank you, sir. But I'm not sure we have that long. A long, thin wail of grief, a child's wail, went up from behind them. As Barbie and Julia turned around, the wail turned into a series of harsh coughs and gasps for air. They saw Linda kneel beside her elder daughter and fold the girl into her arms.
She can't be dead,
Janelle screamed.
Audrey can't be dead.
But she was. The Everett's golden retriever had died in the night, quietly and without fuss, as the little Jays slept on either side of her. 11. When Carter came back into the main room, the Mill's second selectman was eating cereal from a box with a cartoon parrot on the front. Carter recognized this mythical bird from many childhood breakfasts. Toucan Sam, the patron saint of Fruit Loops. It must be stale as hell, Carter thought, and had a fleeting moment of pity for the boss. Then he thought of the difference between 70-some hours of air and 80 or 100, and hardened his heart. Big Jim scrummed more cereal from the box, then saw the Beretta in Carter's hand. Well, he said. I'm sorry, boss. Big Jim opened his hand and let the Fruit Loops cascade back into the box, but his hand was sticky, and some of the brightly colored cereal rings clung to his fingers and palms. Sweat gleamed on his forehead and trickled from his receding hairline. Son, don't do this. I have to, Mr. Rennie. It's not personal. Nor was it, Carter decided, not even a little bit. They were trapped in here, that was all, and because it had happened as a result of Big Jim's decisions, Big Jim would have to pay the price. Big Jim set the box of Fruit Loops on the floor. He did it with care, as if he were afraid the box might shatter if treated roughly. Then what is it?
It just comes down to air. Air, I say. I could have come in here with the gun behind my back and just put a bullet in your head. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to give you time to get ready. Because you've been good to me.
Then don't make me suffer, son. If it's not personal, you won't make me suffer.
If you keep still, you won't. It'll be quick. Like shooting a wounded deer in the woods.
Can we talk about it?
No, sir, my mind is made up. Big Jim nodded.
All right, then, can I have a word of prayer first? Would you allow me that?
Yes, sir, you can pray if you want, but make it fast. This is hard on me, too, you know.
I believe it is. You're a good boy, son.
Carter, who hadn't cried since he was 14, felt a prickle in the corner of his eyes. Calling me son won't help you.
It does help me, and seeing you're moved, that helps me, too.
Big Jim shuffled his bulk off the couch and got on his knees. In the act of doing this, he knocked over the Fruit Loops and uttered a sad little chuckle.
Wasn't much of a last meal, I can tell you that.
No, probably not. I'm sorry. Big Jim, his back now to Carter's side.
But I'll be eating roast beef at the Lord's table in a minute or two, so that's all right.
He raised a pudgy finger and pressed it high on the back of his neck.
Right here. The brain stem. All right?
Carter swallowed what felt like a large, dry ball of lint.
Yes, sir. Do you want to get knee-bound with me, son?
Carter, who had gone prayerless even longer than he'd gone tearless, almost said yes. Then he remembered how sly the boss could be. He probably wasn't being sly now, was probably beyond that, but Carter had seen the man at work and was taking no chances. He shook his head. Say your prayer, and if you want to get all the way to amen, you really have to make it a short one. On his knees, back to Carter, Big Jim clasped his hands on the cushion of the sofa, which was still dimpled from the weight of his not inconsiderable fanny.
Dear God, this is your servant. James Rennie, I guess I'm coming to you. Like it or not, the cup has been raised to my lips, and I can't...
A large, dry sob escaped him.
Turn out the light, Carter. I don't want to be crying in front of you. That's not how a man should die.
Carter extended the gun until it was almost touching the nape of Big Jim's neck. Okay. But that was your last request. Then he turned out the light. He knew it was a mistake the instant he did it, but by then it was too late. He heard the boss move, and he was Christing quick for a big man with a bad heart. Carter fired, and in the muzzle flash, he saw a bullet hole appear in the dented sofa cushion. Big Jim was no longer kneeling in front of it, but he couldn't have gone far, no matter how quick he was. As Carter thumbed the button of the flashlight, Big Jim drove forward with the butcher knife he had filched from the drawer next to the fallout shelter stove, and 6 inches of steel slid into Carter Thibodeau's stomach. He screamed in agony and fired again. Big Jim felt the bullet buzz close by his ear, but he didn't pull back. He also had a survival watchman, one that had served him extremely well over the years, and it was saying now that if he drew back, he would die. He staggered to his feet, pulling the knife upward as he rose, eviscerating the stupid boy who had thought he could get the best of Big Jim Rennie. Carter screamed again as he was split open. Beads of blood sprayed Big Jim's face, driven by what he devoutly hoped was the boy's last breath. He pushed Carter back. In the beam of the dropped flashlight, Carter staggered away, crunching through spilled Fruit Loops and holding his belly. Blood poured over his fingers. He pawed at the shelves and fell to his knees in a rain of Vigo sardines, Snow's clam fryettes, and Campbell's soups. For a moment he stayed that way as if he had reconsidered and decided to say a prayer after all. His hair hung in his face, then he lost his grip and went down. Big Jim considered the knife, but that was too labor-intensive for a man suffering from heart problems. He promised himself again that he would get that taken care of as soon as this crisis was over. He picked up Carter's gun instead and walked to the foolish boy. Carter, are you still with us? Carter moaned, tried to turn over, gave up. I'm going to put one high up in the back of your neck, just as you suggested, but I want to give you one final piece of advice first. Are you listening? Carter groaned again. Big Jim took this for assent. The advice is this: never give a good politician time to pray. Big Jim pulled the trigger. 12. I think he's dying, Private Ames shouted. I think the kid's dying. Sergeant Groh knelt beside Ames and peered through the dirty slot at the bottom of the dome.
Ollie Dinsmore was lying on his side with his lips almost pressed against a surface they could now see, thanks to the filth still clinging to it. In his best drill sergeant's voice, Grow yelled, "Yo! Ollie Dinsmore, front and center!" Slowly the boy opened his eyes and looked at the two men crouched less than a foot away, but in a colder, cleaner world. "What?" he whispered. "Nothing, son," Grow said. "Go back to sleep." Grow turned to Ames. "Unbunch your panties, Private. He's fine."
"He's not. Just look at him."
Grow took Ames by the arm and helped him, not unkindly, to his feet. "No," he agreed in a low voice. "He's not even slightly okay, but he's alive, and sleeping, and right now, that's the best we can ask for. He'll use up less oxygen that way. You go get yourself something to eat. Did you get any breakfast?" Ames shook his head. The thought of breakfast hadn't even crossed his mind.
"I won't stay in case he comes back round."
He paused, then plunged.
"I want to be here if he dies."
"He's not going to for a while," Grow said. He had no idea if this was true or not. "Get something out of the truck, even if it's only a slice of bologna wrapped in a slice of bread. You look like shit, soldier." Ames jerked his head toward the sleeping boy on charred ground with his mouth and nose cocked to the dome. His face was streaked with filth, and they could barely see the rise and fall of his chest.
"How long do you think he's got, Sarge?"
Grow shook his head. "Probably not long. Someone in the group on the other side already died this morning, and several of the others aren't doing well. And it's better over there, cleaner. You have to prepare yourself." Ames felt close to tears.
"Kid lost his whole family."
"Go get yourself something to eat. I'll watch until you come back."
"But after that, I can stay?"
"The kid wants you, Private. The kid gets you. You can stay until the end." Grow watched Ames double time to the table near the helicopter where some food was laid out. Out here it was 10 o'clock on a pretty late fall morning. The sun was shining and melting off the last of a heavy frost. But only a few feet away there was a bubble world of perpetual twilight, a world where the air was unbreathable and time had ceased to have any meaning. Grow remembered a pond in the local park where he'd grown up, Wilton, Connecticut, that had been. There had been golden carp in the pond, big old things. The kids used to feed them. Until one day when one of the groundskeepers had an accident with some fertilizer, that was. Goodbye, fishies. All 10 or a dozen of them floating dead on the surface. Looking at the dirty, sleeping boy on the other side of the dome, it was impossible not to think of those carp. Only a boy was not a fish. Ames came back, eating something he obviously didn't want. Not much of a soldier, in Grow's opinion, but a good kid with a good heart. Private Ames sat down. Sergeant Grow sat with him. Around noon they got a report from the north side of the dome that another of the survivors over there had died. A little boy named Aiden Appleton. Another kid. Grow believed he might have met his mother the day before. He hoped he was wrong about that, but didn't think he was.
"Who did it?"
Ames asked him.
"Who wound this shit up, Sarge, and why?"
Grow shook his head. "No idea."
"Makes no sense,"
Ames cried. Beyond them, Ollie stirred, lost his air, and moved his sleeping face once more to the scant breeze seeping through the barrier. "Don't wake him up," Grow said, thinking, if he goes in his sleep, it'll be better for all of us. 13. By 2 o'clock, all of the exiles were coughing except, incredible but true, Sam Verdreau, who seemed to be thriving in the bad air, and little Walter Bushy, who did nothing but sleep and suck the occasional ration of milk or juice. Barbie sat against the dome with his arm around Julia. Not far away, Thurston Marshall sat beside the covered corpse of little Aiden Appleton, who had died with terrifying suddenness. Thirst, now coughing steadily, was holding Alice on his lap. She had cried herself to sleep. 20 feet further on, Rusty was huddled with his wife and girls, who had also cried themselves to sleep. Rusty had taken Audrey's body to the ambulance, so the girls wouldn't have to look at it. He held his breath throughout. Even 15 yards inland from the dome, the air became choking, deadly. Once he got his wind back, he supposed he should do the same with the little boy. Audrey would be good company for him. She'd always liked kids. Joe McClatchy plopped down beside Barbie. Now he really did look like a scarecrow. His pale face was dotted with acne, and there were circles of bruised-looking purple flesh under his eyes. "My mom's sleeping," Joe said. "Julia, too," Barbie said, "so keep your voice down." Julia opened one eye. "Not sleeping," she said, and promptly closed the eye again. She coughed still, then coughed some more. "Benny's really sick," Joe said. He's running a fever, like the little boy did before he died. He hesitated. My mom's pretty warm, too. Maybe it's only because it's so hot in here, but I don't think that's it. What if she dies? What if we all do? We won't, Barbie said. They'll figure something out. Joe shook his head. They won't, and you know it, because they're outside. Nobody outside can help us. He looked over the blackened wasteland where there had been a town the day before and laughed. A hoarse croaking sound that was worse because there was actually some amusement in it. Chester's Mill has been a town since 1803. We learned that in school. Over 200 years. And a week to wipe it off the face of the earth. 1 fucking week is all it took. How about that, Colonel Barbara? Barbie couldn't think of a thing to say. Joe covered his mouth, coughed. Behind them, the fans roared and roared. I'm a smart kid, you know that. I mean, I'm not bragging, but I'm smart. Barbie thought of the video feed the kid had set up near the site of the missile strike. No argument, Joe. In a Spielberg movie, it's the smart kid who'd come up with the last-minute solution, isn't that right? Barbie felt Julia stir again. Both eyes were open now, and she was regarding Joe gravely. Tears were trickling down the boy's cheeks. Some Spielberg kid I turned out to be. If we were in Jurassic Park, the dinosaurs would eat us for sure. If only they'd get tired, Julia said dreamily. Huh? Joe blinked at her. The Leatherhead children. Kids are supposed to get tired of their games and go on to something else, or... She coughed hard. Or their parents call them home for dinner. Maybe they don't eat, Joe said gloomily. Maybe they don't have parents either. Or maybe time is different for them, Barbie said. In their world, maybe they only just sat down around their version of the box. For them, the game might only be starting. We don't even know for sure they're children. Piper Libby joined them. She was flushed and her hair was sticking to her cheeks. They're kids, she said. How do you know? Barbie asked. I just do. She smiled. They're the God I stopped believing in about 3 years ago. God turned out to be a bunch of bad little kids playing Interstellar Xbox. Isn't that funny? Her smile widened and then she burst into tears. Julia was looking toward the box with its flashing purple light. Her face was thoughtful and a little dreamy. 14. It's Saturday night in Chester's Mill. That's the night the Eastern Star ladies used to meet, and after the meeting they'd often go to Henrietta Clavert's house and drink wine and break out their best dirty jokes. It's the night when Peter Randolph and his buddies used to play poker, and also break out their best dirty jokes. The night when Stuart and Fern Bowie often went to Lewiston to rent a couple of whores at a pussy parlor on Lower Lisbon Street. The night when the Reverend Lester Coggins used to hold teen prayer meetings in the parsonage hall at Holy Redeemer, and Piper Libby used to host teen dances in the basement of the Congo Church. The night when dippers used to roar until 1, and around 12:30 the crowd would begin chanting drunkenly for their anthem, Dirty Water, a song all bands from Boston know well. The night when Howie and Brenda Perkins used to walk hand in hand on the town common, saying hello to the other couples they knew. The night when Alden Dinsmore, his wife, Shelley, and their 2 sons had been known to play catch by the light of a full moon. In Chester's Mill, as in most small towns where they all support the team, Saturday nights were usually the best nights, made for dancing and fucking and dreaming. Not this one. This one is black and seemingly endless. The wind has died. The poisoned air hangs hot and still. Out where Route 119 used to be until the furnace heat boiled it away, Ollie Dinsmore lies with his face pressed to his slot in the slag, still holding stubbornly onto life, and only 1.5 feet away Private Clint Ames continues his patient watch. Some bright boy wanted to shine a spotlight on the kid. Ames, supported by Sergeant Grow, not such an ogre after all, managed to keep it from happening, arguing that shining spotlights on sleeping people was what you did to terrorists, not teenage kids who would probably be dead before the sun rose. But Ames has a flashlight, and every now and then he shines it on the kid, making sure that he's still breathing. He is, but each time Ames uses the flashlight again, he expects it to show him that those shallow respirations have stopped. Part of him has actually started to hope for that. Part of him has started to accept the truth. No matter how resourceful Ollie Dinsmore has been, or how heroically he's struggled, he has no future. Watching him fight on is terrible. Not long before midnight, Private Ames falls asleep himself, sitting up, with the flashlight clutched loosely in one hand. Sleepest thou? Jesus is said to have inquired of Peter, Couldst thou not watch 1 hour? To which Chef Bushy might have added, Book of Matthew, Sanders. At just past 1 o'clock, Rose Twitchell shakes Barbie awake. Thurston Marshall is dead, she says. Rusty and my brother are putting the body into the ambulance, so the little girl won't be too upset when she wakes up. Then she adds, if she wakes up. Alice is sick, too. We're all sick now, Julia says. All except Sam and that dopey little baby. Rusty and Twitch hurry back from the huddle of vehicles, collapse in front of one of the fans, and begin breathing in large, whooping gasps. Twitch starts coughing, and Rusty shoves him even closer to the air so hard that Twitch's forehead strikes the dome. They all hear the bonk. Rose has not quite finished her inventory. Benny Drake's bad, too. She lowers her voice to a whisper. Ginny says he may not last until sunup. If only there was something we could do. Barbie doesn't reply. Neither does Julia, who is once more looking in the direction of a box which, although less than 50 square inches in area, and not even an inch thick, cannot be budged. Her eyes are distant, speculative. A reddish moon finally clears the accumulated filth on the eastern wall of the dome and shines down its bloody light. This is the end of October, and in Chester's Mill, October is the cruelest month, mixing memory with desire. There are no lilacs in this dead land. No lilacs, no trees, no grass. The moon looks down on ruination and little else. 15. Big Jim awoke in the dark, grabbing at his chest. His heart was misfiring again. He pounded at it. Then the alarm on the generator went off as the current tank of propane reached the danger point. Feed me. Feed me. Big Jim jumped and cried out. His poor, tortured heart was lurching, missing, skipping, then running to catch up with itself. He felt like an old car with a bad carburetor, the kind of rattletrap you might take in trade but would never sell, the kind that was good for nothing but the junk heap. He gasped and pounded. This was as bad as the one that had sent him to the hospital. Maybe even worse. The sound of some huge, gruesome insect, a cicada, maybe, here in the dark with him. Who knew what might have crept in here while he was sleeping? Big Jim fumbled for the flashlight. With the other hand, he alternately pounded and rubbed, telling his heart to settle down, not to be such a cotton-picking baby. He hadn't gone through all of this just to die in the dark. He found the flashlight, struggled to his feet, and stumbled over the body of his late aide-de-camp. He cried out again and went to his knees. The flashlight didn't break, but went rolling away from him, casting a moving spotlight on the lowest left-hand shelf, which was stacked with boxes of spaghetti and cans of tomato paste. Big Jim crawled after it. As he did, Carter Thibodeau's open eyes moved. Carter? Sweat was running down Big Jim's face. His cheeks felt coated with some light, stinking grease. He could feel his shirt sticking to him. His heart took another of those looping larrups, and then, for a wonder, settled into its normal rhythm again. Well, no, not exactly, but at least into something more like a normal rhythm. Carter, son, are you alive? Ridiculous, of course. Big Jim had gutted him like a fish on a riverbank, then shot him in the back of the head. He was as dead as Adolf Hitler. Yet he could have sworn, well, almost sworn, that the boy's eyes... He fought back the idea that Carter was going to reach out and seize him by the throat, telling himself it was normal to feel a little bit terrified, nervous, because the boy had nearly killed him, after all, and still expecting Carter to sit up and draw him forward and bury hungry teeth in his throat. Big Jim pressed his fingers under Carter's jaw. The blood-sticky flesh was cold, and no pulse moved there. Of course not. The kid was dead, had been dead for 12 hours or more. You're eating dinner with your savior, son, Big Jim whispered. Roast beef and mashed. Apple cobbler for dessert. This made him feel better. He crawled after the flashlight, and when he thought he heard something move behind him, the whisper of a hand, perhaps, slipping across the concrete floor, blindly questing, he didn't look back. He had to feed the generator, had to silence the While he was pulling one of the 4 remaining tanks out of the storage cubby, his heart went into arrhythmia again. He sat beside the open trapdoor, gasping and trying to cough his heart back into a regular rhythm, and praying, unaware that his prayer was basically a series of demands and rationalizations. Make it stop. None of it was my fault. Get me out of here. I did the best I could. Put everything back the way it was. I was let down by incompetence. Heal my heart. For Jesus' sake, amen, he said. But the sound of the words chilled rather than comforted. They were like bones rattling in a tomb. By the time his heart had settled a little, the hoarse cicada cry of the alarm had stilled. The current tank had run dry. Save for the glow of the flashlight, it was now as dark in the fallout shelter's second room as in the first. The remaining emergency light in here had flickered its last 7 hours ago. Struggling to remove the empty tank and get the fresh one onto the platform beside the generator, Big Jim had a faint memory of stamping "No Action" on a shelter maintenance requisition that had come across his desk a year or two ago. That requisition had probably included the price of fresh batteries for the emergency lights, but he couldn't blame himself. There was only so much money in a town budget, and people always had their hands out. Feed me, feed me. Al Timmons should have done it on his own initiative, he told himself. For God's sake, is a little initiative too much to ask? Isn't that part of what we pay the maintenance staff for? He could have gone to that frog burpee and asked for them as a donation, for heaven's sake. That's what I would have done. He connected the tank to the generator. Then his heart stuttered again. His hand jerked, and he knocked the flashlight into the storage bin, where it clanged against one of the remaining tanks. The lens shattered, and he was left once more in total darkness. "No!" he screamed. "No, God damn it, no!" But from God, there was no answer. The quiet and the dark pressed in on him as his overstrained heart choked and struggled. Traitorous thing. Never mind, there'll be another flashlight in the other room. Matches, too. I'll just have to find them. If Carter had stockpiled them to begin with, I could go right to them. It was true. He had overestimated that boy. He had thought the kid was a comer, but in the end he had turned out to be a goer. Big Jim laughed, then made himself stop. The sound in such total darkness was a little spooky. Never mind. Start the generator. Yes, right. The generator was job one. He could double-check the connection once it was running and the air purifier was creeping away again. By then he'd have another flashlight, maybe even a Coleman lantern. Plenty of light for the next tank switchover. "That's the ticket," he said. "If you want something done right in this world, you have to do it yourself. Just ask Coggins. Just ask the Perkins rhymes with witch. They know." He laughed some more. He couldn't help it, because it really was rich. They found out. You don't tease a big dog if you only have a little stick. No, sir. No, sirree. He felt around for the starter button, found it, pushed it. Nothing happened. Suddenly the air in the room seemed thicker than ever. I pushed the wrong button, that's all. Knowing better, but believing it because some things have to be believed. He blew on his fingers like a crapshooter hoping to heat up a cold pair of dice. Then he felt around until his fingers found the button. "God," he said, "this is your servant, James Rennie. Please let this darn old thing start. I ask it in the name of your son, Jesus Christ." He pushed the starter button. Nothing. He sat in the dark with his feet dangling in the storage compartment, trying to push back the panic that wanted to descend and eat him raw. He had to think. It was the only way to survive. But it was hard. When you were in the dark, when your heart was threatening full revolt at any second, thinking was hard. And the worst of it? Everything he'd done and everything he'd worked for during the last 30 years of his life seemed unreal. Like the way people looked on the other side of the dome. They walked, they talked, they drove cars, they even flew in airplanes and helicopters, but none of it mattered. Not under the dome. Get hold of yourself. If God won't help you, help yourself. Okay. The first thing was light. Even a book of matches would do. There had to be something on one of the shelves in the other room. He would just feel along, very slowly, very methodically, until he found it. And then he would find batteries for the cotton-picking starter motor. There were batteries, of that he was sure, because he needed the generator. Without the generator, he would die. Suppose you do get it started again, what happens when the propane runs out? Ah, but something would intervene. He wasn't meant to die down here. Roast beef with Jesus? He'd pass on that meal, actually. If he couldn't sit at the head of the table, he'd just as soon skip the whole thing. That made him laugh again. He made his way very slowly and carefully back to the door leading into the main room. He held his hands out in front of him like a blind man. After 7 steps, they touched the wall. He moved to the right, trailing his fingertips over the wood, and, emptiness. The doorway. Good. He shuffled through it, moving more confidently now in spite of the blackness. He remembered the layout of this room perfectly. Shelves to either side, couch dead ahead. He tripped over the goddamn cotton-picking kid again and went sprawling. He hit his forehead on the floor and screamed, more in surprise and outrage than in pain, because there was a carpet to pad the blow. But, oh, God, there was a dead hand between his legs. It seemed to be clutching at his balls. Big Jim got to his knees, crawled forward, and hit his head again, this time on the couch. He let out another yell, then crawled up onto it, pulling his legs after him quickly, the way a man might pull his legs from water he's just realized is infested with sharks. He lay there trembling, telling himself to calm down. He had to calm down, or he really would have a heart attack. When you feel those arrhythmias, you need to center yourself and take long, deep breaths, the hippie doctor had told him. At the time, Big Jim had considered this New Age bullshit, but now there was nothing else. He didn't have his Verapamil, so he'd have to try it. And it seemed to work. After 20 deep breaths and long, slow exhales, he could feel his heart settling. The coppery taste was leaving his mouth. Unfortunately, a weight seemed to be settling on his chest. Pain was creeping down his left arm. He knew these were heart attack symptoms, but he thought indigestion from all the sardines he'd eaten was just as likely, more likely. The long, slow breaths were taking care of his heart just fine, but he would still get it looked at when he was out of this mess, maybe even give in and get that bypass surgery. The heat was the problem. The heat and the thick air. He had to find that flashlight and get the Jenny going again, just one more minute, or maybe two. Someone was breathing in here. Yes, of course I'm breathing in here. And yet, he was quite sure he heard someone else. More than just one someone. It seemed to him that there were several people in here with him, and he thought he knew who they were. That's ridiculous. Yes, but one of the breathers was behind the couch. One was lurking in the corner, and one was standing not 3 feet in front of him. No, stop it. Brenda Perkins behind the couch, Lester Coggins in the corner, his jaw unhinged and hanging, and standing dead ahead. No, Big Jim said, that's crap, that's bullshit. He closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on taking those long, slow breaths. It sure smells good in here, Dad, Junior droned from in front of him. It smells like the pantry and my girlfriend's. Big Jim shrieked. Help me up, bro, Carter said from where he lay on the floor. He cut me up pretty bad. Shot me, too. Stop it, Big Jim whispered. I don't hear any of that, so just stop it. I'm counting breaths. I'm settling my heart. I still have the papers, Brenda Perkins said. And lots of copies. Soon they'll be tacked to every telephone pole in town, the way Julia tacked up the last issue of a newspaper. Be sure your sin will find you out. Numbers, chapter 32. You're not there. But then, something, it felt like a finger, kissed its way down his cheek. Big Jim shrieked again. The fallout shelter was full of dead people who were nevertheless breathing the increasingly foul air, and they were moving in. Even in the dark, he could see their pale faces. He could see his dead son's eyes. Big Jim bolted up from the couch, flailing at the black air with his fists. Get away! All of you, get away from me! He charged for the stairs and tripped over the bottom one. This time there was no carpet to cushion the blow. Blood began to drip into his eyes. A dead hand caressed the back of his neck. You killed me, Lester Coggins said. But with his broken jaw, it came out ooh-ee. Big Jim ran up the stairs and hit the door at the top with all his considerable weight. It squalled open, pushing charred lumber and fallen bricks in front of it. It went just far enough for him to squeeze through. No, he barked. No, don't touch me. None of you. Touch me. It was almost as dark in the ruins of the town hall conference room as in the shelter, but with one big difference. The air was worthless. Big Jim realized this when he pulled in his third breath. His heart, tortured beyond endurance by this final outrage, once more rose into his throat. This time, it stuck there. Big Jim suddenly felt as if he were being crushed from throat to navel by a terrible weight. A long burlap sack filled with stones. He struggled back to the door like a man moving through mud. He tried to squeeze through the gap, but this time he stuck fast. A terrible sound began to emerge from his gaping mouth and closing throat, and the sound was, ah, feed me, feed me, feed me. He flailed once again, then once more, a hand reaching out, grasping for some final rescue. It was caressed from the other side. Daddy, a voice crooned. 16. Someone shook Barbie awake just before dawn on Sunday morning. He came to reluctantly, coughing, turning instinctively to the dome and the fans beyond. When the coughing finally eased, he looked to see who had awakened him. It was Julia. Her hair hung lankly, and her cheeks were blooming with fever, but her eyes were clear. She said, "Benny Drake died an hour ago." "Oh, Julia, Jesus, I'm sorry." His voice was cracked and hoarse, not his own voice at all. "I have to get to the box that's making the dome," she said. "How do I get to the box?" Barbie shook his head. "It's impossible. Even if you could do something to it, it's on the ridge almost half a mile from here. We can't even go to the vans without holding our breaths, and they're only 50 feet away." "There's a way," someone said. They looked around and saw sloppy Sam Boudreau. He was smoking the last of his cigarettes and looking at them with sober eyes. He was sober, entirely sober, for the first time in 8 years. He repeated, "There's a way. I could show you." "Wear it home, it'll look like a dress." 1. It was 7:30 a.m. They had all gathered round, even the late Benny Drake's wretched, red-eyed mother. Alva had her arm around Alice Appleton's shoulders. All that little girl's former sass and spunk was gone now, and as she breathed, rails rattled in her narrow chest. When Sam finished what he had to say, there was a moment of silence, except, of course, for the omnipresent roar of the fans. Then Rusty said, "It's crazy, you'll die." "If we stay here, will we live?" Barbie asked. "Why would you even try to do such a thing?" Linda asked. "Even if Sam's idea works and you make it." "Oh, I think it'll work," Romy said. "Sure it will," Sam said. "Guy named Peter Bergeron told me not long after the big Bar Harbor fire back in 47. Pete was a lot of things, but never a liar." "Even if it does," Linda said, "why?" "Because there's one thing we haven't tried," Julia said. Now that her mind was made up and Barbie had said he would go with her, she was composed. "We haven't tried begging." "You're crazy, Jules," Tony Gay said. "Do you think they'll even hear or listen if they do?" Julia turned her grave face to Rusty. "That time your friend George Lathrop was burning ants alive with his magnifying glass, did you hear them beg?" "Ants can't beg, Julia." "You said it occurred to me that ants also have their little lives. Why did it occur to you?" "Because—" He trailed off, then shrugged. "Maybe you did hear them," Lissa Jameson said. "With all due respect, that's bullshit," Pete Freeman said. "Ants are ants. They can't beg." "But people can," Julia said. "And do we not also have our little lives?" To this no one replied. "What else is there to try?" From behind them, Colonel Cox spoke up. They had all but forgotten him. The outside world and its denizens seemed irrelevant now. "I'd try it. In your shoes. Don't quote me, but yes, I would." "Barbie?" "I've already agreed," Barbie said. "She's right. There's nothing else." 2. "Let's see them sacks," Sam said. Linda handed over 3 green hefty bags. In 2 of them she had packed clothes for herself and Rusty and a few books for the girls. The shirts, pants, socks, and underwear now lay carelessly discarded behind the little group of survivors. Romy had donated the 3rd, which he'd used to carry 2 deer rifles. Sam examined all 3, found a hole in the bag that had held the guns, and tossed it aside. The other 2 were intact. "All right," he said. "Listen close. It should be Mrs. Everett's van that goes out to the box. But we need it over here first." He pointed to the Odyssey. "You sure about the windows being rolled up, missus? You gotta be sure, because lives are gonna depend on it." "They were rolled up," Linda said. "We were using the air conditioner." Sam looked at Rusty. "You're gonna drive it over here, Doc, but the first thing you do is turn off the factory air. You understand why, right?" "To protect the environment inside the cabin." "Some of the bad air will get in when you open the door, sure, but not much if you're quick. There'll be good air inside still, town air. The folks inside can breathe easy all the way to the box. That old van's no good. And not just because the windows are open." "We had to," Norrie said, looking at the stolen phone company van. "The air conditioning was busted. Grampy said—" A tear rolled slowly out of her left eye and cut through the dirt on her cheek. There was dirt everywhere now, and soot, almost too fine to see, sifting down from the murky sky. "That's fine, honey," Sam told her. "The tires ain't worth a tin's shit anyway. One look and you know whose used car lot that pup came from." "Guess that means my van if we need another vehicle," Romy said. "I'll get it." But Sam was shaking his head. "It better be Mrs. Shumway's car on account of the tires are smaller and easier to handle. Also, they're brand new. The air inside them will be fresher." Joe McClatchy broke into a sudden grin. "The air from the tires. Put the air from the tires in the garbage bags. Homemade scuba tanks. Mr. Vertreau, that is genius." Sloppy Sam grinned himself, showing all 6 of his remaining teeth. "Can't take the credit, son. Pete Bergeron gets the credit. He told about a couple of men got trapped behind that fire in Bar Harbor after it went and crowned. They were okay, but the air wasn't fit to breathe, so what they did was bust the cap off a pulp truck tire and took turns breathing right from the stem until the wind cleared the air. Pete said they told him it was nasty tasting, like old dead fish, but it kept them alive." "Will one tire be enough?" Julia asked. "Might be, but we dasn't trust the spare if it's one of those little emergency donuts built to get you 20 miles down the highway and no more." "It's not," Julia said. "I hate those things. I asked Johnny Carver to get me a new one, and he did." She looked toward town. "I suppose Johnny's dead now. Carrie, too." "We better take one off the car as well, just to be safe," Barbie said. "You got your jack, right?" Julia nodded. Romy Burpee grinned without much humor. "I'll race you back here, Doc. Your van against Julia's hybrid." "I'll drive the Prius over," Piper said. "You stay where you are, Romy. You look like shit." "Nice talk from a minister," Romy grumbled. "You ought to be thankful I still feel lively enough to talk some trash." In truth, Reverend Libby looked far from lively, but Julia handed over her keys anyway. None of them looked ready to go out drinking and juking, and Piper was in better shape than some. Claire McClatchy was as pale as milk. "Okay," Sam said. "We got one other little problem, but first—" "What?" Linda asked. "What other problem?" "Don't worry about that now. First, let's get our rolling iron over here. When do you want to try it?" Rusty looked at the Mills congregational minister. Piper nodded. "No time like the present," Rusty said. 3. The remaining townies watched, but not alone. Cox and almost 100 other soldiers had gathered on their side of the dome, looking on with the silent attention of spectators at a tennis match. Rusty and Piper hyperventilated at the dome, loading their lungs with as much oxygen as possible. Then they ran hand in hand toward the vehicles. When they got there, they separated. Piper stumbled to one knee, dropping the Prius keys, and all the watchers groaned. Then she snatched them from the grass and was up again. Rusty was already in the Odyssey van with the motor running as she opened the door of the little green car and flung herself inside. "Hope they remembered to turn off the air conditioning," Sam said. The vehicles turned in almost perfect tandem, the Prius shadowing the much larger van like a terrier herding a sheep. They drove quickly to the dome, bouncing over the rough road. The exiles scattered before them, Alva carrying Alice Appleton and Linda with a coughing little Jay under each arm. The Prius stopped less than a foot away from the dirty barrier, but Rusty swung the Odyssey around and backed it in. "Your husband's got a good set of balls on him and an even better set of lungs," Sam told Linda matter-of-factly. "It's because he gave up smoking," Linda said, and either did not hear Twitch's strangled snort or affected not to. Good lungs or not, Rusty didn't linger. He slammed the door behind him and hustled to the dome. "Piece of cake," he said, and began to cough. "Is the air inside the van breathable like Sam said?" "Better than what's here." He laughed distractedly, but he's right about something else. Every time the doors open, a little more good air gets out and a little more bad air gets in. You probably can get out to the box without tire air, but I don't know if you can get back without it. "Ain't gonna be driving neither one of them," Sam said. "I'm gonna drive." Barbie felt his lips turn up in the first genuine grin to grace his face in days. "Thought you lost your license." "Don't see any cops out here," Sam said. He turned to Cox. "What about you, Cap? See any local yokels or county mounties?" "Not a one," Cox said. Julia drew Barbie aside. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes." You know the chances hover somewhere between slim and none, right? Yes. How are you at begging, Colonel Barbara? He flashed back to the gym in Fallujah. Emerson kicking one prisoner's balls so hard they flew up in front of him. Hackermeyer pulling another one up by his hijab and putting a gun to his head. The blood had hit the wall like it always hits the wall, right back to the time when men fought with clubs. I don't know, he said. All I know is, it's my turn. 4. Romy, Pete Freeman, and Tony Gay jacked up the Prius and pulled off one of the working tires. It was a small car, and under ordinary circumstances they might have been able to lift the rear end with their bare hands. Not now. Although the car was parked close to the fans, they had to run back to the dome repeatedly for air before the job was done. In the end, Rose took over for Tony, who was coughing too hard to continue. Finally, though, they had 2 new tires leaning against the dome. So far, so good, Sam said. Now, for that other little problem. I hope somebody's got an idea, because I sure don't. They looked at him. My friend Peter said those guys busted off the valve and breathed direct from the tire. But that ain't gonna work here. You gotta fill up those garbage bags, and that means a bigger hole. You can punch into the tires, but without something to stick in the hole, something like a straw, you're gonna lose more air than you catch, so what's it gonna be? He looked around hopefully. Nobody brought a tent, I don't suppose. One of them, the hollow aluminum poles? The girls have a play tent, Linda said, but it's back home in the garage. Then she remembered that the garage was gone, along with the house it was attached to, and laughed wildly. How about the barrel of a pen? Joe asked. I've got a Bic. Not big enough, Barbie said. Rusty, what about the ambulance? A trach tube? Rusty asked doubtfully, then answered his own question. No, still not big enough. Barbie turned. Colonel Cox, any ideas? Cox shook his head reluctantly. We've probably got 1,000 things over here that would work, but that doesn't help much. We can't let this stop us, Julia said. Barbie heard frustration and a raw edge of panic in her voice. Never mind the bags, we'll take the tires and breathe directly from them. Sam was already shaking his head. Not good enough, Mrs. Sorry, but it's not. Linda bent close to the dome, took several deep breaths, held the last. Then she went to the back of her Odyssey van, rubbed some of the soot from the back window, and peered in. The bag's still there, she said. Thank God. What bag? Rusty asked, taking her by the shoulders. The one from Best Buy, with your birthday present in it. November 8th. Or did you forget? I did, on purpose. Who the hell wants to turn 40? What is it? I knew if I brought it in the house before I was ready to wrap it, you'd find it. She looked at the others, her face solemn and as dirty as a street urchin's. He's a nosy old thing. So I left it in the van. What did you get him, Lenny? Jackie Weddington asked. I hope a present for all of us, Linda said. 5. When they were ready, Barbie, Julia, and Sloppy Sam hugged and kissed everybody, even the kids. There was little hope in the faces of the nearly 24 exiles who would remain behind. Barbie tried to tell himself it was just because they were exhausted, and now chronically short of breath, but he knew better. These were goodbye kisses. Good luck, Colonel Barbara, Cox said. Barbie gave him a brief nod of acknowledgement, then turned to Rusty. Rusty, who really mattered because he was under the dome. Don't give up hope, and don't let them give up hope. If this doesn't work, take care of them as long as you can, and as well as you can. I hear you. Give it your best shot. Barbie tilted his head toward Julia. It's mostly her shot, I think. And hell, maybe we'll make it back even if it doesn't work. Sure you will, Rusty said. He sounded hearty, but what he believed was in his eyes. Barbie slapped him on the shoulder, then joined Sam and Julia at the dome, once more taking deep breaths of the fresh air that came trickling through. To Sam, he said, Are you sure you really want to do this? Oh, yeah. I got something to make up for. What would that be, Sam? Julia asked. I'd rather not say. He smiled a little. Especially not to the town newspaper lady. You ready? Barbie asked Julia. Yes. She grabbed his hand, gave it one brief, hard squeeze. As much as I can be. 6. Romy and Jackie Weddington stationed themselves at the rear doors of the van. When Barbie shouted, Go! Jackie opened the door gate and Romy threw the 2 Prius tires inside. Barbie and Julia hurled themselves in directly after, and the doors were slammed behind them a split second later. Sam Verdreau, old and booze-rattled but still spry as a cricket, was already behind the Odyssey's wheel and revving the engine. The air inside the van stank of what was now the outside world, an aroma that was charred wood on top, and a painty, turpentine-y stench beneath. But it was still better than what they had been breathing at the Dome, even with dozens of fans blasting. Won't be better for long, Barbie thought. Not with 3 of us sucking it up. Julia grabbed the distinctive yellow and black Best Buy sack and turned it over. What fell out was a plastic cylinder with the words Perfect Echo on it, and beneath that, 50 recordable CDs. She began to pick at the sealed cellophane overwrap with no immediate success. Barbie reached for his pocket knife, and his heart sank. The knife wasn't there, of course not. It was now just a hunk of slag under whatever remained of the PD.
Sam, please tell me you have a pocket knife.
Without a word, Sam tossed one back. That was my dad's. I've been carrying it my whole life, and I want it back. The knife's sides were wood inlay rubbed almost smooth with age, but when he opened it, the single blade was sharp. It would work on the overwrap, and it would make nice, neat punctures in the tires. Hurry up, Sam yelled, and revved the Odyssey's engine harder. We ain't going till you tell me you got the right thing, and I doubt the engine will run forever in this air. Barbie slit the overwrap. Julia stripped it away. When she rotated the plastic cylinder half a turn to the left, it came off the base. The blank CDs that had been meant for Rusty Everett's birthday sat on a black plastic spindle. She dumped the CDs on the floor of the van, then closed her fist around the spindle. Her mouth tightened with effort. Let me do that, he said. But then she snapped it off. Girls are strong, too, especially when they're scared to death. Is it hollow? If it isn't, we're back to square one. She held the spindle up to her face. Barbie looked down one end and saw her blue eye staring back from the other. Go, Sam, he said. We're in business. You're sure to work, Sam shouted back, dropping the van's transmission into drive. You bet, Barbie returned, because how the hell should I know would cheer nobody up, including himself. 7. The survivors at the Dome watched silently as the van tore down the dirt track that led back to what Norrie Calvert had taken to calling the flash box. The Odyssey dimmed into the hanging smog, became a phantom, and then disappeared. Rusty and Linda were standing together, each carrying a child. What do you think, Rusty? Linda asked. He said, I think we need to hope for the best. And prepare for the worst? That too, he said. 8. They were passing the farmhouse when Sam called back. We're going into the orchard now. You want to hold on to your jockstraps, kiddies, because I ain't stopping this bitch even if I rip the undercarriage right out in it. Go for it, Barbie said, and then a vicious bump tossed him in the air with his arms wrapped around one of the spare tires. Julia was clutching the other one like a shipwreck victim clutching a life ring. Apple trees flashed by. The leaves looked dirty and dispirited. Most of the fruit had fallen to the ground, shaken free by the wind that had sucked through the orchard after the explosion. Another tremendous bump. Barbie and Julia went up and came down together, Julia sprawling across Barbie's lap and still holding onto her tire. Where'd you get your license, you old fuck? Barbie shouted. Sears and Roebuck? Walmart, the old man shouted back. Everything's cheaper at Wally World. Then he stopped cackling. I see it. I see the blinky-ass whoremaster. Bright purple light. Gonna pull right up beside it. You wait until I stop before you go carving on those tires, lest you want to tear 'em wide open. A moment later, he stamped on the brake and brought the Odyssey to a scrunching halt that sent Barbie and Julia sliding into the back of the rear seat. Now I know what a pinball feels like, Barbie thought. You drive like a Boston cabbie, Julia said indignantly. You just make sure you tip. Sam was stopped by a hard fit of coughing. 20%. His voice sounded choked. Sam? Julia asked. Are you all right? Maybe not, he said matter-of-factly. I'm bleeding somewhere. Could be throat, but it feels deeper. Believe I might have ruptured a lung. Then he was coughing again. What can we do? Julia asked. Sam got the coughing under control. Make 'em shut off their fucking jammer so we can get out of here. I got no more smokes. 9. This is all me, Julia said, just so you know that. Barbie nodded. Yes'm. You're strictly my air boy. If what I try doesn't work, we can change jobs. It might help if I knew exactly what you had in mind. There's nothing exact about it. All I have is intuition and a little hope. Don't be such a pessimist. You've also got 2 tires, 2 garbage bags, and a hollow spindle. She smiled. It lit up her tense, dirty face. Duly noted. Sam was coughing again, doubled over the wheel. He spat something out. Dear God and sunny Jesus, don't that taste nasty, he said. Hurry up. Barbie punctured his tire with the knife and heard the whoosh of air as soon as he pulled the blade free. Julia slapped the spindle into his hand as efficiently as an OR nurse. Barbie jammed it into the hole, saw the rubber grip it, and then felt a divine rush of air spurt into his sweaty face. He breathed deeply once, unable to help himself. The air was much fresher, much richer than that pushed through the dome by the fans. His brain seemed to wake up, and he came to an immediate decision. Instead of putting a garbage bag over their makeshift nozzle, he tore a large, ragged swatch from one of them. What are you doing? Julia screamed. There was no time to tell her she wasn't the only one with intuitions. He plugged the spindle with the plastic. Trust me. Just go to the box and do what you have to do. She gave him a final look that seemed to be all eyes, then opened the Odyssey's door gate. She half fell to the ground, picked herself up, stumbled over a hummock, and went to her knees beside the flashbox. Barbie followed her with both tires. He had Sam's knife in his pocket. He fell on his knees and offered Julia the tire with the black spindle sticking out of it. She yanked the plug, breathed in, her cheeks hollowing with the effort, exhaled to one side, then breathed in again. Tears were rolling down her cheeks, cutting clean places there. Barbie was crying, too. It had nothing to do with emotion. It was as if they had been caught out in the world's nastiest acid rain. This was far worse than the air at the dome. Julia sucked in more. Good, she said, speaking on the exhale and almost whistling the word. So good. Not fishy. Dusty. She breathed in again, then tilted the tire toward him. He shook his head and pushed it back, although his lungs were beginning to pound. He patted his chest, then pointed at her. She took another deep breath, then sucked in one more. Barbie pushed down on top of the tire to help her along. Faintly, in some other world, he could hear Sam coughing and coughing and coughing. He'll rip himself apart, Barbie thought. He felt as if he might come apart himself if he didn't breathe soon, and when Julia pushed the tire at him a second time, he bent over the makeshift straw and sucked in deeply, trying to draw the dusty, wonderful air all the way to the bottom of his lungs. There wasn't enough. It seemed there could never be enough, and there was a moment when panic, God, I'm drowning, almost engulfed him. The urge to bolt back to the van, never mind Julia, let Julia take care of herself, was nearly too strong to resist. But he did resist it. He closed his eyes, breathed, and tried to find the cool, calm center that had to be there someplace. Easy. Slow. Easy. He dragged in a third long, steady inhale from the tire, and his pounding heart began to slow a little. He watched Julia lean forward and grip the box on either side. Nothing happened, and this didn't surprise Barbie. She had touched the box when they first came up here, and was now immune to the shock. Then, suddenly, her back arched. She moaned. Barbie tried to offer her the spindle straw, but she ignored it. Blood burst from her nose and began to trickle from the corner of her right eye. Red drops slid down her cheek. What's happening? Sam called. His voice was muffled, choked. I don't know, Barbie thought. I don't know what's happening. But he knew one thing. If she didn't take more air soon, she'd die. He pulled the spindle out of the tire, clamped it between his teeth, and plunged Sam's knife into the second tire. He drove the spindle into the hole and plugged it with the swatch of plastic. Then he waited. 10. This is the time that is no time. She's in a vast, white, roofless room with an alien green sky above. It's... what? The playroom? Yes, the playroom. Their playroom. No, she's lying on the floor of the bandstand. She's a woman of a certain age. No, she's a little girl. There is no time. It's 1974, and there's all the time in the world. She needs to breathe from the tire. She doesn't. Something is looking at her, something terrible. But she is terrible to it as well, because she's bigger than she's supposed to be, and she's here. She's not supposed to be here. She's supposed to be in the box. Yet she is still harmless. It knows that, even though it is just a kid. Very young. Barely out of the nursery, in fact. It speaks. You are make-believe. No, I'm real. Please, I'm real. We all are. The leatherhead regards her with its eyeless face. It frowns, The corners of its mouth turn down, although it has no mouth, and Julia realizes how lucky she is to have found one of them alone. There are usually more, but they have gone home to dinner, gone home to lunch, gone to bed, gone to school, gone on vacation. Doesn't matter, they're gone. Gone somewhere. If they were here together, they would drive her back. This one could drive her back alone, but she is curious. She? Yes. This one is female, like her. Please, let us go. Please, let us live our little lives. No answer, no answer, no answer. Then, you aren't real. You are what? What does she say? You are toys from the toy shop? No, but it's something like that. Julia has a flicker memory of the ant farm her brother had when they were kids. The recollection comes and goes in less than a second. Ant farm isn't right either, but like toys from the toy shop, it's close. It's in the ballpark, as they say. How can you have lives if you aren't real? We are so real, she cries. And this is the moan Barbie hears. As real as you. Silence. A thing with a shifting leather face in a vast white roofless room that is also somehow the Chester's Mill bandstand. Then, prove it. Give me your hand. I have no hand. I have no body. Bodies aren't real. Bodies are dreams. Then give me your mind. The leatherhead child does not. Will not. So Julia takes it. 11. This is the place that is no place. It's cold on the bandstand and she's so scared. Worse, she's humiliated? No, it's much worse than humiliation. If she knew the word abased, she would say, yes, that's it, I'm abased. They took her slacks. And somewhere soldiers are kicking naked people in a gym. This is someone else's shame all mixed up with hers. She's crying. He feels like crying but doesn't. Right now they have to cover this up. The girls have left her now, but her nose is still bleeding. Lila slapped her and promised to cut her nose off if she told, and they all spit on her. And now she is lying here, and she must have cried really hard because she thinks her eye is bleeding as well as her nose, and she can't seem to catch her breath. But she doesn't care how much she bleeds, or from where. She'd rather bleed to death on the bandstand floor than walk home in her stupid baby underpants. She'd gladly bleed to death from 100 places, if it meant she didn't have to see the soldier. After this, Barbie tries not to think of that soldier. But when he does, he thinks, Hackermeyer, the hacker monster. Pull the naked man up by the thing. Hajib. He's wearing on his head because she knows what comes next. It's what always comes next when you're under the dome. She sees that one of the girls has come back. Caleb Evans has come back. She's standing there and looking down at stupid Julia Shumway, who thought she was smart. Stupid little Julia Shumway in her baby panties. Has Kayla come back to take the rest of her clothes and throw them up onto the bandstand roof, so she has to walk home naked, with her hands over her woofie? Why are people so mean? She closes her eyes against tears, and when she opens them again, Kayla has changed. Now she has no face, just a kind of shifting leather helmet that shows no compassion, no love, not even hate. Only interest. Yes, that. What does it do when I do this? Julia Shumway is worthy of no more. Julia Shumway doesn't matter. Find the least of the least, then look below that, and there she is, a scurrying Shumway bug. She is a naked prisoner bug, too. A prisoner bug in a gymnasium with nothing left but the unraveling hat on his head, and beneath the hat a final memory of fragrant, freshly baked chups held out in his wife's hands. She is a cat with a burning tail, an ant under a microscope, a fly about to lose its wings to the curious plucking fingers of a third grader on a rainy day, a game for bored children with no bodies, and the whole universe at their feet. She is Barbie. She is Sam, dying in Linda Everett's van. She is Ollie, dying in the cinders. She is Alva Drake, mourning her dead son. But mostly, she is a little girl, cowering on the splintery boards of the town common bandstand. A little girl who was punished for her innocent arrogance. A little girl who made the mistake of thinking she was big when she was small. That she mattered when she didn't. That the world cared, when in reality the world is a huge dead locomotive with an engine but no headlight. And with all her heart and mind and soul, she cries out, "Please let us live. I beg you. Please." And for just one moment, she is the leatherhead in the white room. She is the girl who has, for reasons she cannot even explain to herself, come back to the bandstand. For one terrible moment, Julia is the one who did it, instead of the one who was done by. She is even the soldier with the gun, the hacker monster Dale Barbara still dreams about, the one he didn't stop. Then she is only herself again, looking up at Caleb Evans. Kayla's family is poor. Her father cuts pulp on the TR and drinks down at Freshy's pub, which will, in the fullness of time, become Dippers. Her mother has a big old pink mark on her cheek, so the kids call her Cherry Face or Strawberry Head. Kayla doesn't have any nice clothes. Today she is wearing an old brown sweater and an old plaid skirt and scuffed loafers and white socks with saggy tops. One knee is scraped where she fell or was pushed down on the playground. It's Caleb Evans, all right. But now her face is made of leather, and although it shifts through many shapes, none of them is even close to human. Julia thinks, I'm seeing how the child looks to the ant if the ant looks up from its side of the magnifying glass, if it looks up just before it starts to burn. Please, Kayla, please. We are alive. Kayla looks down at her without doing anything. Then she crosses her arms in front of her. They are human arms in this vision, and pulls her sweater over her head. There is no love in her voice when she speaks, no regret or remorse. But there might be pity. She says, 12. Julia was hurled away from the box as if a hand had swatted her. The held breath blew out of her. Before she could take another one, Barbie seized her by the shoulder, pulled the swatch of plastic from the spindle, and pushed her mouth onto it, hoping he wouldn't cut her tongue or, God forbid, skewer the hard plastic into the roof of her mouth. But he couldn't let her breathe the poisoned air. As oxygen-starved as she was, it might send her into convulsions or kill her outright. Wherever she'd been, Julia seemed to understand. Instead of trying to struggle away, she wrapped her arms around the Prius tire in a death grip and began sucking frantically at the spindle. He could feel huge, shuddering tremors racing through her body. Sam had finally stopped coughing. But now, there was another sound. Julia heard it too. She sucked in another vast breath from the tire and looked up, eyes wide in their deep, shadowed sockets. A dog was barking. It had to be Horace, because he was the only dog left. Barbie grabbed her arm in a grip so strong she felt he would break it. On his face was an expression of pure amazement. The box with the strange symbol on it was hovering 4 feet above the ground. 13. Horace was first to feel the fresh air because he was lowest to the ground. He began to bark. Then Joe felt it, a breeze, startlingly cold, against his sweaty back. He was leaning against the dome, and the dome was moving up. Norrie had been dozing with her flushed face resting on Joe's chest, and now he saw a lock of her dirty, matted hair begin to flutter. She opened her eyes.
What, Joey? What's happening?
Joe knew, but was too stunned to tell her. He could feel a cool, sliding sensation against his back, like an endless sheet of glass being raised. Horace was barking madly now, his back bowed, his snout on the ground. It was his I-want-to-play position, but Horace wasn't playing. He stuck his nose beneath the rising dome and sniffed cold, sweet, fresh air. Heaven. 14. On the south side of the dome, PFC Clint Ames was also dozing. He sat cross-legged on the soft shoulder of Route 119 with a blanket wrapped around him Indian style. The air suddenly darkened, as if the bad dream splitting through his head had assumed physical form. Then he coughed himself awake. Soot was swirling up around his booted feet and settling on the legs of his khaki everydays. Where in God's name was it coming from? All the burning had been inside. Then he saw. The dome was going up like a giant window blind. It was impossible. It went miles down as well as up. Everybody knew that. But it was happening. Ames didn't hesitate. He crawled forward on his hands and knees and seized Ollie Dinsmore by the arms. For a moment he felt the rising dome scrape the middle of his back, glassy and hard, and there was time to think, if it comes back down now, it'll cut me in two. Then he was dragging the boy out. For a moment he thought he was hauling a corpse. "No!" he shouted. He carried the boy up toward one of the roaring fans.
"Don't you dare die on me, cow kid."
Ollie began coughing, then leaned over and vomited weakly. Ames held him while he did it. The others were running toward them now, shouting jubilantly, Sergeant Grow in the forefront. Ollie puked again.
"Don't call me Cow Kid," he whispered.
"Get an ambulance!" Ames shouted. "We need an ambulance!" "Now we'll take him to Central Maine, General in the helicopter," Grow said. "You ever been in a helicopter, kid?" Ollie, his eyes dazed, shook his head. Then he puked on Sergeant Grow's shoes. Grow beamed and shook Ollie's filthy hand. "Welcome back to the United States, son. Welcome back to the world." Ollie put an arm around Ames's neck. He was aware that he was passing out. He tried to hold on long enough to say thank you, but he didn't make it. The last thing he was aware of before the darkness took him again was the Southern soldier kissing him on the cheek. 15. On the north end, Horace was the first one out. He raced directly to Colonel Cox and began to dance around his feet. Horace had no tail, but it didn't matter. His entire hind end was wigwagging. "I'll be damned," Cox said. He picked the corgi up, and Horace began to lick his face frantically. The survivors stood together on their side. The line of demarcation was clear in the grass, bright on one side and listless gray on the other, beginning to understand, but not quite daring to believe. Rusty, Linda, the little Jays, Joe McClatchy, and Norrie Calvert, with their mothers standing to either side of them. Ginny, Gina Buffalino, and Harriet Bigelow, with their arms around each other. Twitch was holding his sister Rose, who was sobbing, and cradling little Walter. Piper, Jackie, and Lissa were holding hands. Pete Freeman and Tony Gay, all that remained of the Democrat staff, stood behind them. Alba Drake leaned against Romy Burpee, who was holding Alice Appleton in his arms. They watched as the dome's dirty surface rose swiftly into the air. The fall foliage on the other side was heartbreaking in its brilliance. Sweet, fresh air lifted their hair and dried the sweat on their skin. "For we saw as if through a glass darkly," Piper Libby said. She was weeping. "But now we see as if face to face." Horace jumped from Colonel Cox's arms and began turning figure eights through the grass, yapping, sniffing, and trying to pee on everything at once. The survivors looked unbelievingly up at the bright sky arching over a late fall Sunday morning in New England, and above them, the dirty barrier that had held them prisoners still rose, moving faster and faster, shrinking to a line like a long dash of pencil on a sheet of blue paper. A bird swooped through the place where the dome had been. Alice Appleton, still being carried by Romy, looked up at it and laughed. 16. Barbie and Julia knelt with the tire between them, taking alternate breaths from the spindle straw. They watched as the box began to rise again. It went slowly at first and seemed to hover a second time at a height of about 60 feet, as if doubtful. Then it shot straight up, at a speed far too fast for the human eye to follow. It would have been like trying to see a bullet in flight. The dome was either flying upward or somehow being reeled in. The box, Barbie thought. It's drawing the dome up the way a magnet draws iron filings. A breeze came beating toward them. Barbie marked its progress in the rippling grass. He shook Julia by the shoulder and pointed dead north. The filthy gray sky was blue again, and almost too bright to look at. The trees had come into bright focus. Julia raised her head from the spindle and breathed. "I don't know if that's such a good," Barbie began. But then the breeze arrived. He saw it lift Julia's hair and felt it drying the sweat on his grime-streaked face, as gentle as a lover's palm. Julia was coughing again. He pounded her back, taking his own first breath of the air as he did so. It still stank and clawed at his throat, but it was breathable. The bad air was blowing south, as fresh air from the TR-90 side of the dome, what had been the TR-90 side of the dome, poured in. The second breath was better. The third better still. The fourth, a gift from God. Or from one leatherhead girl. Barbie and Julia embraced next to the black square of ground where the box had been. Nothing would grow there. Not ever again. 17. "Sam!" Julia cried. "We have to get Sam!" They were still coughing as they ran to the Odyssey, but Sam wasn't. He was slumped over the wheel, eyes open, breathing shallowly. His lower face was bearded with blood, and when Barbie pulled him back, he saw that the old man's blue shirt had turned a muddy purple. "Can you carry him?" Julia asked. "Can you carry him to where the soldiers are?" The answer was almost certainly no, but Barbie said, "I can try." "Don't," Sam whispered. His eyes shifted toward them. "Hurts too much." Fresh blood seeped from his mouth with each word. "Did you do it?" "Julia did," Barbie said. "I don't know exactly how, but she did." "Part of it was the man in the gym," she said. "The one the hacker monster shot." Barbie's mouth dropped open, but she didn't notice. She put her arms around Sam and kissed him on each cheek. "And you did it too, Sam. You drove us out here, and you saw the little girl on the bandstand." "You was no little girl in my dream," Sam said. "You was grown up." The little girl was still there, though. Julia touched her chest. "Still here, too. She lives." "Help me out of the van," Sam whispered. "I want to smell some fresh air before I die." "You're not going to—" "Hush, woman, we both know better than that." They both took an arm, gently lifted him from behind the wheel, and laid him on the ground. "Smell that air," he said. "Good Lord." He breathed in deeply, then coughed out a spray of blood. "I'm getting a whiff of honeysuckle." "Me too," she said, and brushed his hair back from his brow. He put his hand over hers. Were they sorry?" "There was only one," Julia said. "If there had been more, it never would have worked. I don't think you can fight a crowd that's bent on cruelty." And no, she wasn't sorry. She took pity, but she wasn't sorry. "Not the same things, are they?" the old man whispered. "No, not at all." "Pity's for strong people," he said, and sighed. "I can only be sorry. What I done was because of the booze. But I'm still sorry. I'd take it back, if ever I could." "Whatever it was, you made up for it in the end," Barbie said. He took Sam's left hand. The wedding ring hung on the third finger, grotesquely large for the scant flesh. Sam's eyes, faded Yankee blue, shifted to him, and he tried to smile. "Maybe I did, for the doing, but I was happy in the doing. I don't think you can ever make up for a thing like—" He began to cough again, and more blood flew from his mostly toothless mouth. "Stop now," Julia said. "Stop trying to talk." They were kneeling on either side of him. She looked at Barbie. "Forget about carrying him. He tore something inside. We'll have to go for help." "Oh, the sky," Sam Verdreau said. That was the last. He sighed his chest flat, and there was no next breath to lift it. Barbie moved to close his eyes, but Julia took his hand and stopped him. "Let him look," she said. "Even if he's dead, let him look, as long as he can." They sat beside him. There was birdsong, and somewhere Horace was still barking. "I suppose I ought to go and find my dog," Julia said. "Yes," he said. "The van?" She shook her head. "Let's walk. I think we can handle half a mile if we go slow. Don't you?" He helped her up. "Let's find out," he said. 18. As they walked, hands linked above the grassy crown of the old supply road, she told him as much as she could about what she called being inside the box. "So," he said when she had finished, "you told her about the terrible things we're capable of, or showed them to her, and she still let us go." "They know all about terrible things," she said. "That day in Fallujah is the worst memory of my life. What makes it so bad is—" He tried to think how Julia had put it. "I was the doer, instead of the one done by." "You didn't do it," she said. "That other man did." "It doesn't matter," Barbie said. "The guy's just as dead no matter who did it." "Would it have happened if there had only been 2 or 3 of you in that gym? Or if it had been just you alone?" "No, of course not." "Then blame fate, or God, or the universe. But stop blaming yourself." He might not ever be able to do that, but he understood what Sam had said at the end. Sorrow for a wrong was better than nothing, Barbie supposed. But no amount of after-the-fact sorrow could ever atone for joy taken in destruction, whether it was burning ants or shooting prisoners. He had felt no joy in Fallujah. On that score he could find himself innocent. And that was good. Soldiers were running toward them. They might have another minute alone. Perhaps 2. He stopped and took her by the arms. I love you for what you did, Julia. I know you do, she said calmly. What you did was very brave. Do you forgive me for stealing from your memories? I didn't mean to, it just happened. Totally forgiven. The soldiers were closer. Cox was running with the rest, Horace dancing at his heels. Soon Cox would be here. He'd ask how Ken was. And with that question, the world would reclaim them. Barbie looked up at the blue sky, breathed deeply of the clearing air. I can't believe it's gone. Will it ever come back, do you think? Maybe not to this planet. And not because of that bunch. They'll grow up and leave their playroom. But the box will stay, and other kids will find it. Sooner or later, the blood always hits the wall. That's awful. Maybe, but can I tell you something my mother used to say? Of course. He recited, for every night, twice the bright. Julia laughed. It was a lovely sound. What did the leatherhead girl say to you at the end? He asked. Tell me quick, because they're almost here, and this belongs just to us. She seemed surprised that he didn't know. She said what Kayla said. Wear it home. It'll look like a dress. She was talking about the brown sweater? She took his hand again. No. About our lives. Our little lives. He thought it over. If she gave it to you, let's put it on. Julia pointed. Look who's coming. Horace had seen her. He put on speed and wove through the running men, and once he was past them, dropped low to the ground and hit 4th gear. A large grin wreathed his chops. His ears were laid back flat to his skull. His shadow raced along beside him on the soot-stained grass. Julia knelt and held out her arms. Come to Mama, sweetheart, she shouted. He leaped, she caught him and sprawled backward laughing. Barbie helped her to her feet. They walked back into the world together, wearing the gift that had been given them. Just life. Pity was not love, Barbie reflected. But if you were a child, giving clothes to someone who was naked had to be a step in the right direction. November 22nd, 2007. March 14th, 2009.
Hi, this is Steve King, and this is the author's note at the end of the book. Thanks for listening, by the way. I first tried to write Under the Dome in 1976 and crept away from it with my tail between my legs after 2 weeks' work that amounted to about 75 pages. That manuscript was long lost on the day in 2007 when I sat down to start again, but I remembered the opening section, the airplane and the woodchuck, well enough to recreate it almost exactly. I was overwhelmed, not by the large cast of characters. I like novels with generous populations, but by the technical problems the story presented, especially the ecological and meteorological consequences of the dome. The fact that those very concerns made the book seem important to me made me feel like a coward and lazy, but I was terrified of screwing it up. So I went on to something else, but the idea of the dome never left my mind. In the years since, my good friend Russ Dorr, a physician's assistant from Bridgeton, Maine, has helped me with the medical details in many books, most notably The Stand. In the late summer of 2007, I asked him if he would be willing to take on a much larger role as head researcher on a long novel called Under the Dome. He agreed, and thanks to Russ, I think most of the technical details here are right. It was Russ who researched computer-guided missiles, jet stream patterns, methamphetamine recipes, portable generators, radiation, possible advances in cell phone technology, and 100 other things. It was also Russ who invented Rusty Everett's homemade radiation suit and who realized people could breathe from tires, at least for a while. Have we made mistakes? Sure, but most will turn out to be mine, either because I misunderstood or misinterpreted some of his answers. My first 2 readers were my wife, Tabitha, and Leonora LeGrand, my daughter-in-law. Both were tough, humane, and helpful. Nan Graham edited the book down from the original dinosaur to a beast of slightly more manageable size. Every page of the manuscript was marked with her changes. I owe her a great debt of thanks for all the mornings when she got up at 6 a.m. and took her pencil in her hand. I tried to write a book that would keep the pedal consistently to the metal. Nan understood that, and whenever I weakened, she jammed her foot down on top of mine and yelled, in the margins, as editors are wont to do, "Faster, Steve, faster!" Surendra Patel, to whom the book is dedicated, was a friend and unfailing source of comfort for 30 years. In June of 2008, I got the news that he had died of a heart attack. I sat on the steps of my office and cried. When that part was over, I went back to work. It was what he would have expected. And you, constant reader, thanks for reading this story. If you had as much fun as I did, we're both well off.